Introduction. What if the former Prime Minister Jon Arryn had a firstborn son? What if the Vale was no longer entirely transparent? What if reason and political cunning returned to House Arryn? How would Westeros change? The thunderous birth of Artys Arryn. A pall of despair enveloped the Vale. For years, the mountain clans had not dared to step beyond the Moon Mountains, remaining under the vigilant watch of Jon Arryn. Yet now, the vital routes from the Eyrie to the Riverlands were besieged by an alarming surge of wildling attacks, akin to rampant weeds. Numerous noble women from afar, arriving for alliances and tournaments, were abducted, and many trade routes with the Riverlands fell victim to plunder and ruin. Clad in plate armor, Jon Arryn rode atop a fine steed native to the Vale, flanked by 100 elite cavalrymen. The Blue Moon Eagle banner of House Arryn proudly soared at the forefront of the procession. He cast a weary glance at the retreating warriors of the mountain clans. Months of vigilance and patrols had proven ineffective against these familiar foes, and during this time, many weapons had been carelessly surrendered to them. With his second wife, who was also his cousin, expecting, Jon Arryn was loath to squander more time on the wildlings. He gazed sternly ahead. A line of steel pikes stood resolute before him. He pointed his sword towards the trailing mountain clansmen, commanding, "Cavalry formation, charge!" The mountain path erupted in a cloud of dust. Had anyone passed by, the thunderous sound of hooves striking the ground would have resounded in their ears, as if the very earth trembled. The mountain clans, undeterred, snarled in defiance, forming a fragile line of defense with their makeshift armaments, their eyes fixed on the advancing Vale cavalry. Steel met flesh, blood stained the ground, and the fate of the battle was sealed upon first contact. The Duke of the Vale surveyed the battlefield before turning his horse towards the highest peak of the Moon Mountains, the Giant's Lance. Meanwhile, the Vale cavalry regrouped into smaller formations to continue their patrols. As the residents of the Vale gazed up at the towering Giant's Lance, the echo of eagle cries instinctively filled their minds, as if the distant peak were the nest of a great eagle, a blessed sanctuary of the Seven. The magnificent Eyrie loomed over the Giant's Lance, perched atop the Moon Mountains. Every proud Vale knight, while boasting in taverns, would recount their experience of having stood atop the highest tower of the Eyrie, the Maiden's Tower, overlooking the entirety of Arryn Vale. Thus, it was common to encounter others in the narrow taverns of Arryn Vale who shared this experience. Rain often fell beneath the Eyrie, yet seldom affected the castle itself. Winds from the narrow sea swept through Arryn Vale, and upon encountering the Moon Mountains, they invariably brought rain. For the Vale's inhabitants, this was a commonplace occurrence, yet today was an exception. The winds lashed at the walls of the Eyrie, and the pendulum of the New Moon Hall swayed drunkenly as rainwater spilled into the guest quarters. "Damn it, it's all water." A booming shout echoed throughout the New Moon Hall, the voice matching the man who entered, wrapped in a large rain cloak, despair evident as he surveyed the flooded floor. He approached the nearest table, pulled out a few copper coins, and slammed them onto the pristine stone tabletop in a fit of agitation. "Quick, bring me wine, you there." His eyes widened, glaring at the flustered serving boy nearby. The serving boy, upon hearing this, hastily set down his basin of water and dashed to the back, just as the man began to remove his rain cloak, revealing the black-crowned stag emblazoned on his attire. Suddenly, he realized he was in the presence of a significant figure. "Don't frighten him, Robert," spoke a quiet companion beside the man, his expression grave as he looked at Robert. Robert revealed his freshly groomed visage, raising an eyebrow and grinning widely. "Oh-ho, the stoic warden of the North, Lord Eddard Stark, finally speaks." "Ha ha!" His hearty laughter instantly captured the attention of all travelers in the New Moon Hall. Many, already vexed by the dreary weather, scowled at the noise, but upon discovering its source, their ire dissipated. Eddard felt the weight of their gazes and, somewhat awkwardly, pursed his lips, frowning as he whispered to Robert, "Mind your manners, Robert. This is a place where Lord Arryn entertains his guests." Robert feigned a look of concern as he surveyed the surroundings. If Winterfell treated this pitiful place as a venue for guests, outsiders might think the Baratheons owe the Iron Bank of fortune. He leaned closer to Eddard, lowering his voice to chuckle. Eddard, accepting the drink delivered by the serving boy with a quiet "thank you," glanced at Robert, who was drinking merrily, and couldn't help but voice his concern. "I heard from the maester that Lady Arryn is due today. With this weather." Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck near the Giant's Lance, the clouds above roiling as thunder shook the very sky of the Vale. Eddard's expression froze, while Robert, who had just been drinking, perceived a flash of blue light in the darkness and was about to inquire. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the valley, startling the septons in the hall to close their eyes in prayer. The young serving boy, unable to resist the spectacle, abandoned his duties to peek out the window, and other travelers marveled at the extraordinary event. Only Robert remained at a loss, tugging at Eddard, intent on questioning further, but Eddard merely pointed towards the distant clouds, rent by lightning, as a shaft of sunlight broke through the gap, casting light upon the Eyrie. The relentless rain gradually subsided with the arrival of sunlight. Meanwhile, within the Moon Tower, the cry of a newborn echoed like a ballad sung by a minstrel heralding spring, entering the ears of all present. The maester cradled the infant, approaching the old lord. "It is a boy, my lord." Jon Arryn carefully took the infant from the maester's arms, tears brimming in his eyes, his smile impossible to conceal beneath the mask of a duke, radiating joy across his face. He gazed with excitement at his wife, Lady Arryn, who lay weakly on the birthing bed, his cousin, Lysa. "We have a son." At that moment, Lady Arryn could only muster a faint smile in response. Maids bustled about, and dozens of ravens were released from their nests by the maester, conveying the news to the lords of the Vale and the Seven Kingdoms. The Duke of the Eyrie, the guardian of the Vale, Jon Arryn, has a newly born son, destined to be the heir of the Vale. Sunlight fully bathed the peaks of the Moon Mountains as Jon's two foster sons, the tempestuous Robert Baratheon and the stoic Eddard Stark, arrived at the Ares Hall. The sounds of the tears of Alyssa waterfall and distant eagle cries mingled with the natural ambience of the valley. "Jon, where have you hidden my brother and Ned?" Robert inquired as he stepped into the hall, tilting his head towards Jon Arryn. He then bowed alongside Eddard to the old lord. "Your brother is in the arms of a maid, wailing away." Lord Arryn was clearly elated, a smile gracing his lips at the mention of his son. "My lord, you finally have a child." "Ha ha!" Robert's inappropriate laughter erupted once more, and Eddard, noticing Jon's expression darkening, quickly interjected, "From now on, the Vale has its own young master." "Congratulations, my lord." At these words, Jon's expression softened. "Very well. Once the customs duties in Seagull Town conclude, I shall host a grand tournament in the Vale to celebrate the naming of my son. We shall extend invitations to the royal family and the nobility, and you shall be responsible for welcoming the Baratheons and the Starks." The old duke rarely made such a grand gesture, his fist raised emphatically. "And that is not all. We must invite all manner of free knights, minstrels, mercenaries from the Slave Bay, sorcerers, the Red Priestess of Myr, the players from Bravos, and the courtesans of Lys to join in the celebration of my dear brother's naming." Robert's eyes sparkled with excitement, illuminating with fervor. "Let us hope this newly born eagle of the Arryn family does not meet the same fate as my brother, by the seven gods." Ed could bear to listen no longer and interjected, "My lord, Robert's proposal is far too extravagant. It is simply unfeasible." Before Jon could speak, Robert, filled with ire, retorted by the seven hells, "Ned, this is a joyous occasion. Can you truly bear to witness our esteemed Lord Arryn's firstborn at such a meager tournament on his naming day? Costs are of no concern. Let us take the gold dragons from Seagull Town, and perhaps we might extract some from the accursed Lannister mines. We could even invite some officials from the Iron Bank and treat them well. Whatever we may borrow, we shall." Just as Ed prepared to counter, Robert continued, "Moreover, the Baratheons and Starks are not without their own coffers." "Ha ha ha." This remark ignited the old duke's ire. "Enough, Robert. Will you persist in your reckless ways for all eternity?" The gravity of the duke's expression silenced Robert, who found the exchange rather dull and fell quiet. Seeing that Robert had ceased his chatter, Ed ventured, "My lord, has the name for the young master been decided?" The duke smiled at Ed. "I intend to name him during the tournament." As for the name, he paced down from the elevated dais of the hall, revealing the intricately carved throne of the Vale behind him. He gazed out the elongated arched windows towards the brilliant blue sky, the distant cries of eagles echoing. "I already have the answer in my heart," he spoke softly. "The thunderous birth of the Arryn family's eagle knight, Artys Arryn," the duke mused. He envisioned the scene at the tournament in the Moondoor Keep, announcing his son's name amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd. At Stonehaven, the squire's training ensued. "Waymar, raise your arm higher," instructed the master-at-arms, Samwell Stone. Waymar furrowed his brow, striving to elevate his arm despite the sharp pangs of fatigue. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air above the grassland, striking the distant target with precision. Waymar turned his head in search of the source of the arrow, only to find the last person he wished to see. "You have interrupted my archery practice, Artys," he lamented, his voice tinged with despondence. "Good day, Sir Waymar Royce," Artys Arryn teased, then dashed into the woods. Damn it! Waymar intended merely to express his annoyance before resuming his training. But Artys' voice drew him away. "Come, Waymar, I have discovered a treasure within." Waymar glanced at his instructor. "Do not. You know the Lord would never permit," Samwell admonished firmly. Without hesitation, Waymar sprang to his feet, sword in hand, and ran off. "Farewell, Master Stone." As he dashed away, the wind joyfully swept past his ears, leaving behind the indignant shouts of the Squire Master. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. Stonehaven lay nestled on the southern shore of a fjord that delved deep into the narrow sea, its humid mist enveloping the castle, forming a protective embrace with Seagull Town, safeguarding the limited flatlands of the Vale. Unlike the towers of Eagle's Nest, the view from Stonehaven's towers offered an infrequent delight. The vast expanse of the ocean lay close at hand, while the winds from Eagle's Nest's maiden tower could topple a child. Waymar, breathless, trailed after Artys, envious of his stamina. Artys, like a shadowy lynx, nimbly navigated through the tangled branches and vines of the forest, his once insignia-emblazoned cloak now absent, clad instead in light leather armor that accentuated his lean physique, seamlessly weaving through the verdant curtain of foliage. Time slipped away as they ventured deeper into the thicket, where robust trees and entwined vines enveloped them, the wilderness's essence long since overshadowed by the jungle's damp warmth. Artys finally came to a halt ahead. "Have we strayed too far?" Waymar queried anxiously, scanning their surroundings, but upon seeing the scene before him, he froze in astonishment. The trees ahead were broken, their severed ends unnaturally smooth, as if cleaved by an exceedingly sharp blade, creating an unsettling void amidst the dense woodland. "By the seven gods!" Waymar gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Artys pointed silently to the other side, whispering, "Should still hear." Waymar followed the direction of his finger and spotted a small shadowy lynx, crouched on a nearby branch, camouflaged by leaves, glaring fiercely at them. "Artys, why not summon the Master-at-Arms?" "This is far too perilous," Waymar murmured, rubbing his twitching face. Though aware of the lynx's diminutive size, he nonetheless feared its sharp claws, particularly in light of the carnage wrought upon the trees. "Come now, Waymar, you have always found these creatures fascinating," Artys remarked, drawing his sword with caution. "Aren't they enchanting?" He stealthily approached the lynx. Indeed, Waymar yearned for the wall. He often proclaimed that upon reaching 18, he would join the Night's Watch, venturing into the haunted forest beyond the wall to seek out the mythical creatures that threatened the realm. Yet he was not yet 14. Suppressing his fear, Waymar unsheathed his sword and followed Artys, but his momentary lapse in attention allowed Artys to vanish behind the trees, obscured from view. Even more troubling was that the lynx had also disappeared. "Artys?" Waymar called softly, scarcely daring to raise his voice. When he finally mustered the courage to circle around the tree, he was taken aback. The small shadowy lynx lay affectionately nestled in Artys' embrace, who was feeding it fruit brought from Seagull Town. What? Waymar found himself utterly bewildered. Though such occurrences had transpired during their years of companionship, none had been as perilous as this. He gazed incredulously at the affectionate lynx. "Waymar, this is Adam," Artys announced, lifting the lynx's face to show Waymar, who instinctively recoiled, raising his sword higher. "Hey, do not frighten the cat," Artys chided, cradling the lynx once more. "Earlier, while practicing mounted archery with your father, Lord Royce, I left him behind and discovered Adam in the thicket. He is remarkably rare at such a tender age. A shadowy lynx, so small cannot survive more than 3 days in the Vale." Waymar scoffed, though in his heart he longed for his father's guidance in archery. "Thus, it is destined that I shall raise him," Artys replied nonchalantly, grinning as he placed the lynx atop a tree. "Adam resides in a crevice nearby, a defensible haven where fewer ferocious creatures dare approach. A clever little cat." Adam silently traversed the exposed rock layers and trees, blending into the verdant shadows, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Artys and Waymar retraced their steps along the path they had come, the distant sound of bugles resonating multiple times. Waymar glanced at Artys' dirt-streaked face, occasionally doubting that this was the eldest son of Lord Island, destined to inherit the entire Vale. Contemplating this, Waymar turned his face away in dismay, aware that he would soon face a scolding from his father, yet he refrained from voicing any complaints, The solitude of being the younger son weighed heavily upon him. Waymar, did you know I've been hunting with Sam lately? Artys' voice broke through his thoughts. I know, Waymar replied impatiently, conceding that among all his peers, Artys possessed the highest knightly talent, excelling in swordsmanship, polearm, archery, and horsemanship. I've caught many flocks of wild geese. I learned a bit from the nuns at the church and made this for you, Artys said, pulling a feathered circlet from his quiver. You can wear it on your head. Waymar accepted the somewhat crude ornament, wrinkling his nose. It's rather ugly. He awkwardly shrugged his shoulders, trying to avoid looking at Artys' face. The face of the Vale's favored son, inheriting the beauty of Lady Island. Even at the tender age of 12, hints of future valor could already be discerned. Observing this, Artys chuckled. Mate, have you forgotten that next week is your naming day? With that, he playfully punched Waymar's chest. Waymar lowered his head, stifling a smile, and pushed back against his. The two of them playfully tussling as they emerged from the woods. The moment Waymar stepped out, his father's tall, lean silhouette filled his vision. He swallowed hard, sensing trouble. However, Sir Yoren Royce did not approach him, but instead called out to Artys. Artys, your father requests your immediate presence in King's Landing. Why? Waymar interrupted, voicing his confusion before Artys could respond. Artys, equally puzzled, fixed his gaze on Yoren Royce. Since Artys had left Eagle's Nest at the age of 9 to reside in the Royce family stronghold, Stonehenge, he had rarely seen his father, the Prime Minister, or his stepmother, Lysa Tully, who had accompanied him to King's Landing. In Artys' faint recollections, his stepmother had gradually succumbed to mental instability after repeatedly giving birth to stillborn children. Initially polite, she had increasingly regarded him with a malevolent gaze. Even during his years at Stonehenge, serving as Lord Yoren's squire, he often awoke from nightmares, haunted by Lysa Tully's unsettling stare. I hear you have a younger brother, Artys, Yoren Royce replied, his expression impassive. Perhaps it would not be too late for me to depart after your naming day next week, Lord Royce, Artys murmured, not immediately acquiescing. This is the Prime Minister's command, Artys. Yoren cast a meaningful glance at Waymar. However, gifts from Stonehenge and resources for escorting the heir of Eagle's Nest must be prepared. Waymar gazed up at his father in disbelief, his eyes shimmering with hope. I shall convey the heir's sentiments to the Prime Minister, Yoren Royce declared before riding away. Artys and Waymar exchanged knowing smiles, mounting the horses offered by their attendants and heading in the direction of Stonehenge. Upon returning to his chamber, Artys shed his sweat-soaked garments and immersed himself in a wooden tub filled with warm water, letting the soothing warmth envelop him. Leaning against the edge of the tub, he gazed up at the milky white ceiling, reflecting on Lord Yoren's words. I shall convey the heir's sentiments to the Prime Minister. Heir of the Vale, the Prime Minister. Artys felt a peculiar itch within. Such formal titles sounded foreign when uttered by Lord Yoren. He could not help but ponder how he would address Yoren Royce as Lord of Stonehenge or Bronze Yoren if they were to meet daily. After his bath, Artys donned his velvet nightclothes and reclined on his bed, reminiscing about his last heartfelt conversation with his father. At that time, Artys had been inconsolable over the death of his beloved hunting dog, locking himself away and refusing to see anyone. Yet, he could not prevent his father from entering. He remembered his father's soft voice calling his name from outside. Artys, Artys, I brought some honey and your favorite sweets. Initially, Artys did not respond. May I come in? His father's voice inquired again. I want to be alone, Artys muttered, his face sour, even without seeing his father. I would prefer that, but the scent of honey is simply too delightful. There was a clatter of metal as his father pushed the door open. In that fleeting moment, Artys momentarily forgot his grief, for the first sight that met his eyes was his father's head of silver hair. I've grown impossibly old, Jon Arryn remarked as his opening line. His father paid no heed to Artys' silence, and continued speaking. Dear Robert, during the rebellion, I did not feel old. I could still ride in a battle. Of course, that was merely a fleeting sentiment. Once I truly resided in the camp, I promptly abandoned that notion. His father raised his wrinkled face, arching an eyebrow at him. Subsequently, I resolutely entrusted command of the army to the youth. Many young men from the Vale, the Riverlands, and even the North. Some I cherished, having watched them grow. Others seemed too immature, still in need of experience. Yet later on, in places like Seagull Town, Summerhall, the Trident, and the Bell's Battle, Artys listened quietly as his father enumerated these significant locations of the rebellion. Many young men perished on the battlefield. Most were in the prime of their youth, yet they fell in a conflict that was entirely unnecessary. Many of my dear friends, regardless of their rank as nobles or commoners, vanished like shooting stars in the night sky of the Vale. His father spoke calmly, though his hollow eyes seemed to harbor the sorrow of the Vale's starlit heavens. Jon Arryn suddenly shifted his tone. This sentiment is particularly strong when I reflect on matters that Robert ought to have resolved during his idle hours. He even winked at Artys. For the island family, primarily you Artys. His father looked down at the curled-up figure of himself. Today you mourn the loss of your dog. Tomorrow you will grieve for a friend. One day, I too shall depart this world, perhaps sooner than expected. As the heir of the Vale, will you only weep? High is the honor. Artys, high is the honor. Weeping will not enhance your glory. Embrace your responsibilities, regardless of your king or the people you must protect. The price of glory is steep. Relinquishing your cowardice requires the keen vision of an eagle and readiness to strike, even at the cost of your own life. Afterward, his father hurried back to King's Landing, their separation lasting several years. Artys felt a weight like lead upon him. The contemplation of his father's teachings on the responsibilities of the firstborn and heir always left him weary. His lifelong dream had been to traverse the known world, from the lands of winter to the seas of summer, from Essos to the Shadowlands, envisioning a life of adventure and freedom, until he realized the true implications of being the heir of the Vale. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Artys, it's me, Andar. Andar Royce, Yoren's eldest son, Artys mused. Just a moment, Andar. Dressing quickly, he opened the door to find Andar, bearing a slender, shrewd visage reminiscent of his father, standing before him. Artys gestured towards the golden wine on the round table behind him. Let us express our gratitude for your father's thoughtful hospitality. The golden wine from Chinting Island is truly refreshing. Andar merely nodded, seeming eager to delve into the matter at hand. Artys, I have heard that you have a younger brother. He took a sip of wine, fixing his gaze upon Artys. The new eagle of the valley, I am well aware, Andar, and I am delighted to have a brother, Artys replied, reclining comfortably in his chair, swaying slightly. Realizing the implication, Andar quickly offered his congratulations. This is indeed a momentous occasion for the valley. Congratulations to Lord Eileen in King's Landing. He shifted his tone. However, I harbor some concerns. I have heard that your brother is in good health, well nourished. There is no need for worry, Andar. The eagles of the Eileen family have always been robust, Artys calmly responded. Ah, indeed, the young lord's health is surely not a cause for alarm. Andar paused. Yet, my concerns lie with Lady Eileen. Artys instinctively thought of his mother, Rihanna Eileen, but he quickly dismissed her. He understood that Andar was referring to Lysa Tully, or perhaps Lysa Eileen. Artys remained silent, observing Andar intently. Contemplating, an eagle only lands once when capturing prey. One must observe meticulously. And yet, Lady Eileen seems to be perpetually anxious, Andar whispered. Many can attest to this. Rumors abound in the valley and King's Landing alike. Artys did not respond. Seeing Artys' silence emboldened Andar. It is not merely her mental state. I have heard whispers concerning her and Littlefinger. He swallowed nervously. Littlefinger is in King's Landing with Lysa. One must be wary of that cunning man from the Fingers, Artys. A wave of disgust surged within Artys, yet he maintained his composure. To him, displaying familial unity was of utmost importance. My brother is a true eagle. Lady Lysa is the esteemed matron of the valley, and the Royce family has sworn fealty to the Eileen family. You must be aware of this. Andar swallowed his wine. Of course, we are aware. The Royces will defend the honor of the Eileen family to the death. Honor, Artys thought, weary of the verbal games, his grip tightening around the wine goblet. Andar leaned closer to the table, quietly stating, I do not intend to imply otherwise, but Lady Lysa's instability is well known. Artys recalled the look in Lady Lysa's eyes. Lord Artys Eileen, the Royce family shall defend you to the end. Andar seemed to spill forth everything that needed to be conveyed, before turning the conversation to the upcoming naming day for Wema, laughter occasionally erupting from the room. After bidding Andar farewell, Artys closed the door, reflecting deeply on Andar's statements. A sense of worry crept in. Did this represent the voice of the valley's nobility? Ever since Lady Lysa's rather rude behavior at the feast in Eagle's Nest, her emotional fluctuations have been keenly observed by the valley's aristocracy, causing unease among many nobles and landed knights. This land, encircled by the Mingyu Mountains, had grown accustomed to stability. Its inhabitants, including the nobility, were averse to erratic leadership. Yet, setting aside other factors, the loyalty of the Royce family resonated within him. Although Andar's manner displeased him, he undoubtedly trusted this family. As the squire of Bronze John Royce, he was likely to be bestowed with a knighthood in the future. The political implications of this bond were unmistakable. Moreover, there was the friendship with Weema to consider. As for Littlefinger, since his father had assigned him the tax duties of Seagull Town, he had incited dissatisfaction among many Valley nobles, who were first irked by the audacity of a minor noble from the Fingers to assert dominance over the entire valley, wielding the power of the council to impose financial control without offering gratitude for the significant improvement in fiscal revenues. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Artys succumbed to slumber, recalling Adam the Lynx. His identity as the eldest son remained anchored in reality, as Lord Artys Arryn faded from his dreams. From Bloodgate to King's Landing, the naming day of Weimar was devoid of any extravagance. Sir Royce ventured into the woods with his 3 children for a hunting expedition, where Weimar himself successfully shot a rabbit. Elated, he refused to relinquish his catch to the instructor, keeping it nestled in his hunting basket throughout the day. Unbeknownst to him, the rabbit had been specifically prepared for him, yet the smile on Lord Yoren's face and the cheers from those around him sufficed to bring Weimar great joy. After a brief packing of essentials, he adorned himself in a fitted, lightweight noble armor, embellished with a cerulean eagle soaring against a white moon upon his chest. His blue cloak bore the same majestic eagle, while numerous knights from the Vale donned similar blue capes. The caravan from Castle of the Symbols was shielded by the knights along the road, accompanied by 100 free riders beyond the Vale's knights, laden with countless gifts, jewels, and provisions. Sir Jorah Royce led the procession, marching alongside Artys towards King's Landing. Weimar mounted his horse and closely followed the caravan from the outset, reluctant to part ways when they truly entered the valley. Artys noticed the gift he had bestowed upon Weimar still clutched in his hand, with a simple wave. Artys followed Lord Yoren's lead deeper into the Vale. Prior to this, he had fed the lynx Adam alongside Weimar, helping it become accustomed to Weimar's scent. He had asked Weimar to vow to care for Adam, a pledge he made with tears glistening in his eyes. The sole overland route out of the Vale led through Bloodgate onto the King's Road, providing a direct path to King's Landing. Most inhabitants of the Vale often opted for a quicker and simpler route, setting sail from Seagull Town directly to the port of King's Landing. However, due to the need to rendezvous with the Knight Blackfish Brynden Tully at Bloodgate, this route was chosen instead. The banners of House Arryn and House Royce unfurled in succession as the procession moved seamlessly through the Vale until reaching Bloodgate. Artys dismounted. Although the narrow path to Bloodgate was constructed of stone, its formidable design rendered horseback passage challenging. He lifted his gaze to behold the stoneworks beyond, where layers of peaks suddenly unfolded, endless green fields merging with the azure sky. The snow-capped summits glistened like jewels. As the morning light bathed the entirety of Arryn Vale in a breathtaking panorama, silencing the entire caravan in awe. The procession advanced slowly over the course of 2 or 3 days until they reached the valley floor, where the distant cliffs flanking Bloodgate became faintly visible. The ominous gorge shrouded nearly all sunlight, casting an eerie darkness over the party. Ahead, scouts from Bloodgate had cleared the path, chopping down withered trees and branches. With sweat soaking through their armor, the party abruptly halted. Artys looked up to see 2 massive watchtowers clinging to the rocky outcrops. Connected by a weathered yet unyielding gray stone archway, archers atop the battlements of Bloodgate had drawn their bows, and the leading knight inquired, "Who seeks passage through Bloodgate?" Artys spurred his horse forward, declaring, "I am Artys Arryn, Duke of Eagle's Nest, protector of Arryn Vale, guardian of the eastern realm of the 7 kingdoms, and the heir to Lord Jon Arryn, hand of King Robert. I seek to pass through Bloodgate." Upon the tower, a voice echoed forth, proclaiming in the name of Jon Arryn, the Duke of Eagle's Nest, guardian of the Vale, and protector of the eastern realm of the 7 kingdoms. "I grant you passage through the Bloodgate." The city gates creaked open, revealing archers and infantry who emerged in unison, forming an opening in their ranks. Brynden strode confidently forward, kneeling before Lord Arryn. The blue-eyed Brynden, with his pronounced brows casting a shadow over his forehead, donned heavy armor that clanked as he knelt. "This is Blackfish," Arryn mused, while articulating, "Please rise, my lord of the Blood Knights." Beside Arryn, Yoren Royce remained silent, urging his horse through the city gates. Followed closely by the entire company as they traversed the Bloodgate, Brynden then led Arryn up the tower, stating, "My lord Arryn, please proceed. I shall accompany you shortly." With that, he turned and entered the watchtower. The Blood Gate, narrow in terrain and constrained in space, seldom accommodated large armies, although the two watchtowers were grand. Most of the area was utilized for storing arms and provisions. The garrison at the Blood Gate numbered around 500. Yet the sealed gates could effectively halt the advance of tens of thousands, not to mention the immense manpower and resources backing Eagle's Nest. Historically, countless armies had attempted to storm the Blood Gate, seeking to seize Eagle's Nest, but all had faltered before its defenses. Unable to progress until the arrival of the Targaryen dragons marked the city's conquest. Arryn recalled his father often telling him that during wartime, the Lord of the Blood Knights was the true Duke of Eagle's Nest, capable of commanding all available forces of the castle, thus necessitating unwavering loyalty to the family. Brynden Tully was no outsider. "He was my most trusted knight," his father had gently whispered to him, as Arryn caressed the walls that had safeguarded House Arryn for millennia. The soldiers in the surrounding Vale regarded him with curiosity. With a smile, Arryn addressed them. "What, do you think the Arryn Eagle has yet to fully mature?" His jest elicited laughter from many soldiers, some even bursting into hearty laughter before him. Noticing the bags and baskets on horseback filled with fruits and wines, he declared, "I shall reserve some for you. Drink sparingly." He raised a cup and gestured toward the gatekeepers, prompting a cheer, with some soldiers calling out his name, "Arryn! Arryn!" Their robust voices echoed through the valley as all eyes turned to him, just as he departed from the tower. Arryn and Yoren lingered briefly behind the Blood Gate before witnessing Brynden donning a suit of chain mail, his cloak billowing behind him as his steed approached with a spirited gait. "My lords, I apologize for the wait. The king's road awaits us." Brynden nodded respectfully to Arryn and swiftly navigated through the throng. In that fleeting moment, Arryn noticed a blackfish-shaped brooch adorning Brendan's cloak. "No outsider has ever donned the mantle of the Blood Knights," Yoren Royce remarked, observing Brendan's retreating figure. "The Duke of Arryn has never regarded the Blackfish as an outsider," Sam, the silent instructor from the Citadel, added. "Indeed, this is truly critical." The voice of Yoren resonated beside Artys, praising the remarkable achievements of the Blackfish. Sir Royce advanced alongside Artys, and in comparison, few heroes from the Vale could match his prowess. Artys discerned a hint of melancholy in Yoren's tone, yet he remained silent, riding quietly amidst the ranks, listening to the idle chatter of the knights from the Vale. Upon exiting the Blood Gate, both horses and riders appeared invigorated, and the pace of the procession noticeably quickened, especially as they traversed the King's Road, wide enough for 10 riders to gallop side by side. However, this spacious stretch was merely a brief segment. As they approached Harrenhal, the King's Road became narrower, flanked by boundless, sprawling farmlands. After a while, the road itself was even utilized for drying grain, losing all semblance of a thoroughfare. The great long summer. At last, the minstrel accompanying the caravan found his voice. Throughout their journey in the Vale, Artys had hoped for the bard to compose a melody, perhaps even a timeless ballad, but the frail figure of the poet struggled to fulfill such aspirations, often retreating to the supply wagons, exhausted after taking only a few steps. Gradually, the speed of the procession slowed, as more residents and free riders populated the King's Road. Fortunately, the weather remained splendid, avoiding the rainy season. Otherwise, the muddy terrain would have rendered the caravan nearly immobile. As they neared King's Landing, the city itself was not yet visible, yet the cacophony of voices from within could be heard. The imposing square walls loomed over the northern bank of the Blackwater, with the King's Road leading directly to one of the 7 gates of the city, the Gate of the Gods. Outside the gate, hundreds of gold-cloaked guards endeavored to carve a path through the throng, only to incite further chaos. Occasionally, a commoner would be knocked to the ground by the guards, heightening the uproar. It took the caravan several hours to finally gain entry. Even the banner of House Royce had mysteriously vanished during their journey, and upon glimpsing Lord Yorn's ashen visage, Artys understood the fate of the standard-bearer. Once inside the city, Artys took a few of House Arryn's personal guards and proceeded directly along the avenue to the Red Keep, finding the route far more seamless than the tumult of passing through the city gates. Upon reaching the Red Keep, the guards promptly guided him toward the Tower of the Hand. Artys lingered at the entrance for a considerable time before inquiring, "Where's the Hand?" "The Hand is in a meeting with the king," replied the guard, whose breastplate bore the eagle insignia of House Arryn, clearly one of his father's retainers. "My lady mother and younger brother are in the Tower of the Hand. Would you like to go see them?" "No need. I shall wait for father here." Artys was reluctant to meet Lady Lysa and the brother he had yet to encounter. After a prolonged wait, the familiar visage of his father came into view, albeit appearing more gaunt than usual, the fabric of his garments hanging loosely upon his frame, with his silver-gray hair noticeably thinner than before. A stranger accompanied him. Yet Artys could hardly contain his excitement, dashing forth. "Artys!" Jon Arryn exclaimed. "You nearly knocked me over." Artys embraced his father tightly, unwilling to let go. "So this is the eldest son of the Hand," remarked the stranger beside them, smiling at the touching reunion. "Truly a remarkable resemblance. The Eagles of the Vale often emerge as heroes in their youth, much like our esteemed Prime Minister." From a distance, a delicate voice resonated, prompting Artys to release his embrace and scrutinize the two who had spoken. "These are the loyal ministers, Artys. This is Petyr Baelish, the royal treasurer of King Robert." His father indicated, gesturing towards the unfamiliar companion by his side. "Littlefinger." Artys mused inwardly, observing that while Littlefinger was not particularly tall, he possessed a handsome visage, his gray-green eyes sparkling with vivacity, and a perpetual smile gracing his lips. A humble individual need not be introduced by the Prime Minister himself. A rotund figure approached, wearing an exaggerated grin. "Varys. Of course, the world cares little for my name, but rather for my status as a eunuch and the moniker of the so-called Spider." "You are far too modest, my lord." Artys resumed the demeanor befitting the eldest son of the Vale, exhibiting courtesy, elegance, and a keen sense of honor. "The safety of the Seven Kingdoms cannot be without Lord Varys, just as the treasury cannot flourish without Lord Baelish." Littlefinger raised his thumb, declaring, "My endeavors to enrich the king pale in comparison to Lord Varys. The treasurer is merely a dung collector sifting through the king's refuse. It is said that your little bird flies throughout the realm, and even the perils of the Vale may not rival the heights your little bird soars." Just as Varys opened his mouth to speak, he caught sight of Artys' father signaling him to remain silent, leading Littlefinger and Varys to fall quiet. "Artys, you ought to meet your brother." In a fleeting instant, Littlefinger's expression subtly shifted, the arc of his smile deepening. Artys averted his gaze, bowing respectfully to the two ministers before following his father up to the Prime Minister's tower. "Truly, the Eagles of the Vale are remarkable, Baelish." Varys clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Such humility and courtesy are rare among the offspring of great nobility. Perhaps we could consider our dear little prince?" Littlefinger jested. The two exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter. "The prince is but 6 years old. He has a long road ahead. His youthful mischief may merely reflect the grandeur of a future emperor. A possibility not to be dismissed, Lord Baelish." Varys made a playful grimace, whispering softly. Littlefinger merely watched Varys in silence, offering no reply. Alas, he is but a fledgling now, yet to fully unfurl his wings. Littlefinger deftly redirected the conversation back to Artys, smiling as he remarked, "Given this young gentleman's humble disposition, he is likely to respond in kind. Ah, my understanding of House Arryn pales in comparison to yours, dear Littlefinger. For I am but a eunuch," Varys lamented. Littlefinger's smile radiated brighter. "Fledglings do grow, and wings shall eventually spread." Varys shook his head and turned to depart, leaving Littlefinger gazing at the silhouette of the Prime Minister's tower. In King's Landing, the opulent and extravagant carpets of the Red Keep lay beneath Artys's feet, while the fireplace in the Prime Minister's chamber blazed warmly, casting dancing flames that flickered upon the walls. Artys stood entranced, captivated by the fire's mesmerizing glow. His father, Jon Arryn, paced impatiently along the corridor outside, which led to a small tower used as a lavatory. Inside, his stepmother, Lysa Tully, was tending to her weeping brother. "Lysa, are you well?" his father inquired from outside, receiving only the sound of the infant's cries and Lysa's sharp reprimands in response. "Be patient, Jon." At this, Artys couldn't help but chuckle, watching as his father shook his head and returned to the bedroom, sinking into a soft chair with a heavy sigh. Observing his father's efforts to maintain composure and uphold the dignity of his office, Artys feared he might burst from the strain. Before long, Lysa entered the bedroom, cradling the child, whose pale face was framed by large, curious eyes that roamed the room until they settled on Artys, regarding him with intrigue. Artys winked at him and rose to greet Lady Lysa. "My lady, it has been far too long. You remain as enchanting as ever." Lysa appeared more aged, her form increasingly round and slack, her pallid complexion dusted with powder, yet her cascade of auburn hair flowed gracefully like a waterfall, retaining its beauty. Lysa beamed widely. "Artys, come see your brother, may I hold him?" Artys inquired. Lysa seemed momentarily taken aback, her reaction slightly delayed. Of course the little one was released from his mother's embrace, limbs flailing, on the brink of a wail, but then he discovered something in his mouth. His large eyes turned back to Artys, and with a vigorous bite, Artys found his finger caught in the infant's grasp. Fortunately, the lack of teeth rendered the bite painless. Artys offered Lysa a smile, It seems my brother favors his mother." Proudly, Lysa reclaimed the child, cradling him close. Their father relished the scene, grinning broadly as he raised his wine glass, rocking gently in his chair as if it were a rocking seat. The warmth from the fireplace was most welcome, after years apart. The Arryn family was finally reunited within the confines of the Prime Minister's tower. "I intend to name him Robert," he declared, raising a glass to Artys and Lysa. "Oh, my dear Robin, may the valiant King Robert bestow upon him courage and strength," Lysa murmured, planting a deep kiss upon Robert's forehead. As dusk settled, the servants prepared a simple dinner in the bedroom, and their father finally emerged from the burdens of state affairs, appearing relaxed as he dined joyfully with his family. Artys retired late, feeling restless in the Prime Minister's tower, particularly after the oil lamp was extinguished. In the darkness, he felt as though unseen eyes were watching him from within the thick walls, making it difficult to drift into slumber. Not to mention the frequent cries of Robin during the night and Lysa's soothing lullabies, which kept his heightened senses on edge. When he awoke, the dawn was just beginning to break. Approaching the battlements of the tower, he spotted his father departing under the escort of the King's Guard, his gaunt silhouette vanishing into the carriage. Artys hadn't anticipated how demanding the work of the hand of the king was, nor realized that his own time had become so constrained. Artys grasped his steel sword and stepped out of the Prime Minister's tower, eager to witness the training grounds of the Red Keep before paying a visit to the late-returning King Robert. The Red Keep, situated near the narrow sea, is closely flanked by the castle walls, and its training grounds lie atop a grand circular platform on this side. Not only is this area designated for training, but soldiers often engage in practice here as well. The sounds of combat guided Artys, while in the distance, the banner of the Baratheon stag fluttered proudly in the wind, its placement outside the castle ramparts contrasting with the silent walls of King's Landing. The faint sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore could even be heard. The training grounds boasted ample space in the center, where Artys observed a young blonde boy brandishing a dull sword toward a jester. It was Prince Joffrey. Artys quickened his pace, eager to make the prince's acquaintance. The boy swung the sword fiercely at the jester's back, exclaiming, "Ah, your highness wields a fine sword. I cannot evade this." The jester exaggeratedly flailed on the ground, propelling himself backward, mouth agape, howling toward the heavens. This spectacle evoked laughter from the surrounding knights, who cheered. "Indeed, the prince is valiant. Well done, my prince." Artys was not alone at the training grounds. Members of House Arryn clad in blue stood steadfastly by his side, their presence immediately drawing numerous glances. The golden-robed attendants near the prince parted to clear a path, bowing their heads in silence. "Though my father is absent, it feels as if he stands behind me," Artys mused. However, the Lannister guards near the prince remained unmoved. Regarding the young son of the Prime Minister with a hint of hesitation, Artys noted that the Baratheon guards, loyal to the prince, were gathered at a distance, observing the scene with indifference. As Joffrey sensed the cheers around him fading, the attention of the crowd shifting away, his face flushed crimson as he continued to strike at the hapless jester. Red marks swiftly appeared on the jester's face, and his cries of distress were no longer feigned. In response, Artys knelt on one knee before Joffrey. "Your Highness, Artys of House Arryn pays his respects." Joffrey halted his torment of the jester, glancing impatiently at the kneeling Artys. The jester quickly retreated, gasping for breath. "Which backwoods is this one from?" queried the prince. A knight who had been observing from the castle ramparts approached, his finely crafted white-scaled armor gleaming in the sunlight, revealing his robust physique. His greaves, throat guard, gauntlets, and boots were all made of iron, shining brilliantly in the light. The King's Guard, distinguished in white cloaks, stood out prominently, and the exquisite hilt of his sword bore the family crest of House Tarly. "Ser Meryn Trant." Artys inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect. "Ser Meryn. Oh, that foul-breathed old man," Joffrey scoffed, his disdain evident even at the tender age of 6, effortlessly expressing his contempt. "Yes, ha ha ha, the foul-breathed Prime Minister." The surrounding Lannister guards erupted in raucous laughter, echoing the familiar flattery. The jester on the ground caught Joffrey's attention, and he shouted, "Hey, fool! Do you have a say in this matter?" With a swift motion, he brandished his sword, causing the courtier to instinctively evade. Joffrey, witnessing this, laughed in disbelief. "You dare to dodge? You dare to evade the prince's sword? Dog, teach him a lesson." As he spoke, he mercilessly beat the courtier with fists and feet, shouting, "Damn the fool! Damn the fool!" The courtier cried out, enduring the prince's brutal assault. It was at this moment that Artys noticed a towering, fearsome man among the many cheerers beside Joffrey. This man twisted his grotesque face into a menacing smile, uttering, "Very well, Prince. He effortlessly lifted the pitiful, diminutive courtier and tossed him onto the weapons rack, where the courtier's thin skin was instantly lacerated, blood oozing forth. The courtier pleaded, "Your Highness, I am terribly sorry. I should not have dodged. I deserve to die." As he spoke, he slapped his own face, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down his visage, even smearing them into his hair in a desperate attempt to appease Joffrey. Laughter erupted around them like gunpowder igniting, and Joffrey doubled over, clutching his belly in unrestrained mirth. Marlon Tarth savored the spectacle, while the man labeled the dog chimed in. "Indeed, you should not have dodged, you wretched fool. May I take my leave, Your Highness?" Artys coldly observed the scene and quietly departed. He was unwilling to witness such brutality, feeling despondent. He moved away from the prince's training ground and approached the weapons rack near the Baratheon royal guard. He was troubled by the prince's audacious arrogance at such a tender age, which made him reluctant to engage with him further. Though he hid his feelings well at the age of 12, they still stirred within him. And Joffrey's blatant disrespect towards the king's chief minister cast doubt on whether he was indeed a worthy prince. When Artys turned back, he was taken aback to find a family crest on the back of the courtier's attire. He could not discern which noble house it belonged to, but it was undoubtedly of a landed knightly class. The prince's behavior is rather inappropriate, Artys mused silently, feeling no desire to remain in the Red Keep's training grounds. He departed with the guards of House Arryn. Following his father's instructions from the previous night, Artys arrived at the White Sword Tower, traditionally the quarters of the Seven Kings Guard. After consulting with the guards outside the tower, he patiently awaited his turn. As he calmed the emotions stirred by his encounter with the prince, a new wave of excitement surged through him, for he was about to meet the world's greatest knight, the fearless Ser Balistan Selmy. While lost in his daydreams, Balistan quietly descended the tower and approached him. Artys caught sight of him, a figure with white hair and gleaming white armor, and immediately reacted, exclaiming, "Ser Balistan." Balistan strode towards him, exuding strength and grace in Artys's eyes. "Please convey my respects to your father, young man of House Arryn," he said. "Of course, Ser," Artys replied, striving to keep his words succinct. Balistan regarded him with his seemingly sorrowful blue eyes, resembling the description he had received from the scholar. Artys, equally assessing him, felt a surge of excitement. The knight's white hair flowed like the occasional white fluff cascading down a snow-laden valley, and Artys couldn't help but think, perhaps it should be trimmed. "Artys? You are called Artys, are you not?" Balistan inquired. "Yes, Ser," Artys responded. Balistan gently squeezed the muscles of Athos's arm and inquired. "Only 12 years old." Upon receiving an affirmative response, he appreciatively patted Athos's light armor and urged, "Draw your sword. Let me see how well you have trained." Athos's eyes sparkled at the words. He eagerly unsheathed his steel sword, excitement radiating from him as he gazed at Balistan. "Have you begun practicing with a sharpened steel sword at such a young age?" Balistan's azure eyes twinkled with mirth as he regarded him, also drawing forth his longsword. Athos steadied himself, planting his feet firmly on the ground, attentively focusing on the white knight before him. Balistan wasted no time, presenting his back to Athos and, with a swift turn, swung his longsword toward him. Athos adeptly raised his sword to parry, the weighty force nearly causing him to lose his grip. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward Balistan's armored back. Just as the tip of his blade was about to pierce, Athos hesitated, contemplating whether to withdraw and signal for moderation. However, Balistan's back shifted rapidly beneath his gaze. The pain he felt on his back preempted his attack as he suddenly realized that Ser Balistan had struck him with the flat of his sword. He fell heavily to the ground, but in an instant, he managed to brace himself with one hand and rolled away, creating distance between him and Ser Balistan. "Indeed, a longsword is ill-suited for close combat, young lad," Balistan remarked, his admiration for Athos's stance intensifying. Yet he added, "But one must also consider who the opponent is." The knight's demeanor shifted from lightheartedness to seriousness as he regarded Athos. Undeterred by his earlier failure, Athos took several deep breaths to steady his mind and breath, standing resolutely with his sword in hand. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing swords, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Suddenly, Athos felt a heavy strike across his calf from Balistan's sword, disrupting his balance. His upper body was then struck forcefully by the knight's elbow, sending him tumbling to the ground once more. Athos's handsome visage flushed with a tinge of green, the left side of his face slightly swelling. He gasped for breath, using his hand to push back his bangs as he staggered to rise. "Young man, you are quite formidable. Even the sworn brothers of the Iron Guard cannot withstand me for more than a few exchanges," Balistan said, helping Athos to his feet and ruffling his hair. And you and I have certainly exchanged blows. Artys managed a faint smile, suspecting that the knight was merely offering platitudes. Is it true that even Sir James can only manage a few encounters with you? He suddenly asked, curiosity overtaking him. Baelish appeared taken aback by the question, furrowing his brow. Sir James is indeed a knight of great valor and skill, though he possesses a bit of a temper, such is the nature of great knights. When we face one another, we often keep it light. The term great knight did not align with Arthys's understanding of James Lannister, who was often referred to as the Kingslayer by the Knights of the Vale, including his own father, who privately echoed this sentiment. Yet he should not continue donning the white cloak, Baelish remarked. Artys, upon hearing this, chose not to respond and redirected the conversation with Baelish. The two conversed and laughed. A large figure and a smaller one casting elongated shadows, drawn into the shade of the trees by the sun. To onlookers, they appeared to share a bond of age-defying friendship. As dusk approached, a procession emerged from the royal grounds, the banner of the majestic stag glimmering in the waning sunlight, resembling a sprinkle of gold dust. King Robert, mounted upon his steed, jostled in his robust yet corpulent form, while a squire on a pony closely trailed him. Shortly thereafter, a knight clad in white returned from ahead, his golden hair shining brightly, evidently the Ser Jaime Lannister mentioned by Eddard Stark. Your Majesty, the eldest son of House Arryn has awaited your arrival for some time. Robert paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter, his throat vibrating as if his entire being was shaking. The little eagle of House Arryn has arrived. Let us hasten to the Red Keep. With a leap, Robert urged his horse onward, his retinue hastily following. Upon entering the gates of King's Landing, they were recognized by many citizens, who erupted in cheers of "Long live King Robert," echoing like the wind in pursuit of his footsteps. When Robert finally encountered Eddard, the sun had completely set. Jon Arryn had also extricated himself from affairs of state and arrived at the great hall of the Red Keep, where the Iron Throne loomed majestically. Eddard Arryn knelt on one knee before the throne, where the king's most trusted lords had already gathered, including the familiar Petyr Baelish and the master of whisperers, Varys. The stern-faced minister of war, clad meticulously, stood before the assembly, alongside Stannis Baratheon. Eddard silently acknowledged the truth of the rumors. In the midst of them leaned the Grand Maester Pycelle, who noticed Eddard's gaze and nodded slightly in greeting, his eyes lowered as if in slumber. Varys stood resolutely at the foot of the dais, sword hilt in hand, while the prince, whom Eddard had seen earlier, wore a disdainful expression beside the White Knight. His own father sat on a small seat beneath the Iron Throne, encouragingly watching Eddard. Eddard approached with a smile, kneeling once more. Your Majesty. Eddard Arryn sends his regards satisfied. Robert gazed at Eddard and declared, Behold, my dear brother. Stannis furrowed his brow at this proclamation, turning his face away, while Eddard could clearly see a flicker of discomfort on his father's visage. The lords and noble ladies gathered in the hall erupted into applause, prompting Eddard to wonder if Joffrey sought to emulate his father, reveling in the surrounding accolades. Robert grinned broadly, evidently pleased, and gestured, Eddard, the Eagle of the Vale. Why not step closer so I may behold you, haha? Stannis took a step forward. Your Majesty, if I may interject, the Iron Throne should not be so casually approached if you know better than to speak. Then remain silent. Robert retorted impatiently, beckoning Eddard closer. With no choice, Eddard ascended the throne forged from countless swords. Stannis turned away, his face ashen, striding out of the hall. As he departed, Varys offered a syrupy smile, but Stannis scoffed. Not once looking back, Robert paid no heed to his younger brother, instead surveying the robust physique of Artys. I was off to war when you were just born, and I've only seen you a few times. Look at you now, so strong. Hey, Jon, your valley has a worthy successor, haha. This is truly a natural guardian of the East, ha ha ha. He then playfully spun Artys around, allowing him to bask in the applause of those around him. You should meet Joffrey more often. He shares my temperament, and I dare say you two would get along splendidly. Robert remarked, glancing at Prince Joffrey, who was provocatively pouting at Artys. I had the pleasure of meeting His Highness this morning. His diligence was impressive, and his martial skills are equally formidable, Artys skillfully complimented. Noticing Joffrey's expression was about to lift skyward. 7 gods, who granted this boy such an endearing visage? Robert bellowed with laughter. Artys, retain a bit of that youthful cleverness. Seeing you is akin to encountering Ned far in the north. Alas, he lacks your silver tongue, yet you both share a striking resemblance. Robert sighed heavily, giving Artys' shoulder a hearty pat. As Artys descended, his head spun with delight, a smile plastered across his face. Witnessing this, Robert nodded in satisfaction. Now enjoy the feast. he declared, gesturing grandly as he stepped away from the Iron Throne, immersing himself in the festivities below. The minstrels began to sing of bears and beautiful maidens, the hall resonating with laughter and merriment. The crude melodies unsettled his father somewhat, yet he chuckled to himself. Cheer up. This banquet was arranged by Robert. Though the music is coarse, it reflects his wisdom. Wisdom? Artys pondered, slightly bewildered, as he picked up his knife and fork to savor the exquisite dishes laid before him. Littlefinger smiled and raised his cup in Artys' direction, who reciprocated with a toast, albeit with a chalice filled with sweet milk. Nearby, several pairs of eyes discreetly observed his surroundings, even as a serving girl handed Artys his milk, deftly assuming the task of delivering it herself. One of his companions discarded his cup, replacing it with a fresh glass of milk, the very one in Artys' hand. From a distant tower, a woman clad in red, strikingly resembling Ser Jaime, gazed upon the celebrations. All this for a little crow? Robert has gone to great lengths, she exclaimed with a venomous tone. The tower was adorned with a cozy little bed where Jaime Lannister lay, indifferent, remarking, to showcase the unity of the stag and the eagle, I suppose. He is also paving the way for little Joffrey and using our Lannister gold to do so, Jaime. Cersei perched herself on Jaime's lap, her emerald eyes locking onto his. Jaime felt himself ensnared by Cersei's intoxicating presence, and before he knew it, he had her pinned to the bed, fervently kissing her. Worry not. It's merely a matter of gold dragons, Jaime murmured, listening to Cersei's breath as they tumbled together on the bed. Before the conclusion of the dinner, Artys returned to the Prime Minister's tower with his father, who was inebriated, provoking Lady Lysha's disdain. She directed the servants to settle his father in bed, while she took Robin to the drawing room to rest. Artys did not retire to his own chamber until the thunderous snores of his father filled the air. Reflecting on the day, Artys rubbed his aching arms, evidence of his encounter with the most illustrious knights, and he fell into a deep slumber filled with joy. At the age of 12, Artys visited King's Landing for the first time. After spending merely 2 weeks there, he was escorted back to the Vale by the White Knight, Balistan, and his father, the Prime Minister. As the eldest son of the Vale, he was obliged to pay visits to every household and vassal in the region, accompanied once more by Count Euron Royce. Before their departure, he had yet another altercation with his father. With all due respect, Lord Allen, you place too much trust in others, Euron shouted in frustration at his father. Trust is the cornerstone of mutual cooperation, Euron, his father replied, and ultimately, their disagreement ended on a sour note. The surrounding knights and attendants exchanged glances, relieved when the conversation concluded, and promptly followed their respective lords. Artys observed that the crux of the dispute between his father and Lord Royce centered around customs duties at Seagull Town, the expansion of fortresses along the Vale's coastline, and the ownership of the Vale, whether it belonged to House Tully or House Arryn. Even though the two houses appeared amicable on the surface, discontent brewed among the vassals of House Arryn, slowly festering beneath the surface. Your father is still too weak in this regard. Euron kicked his horse in frustration, unabashedly displaying his discontent in front of Artys. He entrusted the Vale's finances to the cunning Littlefinger, surrendered the Bloodgate to Tully, and no one knows who manages the Eyrie. Nestor, the Grand Maester of the Vale, idles away his days at Moondor Castle. Euron clenched his fists and sighed, gazing at the increasingly gloomy sky. Artys recalled his father's advice. Artys, the lords of the Vale are not without ambition. Euron Royce, whom you serve, is one of them. But trust in his loyalty. He is merely too attached to the Vale. He is adept at leading troops and resolving disputes among lords, yet he cannot meddle in diplomacy and trade. Euron's remarks astonished Artys. As he noted, our Lord Arryn handles foreign affairs quite adeptly, managing to mitigate King Robert's blunders. Yet he has utterly mishandled the domestic matters of the Vale. Artys had always regarded Euron's words as representative of the prevailing views among the nobility of the Vale. Yet at this moment, he found himself unable to discern the truth. As the rain fell in torrents, the sky swayed with unpredictable lines of rain. After a brief respite at the inn, the party from the Vale set off once more. Artys' small horse maintained a slow and steady pace amidst the downpour, having grown accustomed to the heavy rains of the Vale. The road away from King's Landing was shrouded in monotonous gray skies, the mountains stark and bare, and fields that had once flourished with life now appeared lifeless after merely 2 weeks. It seemed that the harvested grain had already been collected by the farmers, and the King's Road had turned into a muddy quagmire, making it exceedingly difficult for the carts to traverse. Euron and a group of Vale knights dismounted and began to walk, while Artys lingered at the rear of the procession. engaged in pushing a laden cart alongside Master Sherdong and a blacksmith and servant from Fushishing. A week had passed since their return to the valley, and he once again stood upon the stone bridge of the Bloodgate, gazing down the mountain path he had traversed, uncertain of how many years he would be ensconced within these mountains. Future scholars would later inform him that it was 4 years hence. In the year 296 of the Aegon calendar, in the training grounds of Fushishing, Wyma brandished a lance, flicking his green cloak behind him and patting his noble steed. Addressing Artys at a distance, "Fear not, Artys. We wield only tournament lances, which are unlikely to inflict harm." Artys adjusted his helmet, his finely crafted dual-ringed armor providing minimal protection for his torso, as he gradually lowered his unsteady lance. He offered Wyma a simple smile, gently nudging his steed forward. The atmosphere grew tense as Master Sherdong observed the standoff from an elevated position, while Wyma's sister, Ysena, anxiously cast glances toward Artys, her hands fidgeting nervously. The horns sounded, and the two steeds began to advance slowly, both riders intent on gradually accelerating for impact. Wyma positioned his shield to the side, and in a flash, thrust his lance forward, but his aim faltered, shattering upon striking Artys' breastplate. Simultaneously, Artys' silver lance feigned a strike against Wyma's shield, redirecting to deliver a blow to Wyma's chest from the side. In that fleeting moment, both riders struck each other's breastplates. Wyma's lance was destroyed, and he was unseated from his horse, while Artys galloped several meters before bringing his steed to a halt, dismounting promptly to check on Wyma, maintaining a respectful distance until he stood once more. "Goodness," Wyma exclaimed, "it must be your armor that is more resilient." Artys approached. "Will you not come over, Wyma?" He noticed Ysena descending from the platform, a cup of water in hand. "Never mind, I shan't allow you to unseat me again," Wyma replied, reluctantly returning to his mount, snatching the beer offered by his servant and draining it in one gulp. "Artys, do you require a drink?" Ysena hurried over, her pink gown fluttering like a butterfly emerging from a flowerbed. Artys graciously acknowledged her, raising his cup and playfully tapping its base against her forehead, bestowing upon her a charming smile that caused her cheeks to bloom with color. Wyma glanced sideways, a smirk playing on his lips, knowing that his father had always sought to create opportunities for Artys and his sister to interact. He chuckled inwardly, well aware that Artys held no interest in Ysena, especially given Duke Island's aspirations to arrange a marriage with the Tyrell family of Rivervale. As dusk fell, Artys and Wyma returned to Fushishing, where they found Lord Euron Royce instructing young Harold Hutton, the 11-year-old squire, in archery. This squire was the grandson of Artys' late cousin, and since her passing, Harold had been taken in as a foster son by the head of the Weirwood family, Anya Weirwood, according to the line of succession within the Island family. Due to the misfortunes that had befallen his kin, Harold Hutton surprisingly stood as the third in line to inherit the valley, following Artys and Robert Island. Sir Royce slightly nodded to himself before continuing to instruct Harold in the art of archery. Artys could discern that the lad possessed remarkable talent. Within the castle, the number of able-bodied men was scarce. Most soldiers had departed, leaving only a handful of crossbowmen and spear-wielders to patrol the towers and the castle grounds. The two sons of the Lord had been dispatched to lead troops into the Vale of Aelin, tasked with suppressing the increasingly audacious banditry that plagued the region. These outlaws proved to be quite troublesome, often vanishing into the woods to evade capture, and when unobserved, they would unleash violence upon the valley, seizing livestock and provisions, committing heinous acts. It was rumored that they were a band of pirates unable to thrive on the narrow sea, who had circumvented the fortified coastal defenses of the Vale to infiltrate the realm of the Moonlight Mountains. The Aelin family boasted a lineage of Undul heritage. The invasion of the Undulls commenced from the Finger Peninsula, and the guardians of the valley throughout generations were well aware of how they had acquired dominion over this land. Since the founding patriarch of the Aelin lineage, Artys I, the first king of the Valley Kingdom, the construction and maintenance of trade ports along the coastline had always been secondary to the fortification of coastal strongholds and towers. Even during the era when the Aelin family invested heavily in the construction of Eagle's Nest Castle on the Giant's Spear, the defense of the coastline was never neglected. Thus, the spread of banditry from the narrow sea to the Moonlight Mountains was indeed perplexing. It must be those damned Ironborn, Waymar speculated. Approaching 18, he had initially aspired to journey to the Wall, but was dissuaded by Artys and his father, Joran. In truth, Waymar's desire to venture to the Wall stemmed primarily from the bleak prospects of inheritance as the third son of Joran Royce. He did not consider himself significantly more capable than his two elder brothers. However, Artys' arrival had transformed everything. Deep down, Waymar understood that as long as he could embark on adventures with Artys, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness, a notion that likely resonated with his father Joran as well. Artys did not refute his conjecture, both enjoying the wine from the Isle of Chintion. The Ironborn are notorious for their plunder. They sail into the rivers, burning, killing, and looting without fail, Waymar expressed with indignation. The Ironborn scorned agriculture and took pride in their raiding lifestyle, adept at seizing riverways and executing land assaults. Well-versed in the defenses of the valley after years of skirmishing. Thus, such speculation was plausible. Artys calmly informed Waymar that the scholars of Eagle's Nest had dispatched a raven to King Robert and King's Landing to relay this matter, including Waymar's suspicions. Perhaps the council is discussing it as we speak, he mused. Waymar felt a surge of delight at this news, downing his wine in a single gulp. By the way, it seems you haven't returned to Eagle's Nest in quite some time. The lords of the valley now report to Moongate Castle. Uncle Nestor is the steward appointed by my father, so it is only natural that everyone seeks his audience, Artys remarked nonchalantly. In fact, I am rather grateful for his assistance. It saves me from having to deal with my brother, who acts as if everyone owes him a fortune. Waymar chuckled heartily, unable to contain his amusement, exclaiming, "How astute!" Artys gazed at the vast map of the valley affixed to the wall. Noting that Moongate Fortress lay at the base of the Minghua Mountains, a more favored destination for visiting lords than Eagle's Nest Castle, which required a trek up the mountain path. His eyes surveyed the expanse between Wuji Peninsula and Eileen Valley. It was evident that most banditry concentrated in Eileen Valley, with fewer incidents near Fusher City. It seemed these desperate rogues entered Eileen Valley from Wuji Peninsula, swiftly blending into the entirety of the Minghua Mountains, with the Hall of Longbow bearing the brunt of the attacks. Nearby villages had suffered widespread livestock casualties, and many women had been abducted, while countless men had perished or been injured. The venerable Earl Hant of Longbow Hall was said to be in a rage, dispatching his younger son Eustace to lead 200 cavalry westward along Eileen Valley in search of the marauders, while also sending 100 scouts from within the city to scour the coastline. Numerous affluent knights from Wuji Peninsula joined the ranks of Longbow Hall's scouts. Meanwhile, Sir Royce's 400 soldiers from Fusher City were effectively bolstering the coastal defenses of the peninsula in cooperation with the soldiers from Seagull Town, both situated upon a flat peninsula within the valley. Despite Seagull Town's coastal fleet and ample manpower, the valley even sought mercenary companies from across the narrow sea for routine protection. As Artys contemplated these matters, Waymar meticulously polished the dagger in his hand, its dull sheen and dark blade reminiscent of the night, since the day Lord Euron gifted him the dragon crystal dagger on Waymar's naming day last year. He had worn it constantly, ensuring its careful maintenance. While the two were engrossed in their tasks, the room's large door was impudently flung open. Artys looked up to see the scholar Kelwii, a pupil of Count Yorn. The typically composed scholar was now wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, clutching a sealed envelope bearing the Eileen family's eagle insignia. "A letter from the sovereign, Master Artys. It appears to be from your father," he remarked, his demeanor betraying a hint of tension, suggesting he was aware of the letter's contents. Waymar, taken aback, noted that his father had never favored displays of weakness from either his offspring or his subordinates. "Should I take my leave?" Waymar inquired. "I presume father has sent a letter to Sir Royce as well." Artys accepted the letter, gesturing for Waymar to remain, and reclined in a soft chair as he broke the seal. Scholar Kelwii nodded affirmatively, his nervous gaze fixed on Artys. The wine glass hovered near Artys's lips, the liquid of vivid crimson akin to blood, staining his lips as he tilted it further until not a drop remained. The room was enveloped in an unusual silence, with Waymar continuing to polish the dagger, the sound of fabric against metal resonating clearly. Upon raising his eyes, Artys noticed beads of perspiration forming in the palm of the scholar's hand. Folding the letter, Artys rose and addressed Waymar. "Waymar, do you wish to lend your strength to the heir of the valley?" Waymar paused, quickly responding, "I pledge my honor, Artys." "Very well. It seems we must embark on this venture together," Artys declared, grasping his longsword before departing the room. 6. The rebellion of Longbow Hall. Sir Ian Royce tacitly approved of Waymar's actions in following Artys. He led the remaining hundreds of troops from Stone City alongside Artys, calling back his two sons to unite under Artys's banner. Artys meticulously reviewed the contents of the letter, which stirred a tempest of emotions within him. The most significant revelation within the missive was the death of the venerable Earl Ian Hunter, who had governed Longbow Hall for nearly 60 years. Contrary to a natural demise, the letter's assertions, grounded in the father's certainty, indicated that Ian Hunter's eldest son, Jaywood Hunter, had orchestrated the old Earl's demise through poison. Moreover, Jaywood had imprisoned his youngest brother, Harlan Hunter. Had it not been for the loyalty of the prison warden to the old Earl, this information might never have escaped Longbow Hall. Young Harlan, aided by the warden, managed to disseminate the news of Jaywood's treachery concerning the old Earl's poisoning, even informing their father that the recent bandit incursion was not aided by the Ironborn, but rather facilitated by the traitor Jaywood's relaxation of the stringent defenses of the Five Fingers Peninsula. The hired pirates only sought to compel the valiant and commanding younger son, Eustace Hunter, to lead troops away from Longbow Hall in pursuit of the brigands, thereby placing the entire hall under the sway of the traitor Jaywood. He claimed to have witnessed countless bandits occupying the castle, with the womenfolk within suffering dire fates. The father held this information in utmost faith. He could not fathom Harlan lying, as the old Earl Hunter's affection for his youngest son was renowned throughout the valley. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to lead his troops in an expedition against Longbow Hall to uphold justice. The letter indicated that Harlan requested the jailer to send the message directly to King's Landing. But the jailer explained that he lacked the authority to command the ravens like the learned men, and could only deliver messages within the valley. Reluctantly, Harlan allowed the jailer to dispatch the letter to Eagle's Nest. Another curious matter occupied Artys's mind. The youngest son of the Hunter family did not request that the letter be delivered to Nestor Royce, the steward of the Vale, nor did he direct it to Stone City to inform its rightful heir. Instead, it was sent to Eagle's Nest, overseen solely by the scholars. Even more perplexing was the fact that the father, while not explicitly stating the reasons for Artys's leadership in the campaign, merely urged him to uphold justice and restore honor. Such a momentous affair, involving the esteemed nobility of the valley, could not merely hinge upon the acquisition of prestige and honor. After all, Ian Royce was the true commander. Artys deemed that the most prudent course of action would be for troops to advance from both Moongate Fortress and Stone City, clearing the roads of the Vale of Bandits and uniting with Eustace Hunter. Concurrently, they should traverse the Crescent Moon Mountains to launch a flank attack on Longbow Hall. Simultaneously, Seagull Town ought to dispatch a fleet to blockade the Five Fingers Peninsula, ideally with assistance from King's Landing as well. This was indeed a matter of noble rebellion, and the patricidal treachery of Jaywood could not be overlooked. Furthermore, the Five Fingers Peninsula served as a crucial barrier against invasions from across the narrow sea. The Hunter family, as the prominent local lineage, could not allow the order of Longbow Hall to falter. This signified that even with his command, Artys would require the support of Steward Nestor and the naval fleet to ensure a well-coordinated response. The concern primarily stemmed from the absence of contingency plans in his father's letter, a lack of a second wave of reinforcements, suggesting an intention merely to establish a faade of prestige before the lords of the valley, one that was transparently superficial. Yorn approached Artys, perceiving his unease, and grasped the reins of Artys's horse, inquiring, "Is this your first campaign with the army? Feeling anxious?" Artys shook his head, his attention predominantly focused on the political intricacies between the valley and the Seven Kingdoms. "Good lad, you shall make a fine lord," Yorn remarked appreciatively, before seemingly clarifying Artys's concerns by saying, "My dear relative Nestor finds himself in a precarious situation." "The Grand Maester?" Artys asked, to which Yorn confirmed, "Indeed." The pallid features of Yorn's face gleamed in the sunlight as he shared that the youngest son of House Hunter had mentioned in a letter sent to Eagle's Nest that he frequently discovered correspondence between Nestor Royce of Moondor Castle and his treacherous brother, Jaywood, thus casting doubt on the trustworthiness of the Grand Maester of the Vale and Royce of Stone. This was the very reason the scholar of Eagle's Nest had opted not to forward the letter to the nearer Nestor, but instead sent it directly to King's Landing. This revelation took Artys by surprise, yet he remained silent and attentive. "Your father, my Duke of the Vale, indicated in his letter that the young hunter is simply too fearful, leading to his paranoia," Yorn said with a light chuckle, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. A sound assessment, Artys thought, admiring his father internally. However, the Duke informed me that he did not relay the contents of that letter to Nestor, hoping I might assist you in quelling the rebellion before further discussions. Which evidently signifies his greater trust in me, Yorn expressed with some bitterness, reflecting on how incredulously his father had previously entrusted Nestor with the identity of the Grand Maester of the Vale. For reasons unknown, Lord Yorn seemed particularly fond of vocalizing his father's grievances in Artys's presence, and he appeared quite sensitive about it. Artys then shifted the topic, asking, "How many rebels are entrenched in Longbow Hall?" "Even with that disorganized band of pirates, the number does not exceed 500, Yorn replied, seemingly dismissive of the ongoing conflict. "When our forces converge in the Vale, We shall have nearly 800 soldiers. This is not a significant battle, Artys. Their gathering is fortuitous. These brigands, Artys murmured. Clever. Yet one fears they might flee into the Moon Mountains. Jorn urged his horse forward, commanding the troops to increase their pace. Witnessing Jorn ride ahead, Weimer finally trotted over to Artys's side, asking in confusion, why does father always appear so displeased? Perhaps he is simply too proud. Artys couldn't help but chuckle, finding Weimer's bewildered expression rather amusing. Did Adam come along? Artys inquired. Weimer pointed to the saddlebags on his mount, whispering, yes, inside. I fear his claws might shred the bag to pieces. Artys could almost sense the soft growl of the lynx, Adam, and his sense of security surged significantly. As long as he was by my side, no blade could outpace me. The cavalry of the Vale trampled the wild grasses, which lay prostrate before the might of their force, stirring clouds of dust. After a short while, Artys noticed his own chainmail was already covered in grime. The path ahead, shrouded in a veil of dust, appeared somewhat indistinct, yet the surrounding haze enveloped Artys in a contemplative calm. The phrases associated with minor warfare reverberated in his mind as he meticulously pondered his father's intentions behind the arrangement. It was evident that his father had deliberately orchestrated the deployment of only the forces from Runestone City, seemingly to keep the scale minimal and prevent the news of mobilization from leaking. The peculiar topography of the valley indeed lent itself well to concealing information. The troops marched along the mountain paths, as the Highland clans and banditry deterred most from daring to traverse these routes, save for the reckless mercenary knights. Why was there such a desire for secrecy? Artys gently caressed the sword at his waist, observing Weimer's gestures to disperse the dust. He soon discerned the answer. His father harbored doubts regarding Nestor, which stood as the sole explanation. It was likely that Sir Royce's letter also touched upon this matter. For otherwise, his father's reaction would not have been so pronounced. However, Nestor had diligently managed the valley for many years, and surely his father, stationed far away in King's Landing, should trust him the most. Artys found himself perplexed. Although Hunter's youngest son had elucidated the situation, he still did not fully grasp it. Thus he had no choice but to accept the reality. Endless marching day and night left both horse and rider weary. Artys was reluctant to risk stepping beyond the sight of his personal guard, yet at times he would secretly let the lynx Adam roam free, knowing that the following dawn Adam would return of his own accord. Not long after entering the Ellen Valley, the renowned cavalry commander Eustace of House Hunter and the two sons of Lord Royce, Andar and Robert, had located their contingent. Eustace Hunter knelt before Artys, a man nearing 40, clad in heavy armor, with a lance slung across his back, his right hand firmly grasping a sword, his face clearly bearing the marks of neglect, with stubble conspicuously evident. Artys noted that a bag of short spears was tied to the side of his warhorse. Lord Ellen, Eustace of House Hunter pays his respects, he declared, his brow furrowed, a long sigh escaping him. The House Hunter has brought shame upon the valley. With that, he lowered his head. Artys quickly stepped forward to reassure him. There is no need for such despair, Sir Eustace. He sensed the deep shame and sense of honor that weighed heavily upon the kneeling knight. The honor of House Hunter is intertwined with that of true knights. Traitors who break their oaths have no claim to the honor of House Hunter, Artys stated gravely. Eustace seemed too embarrassed to face the heir of the valley any longer. Hastily expressing his gratitude before retreating, his head bowed low. Artys had intended to continue their dialogue, but, upon witnessing this, refrained, choosing instead to maintain silence and a gentle demeanor, striving to accommodate the feelings of the cavalry commander. Another knight descended, with the tents simply erected upon the hill. The assembly of 800 valley soldiers was not particularly vast, and the sounds of the campfire chatter were distinctly audible in the stillness of the night. Artys reclined upon the velvet bed within his tent, a privilege he enjoyed as the eldest son of Ellen, with his blue-cloaked personal guard stationed on either side. Should any trouble arise, reinforcements would be at hand in an instant. Through the fluttering entrance of the tent, he observed the Ellen family's eagle banner drooping in the air, beside which sat soldiers taking a moment to rest, their demeanor relaxed as they shared light-hearted banter. Adam had once more been allowed to roam freely into the woods, provoking a string of complaints from Weimer, but with the blue cloaks safeguarding him, Artys felt no concern. This confidence was swiftly shattered by the cries of despair. In the distance, tents were mercilessly overturned, and the slumbering soldiers of the valley were pierced through the heart by cruel blades. The camp is under attack. The alarm rang out from all sides, accompanied by the urgent blare of horns, a rallying call unlike that of a march, quick and resonant like the beat of drums. Arrows streaked across the night sky like meteors, striking the thighs of the valley soldiers. Ignoring their anguished cries, The knights of the valley raised their steel swords, shouting for Eileen, for the Stone of Symbols. The cacophony of battle cries erupted within the camp. The blue-robed guards swiftly secured their tents, while Artys donned his light armor, grasped his long sword, and maintained his composure as he faced the assailants. The enemies, mostly adorned with horned leather helmets and draped in animal hides, wielded stone axes and maces, while a few diminutive warriors brandished short daggers. Cursed Highland clans, Wema shouted from nearby as he struggled to fend off a clan warrior's assault, clearly outmatched in strength. Observing this, Artys drew his sword and commanded, "Knights of Eileen, fight alongside me." The surrounding blue-robed warriors echoed his battle cry for the valley, forming a protective formation around Artys. A diminutive clan warrior intercepted the broad sword of a blue-robed soldier, lowering his center of gravity, and struck down with his stone axe, targeting the unsuspecting foot of the blue-robed fighter, causing chaos. The soldier's helmet was sent flying several meters away by another brutal blow. Artys, with his long sword, deflected what would have been a fatal strike from the clan warrior, using the blade to create space between himself and the foe. With a powerful sweep, he cut through the enemy, blood erupting before his eyes. The blue-robed soldier, no longer restrained by caution, seized the moment, and the advantages of their training became apparent. The Highland clan warriors found themselves besieged by multiple blue-robed fighters, resulting in many of them perishing. Artys felled another Highland warrior, a swift cut to the throat, blood spraying forth like arrows, splattering onto his chainmail. Wema discarded his longsword, using his shield to fend off the surrounding attackers. Seizing the opportunity, Artys advanced, sweeping his long sword through the air and utilizing Wema's shield to block several strikes from daggers and axes. Wema retaliated by slamming his shield into the clan warrior's head, while Artys lunged with his sword towards the enemy's lower body, blood gushing forth as the clan warrior collapsed at their feet. A short dagger slipped through the gaps in the visor of a Valley knight's helmet. The soldier's scream reverberated in Artys' ears as the enemy darted past him, tossing sand into his eyes. The dagger lunged towards his throat. In an instant, Artys thrust his sword upward, and when he opened his eyes again, he found the assailant cleaved in two, entrails spilling onto the ground as the dagger flew from the assailant's grasp. A whistle echoed among the Highland clans, and they began to flee towards the hillside, yet the Valley cavalry raised their spears to block their escape. Charge! Eustace brandished his sword at the forefront, with the Valley cavalry swiftly following behind. As their steeds collided with the bodies of the Highland clan, the lifeless forms became a fleeting backdrop against the darkened sky. The Highland clan was nearly annihilated, their remaining warriors ruthlessly impaled by spears beneath the hooves of the horses, their eyes, throats, and foreheads mercilessly ravaged. To Artys, this scene was as dazzling as a brilliant jewel. Among them were numerous pirates. Bloodied and dust-laden, Wema approached, having retrieved his sword, and delivered a final thrust to the groaning enemy. I observed with clarity. Wema, resting against the hilt of his sword, felt no sensation at having taken a life for the first time, his heart serene as a still pond. Eustace hurried over to apologize, filled with regret. Acknowledging their neglect of the mountain path and the scouts' failure to reconnoiter the rear, an elementary mistake. "My Lord Aelin, I am truly sorry. Indeed, it was a grave error." Artys mused. "Yet this was my army, lacking organization and command," he thought. "It is not your fault, sir." Artys decisively accepted responsibility. The crackling of the campfire filled the air once more as a soldier sat silently beside a fallen comrade, wordless, the flames casting a glow upon his face, seemingly as large as himself. Artys knelt beside the dying Valley soldier, grasping his hand, the soldier's visage already torn, bones exposed before the seven gods. With his other hand, Artys gently lifted the soldier's chin. "I shall avenge you, I swear," Artys whispered. Gradually, other Valley soldiers gathered, weary, some rising to their feet, their gazes fixed upon the youthful Artys. The night's curtain enveloped them, a tranquil atmosphere settling in. Artys rose, facing the soldiers. Such a night demanded a speaker. "In truth, this is my first act of killing," Artys stated, his demeanor calm as water, his eyes sorrowful yet resolute. The soldiers regarded him, Eustace watching solemnly. And Wema clenched his fists. "I must perform well," Artys emphasized inwardly. It was his first encounter with the death of a brother, the first sight of grievous wounds, the first taste of the gritty military rations, the first sip of bitter marching water. "This sword is sharp and ornate, reminiscent of the haughty Aelin fledgling," Artys proclaimed, raising the bloodstained blade. "Now it quenches its thirst with the blood of our enemies." A voice emerged from the crowd. It was Wema, eliciting nods of agreement from the soldiers. Artys continued, When I referred to my father by a multitude of titles, I knew not the essence of guardianship, nor the honor it entails. He returned to the fallen soldier's side. But now, I comprehend its profound significance, Artys declared, pointing to the deceased. This guardianship was bestowed by him. He raised his sword high, sweeping it slowly across all the soldiers. It is you who provide this. The countless warriors of the Valley who willingly sacrificed their lives for glory. You embody the true essence of the Valley's guardianship. The name of the Arryn family is forged by your iron swords and steel helmets, and their honor derives from you. As Artys grew increasingly agitated, he brandished his sword and proclaimed, I, Artys of the Arryn family, vow before the gaze of both the old and new gods that I shall avenge my brothers who guard the valley, slay our incoming foes, and punish the treacherous traitors. Whether they be commoners, knights, or nobles, I shall not abandon them. Some soldiers encircling him were taken aback by this display, for they understood the gravity of swearing an oath before the deities. Eustace unsheathed his sword and cried, Artys Arryn. Wymer swung his blade with fervor, Artys. The soldiers of the valley seized their weapons in unison, striking their armor as the camp reverberated with the sound of bang, 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 echoing through the night. Artys, Artys, Artys. The rhythmic chant of his name resonated, the trees standing solemnly in the wind, their leaves rustling, while the bright moon and stars illuminated the night sky, as if the gods themselves were observing this moment. Artys remained sleepless throughout the night. As dawn broke, Lord Yorn was finally pulled from the heap of corpses. He gasped weakly, his sword shattered, his helmet missing a piece, and his breastplate visibly dented from a heavy blow. The renowned bronze armor, which should have adorned him, was instead worn by his eldest son, Andar, perhaps a reason for his defeat. The army physician laid Lord Yorn in the command tent, where Artys, Eustace, and the three brothers of the Royce family, Andar, Robert, and Wymer, were present. Andar, filled with regret, remarked, the Highland clan attacked the western camp. Those cursed pirates besieged father. Clad in heavy armor, he cast a glance at Eustace, who met his gaze directly, stating, it was the armament of the longbow hall. Robert assessed Yorn's injuries and asked, is father gravely injured? The physician, not a scholar nor a silent sister, but one brought by Yorn from Stone Rune City, replied, the count is not in grave danger, though he may remain unconscious for an extended period. Wymer furrowed his brow tightly, unable to fathom the frailty of his once indomitable father. After a moment of silence, Eustace addressed the three Royces within the tent. With Lord Yorn in a state of unconsciousness, our march must continue. We require a leader. Andar looked towards Artys, while Robert frowned at Eustace, and Wymer continued to gaze at his father. I propose that in the name of Eileen, Artys Arryn should rightfully become the commander of the army, Eustace stated bluntly, evidently uninterested in prolonged discussion. Andar nodded in agreement, offering no dissent. After last night's ambush, how did this band of pirates locate Lord Yorn's position? It was clearly a concentrated effort to behead him. Robert, overseeing the scouts, sighed, the scouts have consistently reported that the Highland clan has been following us. Numbering around 200, they may have provided the intelligence through their observations. Upon hearing this, Wymer looked at Robert in disbelief, his face trembling with anger. Then why did you not inform us? Lord Yorn interjected, believing that the pirates and the Highland clan were of two separate factions without any connection. And given their numbers, he was certain the Highland clan would not dare to attack. Eustace spoke on behalf of Robert. Robert shrugged, expressing his helplessness. How could father be so confident? The Highland clan are merely thuggish bandits who can be bought with a little armament or food. Wymer shouted in fury. Artys steadied the agitated form of Wymer and spoke in a low voice. Calm down, Wymer. If we proceed this way, we will have bought their loyalty, and the valley will no longer need to guard against them. He closed his eyes, resigned, and continued. The information has been leaked to the pirates by the Gauchon clan. The Longbow Hall must have already discovered our whereabouts, and we can no longer execute a surprise attack. He turned his gaze towards Eustace. Originally, Artys had envisioned exploiting the information gap created by the Longbow Hall's ignorance of the betrayal leaked by the young master, allowing Eustace to feign a return to the city and seize the Longbow Hall in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the dire news was that Jwood had learned of the exposure and might fight desperately. Harlan, the young master of the Hunter family, could be a formidable foe. Artys addressed the assembly softly. Last night, we dispatched cavalry to pursue the fleeing pirates. They should be returning now. While everyone anxiously sought the whereabouts of Lord Yorn, Eustace had proposed the idea of sending cavalry to track the pirates. Artys had decisively adopted this suggestion, for the heavily armored pirates, even on swift steeds, moved at a sluggish pace, and they must be intercepted before they vanished into the mountains. At that moment, The call to return echoed, and Artys stepped out of the tent to find the cavalry returning with a dozen captives, stripped bare and tormented by insects, eliciting cries of despair. The cavalry had plundered the captives' possessions, seizing not only weapons and provisions, but even the banner of the Hunter family. Artys pondered the folly of the longbow haul. If they allowed the pirates to launch a surprise attack, why burden themselves with such unnecessary items that would encumber their speed? Eustace's complexion darkened as he fixated on the Hunter family banner, which not only confirmed his brother's treachery, but also signified the utter abandonment of the Hunter family's millennia-old honor. Greedy pirates, you deserve the death penalty, Wyma bellowed, raising his sword in a bid to eliminate them, but was restrained by Robb. Artys seized the back of one captive, drawing him close, and toyed with a dagger between his fingers, gently caressing the captive's terrified cheek. I wish to know the situation within the castle. The captive offered no resistance, rapidly divulging all he knew. They would interrogate each one, seeking contradictions, and should any discrepancies arise, they would all face execution. Artys released the captive and brought the dagger down with ferocity, instantly severing half of the pirate's hand. The gruesome spectacle shocked the assembled captives, who were subsequently dragged away. Returning to his tent, Artys requested paper and ink from the blue-robed aide. He seated himself at a long table adorned with a map, contemplated for a moment, then penned a letter, affixed the seal of the Arryn family, and meticulously sealed it with wax. He summoned a raven from its cage, cradled it tenderly, and released it in a secluded area behind the tent. Back in the tent, he retrieved another letter, examining it closely, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his face. The captives had provided intricate details about the castle. They revealed that Jwood had never appeared in public and remained confined to the chamber of his late father, issuing commands solely through messengers. The scholar serving the longbow haul had also vanished, reportedly imprisoned alongside young Master Harlan. The defense of Longbow Hall primarily relies on the subordinates of Jwood, who commands the coastal defenses of the Five-Finger Peninsula, numbering fewer than 100 men. While the remainder, nearly 200, are hired pirates, excluding their own. They assert that the reason they were dispatched to assault the city of Runestone was indeed based on intelligence received from the Highland clan, with the hope of eliminating Yorn Roy's and extinguishing the morale of the Vale army. The considerable supplies they carried were merely a reflection of the pirates' habitual plunder and distribution of goods, as no one wished to leave their bounty within the castle. They all intended to make one final raid before setting sail. At the execution platform, Artys stood before a dozen captives, kneeling with nooses tied around their necks. Damn you, you treacherous scoundrel! The gods shall not spare you. The air was thick with curses and pleas for mercy. With an impassive expression, Artys waved his hand, and the executioner severed the ropes, plunging the captives into silence, leaving only the agonizing sounds of the nooses constricting their throats. He fixed his gaze upon the gradually unfocusing eyes of the dying men until they ceased to move altogether. Artys retained all infantry and Count Yorn, gathering nearly 400 cavalry for the imminent battle, which could not be delayed. The entire army, regroup and advance immediately. Our target is Longbow Hall. Artys mounted his steed and led the charge, followed closely by Wyma and the blue robes. Allowing the fierce wind to whip against his face, Artys rode at the forefront, the blue banner of House Island leading the army. In the villages along their path, survivors still remained. Upon seeing the eagle banner of House Island, they chose to rally once more, lining the roads to welcome the Vale army, come to deliver justice. Long live Island! The residents of the valley were often moved to tears, rushing to inform their scattered friends and family, gathering the courage to return to their former homes. Artys led the procession, standing tall, witnessing the tears of the valley folk, some emaciated, as if their bodies were merely wrapped in skin, others missing limbs, their suffering evident. The Vale army fell into a profound silence, faced with the bloody reality before them. The forces of anger and mourning gradually coalesced within the ranks. The mourners shall prevail. Artys thought simply, maintaining his composure as the Vale cavalry swiftly advanced toward Longbow Hall. The heads of captured pirates were impaled on steel pikes, paraded before the horses by a line of cavalry, racing back and forth around each village they passed. The sight of the enemy's fate stirred the residents, and expressions of gratitude and tears of joy were visible on every face. This was Artys's design. The three towers of Longbow Hall were constructed according to the terrain, appearing from a distance like a poised longbow aimed at the Five-Finger Peninsula and the opposite shore of the narrow sea. The advantageous topography of the hillside rendered it a quintessential fortress, difficult to assault yet easy to defend, serving as a vital stronghold for the Hant family, who had stood resilient for millennia. Artys felt this truth keenly. The castle stood majestically on the distant hillside, with 2 fortified towers at the base, archers concealed within, oil and boulders hidden among its defenses. The banner of the Hant family fluttered atop the towers, teeming with defenders, clearly prepared for their defense. Wymer took the arrow from Artys's hand and galloped swiftly, shooting an arrow into the city wall, where it lodged a letter penned by Artys himself. The content was quite straightforward. In essence, Duke Jon Arryn was already aware of the deeds of Jedwood. His claim to the throne had been revoked by the king alongside him, and Eustace was now the current Earl of Longbow Hall. Simultaneously, Artys methodically assessed Jedwood's predicament. No allies stood with him in the Vale, possessing merely 100 soldiers and 200 unreliable pirates, who could not possibly withstand the onslaught of the Vale's army. Even if Artys could not subdue him at present, time was on Duke Arryn's side, ready to settle the matter at his leisure. Jedwood's once secretive plans had already been leaked. Loyalists of Longbow Hall had spread the news throughout the Vale, rendering Jedwood's intentions common knowledge. Thus, he found himself with 3 options. First, to submit and be slain by Artys. Second, to take his own life in atonement. Or third, to flee Westeros and seek refuge across the narrow sea in Essos. Artys concluded through his careful analysis that only the third option would favor Jedwood. Yet, in the interest of preserving the honor of the Vale, he advised against flight. Just as Artys awaited a response, the city gates creaked open. Andar and Robert exchanged glances, while Eustace anxiously tugged at the mane of his warhorse, uncertain of his brother's intentions. Wymer even raised his crossbow, aimed at the gates. As the gates swung wide, Artys's gaze was immediately drawn to the congealed blood that pooled ominously behind them, a deep crimson that sent chills down the spine. A blood-stained figure, hair disheveled, dragged a lifeless body toward him. Harlan? His brother? How could this be? Eustace recognized the approaching figure, shock etched upon his face. The body that Harlan, the youngest son beseeching justice, dragged behind him was none other than the fratricide Jedwood. The sight of no one trailing behind him caused the crowd to lower their guard. Eustace rushed forward, dismounting in haste, and regardless of Harlan's disheveled state, he embraced him tightly. "What has happened, Harlan?" he asked urgently, his gaze pained as it fell upon the corpse of Jedwood. Harlan, nearly fainting, weakly explained, "The pirates quarreled over the spoils, turning against one another. I seized the opportunity to escape, and, alongside loyal retainers of House Hunter, I killed him." Eustace could scarcely believe the turn of events, while Andar frowned at the scene. And Robert threw up his hands in exasperation. Was this to be the end of the grievances that had festered over the past few days? Wymer lowered his gaze to wipe his dragonstone dagger, perplexed, and made a dismissive gesture. Artys rode forward, looking down at Harlan Hunter, whose pallor suggested he had endured untold suffering. Even lice could be seen in his hair, his beard long and unkempt, though his youthful and handsome features remained discernible. "Harlan, you are the hero of the Vale," Artys proclaimed, not dismounting, for he had noticed Harlan's wrists, fair and smooth, devoid of any marks, as was his neck. Upon encountering Artys, Harlan swiftly knelt before his horse, expressing his profound regret. "My lord Eileen, I am truly sorry for the shame brought upon the Hunter family." Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the blood and grime, rendering his visage even more disheveled. "The Hunter family is renowned for its heroes, and you have undoubtedly proven this today. I hope you will assist your brother diligently." Harlan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he humbly bowed in gratitude, vowing to protect Eileen with unwavering loyalty. Eustace wiped away his tears, the silver at his temples glinting sharply under the sunlight, causing Artys to avert his gaze. Turning his horse, he surveyed the weary cavalry and then looked back at Eustace. "Will you not welcome us, Count Eustace?" Eustace, realizing the necessity of hospitality, quickly lifted Harlan and organized the men to enter the city. Artys gazed up at the azure sky, feeling the cool sea breeze, which gradually calmed his mind. He caught up with Harlan and said, "Let us share a mount, Harlan." Eustace looked on in confusion, but seeing Artys's determination, he chose not to press further. Harlan hesitated, feeling uneasy. "My lord Eileen, I am quite filthy and fear I might soil you." Artys interrupted, "There is no need. I am already dirty myself." Wymer, unable to suppress his amusement, urged, "Hurry, Harlan Hunter. I have never shared a horse with him. Ha ha ha." Just as Harlan wavered, Artys effortlessly lifted him onto the horse, cradling him protectively, as if he were a child. As they approached the city gates, they noticed a throng of soldiers atop the ramparts, with numerous charred corpses scattered nearby. "So many loyal retainers of the Hunter family?" Artys inquired. Harlan felt as though a dagger were pressed against his waist, causing him to sweat nervously. "I mean, my lord Eileen, most of the soldiers are merely fair-weather friends. With the death of their leader, Jedward, they have pledged allegiance to the hunters. Artys' smile widened. I see. He observed soldiers in the ramparts hastily concealing their crossbows. As the cavalry entered the valley, they noticed many gazes fixed upon them, shields raised in anticipation. Eustace bellowed, "What are you doing? Get down here at once." The soldiers, clearly focused on Harlan, who was cradled in Artys' embrace, withdrew their gazes as Harlan nodded slightly. Gradually descending the stairs, Artys turned to Weimer, his expression serious and calm. Weimer, sensing the weight of his gaze, halted and then turned his horse, striking the shields of the advancing cavalrymen with the hilt of his sword. The valley cavalry swiftly divided into two groups. One dismounted to secure the stairs leading to the ramparts, while the other readied their crossbows, shields positioned protectively at their backs, prepared to defend their position. Unaware of the brewing tension, Eustace continued to demand a lavish feast from the cooks, beckoning his attendants to take the horses. Harlan scanned the surroundings, sensing the ominous atmosphere, and forced himself to speak. "My lord Eileen, your subordinates. The customs of hospitality, Harlan Hunter." Artys spoke to himself, declaring that he would not act recklessly within another's castle. "Your brother is an earl. He is the master, and I am but a guest. Adhering to this principle is paramount." Harlan appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, lowering his gaze to Artys' long sword at his waist. "Do not act foolishly, Harlan. This is my final counsel," murmured Artys. Harlan fell into a profound silence upon hearing this. "Have your men lay down their weapons. I am the eldest son of Duke Eileen, and I shall ensure your safety as well as that of your companions, especially since your brother Jedward has already perished." "Has he not? Why be tense among your own people in the Vale?" Harlan seemed to seize upon this glimmer of hope, responding, "Yes, my lord. The Eileen family holds honor above all." Artys smiled faintly. "Indeed, above honor. All is for the Vale, all is for the Seven Kingdoms." He continued to press Harlan, and they dismounted. Artys signaled, and the soldiers in blue cloaks swiftly surrounded Harlan, ensuring he would not stray even a step away. Harlan remembered his purpose, commanding all, "Lay down your weapons at the blacksmith's." He shouted to those around him. Eustace, confused, glanced about, sensing the tense atmosphere. "What is happening, Lord Eileen?" he inquired, striding closer to Artys. "All is for the Vale, Eustace," Artys replied, raising a hand to urge him to remain calm. Upon noticing that the soldiers stationed atop the castle had mostly descended, replaced by the soldiers of the Stone City, he elaborated. "It is not that I distrust the Hunter family. It is merely that the number of hidden traitors among them is uncertain." Eustace squinted slightly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening upon his weathered skin. He said nothing further and silently entered the great hall. "Remove him," Artys commanded. The soldiers in blue cloaks swiftly drew their swords and struck Harlan in the face with the guard, causing blood to pour forth, and he collapsed to the ground. For a moment, the soldiers of the Hunter family were thrown into disarray, their shouts of anger and curses rising, only to be silenced in an instant, obediently closing their mouths beneath the steel swords and shields of the Vale cavalry. Eustace burst from the great hall, exclaiming, "What are you doing, Artys? I thought you understood." "Eustace," Artys replied, his tone grave in the face of Eustace's fury. "You are violating the customs of hospitality." Eustace retorted angrily. "I am not, Eustace. We have yet to partake of your bread and salt," Artys replied coolly. "Since you so passionately question my actions, perhaps we should delve into the reasons behind them." Eustace drew his longsword. "The knights of the Hunter family," he cried, inciting chaos among the Vale cavalry. 200 of the cavalry belonged to the Hunters. Artys analyzed the situation calmly. Waymar shouted, "Eustace, let Artys finish speaking," as he aimed a crossbow at him. "Harlan is the true parricide," Artys stated bluntly. Eustace was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head, his face contorted with rage. "Eileen, do not speak such nonsense. If the mother among the seven gods were merciful enough, I would be speaking falsehoods. Alas, the gods have never bestowed mercy upon humanity. The truth is as I say, Eustace." At a distance, Artys proclaimed loudly that Harlan had slain the venerable Count Hunter and Sir Jedward Hunter. He feigned communication in an attempt to distort the truth, fabricating a tale of a heroic escape, using corpses as bait to lure us into the city, all with the intent to eliminate us, and more importantly, to extinguish you, Eustace. Of course, he also sought to remove me, portraying the heir of the Vale as having met a valiant death in battle against the pirates and the Jedward rebels, thus preserving the honor of the Vale and Ellen, while my father and all others privy to the truth would still believe Harlan to be imprisoned. The Vale cavalry stirred once more, gazing in astonishment at Artys, including Waymar, Anda, and Rob. "You are dead," The Hunter family is left with but one young heir, and the title of Earl of Longbow Hall rightfully belongs to him. Artys, devoid of sentimentality, conveyed the truth he had observed to Eustace. Indeed, Harlan's scheme was impeccably devised. Yet a man who has endured the trials of imprisonment should bear marks of restraint. The soldiers within the castle ought not to have aimed their crossbows at him upon the arrival of his allies. These were mere speculations at the outset, Artys continued. Regrettably, the soldiers here are too obedient to their master. It is painfully evident that if they were true loyalists, they would not have drawn their bows upon your entrance into the castle, only lowering their weapons upon seeing Harlan ride alongside me. What a suspicious affair this is. Every word from Artys struck Eustace's heart like a hammer, rendering him ashen, a pallor creeping across his visage. Harlan has made but one mistake thus far. Artys jestingly placed his hand upon the saddle. He did not ride forth to open the gates for us. Otherwise, I might have felt hesitant to request he share a mount with me. Artys exhaled deeply, or perhaps I lacked the courage to lead my men into the castle for a complete sweep. You have no evidence, Artys. Eustace's voice was feeble as he steadied himself, striving to maintain an upright posture, yet dared not meet Artys's gaze. Evidence can be procured with simplicity. You know what must be done, Eustace. Artys recognized the growing belief within him. A blue-clad soldier restrained a hunter knight, a sword poised at his throat, as the knight gazed at Eustace's despondent figure. Reluctant to speak. We need more substance. Artys's tone was devoid of compassion. The blue-clad soldier understood immediately, a dagger slicing through the knight's brow. Your eyes are large and round, sir. The knight could no longer contain his terror. Yes, yes, Sir Eustace, what Lord Ellen said is true. But I did not act of my own volition. I was compelled. Eustace stepped forward decisively, his sword swinging, and the sound ceased abruptly. A head rolled to the feet of the blue-clad soldier. He gazed up at Artys. I have never witnessed the Ellen family conduct themselves in such a manner. Artys's lips gradually curled into a smile, a light chuckle escaping his mouth. Forgive my rudeness, sir, but you have likely only encountered 3 legitimate members of the Ellen lineage. A chilling sensation engulfed Artys from behind. As Wyma turned, he beheld a harrowing sight. The corpse of Juwood suddenly twisted and stood upright, a gleaming dagger firmly grasped in its hand. Juwood lunged forward, while the knight behind Artys remained frozen, sensing only a shadow passing over him. Artys. Wyma was poised to shoot an arrow, but alas, it was too late. Artys turned. The sharp breeze of the dagger grazed his pupil, igniting a fleeting itch. The blade made contact with his throat, and he felt the warmth of blood creeping up his skin. A sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him, prompting him to instinctively lean back. In nearly the same instant, from Wyma's steed, a shadow leapt from a satchel, claws rending the air with the sound of splintering bones. When Artys opened his eyes again, the sky seemed to hang above him, his head spinning. A warm tongue brushed against his cheek. Looking up, he found himself lying on the ground, with the bobcat Adam nestled against his chest, its adorable head twisting as if seeking praise. Adam, you saved my life. Well done, my child, Artys exclaimed, embracing Adam and planting a kiss on its cheek. Upon glancing back, Juwood's remains had morphed into a mass of flesh and mud, from which a figure emerged, blood spilling from its mouth. I am truly regretful, it mumbled, staggering free from the muck and crawling towards Artys. In an instant, arrows from multiple crossbows pierced the air, transforming the assailant into a hedgehog of bolts. I regret not having killed you, he murmured, closing his eyes and shedding tears. Is this the regrettable guest from Corse? Andar exclaimed in shock. Did Corse send assassins for the heir of the Valley, seeking war with the 7 kingdoms? Who seeks to kill me? Was Artys's immediate thought. Rising, he made his way towards the unconscious Harlan, eager to clarify the situation. Is Harlan the one who wishes me dead? Did he not intend to kill Eustace? If he does not wish for my demise, then who instigated this? Harlan lifted his head, smiling at him, seemingly holding something in his mouth, before suddenly retching. A purplish-black hue spread across his face as if poisoned, and he appeared to choke. No. Artys rushed towards him, but it was too late. Harlan had already passed away. Artys stared silently at the corpse on the ground, his ears ringing as if blocked by something, utterly indifferent to the chaos surrounding him. You have yet to face the Valley's judgment, Kinslayer, he muttered weakly, turning away in despair, seeking to escape the castle. Who had brought him to the Longbow Hall? His father? If his father had decided, he would have merely sent Yorn to command the troops. He could not possibly distrust Nestor. Duke Jon Arryn valued capability above all else. He had placed his trust in many, including Lady Lysa and Blackfish, even Littlefinger. Artys seemed to recall something, raising his gaze and halting before the castle gates. In my demise, there would be few to gain. Lysa is a fool. She lacks the ambition and courage. Robin is but 4 years old. Who, then, is responsible? Artys gazed towards the grand gates of the castle, now left with only the ambitious and the conspirators. He turned and made his way to the Great Hall. In the aftermath of the rebellion, the affluent knights of the Five-Finger Peninsula congregated along the shoreline, where tumultuous waves crashed against the deep black rocks. The pirate sails flailed uselessly in the distance, and the chilling sea breeze made the pirate ships shudder. Lord Artys, ever astute, rode leisurely on horseback, while dozens of knights behind him gazed intently into the distance. Only a few hired knights and mercenaries sprawled on the ground, scavenging the bodies of fallen pirates in search of valuables. Wymar cast a disdainful glance at the dishonorable figures crawling on the ground, allowing a derisive snort to escape his lips. A lanky mercenary, bent over in his search, lifted his head upon hearing the noise. "It seems that a knight looks down upon us filthy creatures," he remarked, his gaunt face resembling that of a starving wolf. Wymar, with an air of superiority, lowered his gaze upon him, asserting that true knights never scavenge from the dead. "Oh, I see. It appears the knight does not wish to claim honor from this band of corpses," the mercenary retorted with a smirk. Wymar furrowed his brows in confusion, seeking clarification. The mercenary, having unearthed a silver bracelet, blew gently upon it and wiped away the fine sand with his gloved hand, rising to his full height with a grin. Lowly mercenaries seize treasures from the vanquished to survive, while noble knights extract honor from their foes to carve their names in history. Noticing Wymar's disdainful expression, the mercenary continued with a chuckle, "In essence, we are the same, my lord. Had I been born in the same castle, of the same lineage, I too would ride a grand steed, displaying my haughty countenance by the sea, relishing the ocean breeze." This statement elicited hearty laughter from the surrounding knights, causing Wymar's face to flush crimson, particularly as he observed his brother Robert laughing the hardest. Just as merriment filled the air, banners began to rise on the horizon, with the largest among them bearing the blue moon eagle flag of House Ellen, while surrounding it, like stars encircling the moon, fluttered the burning tower flag of House Glaffson, showcasing a striking red background with a black triangle and a yellow tower ablaze. "Reinforcements from Seagull Town," Wymar whispered softly. The pirate ships gradually sank beneath the waves. Without a sound of their final cries audible, only the relentless roar of the ocean remained. When I arrived in the valley with my brothers, many residents spoke of their young Lord Artys, who possesses the eyes of an eagle, capable of discerning every sin without exception, the mercenary mused, gazing at the pirate ships that were slowly disappearing into the depths. Robert's voice drifted from behind. "Indeed, had you been present during the Longbow Hall affair, it would have been even more astonishing." Artys's eyes seemed to penetrate all lies and truths. "My lord. The tale of Longbow Hall has likely spread across the 7 kingdoms, at the very least throughout the valley," the mercenary laughed. Wymar remained silent. Having known since childhood that Artys possessed sharp features and an uncanny ability to sense subtle changes in his surroundings, except for the unfortunate assassination of the guest, the Five-Finger Peninsula makes it arduous for large ships to dock. "I fear Seagull Town can only send a handful of men ashore," Wymar conveyed to his brother Robert. Robert nodded in agreement, recalling that it had been over half a month since he had heeded Artys's command at Longbow Hall, leading his forces to join the scouting party of the Five-Finger Peninsula to clear the pirates from the shore. Arriving with Wymar, the lad was perplexed as to why the pirates would flee yet still come ashore. It was only upon hearing of the naval battle between the Valley fleet and the pirate vessels in the distance that he realized the truth. Out of concern for casualties, the Valley fleet refrained from directly assaulting the seasoned pirate crew, instead opting to blockade the intricate straits of the Five-Finger Peninsula to prevent the pirates from escaping. In search of an opportunity to flee, the pirates had no choice but to return to the Five-Finger Peninsula, where they were promptly captured by the cavalry brigade led by Robert. After several days of fierce combat, only a single small boat remained of the pirate fleet. Reluctantly, they ventured out to sea once more, only to face the inevitable fate of their sunken ship in the distance. "It's time to call it a day, brothers. The rest is no longer our concern." Robert elegantly turned his horse and departed at a leisurely pace. Wymar glanced at the mercenary beside him and inquired, "What is your name?" "You may call me Boron, my lord," replied the mercenary as he sheathed his sword and rejoined his fellow mercenaries. In the heart of the Five-Finger Peninsula, within the tower bedroom of the Longbow Hall, Artys held a book in his hands, a piece of candy resting in his mouth as he read the tale of the legendary knight, the tall Duncan. He recalled how Sir Jon Royce, who had been unconscious for 2 weeks, hurried to the Longbow Hall upon regaining consciousness. Without grasping the situation, He was drawn into the main hall to partake in Eustace's banquet. Once he understood what had transpired, overwhelming shame washed over him, and he said to Artys, "You should not serve as my squire. I am unworthy of being your knight." That very night, he bestowed knighthood upon Artys, who then kept vigil in the only sacred chamber of the Longbow Hall. The monks anointed him with holy oil in the name of the seven gods, a dignity far surpassing that of the historical Sir Duncan. Following that night, Artys could finally claim the title of knight. Rising from his seat, Artys approached the window, gazing through the crystalline glass into the distance. Though the Longbow Hall was mere steps from the narrow sea, it remained unseen, leaving Artys feeling disappointed in this region and the sole grand castle of the Five-Finger Peninsula. A maid entered, navigating the dimness of the room, placing a candle lit with flickering flames upon the bedside. "My lord, your wine," she announced. The maid's delicate attire accentuated her lovely features and figure, her bright eyes captivating Artys. He paused to admire her, graciously accepting the wine goblet. "My lady, your beauty adds a unique hue to the night, akin to the twinkling stars over there," he remarked, causing the maid to shyly lower her gaze. After the maid departed, Artys pushed open the iron window, raising the goblet into the air. A shadowy figure nimbly descended from above, licking the wine from the goblet. Observing this, Artys promptly drank it down. He did not idle, but rather utilized his writing skills once more, preparing to pen a letter to both Robert in King's Landing and his father simultaneously. Artys could not dismiss his suspicions and doubts, had it not been for the bobcat Adam. And if the visitor had not been the remorseful envoy of course, but rather a faceless man from Braavos, he feared he would have met his demise long ago. Yet, he could not openly express whom he suspected, he merely hinted at his concerns. He perceived a meticulously malevolent scheme unfolding before him. From the pirates' incursion through the Fingers Peninsula into the Vale of Arryn, to Harlan's release of false intelligence to frame Nestor Royce, luring his father into a trap, culminating in his own assassination attempt upon entering the Longbow Hall. Everything seemed to flow seamlessly, interconnected like a chain. The aspect that most preoccupied Artys was who had persuaded the Prime Minister in King's Landing to allow him, under the guise of his eldest son's name, to accompany Lord Jon on this expedition. Was it you, Littlefinger? Artys had not anticipated anyone else possessing such influence. However, Littlefinger was not Lady Lysa, and Artys was acutely aware of the considerable sway Lady Lysa's whispers held over his father. His father, having long resided in King's Landing, formed his perceptions of Artys's capabilities and the opinions of the Vale lords primarily through correspondence with Jon and the other nobles. Perhaps he intended to send Artys along with Jon for the sake of training. Such reasoning, though simplistic, was crucial and effective, generally, during conflicts between two houses. Unless core grievances led to a life-and-death struggle, there was a tendency to show leniency towards capturing or encountering an opposing heir on the battlefield. Furthermore, for the great nobility of Westeros, the tradition of military aristocracy was deeply rooted, whether in the north, with its ancestral culture and beliefs in the old gods. The central lands of the Undul people, or Dorne, descended from the Rhoynar. The training of heirs in leading armies and slaying foes on the battlefield was deemed particularly vital, especially for the older generation who had recently emerged from the War of Robert's Rebellion. The military education of their children could not be neglected. Were it not for this consideration, Artys would not have been assigned to serve as a squire to Lord Jon. He might have been dispatched to Seaguard as a squire to Count Gerald Greyjoy. At this moment, the Longbow Hall was bustling with mercenaries and landed knights drawn by the news, eager to gain wealth, prestige, and even honor from the endeavor to quell the pirate threat in the Vale. Consequently, the brothels outside the castle were thriving, and the newly appointed Count Eustace sought to enhance his family's reputation through this opportunity, opening the castle's storerooms to host the visiting knights for several weeks. With the generous Count Eustace's name spreading throughout the mercenary community, the area from the castle's main hall to the training grounds was crowded and noisy. Fortunately, Artys's tower was a specially prepared haven for him by Eustace, serene and comfortable, evoking memories of his childhood in the Eyrie. The castle was grand in scale, and aside from a handful of noble attendants and womenfolk, the rest consisted of the strictly disciplined knights of the Vale and the guards of the Eyrie. These knights often conversed in a calm and steady manner, and amidst the human voices, the more resounding noise was that of the terrifying wind, while the alluring sound of the tears of Alyssa waterfall captivated even more attention. Artys rarely ventured far from the Eyrie. In his youth, he had not strayed beyond the Bloodgate, only reaching the precarious Cliff Castle, which was the closest to the Bloodgate after leaving the Eyrie. His father claimed that the Knights of the Bloodgate truly held dominion over the Eyrie, yet to young Artys, the path to the Eyrie seemed to require passing through three formidable gates, each guarded by a castle: Cliff Castle, Snowmount Castle, and Long Sky Castle, connected by a treacherous, narrow path. No one can breach the Bloodgate. This statement equally pertains to the aforementioned 3 castles. He had originally sent a secret message from the military camp to Seagull Town, requesting the fleet there to blockade the Fingers Peninsula and prevent the pirates from fleeing. However, after formulating a new plan, Artys seized upon the news of his assassination by a Quarles assassin. In a fit of rage, he penned another letter, accusing Harlan Hant of collusion with Quarles and betrayal of the 7 kingdoms. According to reliable sources, this group of spies had already infiltrated the customs finances of Seagull Town for many years, causing significant penetration. He demanded an immediate replacement of customs officials, attaching a trustworthy list of personnel under the authority of Prime Minister Jon Arryn. Although the customs finances fell under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Finance from King's Landing, a directive from the Prime Minister could be executed directly. His father cooperated fully. The Prime Minister's order was swiftly dispatched. However, he simultaneously expressed his doubts to Artys through the correspondence. While Artys did not directly implicate Littlefinger in the accusations regarding the Quarles spies, the Minister of Finance could at least be accused of negligence. Artys chose not to respond to his father in writing. Instead, he resolved to travel to King's Landing to clarify matters in person, including his suspicions regarding Littlefinger. The nobles, long dissatisfied with Littlefinger's overreach in the Vale, finally saw a rare opportunity and began to petition King's Landing for a thorough investigation into Littlefinger. Robert initially erupted in fury but calmed down under the Prime Minister's counsel and relieved Littlefinger of his position as Minister of Finance, appointing Jon Arryn to assume the role, thus providing a semblance of accountability to the Vale. At this juncture, Artys could not help but express his grievances towards his father. Littlefinger had always been regarded as an ally by him. He regretted not being in King's Landing to exert the art of persuasion upon King Robert. If Robert were to act impulsively and execute Littlefinger, it would be the best outcome. Now, he understood that his opportunity had slipped away. Robert, who held money in contempt, would inevitably miss Littlefinger again. The customs revenue from Seagull Town would surely decline, and the treasury's downer would undoubtedly usher Littlefinger back into the royal council. Thus, Artys felt a pang of regret. Of course, at present, King's Landing did not deem this a matter of urgent concern. Robert dispatched diplomatic envoys to question quarrels across the waters, making the diplomatic issues between the 2 nations the most pressing concern for the 7 kingdoms. Although Artys was the catalyst for these events, he found himself on the periphery, remaining in the Vale, contemplating his future. In the year 296 of the Age of Aegon, it was the 10th naming day celebration of Prince Joffrey. According to King Robert's custom, a tournament in honor of Joffrey would be held in King's Landing as scheduled. Artys hoped to seize this opportunity to travel to King's Landing and confront his father with his suspicions. Despite the nightfall, the Longbow Hall was ablaze with light on the opposite side of the castle. Robert led the cavalry into the city, observing the raucous and joyous crowd, with numerous knightly tents haphazardly erected in the castle's courtyard. It seemed that this Lord Hant possessed little experience in hosting such rascally knights. The mercenary Boron, whistling as he rode his magnificent steed, felt a profound sense of joy. The trustworthy Rob Royce had rewarded him handsomely for his services, and on his journey back from the Fingers Peninsula to Longbow Hall, he even took up the harp, singing merrily. Weimar was taken aback by the apparent disheveled mercenary's unexpected talent for song. "My good sir, there are many things you yet do not know," Boron said, leaning closer to Weimar's face. Rob, deeply appreciative of the mercenary, chuckled. "Weimar, don't let him mock you. You should play a tune as well." He wielded his sword as a conductor's baton, waving it before Weimar, his words laced with a brotherly jest and encouragement. "Come on, Weimar, you play while we sing." Weimar's face flushed like a ripe apple. He was at a loss on how to decline the jest. Grasping Boron's harp, he strummed it gently, prompting cheers and jeers from the Valley Knights and surrounding mercenaries. "Well played, sir. What nonsense is this, sir?" Weimar, incensed, continued to play. Yet the raucous mercenaries could not keep pace. Unexpectedly, Boron came to his rescue, suggesting, "Let us not tease this, sir, any longer. Let us sing the Bear and the Fair Maiden." At last, Weimar returned to a familiar melody, the harp dancing joyfully along the road, the Valley Knight clapping his shield to the rhythm, while the mercenaries sang heartily. Even Boron's raspy voice, typically grating, now seemed particularly melodious to Weimar's ears. However, the jubilant singing could scarcely drown out the chaotic din of Longbow Hall. The crows of Longbow Hall were left unattended. The scholar who had served the Hightower family had perished in the dungeons, and a new scholar had yet to be appointed. Meanwhile, Artys had self-taught the art of the crows, though he had never ventured to the City of Learning to claim his crafted necklace. He had taken over the Crows and had been assisting Eustace in communicating letters to the Lords of the Vale and to King's Landing, as well as to the City of Learning. Following Eustace's receipt of a letter from his father and the appointment of the Earl in the names of Robert and Jon Arryn, the prior discontent towards Artys gradually dissipated as he fully assumed control of Longbow Hall and the coastal defenses of the Fingers Peninsula. Artys was assigned numerous services, evidenced by the piles of books in his quarters and the ever-rotating maidens. He had dispatched people to scour every nook and cranny of Harren Hightower's chambers, but found no correspondence between him and Littlefinger, nor any letters exchanged with King's Landing or Gulltown. Despite this fruitless endeavor, Artys secretly admired Harren's resolve. He was not a true fool, but rather a man of his word. Artys never parted with his dagger, using its tip to ignite the candle's wick. As the flame danced upon the wick, an unusual sensation washed over him. His gaze was transfixed on the flame, as if it contained a hidden world. Within the flickering candlelight, he discerned the image of someone warming themselves by the hearth, their silver hair cascading like a waterfall in the valley. Frowning, Artys leaned closer to the fire. A howl from Adam jolted him back to reality, and upon looking again, he saw that the flame had extinguished, leaving only a charred wick and an unpleasant odor. Artys chuckled softly, shaking his head as he cleaned his dagger with water and popped a piece of bread into his mouth. He harbored a disdain for boisterous crowds, an experience he had never encountered in the cities of Stone and Eagle's Nest. The sight of so many hired knights scurrying about the castle was utterly foreign to him. Just weeks prior, he had stumbled upon foreign knights and noble maidens engaging in raucous antics in the kitchen, leaving themselves covered in flour, creating a comically absurd tableau, while chickens and ducks darted around their feet. As Artys reminisced, a tumult of emotions stirred within him. His father had imposed strict restrictions on him since childhood, often citing Robert as an example. If Robert had not left his mark in the Vale, would Lyanna harbor resentment towards him? His father had expressed with indignation, suggesting that perhaps many subsequent events might have unfolded differently, and Lyanna might not have chosen to flee with Rhaegar. After this, he fell into a contemplative silence. Artys had always believed that Rhaegar had abducted Lyanna, filled with confusion and uncertainty at the time. His father was never foolish. Now, Artys had begun to comprehend the deeper narrative behind that historical episode, realizing his father simply refrained from speaking indiscreetly in front of outsiders. In any case, I shall ensure you are wed to a woman of exceptional beauty and virtue, his father had vowed. 16 years had passed since then. According to Count Euron, his father appeared to be quite taken with the young Rose of House Tyrell, even referring to the Duke of Mace Tyrell as brother during their meetings, much to King Robert's apparent displeasure. However, Lady Olenna Redwine had consistently rebuffed the proposal, at times inciting considerable irritation in his father, leading to the postponement of Artys's own marriage due to pressing political affairs. Artys hastily downed a cup of wine, perplexed as to why such memories had resurfaced. Although he was alone, he feigned a cough to alleviate the discomfort within. The lynx Adam perched on the table, his large eyes curiously fixed on Artys. He cast aside his distracting thoughts, once again grasping the book, recalling the multitude of strangers in the Longbow Hall, and resolved to depart swiftly from this place. A voice in blue robes echoed from outside. "My lord, the Lords Royce have returned. Count Eustace has arranged a banquet for them." Artys recognized that he must immerse himself in the chaos of the Longbow Hall. He rose, adjusted his attire, and stepped out of the room. As daylight broke, Wymar felt a warm sensation on his face. He squinted awake to find Adam pawing at his garments, startling him into a sudden jump. Adam, upon regaining his composure, he noticed Artys smiling at him. "We must leave, Wymar," Artys declared, tossing Wymar his armor. "Is it so urgent? We have just returned. And last night's banquet didn't even serve wine, that Eustace." Wymar grumbled, yet he rose from the bed, methodically donning his armor. "Hurry, we have a journey ahead," Artys urged, turning to depart. Upon arriving at the castle, he noted the absence of the disheveled knightly tents. Eustace nodded slightly to him. "Allow me to escort you, Artys." Behind him stood a fully armed cavalry unit. Artys closed his eyes. Lord Euron was not amongst the company. He had left the Longbow Hall a week prior with his eldest son, Andar, returning to Stone. Robert gazed gravely at Artys, while the banner of House Royce fluttered in the breeze, conspicuously devoid of the blue moon eagle of House Arryn. When Wymar arrived, the crowd had been waiting for him for quite some time. Robert urged him on, and Wymar hurriedly galloped over, stopping beside Artys. "Have we set off?" he asked, a question that felt unnecessary as soon as it left his lips, and he inwardly scolded himself for his foolishness. Everyone has been waiting for you. You fool, Robert reprimanded. The cavalry then slowly moved out of the city gates, and Artys also spurred his horse forward. The army departed from the valley, moving toward the edge of the desert, where greenery could only be seen in the distant mountains. Wyma noticed that as the troops approached the forest, their speed significantly slowed. Puzzled, he glanced at Artys, but found him calmly gazing ahead, seemingly indifferent. Robert, on the other hand, was observantly scanning the surroundings, casting his gaze toward the distant sky. Eustace followed closely behind the ranks, and Wyma had been curious since the beginning about why he kept a fully armed cavalry at a considerable distance, resembling the relationship between the vanguard and the rearguard. Wyma shook his head, increasingly perplexed. Wyma, has there been many instances of rocks crumbling and falling in the valley? Would the forest dwellers approach the fallen stones when they appear calm? Artys suddenly inquired. Although Wyma did not understand the reasoning behind Artys's question, he recalled witnessing numerous situations akin to what Artys described in the city of Foucher. Certainly not. Perhaps in the next moment, the entire cliff could collapse. This is merely the calm before the storm, Wyma confidently replied. Indeed, the crisis seems averted, yet the most lethal dangers lie ahead. Much like the regretful guests that followed Harlan Hunt, Artys's flat tone sent a shiver down Wyma's spine. He thought that Artys must have been shaken by the assassination of the regretful guest and attempted to comfort him, saying, Artys, rest assured, this was all my fault. I failed to keep an eye on you. Wyma gazed earnestly at Artys. Upon hearing this, Artys smiled faintly, but Robert, unable to bear the scene, smacked Wyma on the head. Focus on your journey. Wyma shot an indignant glare at his brother, slightly flicked his whip to hasten his horse's pace, but then suddenly slowed as the distant sound of a cavalry horn rang out. Robert immediately surged ahead, commanding the troops, advance. Move faster. The Valley Knights quickened their pace, following closely behind Robert. What is happening? Wyma then noticed that the charging battle flags were all emblazoned with the Royce family crest, and having been accustomed to obeying military orders, he fell in among Robert's cavalry. Artys lifted the iron spear hanging from his saddle. I shall lead you to glory and fame, Wyma. How will you express your gratitude? Just as Wyma was about to respond, he suddenly discovered upon entering the forest that the banner of the Eileen family had tragically fallen, and countless disheveled members of the Highland clan looked on in terror at Robert's advancing troops. The army swept through, and the Highland clan disintegrated in an instant. Wyma clung tightly to his horse, wildly wielding his long sword, slashing, having already claimed the lives of at least 10 Highland clan members. Flesh and blood flew amidst the forest, and the greenery was stained crimson, as if luxurious red dye had been splashed across the natural green, creating a vivid tableau. Artys, with the head of the Highland clan leader hanging from his spear, plunged into the heart of the battlefield, declaring, Your leader is dead. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Upon the completion of his words, fearless warriors charged forth, meeting their demise beneath the steel of guns and the arrows of crossbows. The cavalry division of Eustace swiftly seized the elevated woodlands, dismounting to wield their crossbows, unleashing a lethal rain of arrows upon the mountain clan, which, in their futile attempt to escape into the thicket, could only emit anguished cries. Wyma caught sight of Poland on the battlefield, who was entangled with a member of the mountain clan. His steel sword cleaved through the enemy's fragile armor, blood gushing forth from their chest. With a nonchalant toss of his hair, he too noticed Wyma. You are not so bad, sir, Poland remarked as he swiftly approached, while 3 members of the mountain clan assailed him. Wyma turned his horse's head, launching a side attack against the enemy to shield Poland. Haven't you left yet, mercenary? Those with gold follow the wealthy, replied Poland, dispatching the last foe by plunging his sword into their throat, his tone playful. Artys swept aside a thrown stone axe with his spear, and the blue-robed soldiers surged forward, eliminating the remaining mountain clan members. He advised Poland, Then you should seek out the Lannisters. They possess the most wealth, gold dragons littering the ground. Poland waved his hand in resignation, observing the chaotic battlefield, where the surrendering mountain clan raised their hands, faces pressed to the earth. No opportunities here, my lord Eileen. I can only focus on the present and seize the chance at hand, Poland smiled. Satisfied, Artys departed, appreciating the mercenary's straightforwardness. Wyma learned of Artys's entire scheme from Rob. It turned out that Artys had meticulously arranged for a contingent of cavalry to lead empty warm carriages under the banner of House Eileen, establishing a camp in the woodlands, followed by light cavalry to lure forth the mountain clan, who bore a 1,000-year feud with House Eileen, to capture them all at once. The Lannisters will repay their debts. Artys jested with Wyma, who, in a state of frustration, imitated Poland by scavenging the bodies, oblivious to Poland's curious gaze, his mind consumed by Artys' lack of disclosure. "You slept like a dead pig last night," Robb mercilessly revealed, prompting another round of laughter. Artys calculated the casualties. His baiting cavalry was reduced to a mere few survivors, while the mountain clans suffered losses and surrenders numbering around 300, sufficient to sustain their existence for decades. Artys mused. 10. Onward to King's Landing. Artys returned to Stonehaven, where Count Yorn awaited him several miles away. Numerous banners dotted the fields, stretching beyond sight. The flags of the burning tower and the orange pebble stood foremost, representing the leaders of the Seagull Town's Grafson family and the Royce family of Stonehaven, respectively, who were mounted side by side at the forefront. A multitude of battle flags billowed majestically in the brisk wind, with lords from the various valleys of the Crab Bay Peninsula gathered here. Artys even spotted the banners of families from around Eileen Valley, such as those of the Heartstar City and Iron Oak City. The leaders and firstborn sons of each house occupied the forefront of the welcoming party, their pragmatic yet imposing valley-style armor gleaming with a subtle shine, reflecting the sunlight like a lake sparkling with ripples. The solemnity and gravity of the occasion, akin to divine decree, were strictly observed by both parties. Artys slowly dismounted from his steed, which held its head high with calm dignity. Yorn Royce also dismounted, as did numerous lordly knights, their actions synchronized, resembling a flowing cascade of layered peaks and whirlwinds in the distance. Yorn approached Artys, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed upon the bloodstains on Artys' chainmail. "The valley lacks a hero, Artys," he murmured. "Few can rival you at such a tender age." Behind him, the young heirs of the valley gazed up at Artys with fervent admiration. Yorn turned, drawing forth his longsword. "Lords of the valley, knights of the Vale, aspiring young squires who yearn to become great knights." He pointed at Artys, his eyes locking onto the young man. "He has unmasked the treachery of the Oaths Breakers. He has vanquished the pirates that violated our homeland. Just recently, he annihilated the most notorious mountain clan of the Eyrie, the Cursed Ratmen. How many young knights from our valley have fallen victim to their ambushes? How many ladies and noble women have been abducted by these savages? Oh, 7 gods above! Should I remind you of which sister, which daughter, or which kin of yours?" Yorn Royce roared like a beast to the young men behind him. "Nay," the knights cried in unison. "I ask you, who has avenged us? Who has brought us renown? Who has made the knights of our valley soar over the moon mountains? The spear of giants? From this day forth, who does not know of the eagles of the Vale? Who among the common folk is unaware of the knights of the gorge?" Yorn proclaimed passionately, brandishing his longsword, his voice crescendoing to the point of hoarseness, as if the very valley trembled in response. "Artys! Artys! Artys!" The lords of the valley echoed like thunder, their voices resonating throughout the forest. Behind Artys, knights such as Wema and Robert drew their swords, including the mercenaries. "Artys! Artys! Artys!" The lynx Adam, drawn by the uproar, leaped from the satchel hanging by the saddle, landing upon Artys' left shoulder armor, bearing its fangs. This spectacle not only failed to intimidate the crowd, it ignited an even greater fervor among them. As the warhorses grew restless, raising their front hooves, their snorts merging with the joyous clamor of the crowd, amplifying the cacophony. Artys would not squander the opportunity Yorn had created for him. With the shadow lynx perched upon his shoulder, he gently tugged on the reins of his restless steed and strode into the throng. Amidst the uproar, the knights instinctively parted to create a pathway for him. Artys walked slowly, enveloped by the fervent cheers of the knights. Upon returning to Stonehaven, he noticed that the demeanor of those around him had shifted from the playful banter of his youthful days as a squire to a profound, silent reverence. Unperturbed, Artys retreated to his tower. Lord Yorn entered the chamber and approached Artys, saying, "The 10th name day of Prince Joffrey is approaching, and King Robert shall host a grand tournament. Artys, your knightly talents should be showcased before the 7 kingdoms." Artys chuckled at the remark. "My Lord Yorn, will you be attending? My son, Andar, shall don bronze armor to compete, and perhaps Robert will join as well." "Wema will certainly accompany you," Yorn replied. Artys embraced Yorn's suggestion, aligning with his own plans. After a few days of respite in Stonehaven, Artys set forth on the journey to King's Landing with the 3 brothers of House Royce. In the capital, during the royal council, King Robert Baratheon, his corpulent visage trembling with agitation, bellowed, "You can't even muster the damn 20,000 gold dragons. To the 7 hells with you all." The very furniture of the council chamber quaked with his fury. Jon Arryn furrowed his brow and attempted to speak, but Robert interrupted. "Oh, my Jon, The king is in distress, and the hand must assist. You absolutely must find a way to gather these 20,000 gold dragons. My tournament cannot be so meager. Stannis, rarely present at council meetings, was about to offer some counsel when Robert barked, "Your Majesty, this is utterly without." Robert snapped his fingers. Without what? Without the king's dignity or honor. Listen well, Stannis, I do not require your instruction on how to be a king. He fixed a serious gaze upon Stannis. During the moments of silence at the council, when no one offered suggestions, it was merely a time for the king and his beloved brother to exchange barbs. The newly appointed Master of Laws, Lysa Arryn, reclined languidly in his chair. "My lords," he drawled, "if this meeting is to be so tedious, I shall take my leave." Just as Jon Arryn prepared to respond, Robert waved his hand dismissively. "You, with your youthful naivety, speak and no one listens. Go find your horse." Lysa, unfazed, courteously regarded the hand, and Jon Arryn nodded, allowing him to gracefully take his exit. As he departed, Varys wore his customary sycophantic smile, to which Lysa responded with a polite grin. Finally, the spider spoke, "Your Majesty, may I have a moment of your time?" Upon receiving Robert's assent, he continued, "Through my little birds, I have discovered that there are no spies from Quarth or the Free Cities in Gulltown. The hiring of unfortunate guests may solely be the doing of Harland of House Hunter. Perhaps the lords of the Vale have unjustly accused our dear little finger." At this revelation, Robert's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to Jon Arryn. "Jon, tend to your Vale. We cannot allow fires to smolder in the backyard." He straightened his back and declared, "Who is most adept at managing the kingdom's finances? With whom does the Iron Bank maintain the closest ties? Who can conjure my damn 20,000 gold dragons?" Maester Pycelle, trembling, ventured, "I believe none here can surpass Lord Baelish in competence." "Oh no, that is not my intent. The hand is beset with a multitude of duties, and such trifling matters of arithmetic may escape his attention. Lord Varys safeguards the realm's safety, and Stannis coldly interjected, "There is no need for flattery, Maester Pycelle. It is an undeniable fact that no one in this council rivals Littlefinger in matters of finance." The king decisively proclaimed, "Exactly. It is settled then. Jon, you must bolster your health and relinquish these burdens to Petyr. Let him resume the role of Master of Coin." The hand replied with composure, "Such an action may provoke the lords of the Vale." Upon hearing this, Robert rose from his seat. "Jon, my good lord, you are the protector of the Vale. Assert some ducal authority and make those lords submit to you. Let them know that the Eagle of the Vale is not to be trifled with." Jon Arryn was acutely aware that King Robert had made his decision. After bidding farewell to the monarch and exchanging pleasantries with the other lords, he departed from the small council meeting. His expression was grave. He had no desire to remain in the presence of the king or the prime minister. Burdened as he was by the weighty affairs of state and the incessant nagging of Lysa, he found himself missing his son deeply. The mere mention of the Vale's falcon by Robert had stirred a profound excitement within him. The name of his son, Petyr, had traversed the realm, sung by minstrels and echoed among the mercenaries of the Longbow Hall, as well as through the countless ravens released by the scholars of the Vale, reaching every corner of the Seven Kingdoms from the Summer Sea to the lands beyond Winterfell. The excellence of his firstborn ignited a desire within him to return home. He resolved to serve as prime minister for no more than another year before retreating back to the Eyrie. Days later, a contingent of Petyr's followers arrived in King's Landing. The city had not changed in the slightest. It remained as foul as ever. Arryn's banner drew the gaze of countless onlookers, as many free riders, Valley Knights, and knights from the Riverlands and the Crownlands sought to join the procession. The name of Petyr, the Falcon of the Vale, had indeed spread far and wide. In the villages along the way, young maidens and aspiring swordsmen gazed wistfully after the departing entourage, longing to catch a glimpse of the legendary knight. Their eyes fixed upon the Blue Moon Falcon banner. Petyr did not accompany the main group. He and Waiama, along with Arryn's personal guards, donned humble attire, masquerading as admirers of the Falcon of the Vale as they trailed behind. Each day, they took respite in the knight's tents, listening to minstrels sing and watching the skirts of village maidens sway. Petyr relished the sensation of lying on a haystack in a cart, a feeling entirely detached from the hunts of the Vale and the intrigues of the court, pure enjoyment. He observed the bustling city of King's Landing through a different lens, appreciating it as a sanctuary for free riders, hired knights, and mercenary companies, free from the deadly conspiracies lurking in the shadows and the need to decipher the thoughts of others, a true liberation. Petyr made a concerted effort to dismiss thoughts of the fleeting lives of those who lived outside noble status, free riders and hired knights alike. Suddenly, Waiama galloped forth from a distance, his expression brimming with excitement, evidently having caught something intriguing from the woods. Peering closely, Petyr saw it was indeed a wild hare, expertly handled, its fur appearing almost unscathed. I dispatched it with a single arrow, huh? Wymar exclaimed, tossing the lifeless rabbit to Petyr as they rode side by side. Outside the city walls, along the banks of the Blackwater River, over 100 tents had been erected, adorned with a myriad of banners. From the castle walls, one could behold a vibrant river of colors that contrasted sharply with the dark, foul waters of the Blackwater River. Thousands of common folk surged at the city gates, while noble women glided gracefully in their ornate litters amidst the throng. Knights and their squires moved in pairs, and the distinction between residents and nobility seemed to blur in the bustling atmosphere. "It's far too crowded in King's Landing," Wymar complained. Petyr, shaking the mud from his cloak, nonchalantly replied, "You should have ventured beyond the Vale to see the world, Wymar." Wymar felt a flush of embarrassment. In his lifetime, he had ventured out of the city of runes only 3 times. The first was to Seagull Town to gaze upon the ocean, while his father, Count Joran, had intended for his son to observe the warships in the valley and familiarize himself with their structures. Yet, Wymar could only recall the boundless sea. Consequently, upon their return to runes, when Count Joran quizzed him on the knowledge he had previously imparted about warships, Wymar stammered and failed to answer a single question. Artys had overheard their tutor, Sam, remarking that Lord Joran was so incensed that his beard bristled. Artys recalled attending Lord Nestor's naming day at Moongate Castle and, upon hearing of this incident upon his return to runes, felt a sudden sense of ennui regarding his own attendance at the feast. Regretting not having accompanied Wymar to Seagull Town to witness the bustling trade port and the crowded city, Wymar's second excursion from runes was to the fiefdom of the Royce family for a hunting expedition. What left the deepest impression on him was Coldwater City, primarily due to the striking beauty of Baron Covart's daughter, who possessed a voice as melodious as a lark. Wymar confided to Artys that he was profoundly captivated by her. Artys was well aware of this infatuation. Upon returning to runes, Wymar seemed to lose interest in everything, often gazing dreamily at the blue sky with a silly grin on his face. Even when teased by his 2 brothers, he did not respond as he usually would, but rather resembled the steadfast protagonist of a chivalric romance, disdainful of those devoid of love. As time passed, these feelings began to ebb away like the receding tide, and Wymar found himself wishing to disappear into the earth, chastising himself for his earlier foolishness. The third occasion was as part of a military campaign at Longbow Hall, and now they found themselves in King's Landing, the capital of the kingdom. The banner of the Arryn family fluttered before the Red Keep, with the blue-cloaked guards and the gold-robed guards stationed on either side of the road. A grand litter rested in the midst of the guards, and from a distance, Artys spotted his father conversing with Andar. Artys felt as though heavy stones were being gradually pressed into his heart, his anxiety mirroring the rhythm of the horse's gait. Yet, as he drew nearer to his father, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, his father had not changed much in the 4 years since, Artys thought. He and Wymar dismounted. Artys approached, swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and said, "Father." His father looked at him with a smile. "Artys." Wymar suddenly knelt, exclaiming with a volume Artys had never heard before, "Son of the Count of Runes, Wymar Royce, pays his respects to the esteemed Prime Minister, Guardian of the Eastern Territories, Protector of Eileen Valley, Duke of Eagle's Nest, Lord Jon Arryn. Your renown stretches from the land of eternal winter to the sea of summer. From the sunset sea to the shadows, none are unaware of your greatness." The crowd fell silent, gazing at him. Wymar remained on one knee, oblivious to the awkward silence, mentally berating himself for his fervor as his knee throbbed against the iron armor. Lord Jon Arryn broke the silence. "Young man, rise." Wymar sprang to his feet, excitedly winking at Artys, who could only muster a helpless smile in return, inwardly scolding him, "Fool." The assembly then proceeded into the reception hall of the Prime Minister's tower. Lady Lysa attended to 4-year-old Robin and did not personally receive Artys and his entourage in the reception hall. Artys could discern his father's heightened ire, and he forced a smile before Andar, striving to respond calmly to Jasper, the eldest son of the Redfurs, regarding the fortifications of the redoubt. Artys sat on the right side, closest to the head of the table, smiling at the adoring gaze of Michael Redfur, whom he had already learned about from Wymar. Michael, the youngest of the Redfur family, was reputed to possess extraordinary swordsmanship, and the master of the Stone City, Sam, had once praised Michael in Wymar's presence. "Good sir, how should I address you?" "Apologies, shall I call you sir?" Artys raised his glass towards him, nodding gently. Upon hearing this, Michael hurriedly lifted his cup and took a hearty gulp of wine, responding with rapid speech, "Not sir, just a squire. I am but a squire." Artys skillfully wiped the crumbs from his mouth with a clean cloth and complimented, "You shall undoubtedly become a great knight, Lord Michael." Upon hearing this, Michael's eyes sparkled, and he replied softly, "Indeed, sir, I am well aware of my talents. Let me tell you, sir, despite Jasper's imposing stature, he cannot best me in swordplay. He won't last more than 10 exchanges." Artys noted that Jasper, seated next to the Prime Minister, was still holding up the map of the valley surrounding the redoubt, explaining something to his father. "You surely know the master of the Stone City, that bastard son. He once attempted to teach me swordsmanship, but fell beneath my blade. I thought, ha ha ha, I thought he was formidable, ha ha ha." Michael rambled on about his achievements. Artys regrettably sipped his wine, swallowing the morsel of pigeon meat, and continued to smile at Michael as he set down his cup. "You have never defeated Sam," Weimer muttered discontentedly. Michael frowned at him, replying, "I do not believe that. I knocked his armor off with a single strike." Weimer laughed heartily. "Hey, kid, Sam wields a real sword while you wield a blunted one. He did not wish to harm you. Hence he could not unleash his full potential, all right?" Michael's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "That cannot possibly be true," his voice lacking the confidence it once had, as he sat silently in contemplation. Weimer once again cast a triumphant glance at Artys, who gave him a thumbs up beneath the table. Jon Arryn Squire, Shuff, assisted Jon to his feet, and the noise gradually subsided, all eyes turning to the Prime Minister. "Since I became Prime Minister, it has become challenging to see you all." His father raised his cup, initiating the customary pleasantries. Sir Jasper Redfur was the first to speak. "The Duke of Arryn toils for the realm. My father and I hold him in the highest regard." Subsequently, everyone introduced themselves, raising their cups and standing in unison. Father gestured for silence with a hand in the air, shaking his head as he remarked, "Though kingdom affairs keep me occupied, I am, after all, a man of family. I am an Arryn." He pointed towards Artys, adding, "Fortunately, there is still an Arryn in the household." Laughter erupted around the room, as everyone endeavored to echo the Prime Minister's humor. "Eagle of the Vale," someone shouted from the table, and even a whistle escaped from somewhere along the lengthy table. "Indeed, indeed, Artys," they all chorused. The father gazed at him, and Artys rose to his feet. Jon Arryn placed his hand on Artys' shoulder, proclaiming, "Artys Arryn, my heir." A smile perpetually graced the father's face as he remarked, "The Vale is fortunate to have my Artys. Ha ha ha." He downed his drink in one gulp, bursting into hearty laughter. The gathering of the Vale lords, filled with casual banter, did not linger for long. Once concluded, the guests departed in their own ways. Some owned properties in King's Landing, untroubled by concerns of lodging. Others ventured outside the city to camp in tents, preparing for the upcoming tournament, while the majority sought refuge in the taverns and brothels of King's Landing, indulging in revelry. Artys did not look back at the Red Keep. Everything there had lost its allure for him. After arranging for his father's retainers clad in blue to assist him into the litter, he took residence in the Arryn estate in King's Landing alongside Weimer and his companions. After a simple arrangement, Artys donned his formal attire. There was no need for chain mail in these days, as the first event of the tournament was a melee, and he would only participate in the lance competition. These days were merely filled with feasts, where he mingled with noble women and skilled knights, as well as potential squires suitable for serving the gallant knights. During his time in Stonehenge, he had received numerous offers from those wishing to become his squire, some even older than himself by a decade. Artys deemed it unwise to make a hasty decision. It was a matter he must resolve personally. Weimer seemed to toil without rest, practicing swordplay with Robert in the courtyard, both wielding blunt swords, as he awaited the results of the drawing for the melee. If only Weimer were not knighted, Artys mused quietly. He and Weimer had both been knighted by Lord Jon, and if not, perhaps Weimer could have served as his squire. Robert's sword was broader and heavier, making it challenging for Weimer to defend against. Hence, he shifted from passive defense to a proactive approach, continually probing for openings on Robert's flanks, striving to compel Robert to exert himself with wider swings, thereby exhausting his stamina. Weimer's sword struck Robert's chest, creating a flourish before transitioning to a left-handed grip. Suddenly, the blade veered towards Robert's right side, landing a solid blow upon his shoulder, forcing Robert to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Weimer leaned forward, deftly maneuvering his sword to carve a cross upon Robert's armor with remarkable speed. Caught off guard, Robert attempted to block with his heavy sword, but failed to evade the onslaught. As he lowered his center of gravity, he brought his sword down in a powerful strike. Weimer's light sword lost its advantage, but he remained forward-leaning, and Robert, taking advantage of the momentum, lunged to Weimer's side and delivered a merciless kick, sending Weimer crashing to the ground. "You are heading into the melee," Do not fixate too much on a single opponent, Weimer, Artys remarked, stepping aside with a blunt blade in hand. A slight smile adorned Artys's face as he added, with me and Robert, we shall take him down together. Robert was about to agree when he noticed Artys's formal attire and expressed concern. You cannot go unprotected. Artys adjusted his garments, revealing the soft armor beneath. And Robert agreed to let Artys join. Oh, not again, Weimer exclaimed as he stood, complaining while already assuming a stance, his long sword poised before him. Afterwards, the air was filled only with the anguished cries of Weimer. The crowd outside the arena erupted into thunderous applause. Among the nobility, Artys conversed quietly with Blaine Baratheon, while King Robert watched the last two knights abandon their shields and swords, opting for hand-to-hand combat. He enthusiastically thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "Well done." The king led the cheers, followed by the women and many nobles from Storm's End and the Crownlands. Littlefinger arrived fashionably late, catching Artys's gaze. He smiled as he passed, saying, "Long time no see, Lord Arryn." Artys nodded in acknowledgement. "I often visit the Vale, my lord. After all, it is our homeland." Blaine burst into laughter, retorting, "That depends on when my good brother can produce gold from dung. Ha ha ha." Artys and Littlefinger joined in the laughter. Littlefinger settled beside the dashing Lord Hightower at the nearby river bend, engaging in light conversation, occasionally amusing Hightower with his jokes, which drew hearty laughter from him. "Lord Baelish is quite the eloquent speaker," Blaine remarked. "Indeed, what a fitting name." Artys turned to Blaine, inquiring, "In what way is it fitting, my lord?" Blaine stretched lazily, observing the melee teams re-entering the fray below. Coming from the smallest peninsula of the Fingers, he is often easily overlooked in court, lacking both title and army. Yet he can deliver a fatal blow when it matters most, Blaine smiled. "Even the smallest finger can kill, can it? Please, do not address me as my lord. Simply call me Blaine." Artys listened quietly, offering no further comment. Blaine narrowed his eyes slightly, the sounds of screams and roars swirling around them. "I quite like you. You know, Artys, you possess a certain melancholic beauty that is hard to articulate." Artys found this somewhat peculiar and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, my lord." Blaine. Suddenly, the referee announced loudly, "Only the knights from Highgarden, Ser Garland Tyrell, and from Old Town, Ser Garth Hightower, remain in the arena." "Isn't this the battle of the younger sons?" Robert exclaimed with great excitement, taking a hearty swig of his drink. "Crush him, lad." Artys focused intently as Ser Garland, fully equipped with his shield and sword, steadily approached Ser Garth, who, gripping his long sword with both hands, appeared quite confident, occasionally bellowing to display his fighting spirit, eliciting cheers from the audience. "Finish him, Garth. Knock his shield away. Why carry a shield, coward?" Ser Garland remained utterly composed, unaffected by the crowd's distractions. As Garth rushed towards Garland, attempting to launch a side attack, Garland seized the opportunity, using his shield to forcefully deflect Garth's sword and closing the distance for a counterattack with his steel sword. Clang! The sound of their swords clashing sent the crowd into an even greater frenzy. After a few breaths, Garth's long sword slipped from his grasp, and he was suddenly toppled by Garland's shield. Looking up, he found Garland's steel sword poised at his throat. "I yield," Garth declared helplessly as he fell to the ground. "Garland is victorious," the referee shouted with excitement. The sounds of jeers, praises, and curses filled the air as Garland symbolically waved his hands and strode away from the arena. Artys felt a twinge of nervousness as Weimer made his entrance. "Sir, may I sit beside you?" came a sweet voice. Artys turned to see long, chestnut curls framing a gentle face, with doe-like brown eyes gazing at him, and a smile that resembled a crescent moon gracing her lips. "Miss Marjorie, you have also graced us with your presence," Bluley announced from behind. "Marjorie?" Artys realized, rising to extend his hand. It was indeed the Rose of the High Court. "Artys Island." "Of course, my lady." Weimer once again toppled an opponent, the cheers resonating throughout the venue, yet Artys found himself unable to focus on him any longer. Marjorie settled beside Artys, her noble demeanor expertly displayed, hands folded elegantly atop her gown, adorned in delicate gloves of sheer fabric. Her beauty drew envious glances from those around Artys. "Was that your brother who just triumphed, my lady?" Artys inquired, watching Weimer fervently wield his sword below. "The brave Gallen." "Sir Artys." "Yes, he is my valiant brother," Marjorie replied softly. "But I fear he may pale in comparison to your own bravery." Marjorie gazed at him, her praise flowing freely. "The ballads from the High Court depict you as a lone hero, charging into an army of 10,000 savages, rescuing countless noblewomen from their clutches. My lord, you are the great hero in the hearts of all maidens across the 7 kingdoms." Artys awkwardly took a sip of his drink, surprised that tales of the Battle of Longbow Hall had spread so far. Is the bard from Riverbend truly so skilled? The events of early this year have been exaggerated. My lady, the battle was not so grand, and you do me too much honor. Margaery smiled, and at that moment, Blue finally returned to their conversation. Artys, you must not be so modest. At your age, I was still playing nightly games at Windrest Keep. Ha. Blue jested. Below them, Weimer's longsword broke, and as he rolled to the ground to retrieve a short spear, he swiftly jabbed it upon rising, wounding a young knight from the west, who fell to the ground. Bloodied, Weimer Royce of Stonekeep wins, the judge proclaimed. Weimer proudly turned to the stands, spotting Artys conversing softly with Margaery, his smile faltering. Blue pointed at Weimer, saying, "That is the knight you fought alongside, truly valiant." Margaery added, "The knights beside the Eagle of the Vale are all brave champions of the canyon." Artys felt a swell of pride for Weimer, smiling as he watched him below. There was no doubt that Weimer was a courageous knight. Instinctively, he sensed that Blue and the complimenting Margaery were clearly in cahoots. When he looked up to meet his father's calm gaze, he too scrutinized the intentions of this Lord of the Deer. Blue had maintained close ties with House Tully of Riverbend, particularly with the youngest son, Loras Tully, and the two were quite inseparable. For Blue, courting the heir of the Vale was a surefire investment. Eyries Loras and Margaery engaged in light-hearted conversation until the commencement of the group melee final brought their banter to a halt. The Knights of the Vale faced off against those of the Reach, arranging themselves into formation. As the referee signaled the start, both teams eschewed any semblance of cautious probing and plunged directly into chaos. Weimer was struck on the head by a shield, leaving him momentarily disoriented. A heavy blow from a Reach Knight sent him crashing to the ground. The Vale Knights were swiftly scattered by their Reach counterparts, forced to fight individually. And within mere minutes, the Vale Knights began to fall one by one. Loras rubbed his chin, his expression slightly awkward as he noticed Eyries silently observing the match. Margaery cheered for her brother, the names of each Reach Knight echoing throughout the tournament grounds, even drawing the presence of King Robert, who personally encouraged the valiant contenders. "Forgive my impertinence, but has your brother, so valorous, registered for the joust?" Eyries inquired of Margaery beside him. Her eyes sparkled with aristocratic poise as she replied, "Loras is not one for excessive titles. He has only entered the group melee. That is certainly an improvement over Loras Tyrell, who at such a tender age clamored to participate in the tournament, though thankfully, Duke Tyrell managed to dissuade him," Loras remarked with a chuckle. Eyries acknowledged that Loras Tyrell served as a squire to Loras, responding, "The Tyrells are indeed a promising lot." This sentiment seemed to please both Loras and Margaery, prompting Loras to pat Eyries on the back. "Eyries, King's Landing is not like Storm's End. I find myself daily contending with cunning politicians and the aloof Stannis. Not to mention my dear brother. I truly hope to receive the aid of the Vale's falcon here." Eyries remained silent, tracing the sigil of House Arryn while gazing at the Vale Knights being led away. He softly remarked, "There is but one eagle within the Red Keep, and I believe that is sufficient. This place is rife with intrigue and strife. Even my father must soar high to discern the elusive truths within the Red Keep." Margaery, sensing the mood, engaged in cheerful conversation with a nearby lady-in-waiting. Loras elegantly raised his goblet, stating with a smile, "I cannot fathom what my brother truly thinks, but Stannis, my second brother, has a penchant for overlooking many matters." Eyries listened intently, his gaze drifting towards the departing crowd. "Stannis sees only the cold, unyielding laws of the realm. Harsh to all, even the High Septon has scarcely visited the brothels since his arrival in King's Landing," Loras quipped. "The more Stannis adheres to this rigidity, the less suited he becomes as Hand of the King. My brother, with his head filled with wine and meat, is well aware of this. Perhaps Stannis values honor." Eyries offered dismissively. Loras erupted in laughter, his mirth drawing the attention of many, including Petyr Baelish at a distance. "Come now, Eyries. I cannot believe the Prime Minister's eldest son would subscribe to such superstitions." At this moment, Renly was somewhat irksome, his resplendent attire dazzling under the sunlight. And Eyries sensed that this sensation did not stem from his words. Leaning closer to Eyries' left ear, Renly whispered softly, "Robert's realm was not forged by the Baratheon lineage alone. Where do I surpass Stannis? In my willingness to turn a blind eye to the crimes of Robert's friends, while Stannis would pursue them to the bitter end." Eyries chuckled, perceiving that the young Renly seemed to overestimate himself, while overlooking the fact that Robert had two sons, the 10-year-old Joffrey and the barely 6-year-old Tommen. However, he did not dismiss Renly's words but instead posed a riddle. For glory, sacrifices must be made. Renly furrowed his brow, uncertain of Eyries' intent. Was he lauding Stannis' cold demeanor? Yet, the smile on his face remained steadfast. Robert's allies include the Arryns, Starks, and the Tullys of the Riverlands. The alliance of these four houses is the cornerstone of the realm, Artys. Even if Stannis comprehends this truth, he would not act upon it. Artys was acutely aware of this. He understood the standing of House Arryn and the Vale within the kingdom. Yet, he could not discern what might destabilize this foundation. Until he glanced at Renly, his smile growing even more radiant, sensing that the harbinger of change might already be in sight. I believe it is time for me to pay my respects to the Knights of the Vale, my Lord Renly. Your words shall remain etched in my heart. Artys felt it was prudent to conclude his conversation with Renly, rising to take his leave, to which Renly slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement. After walking a few paces, he turned back to find Renly engaged in cordial conversation with Margaery, as if they had always been so. Artys adjusted his attire, feeling that armor would provide him greater solace, and resolved to return and don it. The atmosphere of King's Landing often evoked within him a sense of helplessness, a looming crisis. In the parlor of the Prime Minister's residence, the fireplace crackled with a lively flame, casting a rosy glow upon his father's face. His father held a pen, meticulously reviewing the resolutions derived from the Royal Council's discussions. Artys had changed into a lightweight hauberk, placing his helmet upon his father's desk, and was partaking of the local barley ale, its bitter flavor proving somewhat unpalatable. Father, Artys began, was the decision to send me to the Longbow Hall made by you personally? His father set down the papers and pens, lifting his gaze somewhat sluggishly. Of course. You needed the experience, and your performance exceeded expectations, did it not? Artys leaned forward. Father, I wish to know who provided counsel during your deliberations. His father chuckled at the inquiry. At that time, it seemed a private matter of the Vale. No one was aware of the stir we had caused. Did you not mention a single soul in this regard? Artys pressed. The fire in the hearth appeared to blaze more fiercely, rendering the room oppressively warm. His father rose to draw back the curtains and open the window, allowing the evening breeze of King's Landing to sweep in. The weather is turning a bit chilly. Perhaps we should close the window, Father, Artys suggested. His father waved a hand dismissively. You do not understand, Artys. The wind fosters clearer thought. It is a blessing from the gods. Artys, having grown weary, shifted into a more comfortable position and continued to recline in the soft chair. After an extensive period, as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, his father's voice finally resonated, mentioning the assassin from K's. Artys, now fully alert, focused on his father's silhouette, having finally grasped the information he sought. Regrettably, the amount concerning the regretful guest was not insignificant, albeit less than that of the Black and White House. His father turned around, pondering whether the regretful guest prepared by Harlan Hunt was indeed aimed at their family Eustace. Artys nodded affirmatively, confirming it was certainly not directed at them. He then set down his wine glass, aware that the Hunt family could not afford to pay for the regretful guest. A certainty he held. He had traversed the Longbow Hall multiple times and had lingered long enough that the Hunt family's handmaids showed little inclination to assassinate the heir of the valley. Jon Arryn's eyes gradually narrowed, a sharp expression emerging on his face as he mused on who could so disregard honor. He paused, adding, aside from Robert. I have mentioned this matter to Lysa. Artys felt a tightening in his chest. I discussed this with Lysa, who expressed her hope that you could serve as a valiant knightly example for young Robin, as he is prone to illness, much like I was in my youth. His father sighed. Yoren brought fewer than 1,000 men. His overconfidence was unexpected, his father remarked. Artys inwardly concurred, acknowledging the unexpectedness of it. He cast aside these distractions and stood upright, asking, Father, did you decide from the outset that I should accompany Count Yoren to Longbow Hall? Duke Arryn hesitated, stroking his chin thoughtfully, noting that Nestor was stationed at Moongate Castle, and he could advance directly. It seemed plausible. Artys teased his father. His father, ignoring the jest, replied directly, King Robert has commanded your deployment. The king? Artys was utterly unprepared for Robert's involvement in this matter, finding it somewhat incredulous. His father stroked his beard, stating, This too was unforeseen. Robert appears to hold you in high regard and wishes for you to gain more experience in warfare. Artys remained perplexed, asserting that such action was entirely unnecessary, pausing to consider the implications. His father chuckled softly, revealing, You know, Robert has long desired to adopt you as his son. Artys, taken aback, shook his head, unaware of this. His father returned to his seat at the long table, expressing a tinge of regret towards Artys. Had it not been for Joffrey's deplorable nature, Robert would not be so anxious. The prince was not always so dreadful. Until he gruesomely sliced open a pregnant cat to display the dead kittens to Robert, which disheartened him. Artys grimaced involuntarily. Despite Robert's shortcomings as a king, though it is uncharitable to say so, he at least, for heaven's sake, surpassed most Targaryen kings in both tournaments and revelry. His father lamented with a shake of his head. Artys secretly chuckled at his father's candid assessment. Robert, as a father, was indeed considering the future of his heir. As for the Starks and Lannisters, as long as Joffrey does not exhibit the madness of the Mad King, the Starks have no reason to oppose him. The North has traditionally refrained from court politics. The Wolves prefer to remain in the winter, while the troublesome Baratheon brothers pose no legitimate threat to the Iron Throne. Father calmly analyzed the situation for Artys. As for the Lannisters in the West, if you pay attention, Lannister guards are everywhere in the Red Keep. The prince's maternal lineage is Lannister, and among the Kingsguard, there exists a regicide. Lions are ubiquitous, and Robert does not believe that Cersei would harm her own son. Pouring a glass of wine for both himself and Artys, Father continued, Robert is seeking support for Joffrey, so he is not entirely at ease with the Vale. I am far too old to manage such affairs, and soon the Vale will be entrusted to you. Artys, this is his concern. You are of similar age to Prince Joffrey, and Robert hopes to train you, granting you the opportunity to purge the traitors from Longbow Hall. So you may quickly earn the respect of the Vale. This is a rare point of agreement between Robert and me. A hint of affection glimmered in Father's eyes at that moment. However, I have only met the prince a few times. Artys drank the wine Father had poured for him. Its taste was markedly different from what he had previously experienced, leaving an unusual bitterness that made him wonder if it was meant to invigorate him. Robert wishes to adopt you, a proposal I have declined. Father articulated his reasoning. After I ascend the throne, I will have neither the time nor the inclination to meddle in the affairs of the Vale. It has been utter chaos these years. From my perspective, not from Robert's nor from the kingdom's, but solely from that of the Vale, the majority of the nobility prefers an heir born and raised in the Vale. Father paused momentarily, a frown returning to his brow, seemingly reluctant to continue. Especially with the endorsement of Stonehenge, this is the heir the Vale's nobility desires. Artys knew better than anyone the high standing of House Royce in the Vale, capable of rallying the majority of the nobility and landed knights. Father cleared his throat and sighed softly. Thus, I refused Robert's request for adoption, akin to Ned's refusal to send Robb Stark to King's Landing as Robert's squire. After witnessing your exceptional performance, Robert's thoughts have shifted significantly. Father smiled at him, having learned that Artys had been knighted and was in need of a squire. He wished for Joffrey to serve in that capacity. Artys, upon hearing this, did not become overly excited. He felt Robert's idea aligned quite well with the king's persona. I require a squire to serve me tea and assist with my armor, not a prince who would need my attention. He shrugged, sensing that Father would not agree. Having spent many years in the Red Keep, I find Prince Joffrey's character quite peculiar. He has a penchant for tormenting others. When King Robert is intoxicated, he often discusses this with me, and he is most earnest during those moments. When I approach him at other times, he feigns indifference. Ha ha ha. Father described the king lightly, even laughing aloud. However, he quickly stifled his laughter, the gravity and weariness of the Prime Minister returning to his countenance. I have declined, for I do not wish to bind myself too closely to the royal family, nor to align with an unstable heir. The shared sentiment among the nobility of the Vale is a desire for stability and an aversion to change, Artys thought. Therefore, since my visit to Longbow Hall was at the suggestion of King Robert, intended to hone my skills, what exactly is this matter of regret? Artys remained determined to uncover the truth, for it concerned his very life and fortune. His father rose from his seat, questioning whether he had no interest in witnessing the archery contest outside the city tomorrow. Rest early, he advised. In Artys's view, to unveil the truth, one must investigate the financial sources of Harlanhot. It was unfortunate that if the enigmatic guest was not the one who employed him, then who could it be? The motives for wanting to eliminate you were compelling. To destroy the evidence meant that no one would ever know of his treachery against his lord and kin. Artys longed to inquire further, yet his father had already exited the room, leaving him with no choice but to refrain. He had no desire to stay in the Prime Minister's tower. The cries of young Robin during the day had already vexed him. So he donned his helmet and rode away from the Red Keep. As night descended upon King's Landing, the darkness belonged to courtesans, travelers, and merchants, while the common folk in the residential areas had long since tidied up the day's chaos and returned home. In stark contrast, the vicinity of the brothels remained aglow with light. Artys would never venture out alone under the cover of darkness. A troop of several dozen blue-cloaked cavalrymen patrolled the streets until they reached the estate. Weimer sulked in the courtyard, polishing the dragonglass dagger in his hand. The memory of being struck on the head by a knight from the Riverlands, using a shield to deliver a blow, filled him with a mix of shame and anger. In a fit of rage, he drew his sword and struck the ground a few times. "Wymer, have you lost your wits again?" Artys entered the courtyard with a bemused smile. Wymer did not turn around, his tone slightly dejected. "I humiliated myself today. I brought disgrace upon the Vale." Artys was not surprised by Wymer's reaction, well aware of his fragile pride, and he endeavored to comfort him. "You fought without strategy. While the Riverlands had clearly studied the patterns of group combat beforehand, it is not entirely your fault." At Wymer's curiosity, he turned to face Artys. Their leader, Galantir, occupied the center, and the knights of the Riverlands clustered together, seemingly compressing their defense, thereby granting you more space to maneuver. However, this also caused the Vale's young men to scatter. Their initial assault targeting your head further contributed to our defeat, which was not entirely unjust. Artys regarded Wymer earnestly, providing a straightforward analysis. The more composed Artys appeared, the more discontent Wymer felt within, and he agitatedly flicked his sword. Observing this, Artys shifted his discourse, suggesting that, as knights, their individual combat skills might be lacking. Wymer's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Really?" Artys shrugged. "Of course. When it comes time for mounted combat, that knight from the Riverlands will surely face dire consequences." Wymer raised his fist, gripping his long sword tightly, and declared with indignation, "Yes, when the jousting commences, that Galantir will undoubtedly prove no match for the Knights of the Vale." Artys entered the room without disclosing to Wymer that his long-anticipated rival would not participate in the jousting event. Burdened with worries, he succumbed to a heavy slumber. 14. The tournament. 4. The archery competition was originally a celebration for the heroes of the common folk, with a grand prize of 5,000 gold dragons sufficient to compel each participant to risk their lives in pursuit of victory. Even many affluent knights from the Crownlands and the fallen nobility of the Crabclaw Peninsula shunned the more fiercely contested jousting events to vie for glory in the archery contest against the commoners. Artys donned a simple cloth armor, ensuring he did not appear overly ostentatious on the archery competition grounds, while the eagle-claw brooch of House Arryn secured his blue cloak behind him. In contrast, Wymer eschewed extravagance, clad in a brown-gray tunic complemented by a black scarf. As he stood at the sidelines, instructing his 12-year-old squire from the valley on how to hold a bow, the squire's stiff fingers struggled to draw the bowstring. And Wymer's expression was even more anxious than that of the boy, while a group of onlookers watched them with keen interest. Wymer inwardly cursed himself for choosing this moment to teach the lad. What a blunder. "Can this child even draw a bow, my lord?" a greenscarf commoner asked with ill intent from the side. "Look at his face, so flushed. He resembles someone straining at home. Ha!" Another chimed in, playfully mimicking the act. Laughter erupted within the crowd, and in a fit of anger and embarrassment, Wymer yanked the squire away from the field, the boy's eyes wide with innocence. Seated in the stands, Artys had his shield carried by a blue-cloaked knight from the valley, prepared for any unforeseen incidents during the competition. Sir Balon Swan of Storm's End was a favorite to win, riding a magnificent steed, a finely crafted longbow slung over his shoulder, his spirited gaze surveying the noisy throng. Recognizing his noble status, the crowd instinctively fell silent, parting to grant him passage. Wymer muttered discontentedly, venting his frustration on the squire, his lips moving incessantly. However, the boy seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated on the dashing armored figure of Sir Balon. Upon noticing this, Wymer felt his pride pricked and, in a fit of irritation, removed his cloth glove to deliver a sharp rap to the squire's forehead. Artys's attention was drawn to a young lad among the commoners, clutching a rough short bow, who gazed enviously at the competitors, his eyes shimmering with unfulfilled desire. No one anticipated the arrival of the king's entourage. The flamboyant banner of House Baratheon swept into the tournament grounds. 3 Kingsguard knights on horseback brandishing swords stood at the forefront. The youthful and handsome Ser Joffrey, helmet tucked under his arm, shimmered in golden armor, while the other 2 were clad in the standard white attire of the Kingsguard. With a resounding thud, King Robert leapt down from the carriage, followed closely by the Kingsguard. To Artys's surprise, Prince Joffrey trailed behind Robert, his ear firmly grasped by the king, tears glistening on his cheeks. "Artys," Robert called out, waving him over. A sense of foreboding washed over Artys as he caught Joffrey's resentful gaze. His heart tightened instinctively. Familiar with such looks from Wymer, albeit the latter was more easily managed. Yet Joffrey, he approached the elevated platform prepared for the king, standard at every competition, contingent solely upon the king's interest in spectating. King Robert appeared robust, yet surprisingly agile, striding confidently to the platform and plopping down on the sofa. Artys knelt on one knee, addressing the king. I, Artys Arryn, pay homage to the king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the realm. Rise, Artys. Observe their etiquette, Joffrey. King Robert did not forget to educate his son. Joffrey hung his head, filled with resentment. A heavy weight settled in Atticus's heart once more, yet his expression remained composed. Robert waved his hand and said, "Sit down, Atticus," gesturing towards a nearby armchair. Atticus obediently took his seat. Just as Joffrey was about to sit down, Robert's booming voice rang out, "Joffrey, you stand." Joffrey's face contorted in frustration, while Atticus awkwardly concealed his face, trying to avoid Joffrey's furious glare. "I hear you performed admirably in the Vale," Robert remarked. Taking a swig of wine, Atticus replied, "Your Majesty, that is due to your esteemed reputation." "Enough of that, Atticus. Your father is my foster father. We are all family. What reputation do I possess?" "Ha ha." Robert laughed at his own jest. Atticus gazed earnestly into Robert's face and said, "This is the truth, Your Majesty. You quelled the Targaryen tyranny and restored order among the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, preventing further destruction by the Mad King. The realm is united under your rule. And while the forces of Longbow Hall may seem formidable, their hearts are not aligned. The chivalric spirit and the laws of the Seven Kingdoms hold authority across all of Westeros under your reign, and this is the true reason for the Vale's successful rebellion." Robert looked at Atticus with evident surprise, harboring a twinge of doubt about whether he truly deserved such accolades, yet his exterior betrayed no hint of this uncertainty. He chuckled heartily. "Ha, well said, Atticus. I am growing to like you more and more." It seemed Robert had strayed from the central topic. As he began recounting the Battle of the Trident, describing how he shattered Rhaegar Targaryen's armor with a single blow of his warhammer, scattering rubies and diamonds across the ground, Atticus played along, laughing heartily with Robert, deliberately ignoring Joffrey's increasingly resentful expression. Whoosh! Ser Balon shot several arrows with precision, hitting the target, prompting cheers from the crowd, and Robert joined in the applause. Jaime Lannister, unable to bear witnessing the treatment of the prince, lowered his head and quietly requested, "Your Majesty, Prince Joffrey has been standing for a long time. It is unbecoming for a royal to stand before their vassals. Is it not?" Joffrey looked towards King Robert. Robert's discourse was interrupted, and he frowned slightly. "What is it? Does the Kingslayer wish to meddle in the affairs of the king?" "I would not dare," Jaime replied, raising his head, though his humble tone clashed with his proud demeanor. Robert disdainfully turned to Joffrey and shouted, "Did you hear that? The noble lion of House Lannister has advised you to take a seat. Sit down at once." Joffrey complied, sitting beside Robert, his face a mask of grievance and resentment. "The Kingslayer, go back to your wretched woman, or else I shall slay you." Robert gestured emphatically towards the Kingslayer. Jaime's expression darkened, and he regarded Robert in silence. "What? Do you wish to kill me? Come then, I shall grant you your desire. For you are indeed the Kingslayer." "Ha ha," Robert taunted, gazing provocatively at Jaime, who gripped the hilt of his sword tightly before bowing out, stating, "Your Majesty." As he turned to leave, Artys gazed calmly at the unfolding scene. Although the king's words were sharp, it was evident that he was heavily reliant on the Lannisters. While it appeared that the king had a firm grip on Jaime, Robert was still ensnared by the Lannisters in various aspects, and his reservations ran deep. "Damn the Lannisters," Robert muttered, bowing his head to take a hearty swig of wine. Suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, "Artys, you did splendidly in the Vale, cough cough." A surge of delight surged within Artys as he took pride in diverting Robert's awkward conversation. "I wish for my son to visit the Vale, take him around extensively, especially when you confront the mountain clans," Robert stated, revealing his intention. Joffrey's pupils dilated, and he blurted out, "I have no desire to mingle with country nobles." Robert shot him an angry glare, retorting, "I didn't ask you. Do you wish to remain seated?" Joffrey sprang to his feet, declaring, "I will not leave King's Landing. I am a prince." Robert, enraged, exclaimed, "Your father is still the king. Do you not heed the king's commands?" Joffrey ran off in tears, drawing laughter from the crowd at the tournament, while the newly crowned Ser Baron awkwardly waved his elegantly crafted longbow in celebration, his movements abruptly stiffening. "Cursed be it. How did I end up with such a son?" Robert sighed heavily. Artys remained silent, feeling a flicker of gratitude towards Joffrey's behavior, and gently advised, "Prince Joffrey merely lacks exercise. Hence, I believe sending him to the Vale is prudent." Robert's earnest words echoed in Artys's ears, tightening his chest. Damn. He had inadvertently revealed too much to the king. Robert's rotund visage filled Artys's view. The mountain clans in the Vale needed to be dealt with decisively, and sending Joffrey could provide him the necessary training. Artys, completely off rhythm, hastily responded, The terrain of the Moon Mountains is treacherous. The savages there do not recognize noble status and will kill anyone they capture. The conflict between the Vale and the mountain clans has spanned millennia. It cannot be resolved in an instant. Haha. The Targaryen dragon spawn has caused turmoil for centuries, yet they were ultimately shattered by my hammer. Robert laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed. Your Majesty's valor, which ended the Mad King's tyranny, is indeed unparalleled, and should the prince venture to the Vale, he might hinder our efforts, Artys said. Feeling somewhat hypocritical, yet mustering the courage to speak. After a prolonged silence, Robert finally remarked, You do not care for young Joffrey, do you? Artys clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anxiety. Alas, Robert sighed again. I know my son well. He is quite unlikable. He gloomily took another swig of wine. His bulk slumped on the sofa, exuding a weariness reminiscent of the Mad King, his tone oddly light. Artys was startled by this remark and hastily replied, How could that be? Prince Joffrey is, enough, Artys, Jon's son. Robert impatiently waved his hand. I need to hear the truth, Artys, not pitiful lies or damned flattery. The king's eyes sparkled with intensity, and in that moment, Artys felt the weight of royal authority. Artys solemnly gathered his thoughts as the common folk dispersed, leaving only the silent Iron Guard standing at the edge of the high platform, their spears erect, creating a tense atmosphere. Your Majesty, should Prince Joffrey wish to accompany me to the Vale in search of the Mountain Clan, willing to endure such hardships, I cannot refuse the king's request. Artys addressed the monarch. A fleeting smile crossed Robert's face as he replied, Joffrey will agree to be your squire. Damn it, Artys thought. Is it merely a matter of taking him for a brief tour of the moonlit mountains to admire the beautiful vistas of the Vale? I never intended for him to serve as my squire. In the end, who would truly be serving whom? Without hesitation, Artys spoke up, Regrettably, Your Majesty, I have already chosen my squire. Not to worry, great knights always have an abundance of squires, Robert remarked, undeterred by the potential loss of royal dignity. Your Majesty, the prince is to be my future king. He is the one I have sworn to protect, and I cannot allow him to lose his dignity, Artys stated earnestly. His expression grave. Robert, taken aback, began to regard him with admiration. That is the most delightful sentiment I have heard all day. Very well, I shall grant your wish. My boy, he said, rising from his seat and signaling to the Iron Guard and the palanquin to prepare for departure. Your Majesty, Artys called out. Robert turned to him. Is there something more you wish to say? Speak freely. I am following the order to quell the rebellion. I hope you will forgive my impertinence, but I am curious to know who advised you on this matter. I am grateful for his counsel, as it has greatly enhanced my reputation. Artys approached Robert, nearly leaning in to speak in a tone only they could hear. How did you know someone advised me? Robert asked, astonished. You are as clever as Jon, haha? Mimicking Artys, Robert leaned closer and whispered, It is your loyal little lord from the Vale, always wrongfully accused by the Vale nobility. You must reward him well. He has brought you great acclaim, and I shall enjoy the spoils, Robert declared, straightening up and speaking loudly. Artys chuckled softly. Of course, Your Majesty. 15. The Tournament of Arms. 5. Littlefinger, indeed it was him, Artys mused. The archery tournament had concluded, and Sir Balon Swan proudly accepted Robert's perfunctory verbal commendation. Riding his magnificent steed Storm, circling the arena while basking in the crowd's accolades, Artys felt little enthusiasm for it. Sir Balon was among the few nobles in this archery contest, his fine longbow granting him an advantage in long-range shooting, while his exquisitely crafted shortbow served him well for quick shots at close range. Thus, it was only natural for the knight to emerge victorious. The young man Artys had seen earlier had not yet departed the tournament grounds. He was tightening his homemade shortbow, lifting his chin to fixate on the eagle's beak brooch upon Artys's cloak, then glancing back at the few blue-clad personal guards of House Arryn behind him. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he stood up, preparing to leave. Artys appreciated the intensity of the young man's gaze, a vigor he had never encountered before. Although there are certain similarities in the defiant gaze of the young man to that of Weimer after being repeatedly vanquished in combat, the impression he leaves is entirely distinct. You wish to partake in the archery contest. Why not register? Artys inquired. The young man halted, turning back in confusion to behold Artys, clad in a fabric armor that nonetheless bore the unmistakable elegance of nobility. With a dismissive tone, he retorted, nobles would hardly understand the reasons. He intended to disregard the conversation and resumed his stride. Artys discerned the essence of that gaze. It was the defiance of a commoner towards the aristocracy. May I ask you? Artys maintained his courtesy, approaching the young man. The youth turned, impatiently uttering two words, no money. Artys was taken aback, perplexed. For the tournament merely required identification and typically did not demand a fee. It was a standard protocol. Upon reflection, he grasped the underlying complexities of the situation. The young man's contemptuous expression became evident as he disdainfully regarded Artys. So you are the much-lauded young Master Eileen? I see your family crest. Artys chose not to engage with this awkward remark and directly stated, the officials for the archery contest aimed at commoners do charge fees, correct? The young man looked at him as if he were a fool, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Do they dare collect from noble lords? Artys smiled back at him. What is your name? Ongai. And you, Lord Eileen? The young man provocatively gazed at Artys, even whistling. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue drew his sword, pressing it against Ongai's throat. My lord, I could dispatch him with a single stroke. Ongai immediately straightened, gasping for breath, casting his eyes downward at the gleaming blade. Artys gently motioned with his hand, and the sword retreated from Ongai's neck. Ongai exhaled, his fear evident as he looked at Artys. Are you confident in your archery skills? Artys echoed Ongai's earlier tone, tauntingly. Ongai raised his short bow to his chest, his expression darkening. No one can rival me. Lord Eileen, you shall witness today. Artys extended his hand to accept the short bow from the blue-clad figure, its exquisite blue stripes shimmering brilliantly under the sun. Ongai cast a glance of envy at the bow in Artys's possession, but quickly concealed it. Everyone boasts. Shall we have a contest? Ongai boldly stepped into an open area, seemingly in his element, confidently raising the bow in his hand, his proud gaze challenging Artys. Artys approached him, inquiring, how shall we compete? I shall go first. Observe closely, Ongai declared with confidence as he stepped forward. He knocked an arrow and loosed it, striking the bullseye. He swiftly knocked another arrow, releasing two simultaneously. Both hit the mark. The wind stirred, producing a resonant vibration. The final arrow, Ongai smiled subtly, drawing his bow toward the sky. Eileen, this is art, the art of arrows, belonging to this young man before you. With a swift motion, he shot the arrow, its trajectory lost in the blinding sunlight. And the crowd gazed upwards, unaware of its destination. Laughter erupted, echoing through the air. The laughter of the man in the blue robe did not perturb Ongai. Instead, Ongai smiled confidently at Artys, counting down with his fingers, 3, 2, 1. Right on target. His finger pointed to a target ahead, the arrow descending gracefully to strike the bullseye. Like a performer in a theater, Ongai bowed elegantly to the audience. The blue-robed man fell silent, astonishment etched upon his face as he beheld the scene. Artys, too, regarded the spectacle as one would admire art, and he was the first to applaud. Ongai, filled with pride, raised an eyebrow and said, Your turn, Eileen. Artys handed his short bow to the blue-robed man and stepped forward to Ongai, declaring, To ensure fairness, I shall use your bow. Ongai frowned in confusion, but nonetheless passed the short bow to Artys. Nobles often like to display their grandeur while shooting arrows. With a smile, Artys approached, drawing the bow wide, 3 arrows poised, motionless as if aiming. Huh. Ongai chuckled quietly to himself. The blue-robed man anxiously glanced at his master. A sense of unease swelling within him, uncertain whether his master could surpass such a dazzling display. Artys felt the subtle shift in the air, sunlight glimmering upon the surface of the arrows, casting a golden hue. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if everything around him had come to a standstill, the buzzing of mosquitoes, the din of the crowd, the anxious swallow of the blue-robed man, and Ongai's light laughter, all faded into oblivion. His pupils constricted, capturing the slow flutter of the insect's wings. After a brief moment of stillness, the arrow was released. None struck the bullseye. Is this your archery skill? Ongai chuckled lightly, approaching him with a hint of disdain. Artys turned, a smile blossoming on his face. No need to rush, Ongai, he said, moving towards the target. With Ongai curiously following and the blue-robed man hastily trailing behind. Each arrowhead barely penetrated the target, and upon closer inspection, Ongai noticed that each arrowhead was adorned with buzzing mosquitoes, their wings entangled in the arrow's tip. Ongai fell silent, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the scene before him. This cannot be real. Seeing is believing, the blue-robed man murmured before Artys could respond. Thank you for your finely crafted arrows. They provided me this opportunity to showcase my skill, Artys replied, surmising that Ongai had fashioned such delicate tips to perfect the technique he had just displayed. Ongai remained silent, turning his face away with a soft sigh, extending his hand. Return my bow. Artys did not comply but instead asked, Where did you practice this archery? Ongai, growing impatient, retorted, What business is it of yours? You are a genius. Ongai, with a little nurturing, you shall become even more formidable, Artys remarked. Ongai looked at Artys, his eyes seemingly reddening, cursing inwardly, damn. How embarrassing. He covered his mouth, attempting to snatch the short bow from Artys, but Artys deftly evaded him. I will not return the bow to you, Artys said with a triumphant smile. Ongai stared at him in shock, unaccustomed to such brazen behavior from someone like Artys. You scoundrel, unworthy of nobility, Ongai exclaimed angrily, pointing accusingly at Artys. Artys feigned exasperation, shaking his head, and candidly declared, Aren't you the one who looks down on nobles? What does it matter who is worthy or not? They are merely gluttons and wastrels. Ongai inhaled deeply, declaring, You possess no honor. Atrus chuckled, You may take your bow, but first, you must defeat me and follow my lead. On what grounds? Ongai retorted, infuriated, dismissing the potential benefits of being courted by a high noble. You claim no one can rival your archery skills, yet you have lied, have you not? Where is your honor? Atrus responded with a smile. Ongai, momentarily taken aback, gazed incredulously at Atrus. Defeat me, and the short bow shall be yours, Atrus stated, adding, Since I am the only one in all of Westeros capable of besting you in archery, you can only learn this skill from me, without following my lead. You shall never surpass me. The streets will soon echo with tales of Ongai, who boasts unmatched archery, yet proves to be a mere pretender, Atrus embellished. Ongai's ire flared. I am no pretender. I am simply momentarily inferior to you. How will you prove it? By your recent display of archery? Follow me. And you may demonstrate your prowess at any time, Atrus replied calmly. Ongai fell silent again. I shall provide you with 50 silver stags each month, Atrus continued. Very well. Ongai answered without hesitation. I primarily wish to learn archery, he added, hesitantly, as if seeking to enhance his own prestige. Atrus nodded with a smile. Ongai donned the attire of a personal guard of House Arryn, a blue cloak billowing behind him, opting for light, fitted fabric armor rather than cumbersome plate. This brief interlude was soon overshadowed by the grand spectacle of the jousting tournament the following day, where throngs of people gathered, clad in armor, and attendants bore knightly gear. Atrus raised his lance and effortlessly shattered his opponent's shield, causing a knight from the Riverlands to tumble from his steed. He lifted his shield, basking in the cheers of the crowd. The familiar white knight, Petyr Baelish, descended from the platform, while King Robert applauded in admiration, and his father joyfully celebrated. Though Queen Cersei, seemingly indifferent to the tournament, regarded him with a venomous glare. Unperturbed, Atrus prepared for his next match against his old acquaintance, the captain of the Kingsguard, Petyr Baelish, vowing to summon every ounce of focus to honor this legendary knight. From the Eyrie, Sir Artys Arryn, the judge proclaimed, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The chant of Eagle of the Vale, crashing like waves. Kingsguard, the legendary knight, Petyr Baelish Selmy. The audience's fervor was even more intense than for Atrus. Their ardent gazes fixed upon the two knights, poised for battle. This duel was highly anticipated, as countless had grown up hearing tales of Petyr Baelish from the moment of their birth, including the 16-year-old Atrus. One was the fabled White Knight, the other, the recently prominent Eagle of the Vale, with wagers on this match exceeding 5,000 golden dragons. Baelish nodded slightly to himself, donning his visor, his handsome white helm and armor gleaming brilliantly. Atrus, clad in blue, raised his lance slightly, steadying his warhorse beneath him. Begin. With a single command from the judge, Atrus surged forward, opting not for a gradual acceleration, but rather an instantaneous dash. Baelish remained composed, slightly accelerating as he aimed his lance forward, seemingly relying on the momentum of his charge to secure victory. The two steeds collided, their lances striking against each other's shields with a resounding shatter. A second lance. Artys swiftly grasped the spear handed to him by Ongai, gripping his warhorse's mane, and launched an immediate attack. Baelish turned, albeit a moment too late. As he spurred his horse forward, their lances crossed, and Artys deftly angled his, causing Baelish's lance to miss and strike his chest instead. Alas, Baelish let out a soft sigh as he was propelled into the air, crashing down. The crowd's roar surged. Eagle of the Valley. Eagle of the Valley. In the midst of the tournament, the prideful Jaime Lannister furrowed his brow, visibly astonished by Arthys's triumph over Baelish. King Robert was the first to rise, applauding fervently while grasping the hand of the Prime Minister, celebrating the moment. His father looked on with satisfaction at Artys, while Robert's other hand was mechanically waving. The onlookers, seemingly accustomed to the king's lack of decorum, continuously cheering for the victor. Baelish clumsily rose from the ground, his attendant rushing to assist him. Removing his helmet with both hands, he raised his head to gaze at Artys, who was being hailed by the crowd. You have grown. Your skills have become more refined. Baelish calmly accepted the damp cloth from his attendant to wipe his face, smiling as he addressed Artys. Artys dismounted politely, responding, "It was merely luck, Sir Baelish." Baelish shook his head in resignation. "There is no need for such modesty, Artys." He turned away in silence, his attendant following closely behind, the white helmet and long sword swaying as they moved. The warhorse, previously prone, steadied itself and stood up, willingly accepting the reins from the attendant. Together, the two men and their steed exited amidst the cheers of the crowd, chasing the shadows of their fading glory. Upon returning to the sidelines, Ongai promptly offered Artys a cup of cool water, which he accepted gratefully, downing it in haste. He needed to hurry to the stands. For the next match was that of Wema. After a brief respite, Wema entered the arena, his expression momentarily stunned upon seeing his opponent. The massive figure on horseback was clad in a giant helm that obscured half of his face, revealing terrifying eyes that seemed to stare lifelessly. The mountain. Artys felt a lump rise in his throat. He had only heard of the creature's infamous reputation, but seeing him in person was an entirely different experience. The referee remained unfazed, instead rallying the crowd, presenting Sir Gregor Clegane from Clegane's Keep. He spread his arms towards the spectators, his shrill voice grating on the ears. "Let us see that little one perish. Everyone is betting on your victory, mountain." Many in the audience had wagered their golden dragons on the mountain, immediately pressuring Wema with their words. Wema, maintaining his composure, accepted the lance, secured his visor, tightened his shield, and raised his lance slightly, lowering his posture as his horse gradually quieted. The mountain steed stumbled unsteadily beneath him. His massive size may not necessarily influence the outcome of a lance duel. Yet he pressed down on his horse with dissatisfaction, awkwardly moving forward. "Lance duel, begin." The referee waved his flag vigorously. Wema steadied his horse, opting for a slow acceleration, familiar to him. The mountain, however, clearly did not share this habit. He abruptly yanked at his horse, causing it to bolt forward in pain. The stark contrast in size rendered Artys utterly absorbed in the spectacle. As the two combatants faced each other, he furrowed his brow, finding momentary relief upon noticing Wema still mounted. Wema skillfully evaded the formidable spear of the mountain demon, yet his own thrust missed its mark, prompting him to swiftly maneuver his steed and re-engage. The mountain demon, turning with apparent sluggishness, clutched his mane as his horse let out a resonant neigh, struggling to pivot. At that moment, Wema closed the distance, raising his shield before him as he thrust his spear, exploiting the gap created by the shifting shield. The mountain demon absorbed the blow, Wema's spear shattering upon impact. However, the seasoned adversary arched backward just in time, mitigating the force of the strike. With a dismissive chuckle, the mountain demon swung his shield, prompting Wema to guard his head, blocking the strike. In a swift maneuver, he attempted to reposition his horse to regain space and retrieve his spear. Yet, his opponent seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear towards Wema's helmet. In a split second, Wema sidled against his steed, clinging to its side as the spear merely grazed his helmet, leaving him largely unscathed. The audience gasped in astonishment, with Robert fixated on the duel, while the learned scholar, Sir Petyr, dabbed the perspiration from his brow with a damp cloth. Wema's agility became evident as he deftly maneuvered past the mountain demon, accurately retrieving the attendant's spear. He turned, gasping for breath, yet hesitated not a moment in seizing the initiative once more, aware that against such a formidable foe, he must harness the momentum of his mount to create an advantage. The mountain demon remained undeterred as his steed lumbered forward, and Wema found himself once again within striking range. The arena held its breath, silence enveloping the moment as Wema relinquished his shield and was sent sprawling to the ground. The mountain demon, leaning back excessively, urged his steed to accelerate, attempting to dislodge his opponent. In the chaos, Wema fell, seemingly resigned to defeat, as he lay motionless on the ground. Fuming, the mountain demon cursed, and the attendant promptly presented a massive sword. He unsheathed the blade and advanced with purpose. "Wema, stand up," Artys shouted, rising to his feet, as did Wema's brothers, Robert and Andar, their anxious gazes fixed on the unfolding scene. Combat. The referee appeared to deliberately delay the call. It was only then that Wema regained his bearings and stumbled to his feet, just as the colossal sword descended. He narrowly evaded the blow, and the attendant hurriedly tossed him the long sword. Wema caught it deftly, springing up to counter the giant's strike with a powerful slash. The impact resonated as the mountain demon's might bore down like a rampaging beast. Wema, caught off guard, was once again sent sprawling, yet astonishingly, he maintained a firm grip on the sword. The mountain demon marched relentlessly forward. The shadow of the massive sword loomed over Wema once more, but he skillfully dodged, executing a horizontal cut that was met with the mountain demon's colossal weapon. The adversary, leveraging his brute strength, drove forward, causing Weimer to stumble. The mountain demon then unleashed a fierce upward slash. Weimer fell to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. The giant's blade followed closely behind. A sharp whistle of an arrow pierced the air from the stance. A massive arrow struck the sword of the mountain with precision, causing him to falter. "I concede," he shouted, hastily retreating. The arena erupted in cheers, predominantly the raucous celebration of gamblers. Artys, wielding an immense bow, captivated the crowd. This bow appeared colossal compared to most, its string quivering ever so slightly, releasing arrows of extraordinary size. What strength was required to draw such a bow? An unharmonious voice disrupted the proceedings, questioning the rules of combat. Did Sir Artys not comprehend the concept of decorum? Cersei Lannister, the Prime Minister, glared at the outspoken queen, harboring doubts that the mountain, a mad dog of the Lannisters, was sent by Cersei to target the Knights of the Vale. Yet, this discordant voice was once again drowned out by the populace's chants. "Eagle of the Vale! Eagle of the Vale! Artys Arryn! Artys Arryn!" Cersei's expression darkened anew as she muttered, "It seems King's Landing has become the domain of these little eagles. The Prime Minister is an Arryn. And everywhere one sees the blue cloaks of the Vale, this insufferable Artys is basking in the limelight of King's Landing." Robert, evidently having overheard the queen, exclaimed, "By the seven hells," as he threw his hands up in exasperation, glancing helplessly at the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, Littlefinger, concealed at the back of the stance, smiled contemplatively at the burgeoning young eagle before him. Balon rose to applaud, leading the crowd in chanting the name of the Eagle of the Vale. Stannis regarded Artys with approval, though he maintained a stern demeanor. The mountain remained silent, his anger directed at Artys, who was drawing his bow on the platform. He forcefully dismissed an approaching attendant and strode away. Cersei, witnessing the mountain's fury, smiled with satisfaction, casting a disdainful glance at Artys before rising with Prince Joffrey to leave the dais. As they passed the Prime Minister, she deliberately remarked, "I hope your eldest son can display such prowess against the mountain in the next match." Before the Prime Minister could respond, Robert's hand struck Cersei's face, her scream reverberating throughout the arena as the onlookers observed the spectacle with amusement. Enraged, Cersei seized Joffrey's hand and hurried away, with Jaime trailing behind her. "Lannister," Robert muttered with disdain. Cersei swiftly returned to the stands, Jaime following her with a resigned expression. She glared at Robert and spat. "I would relish seeing your little eagle without a wing." Such politically naive remarks were evidently not new to the Prime Minister, who shrugged indifferently. However, Stannis could not tolerate her words, stating, "Your Majesty, please watch your words. The Arryn family is the guardian of the Eastern Realm and must not be threatened by loyal subjects," maintaining his stern countenance as he addressed Cersei. Balon, surprisingly aligned with Stannis, proclaimed, "The common folk are laughing at us, and that enormous mad dog may not even stand a chance against our Eagle of the Vale. Indeed, I shall wager on Artys in the next round." In the name of the vassals of the Vale, Littlefinger chimed in aptly. On the ladies' stand, the gentle Rose, Marjorie Tyrell, conversed amiably with the 6-year-old Princess Myrcella, asking, "Is Sir Artys going to battle that monster in the next round?" Myrcella's soft voice inquired. "Yes, my princess," came the response. The little Rose maintained her enchanting smile, her breathtaking beauty compelling Myrcella to desire closeness. "How terrifying. Will Sir Artys prevail?" Myrcella gasped, covering her mouth in fear. "Of course, my princess. Sir Artys is an eagle. An eagle fears not the monsters," came the reassuring reply. For the first time, the little Rose ceased her smile, gazing with concern toward the stands. Artys approached his father cautiously, prepared to act should any situation arise, knowing the Imperial Guards would swiftly intervene. Artys nodded in understanding as he beckoned Ongui, who was already captivated by his archery skills, and descended from the high platform, donning his armor in preparation for the contest. As he made his way to the field, Wyma sat before a tent, accompanied by Robb and Anda. "Artys," Wyma exclaimed upon seeing him, "be careful." Artys shrugged his blue cloak with confidence. "Fear not, for I am the Eagle of the Valley." "Damn it, he has gotten cocky again," Wyma muttered, though his eyes betrayed his apprehension. Robb whispered to Wyma, "My brother and I have agreed. Should any change occur in the arena, the Valley Knights will rush to assist." Wyma nodded in understanding. The wind lifted the banners on the tournament grounds as Artys rode forth on his steed, kicking up dust with the rhythm of his galloping hoofs. The blue tassels on his lance fluttered, and his handsome visage, adorned in striking armor, stood resolute. Meanwhile, the mountain demon gripped his steed tightly, lowering his lance slightly, growling, Today, I shall feast on roasted eagle. You'll need fire to roast. Shall I sever that oversized appendage to cool your temper? Artys retorted, unfazed and smiling. The mountain demon, enraged, reared his horse and charged forward. Artys took a slight step back, urging his horse to quicken its pace, adjusting his breath to maintain his rhythm. The crowd fell silent, the tense atmosphere enveloping them like an oven, while the sun shone down with curious intensity. 17. The tournament commences. Artys, the eagle of the valley. Bring down that vulture. Go, big guy. The cheers crescendoed as Artys collided with the mountain demoness lance, both weapons shattering upon impact. This initial clash revealed to Artys the true might of his opponent, yet he remained calm, swiftly grasping the lance handed to him by Eyrie, lowering its tip once more as he galloped forward. Though the mountain demon was slightly slower, his awareness was keen. Utilizing his massive size, he pushed his lance down heavily, creating a pressuring force akin to a mountain looming overhead. Artys spread his arms slightly, and the mountain demon noticed the gap in Arthys's shield that left his chest vulnerable. With a sinister grin, he aimed with deadly intent, thrusting his lance forward. In response, Artys retracted his shield suddenly, pivoting inward as the lance struck with a violent force, shattering his shield into fragments that flew through the air. The mountain demon's eyes widened as Artys closed the distance between them, his fierce gaze locking onto him with clarity. A sharp pain pierced through the mountain demon's chest, and he felt himself being torn from his steed as the sound of his splintered lance echoed in his ears. He collapsed with a thunderous crash. At the moment when the mountain demon fell, the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers, with the name Artys echoing throughout the venue. Artys, however, did not join in the jubilation. Instead, he dismounted swiftly, drew the long sword handed to him by Eyrie, and turned to face his opponent. The mountain demon, gripping his colossal sword tightly, charged at him with a furious roar, declaring, "I shall kill you with my own hands." Both combatants commenced their battle with fervor. As the referee excitedly proclaimed the start, the mountain demon eschewed tactical finesse, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Weimer, swinging his massive sword down from above. Any ordinary knight would have faltered at such a display. Yet, Artys evaded the strike with agility, akin to a hawk swooping down on its prey, and deftly thrust his sword towards the mountain demon, leaving a fresh gash across his face, from which blood flowed profusely. "Ah!" The mountain demon cried out in agony, abandoning the distance between them and crashing forward, leveraging his physical advantage. Artys, more nimble than anticipated, sidestepped and rolled away, and as he passed the mountain demon's flank, his sword glided through the air once more, inflicting yet another wound upon the brute's visage. The mountain demon swung his giant sword in retaliation, the sharp edge slicing through the air. Artys quickly crouched down, his sword poised forward. He noted that the mountain demon was encased in armor, with only his face unprotected, as he had not donned a mask like Artys. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the mountain demon aimed a kick, but Artys chose not to evade. Instead, he placed the back of his sword against the ground, using the force of the mountain demon's kick to propel himself upward in a graceful leap, putting further distance between them. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, with King Robert even dancing in delight, shouting, "Go, little eagle!" "Ha!" The mountain demon, panting heavily, realized that the series of moves had transpired in mere moments, yet Artys had maintained complete control over the rhythm of the duel. In a fit of rage, he charged again, dragging his sword clumsily as he swung it at Artys. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The mountain demon lamented his decision not to wear a mask, as wounds multiplied across his face, blood streaming down and even seeping into his eyes. Artys pointed his sword at the mountain demon's disfigured visage, and from the high platform, Cersei's expression transformed into a mix of anger and shock. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister and King Robert engaged in light-hearted conversation, masking their nervousness with sips of tea, while Robert openly mocked the mountain demon's plight. Littlefinger, wearing a bemused expression, gazed at the stands and remarked to Lysa, "It seems our valley eagle has soared over this mountain demon. It is truly remarkable. Indeed, such a valiant knight is rarely seen in the Seven Kingdoms, especially one of noble lineage," Lysa replied, admiring Artys. It appeared that Lord Lysa had developed quite an appreciation for Sir Artys. With a playful tone, Littlefinger remarked, "Oh, Lord Lysa, if this valiant warrior emerges victorious from the tournament, I shall gladly relinquish my treasury to him." Not shying away from Lysa's gaze, he continued, "The bravery of the knights of the Seven Kingdoms is indeed a boon for the crown." Lysa, upon hearing this, broke into a wide grin, chuckling as he responded, "How could that be? The entire realm of the Seven Kingdoms lacks your wallet. It is merely the treasury's purse, belonging to my elder brother, Lord Robert, as well as to Littlefinger. Littlefinger remained unfazed, remarking that your words are rather daunting, my lord. Following this, the two burst into hearty laughter, playfully mocking one another. Stannis, however, had lost interest in the scene, coldly observing the merriment of Loras in the front row. Ser Ares is a valiant knight in the mountain. This mad dog who disregards the laws of the realm without punishment has finally received his due retribution. Loras is well aware that Stannis is ridiculing him, the master of laws. Everyone acknowledges Ares' bravery, but to speak of the mountain's defiance of the law, come now, dear brother Stannis. I shall refrain from naming the house which harbors this mad dog. The esteemed courtiers, and the crown itself, seem to turn a blind eye to the vassal's sacrilege against the law, Stannis scoffed. Loras waved his hand impatiently, as if wishing to disperse the bad omen enveloping him. Littlefinger sipped his tea politely, even inquiring if Loras desired some. Stannis fell silent, observing the unfolding events below. The mountain lay sprawled on the ground, blood mingling with the dirt of the arena, his vision clouded with crimson as he wildly brandished his colossal sword, searching for Ares. Ares, coldly watching the deranged mountain, gripped his longsword, aiming it squarely at the mountain's face, ready to strike. Enough, barked the hound beside Joffrey, you've lost. You damned fool. The mountain howled in agony as Ares thrust the hilt of his sword forcefully against the mountain's face, causing him to collapse, unconscious. His attendants, upon witnessing his mangled visage, were too terrified to approach, ultimately requiring the assistance of many to cautiously help the mountain off the field. And the victor is. The referee elongated his words. Ser Ares Oakhart from the Vale, the Eagle of the Vale. The crowd could no longer contain their fervor, erupting in cheers. The noble women joined in the jubilation, particularly when Ares removed his mask, revealing his handsome face, causing a frenzy, while the demure Marjorie even half-lifted Princess Myrcella in celebration. Ares graciously accepted the garland of flowers awarded for the tournament, riding over to the ladies' box, where they all lowered their heads, concealing their flushed cheeks. Ares approached Marjorie, smiling as he gazed at her. Yet Marjorie spoke, her eyes captivating. Princess Myrcella is the queen of love and beauty for this tournament. Ares, my lord. Noticing her hand tightly clutching her skirt, he smiled softly and replied, of course, my lady, as he presented the garland to Princess Myrcella, who eagerly accepted it. The tournament concluded amidst the soaring eagle's flight. The banquet of King Robert commenced beneath the Iron Throne, with Cersei seated coldly atop the dais, until the king announced the feast for Joffrey's name day began, at which point Joffrey, adorned in splendid attire, took his seat beside her, eliciting her smile. Artys traversed the noble circles of the river bend, where ancient aristocrats like the Florentines and the Red Winds resided. Their firstborn heirs often approached him, engaging in conversations that ranged from casual to absurd, some even expounding on the geographical nuances of Eagle's Nest. Regardless of the absurdity, he responded with a polite smile, though the inner flame of enthusiasm for the festivities gradually extinguished with each encounter. With a wine jug in hand, he retreated to the second floor, gazing vacantly at the distant lights. This city was indeed beautiful. Turning around, he found Sir Garland of the Tyrell family. With a resigned lift of his wine cup, he acknowledged Garland. The latter raised his empty hands. My lord, I have not brought a cup. Artys chuckled and replied, indeed, from a distance, the realm is always stunning. Not catching any foul odors, I presume? Garland quipped, stroking his beard. Artys appraised Garland. His handsome visage paired with well-groomed stubble rendered him devoid of the effeminate airs often scorned by Valley knights, while also avoiding the extremes of dishevelment, projecting a martial grace. Perhaps, Artys mused, turning back to the window. My lord, I have yet to congratulate you on your victory at the tournament. Garland's earnest gaze met his. Accustomed to such remarks, Artys initially intended to brush it off, yet his heart compelled him to say, perhaps it is because you did not compete. Garland accepted the wine cup offered by a servant, pouring himself a drink, then raised it toward Artys. Too modest, my lord. My sister has quite the fondness for you. My lord, Garland remarked after sipping his wine. Artys involuntarily smiled in understanding, while Garland continued to drink with an air of nonchalance. I am delighted to hear that. Lord Garland, Artys expressed sincerely. Garland sensed a step closer in their rapport, smiling as he said, I rather hope Marjorie remains as she is, with you, trailing off. Noticing this, Artys chose silence. I have heard that your father has discussed the matter of my sister's marriage with mine, Garland inquired. Artys affirmed this. What a pity. My father was quite pleased about it, Garland lamented. Artys found it challenging not to be swayed by Garland's words. Yet the pressing matters at hand left him little energy for matrimonial discussions. "Sir Garland, you seem rather melancholic," Artys remarked calmly. "Every family has its own burdens. There is no need for regret." Garland observed Artys's gaze shift elsewhere, following suit to find the Chancellor quietly conversing with Stannis, whose ironclad countenance bore a flicker of surprise. Artys glanced at his father, who seemed overly familiar with the Riverbend nobility, while the Valley's aristocrats were left in the shadows. The Riverbend nobles navigated their surroundings with a dexterity that appeared superior to that of their counterparts from other regions. He excused himself from Garland and returned to the company of the Valley. Leaning against the window, Garland surveyed the festivities, contemplating that this was not mere sentimentality, but rather a brother's concern for his sister's future. 18. Strategies. The cold blade pressed against his throat instilled an ever-present sense of impending death, a sensation that had once been savored by Petyr Baelish during his youthful naivety when he dared to challenge the Northern Wolf, Brandon Stark. The inescapable terror of that moment still lingered in his memory. With the death of the wolf, that feeling was rekindled in the presence of a fledgling eagle. Petyr relinquished the dagger. Ever since his beloved Lysa had given birth to the Prime Minister's youngest son, Robin, a scheme had been brewing in his mind. His ambition for power reached its zenith upon the arrival of the Prime Minister's eldest son, Aegon, in King's Landing. That fledgling eagle must perish. He mused beneath the Prime Minister's tower. For this purpose, he had been preparing for years. Petyr was accustomed to taking risks. Whether in his dealings with Lysa or in his investigations into the Lords of the Vale, these actions left traces, yet he always provided justifications or discreetly erased the evidence. The eldest son of House Arryn was ensconced in the traditional stronghold of the Royce family, Stonehaven, rarely venturing out. Merely encountering the disdainful gaze of Bronze Jon would awaken Petyr's deeply buried insecurities. Alarmingly, this fledgling eagle had recently returned from King's Landing, having traversed the Vale, and Petyr was utterly unaware of his whereabouts. The territory of the Vale was often fragmented, like the peninsula where Stonehaven and Seagull Town rested. One of the few flat lands in the Vale, while the rest was enveloped by the Moon Mountains, complicating communication. Even the crows flying to Eagle's Nest were trained by scholars, a fact unknown to most. He endeavored to find a chink in the armor of the ancient and insular Vale, a region where understanding the basic dynamics was challenging. Each lord's demands, each noble's ambitions, and their frictions were intricate. The role of the mountain clans in the Vale could only be approached from one angle: the customs overseen by the Minister of Finance in Seagull Town, the third largest city in Westeros. This was one of the rare intersections where the lords of the Vale frequently gathered, a hub of thriving trade. Given the Vale's emphasis on coastal defense, nearly all military nobles and even the knightly class brought their children or family members to observe the local defenses, ports, and fleets. It was there that Petyr became acquainted with Harland, the youngest son of House Hunter, and learned of his ambitions. How foolishly the old Lord Hunter had bestowed affection upon his youngest, leaving the true power to his two elder brothers. Was it any wonder that chaos ensued? Petyr pondered. Longbow Hall was situated in close proximity to the Fingers Peninsula, and as a native noble of that land, he was derisively dubbed Littlefinger by the ignorant Lysa Tully, a title derived from the smallest digit of the hand. The despair of his class spurred him onward, and meticulous plans began to take shape in his hands. Through relationships established in the free trade city-state, he connected with a peculiar group of assassins, killers who expressed regret before taking a life, known as the Regretful Ones of Quarrel. Engaged in customs trade for many years, he could not possibly deny the greedy pirates roaming the narrow seas their lavish tolls. Even under the prolonged supervision of Stannis's fleet from Dragonstone, Littlefinger still managed to afford certain pirate captains a semblance of survival, which conveniently facilitated his own ambitions. The aspirations of Harlan Hall and his connections with the pirate lords, along with the regrets of Quentyn, all played their parts. Littlefinger blamed Harlan for this maneuver, knowing full well he could have lured his brother Eustace and Adys into the city to act when they were seated at the table. Within the walls, Harlan's trusted allies, and outside, the restless pirates, an ambush on Adys and his hundreds of cavalry would have been effortlessly executed. Harlan could have preemptively detained the horses and orchestrated Adys' solitary accommodation, even dispatching Quentyn as the final piece in his scheme. Yet, Harlan's hubris led him to believe he could strike at the very moment they entered the city, facing a fully armed cavalry. The pirates outside and the men loyal to him within would hardly be able to subdue all those cavalrymen. Even if he succeeded in slaying Eustace and Adys, Harlan would find himself unable to continue his deceit, faced instead with the wrath of thousands of vengeful knights. Thankfully, he had previously instructed Quentyn to poison Harlan at the opportune moment, or else his own treachery might have been exposed. Should this plan succeed, it would at least spare him from repercussions, but he had not anticipated the keen insight of this fledgling hawk, who discerned loyalty from treachery and good from evil with remarkable clarity. In the tournament and during the feast, the fear once instilled in him by Brandon Stark resurfaced, not from valor, but from cunning, which inevitably evoked a sense of crisis within Littlefinger. This fledgling hawk must be eliminated. He mused once more, this time driven not merely by the intricacies of his plot, but by an instinct for self-preservation. He set down the dagger in his grasp, a slight smirk curving his lips. Human attention invariably ebbs and flows, and a new scheme was quietly unfolding. Stannis, the master of ships, extricated himself from the endless flattery at the banquet, taking a seat on the bed with his eyes shut, as the words of Littlefinger echoed in his ears. Look at our Prince Joffrey, with his golden locks, increasingly resembling our beautiful Queen Cersei, Littlefinger drunkenly proclaimed, sipping red wine. Stannis paid him no mind, lost in his thoughts, his gaze drifting beyond the festivities, contemplating the outcome of the Dragonstone fleet's pursuit of smuggling vessels, indifferent to Littlefinger's ramblings. Our Prince Tommen and the lovely Princess Myrcella. All golden-haired like lions, becoming more like their dear uncle, Littlefinger continued, his head lowered, his eyes glazed with intoxication. Twins indeed, hic. He leaned on the table, appearing to drift into slumber. Stannis had initially intended to distance himself from this inebriated fool, yet a faint thread of insight began to coalesce in his mind, rapidly snowballing into a revelation. In an instant, his pupils dilated, shock etching his features as he gazed towards Joffrey and Cersei in the distance. Alongside the regicide who stood smiling at Joffrey, a terrifying thought took shape within him. He yearned to confide his suspicions to his brother. But the impulse was swiftly extinguished. Robert never heeded his counsel, not any counsel. I need proof, Stannis murmured to himself. Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, possessed the persuasive ability to convince Robert Baratheon and Stannis to solidify their intentions. Yet, as he lay in bed attempting to succumb to slumber, sleep eluded him. He was acutely aware of the potential consequences that an investigation could unveil. A conflict between the Lannisters and the Baratheons could erupt, jeopardizing the hard-won peace of the realm. However, Stannis remained indifferent, believing that peace should not be founded upon deceit and incest. Should the truth prove to be, as he suspected, the alliance of the Stormlands Baratheons, the North Starks, the Vale's Arryns, and the Riverrun's Tullys would stand formidable against the Lannisters, no matter their might. At that juncture, it would be the rainy season in Casterly Rock, not in Storm's End. Stannis even pondered over whom Robert would wed following Cersei's downfall, reflecting on his own circumstances and the potential shifts in the future, which stirred ripples of concern within him. In the north, Eddard Stark commanded his forces with discipline. Brynden Tully still remained, and Robert would undoubtedly lead his troops personally. The Vale's Bronze Jon, and even the champion of the tourney, the Eagle of the Arryns, could be summoned to witness the grandeur of a full-scale conflict rather than a mere skirmish in the Longbow Hall. Although Stannis was impressed by the martial prowess of Artys, he regarded the rebellion quelled at Longbow Hall as trivial, suspecting that Artys sought fame and recognition. Meanwhile, Artys immersed himself in the warmth of a wooden tub, relishing a rare moment of pleasure. He contemplated the information gleaned from Robert and his father, which was straightforward and pointed towards one individual, Lord Petyr Baelish, the infamous Littlefinger of the Vale. If Artys could facilitate the passage of the regrettable guest from Qarth to the Vale, he would have connections at customs and coastal defenses. This thought caused Artys to frown slightly. What if the same applied to King's Landing, a place with which he was far more familiar? Littlefinger had ascended to the position of Master of Coin through Lysa's recommendation, and his youthful association with Lady Lysa was still a source of ridicule among the lords of the Vale. His father acknowledged that Lysa often influenced his decisions, and such close ties could raise suspicion. This stirred a sense of unease within Artys for his father's safety in King's Landing. It was imperative to acquire evidence swiftly to dismantle Littlefinger's influence. Littlefinger managed the finances of the Seven Kingdoms and had dealings with individuals at customs. Wasn't Varys already reporting that there was no suspicion of contact with Qarth? Artys closed his eyes in contemplation, recognizing that sometimes lies were constructed from fragments of truth. An incomplete truth could be far more dangerous than a pure lie. Perhaps Varys had understated the situation, or maybe he and Littlefinger were in collusion. Artys dared not dwell on such a notion, for if it were true, he feared he would not survive the venom of the eight-legged spider. The blue-cloaked guards of House Arryn remained vigilant even in the night, patrolling and maintaining strict adherence to their rotation protocols. This was his father's safeguard in King's Landing. Artys had yet to encounter the commander of the gold-cloaked guard. But if his father had the support of that force, threats would surely diminish. Nonetheless, this still paled in comparison to the peril posed by those closest to him. Recalling Lysa's former madness, a sense of unease stirred within Petyr, the ancient instinct for stability ingrained in the traditions of the Vale. He must swiftly seek answers. The subtle trails left by his little finger would undoubtedly not escape the notice of his network in King's Landing, nor the ever-watchful Varys. The most prudent course of action would be to resolve the issue at its source, where Petyr's influence in the Vale firmly established itself, at Gulltown. An idea began to crystallize in Petyr's mind. His father, well versed in the intricacies of King's Landing, would surely possess a deeper understanding of the power games at play than he did. He must not act impulsively, for in the Vale, the skies were ruled by the eagles. As dawn approached, a gentle rain enveloped King's Landing, mingling with a hazy mist that permeated the city. The humid air from the narrow sea nourished this vast coastal metropolis. Beneath the Red Keep, the damp and dim environment fostered an infestation of vermin, scuttling chaotically through the corridors. Varys sat upon a white chair, his corpulent form shrouded in shadow, his eyes half-closed in contemplation. The oppressive silence was soon shattered by the sound of footsteps. A figure entered, equally rotund, who with fingers adorned in jeweled rings, cast aside his cloak, revealing a face bristling with a beard. The rain in King's Landing was particularly clingy, and the newcomer impatiently shed his wet cloak, shaking off the droplets. Varys opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his face as he turned. "It has been too long, my old friend," he exclaimed, extending his arms as if to embrace. "Enough, Varys," the visitor replied in an exasperated tone. "We have pressing matters to discuss." Varys, with consideration, assisted in folding the wet cloak and placed it upon the table. "Illyrio, our dear prince and princess are faring quite well, I presume?" Varys inquired. "Far better than my parents, indeed," Illyrio retorted. "And certainly better than our days spent sleeping on the streets." Varys shrugged. "You must remember, our esteemed guests are the noble heirs of the dragon, not mere insects like us. Besides, the dear prince and princess have endured considerable hardships." Illyrio plopped down onto a chair with a creak. "I am curious about where Griff has gone. Your little bird hasn't he lost its way, has it?" "My little bird never loses anyone. As long as the sweets in my hand remain, it will flit about," Varys replied, pocketing a handful of candies. Illyrio sighed. "Viserys has a rather foul temper. One of the maidens I arranged was injured by him." Varys feigned innocence. "How unfortunate." 50 little birds. Illyrio held up 5 fingers. "I have already dispatched someone to contact the great heir. The arrangements are assured, but it will require many hands." Varys widened his eyes. "You cannot possibly expect me to conjure 50 little birds out of thin air? I have always believed Lord Varys's abilities far surpass those of any sorcerer." Illyrio chuckled, revealing a gold tooth. Varys shook his head. "It seems my dear Prime Minister has stumbled upon some intriguing leads, even venturing into a brothel, and to make matters worse, Lord Stannis is also present. Perhaps they seek a bit of excitement?" Illyrio responded nonchalantly. "I have complete faith that you will handle this task. Yet our esteemed Lord Allen and Lord Stannis certainly will not," Varys remarked with a smile. He clasped his hands and gazed out through the crevices of the Red Keep's formidable stone walls, a faint light illuminating his eyes. "They have become aware of the incestuous reality. The gods have prematurely revealed this news to the world." Illyrio frowned. "It is too early, too early. This dragon's breath should not be unleashed at this moment. We are not yet prepared. There are many clever minds in the realm, and I fear we cannot control the unfolding situation." Varys sighed. "Rumors suggest that Prince Joffrey conversed at length with Littlefinger during the naming feast. Why not dispose of Littlefinger directly? You even concealed his meeting with Harland Hightower in Seagull Town." Illyrio expressed his dissatisfaction. Varys shook his head with a smile. "When the grand endeavor commences, we will require Littlefinger, the master of chaos, in certain matters. I hope you succeed, Varys. Do not throw stones that may shatter your own feet," Illyrio said, chewing on bread. Varys widened his eyes, a fond smile emerging. "Moreover, our beloved little eagle has already set his sights upon him as prey. He will suffice. You have not been remiss in exploring the Prime Minister's tower's secret passages, have you?" "Ha." Illyrio laughed. "I fear sullying my hands, my lord Illyrio," Varys replied, rubbing his hands together, their voices growing increasingly distant, gradually fading into the shadows of the Red Keep. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's tower, Jon Arryn returned to his chamber, weary. Lysa was cradling young Robin in slumber. He gazed tenderly at the sleeping child, feeling a pang of sympathy for both Robin and his wife. Poor Robin, frail and ailing, had been cared for with utmost devotion by Lysa, while he had been burdened by the weight of governance, seldom truly present for them. He silently vowed to spend more time with them. Jon entered the Prime Minister's reception room, gazing alone at the cold hearth, and called for the servant, Shuv. Go fetch Artys from the city. Yes, my lord. Shuv's footsteps gradually faded, and the Prime Minister's thoughts drifted afar. Ever since Stannis had confided his suspicions, they had set forth together to seek out the bastards sown by Robert. He had even borrowed the work of Maester Melian, the genealogy and history of the principal nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, from the Grand Maester to explore the physical traits of historical members of the Lannisters and Baratheons. Today, fortune did not favor him. He found not a single bastard. However, the Prime Minister approached his tasks with unwavering patience, meticulously arranging his schedule, placing governance as his utmost priority. He must not disclose anything to Robert until he had undeniable evidence, should his investigation prove fruitless. The ties between the Lannisters and the Allen family would suffer significantly. Yet, prior to uncovering the final evidence, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Shuv returned empty-handed. Artys was not in the manse of King's Landing, but had accepted Robert's invitation to the Red Keep's training yard to instruct Joffrey in the art of combat. The blue banner of House Arryn fluttered in stark contrast to the crimson lion standard of House Lannister, as the blue-cloaked figures and their red-robed counterparts regarded each other with wary eyes. Artys discerned no trace of the Baratheons. The queen reclined upon an opulent sofa in the center of the Red Keep, clapping her hands in delight at Joffrey's training. Artys slowed his pace, while behind him, Ongai had stealthily readied his crossbow. Artys Arryn, the queen wishes to see you, James Lannister announced, standing amidst the red cloaks. Artys remained still, merely gesturing towards the surrounding Lannister soldiers. Must I relinquish my sword? James flashed a charming smile and waved his hand dismissively, stepping aside. The red-cloaked guards immediately parted. Observing this, Artys approached Queen Cersei, kneeling on one knee. I salute you, your majesty. Cersei forced a polite smile. Rise, sire. Once standing, Artys inquired. Might I ask where King Robert is? The king has departed, perhaps to some brothel. Your Prince Joffrey is here, the queen replied, revealing a glimpse of her pale calf beneath her gown, narrowing her eyes at Artys. Artys turned to Joffrey. Your Highness, I am here at the behest of King Robert. I have no need of a vulture to instruct me, Joffrey scoffed, dismissing Artys outright as he continued to practice swordplay with Sandor, the hound, maintaining his decorum. Artys offered a slight bow and began to withdraw, seemingly unfazed by the rejection. Sire Artys, Cersei interjected suddenly. Robert has sent little Joff to accompany you to the Vale. Has he not? Indeed, my queen, Artys responded. I have heard. Cersei stood, her gaze fixed on the ground, avoiding Artys's eyes. An eagle soaring high may seize a larger prey, carrying it aloft, allowing it to struggle, only to drop it from great heights, shattering it. Is this not so, sire? Artys smiled faintly. I cannot attest to such matters, your majesty. Do you intend to whisk away little Joff from my side, Arryn? Cersei's voice sharpened, laced with malice. Artys was utterly perplexed by the queen's motives. The intentions of King Robert were abundantly clear. Sending Joffrey to the Vale was a strategic move to fortify the alliance between the Iron Throne and the Vale. The Vale boasted formidable forces and a chivalric spirit. Yet with limited resources, it faced many territorial disputes and border frictions, compounded by ongoing conflicts with the mountain clans. Thus, the soldiers of the Vale were among the most formidable in the Seven Kingdoms, and no Iron Throne could afford to disregard its relationship with them. The eagle does not seize the stag, but rather reveals the perils that lie ahead, my queen, Artys said cautiously, not out of fear of Cersei or the Lannisters, but for the sake of King Robert and the Vale. However, the queen's subsequent words left Artys profoundly astonished. Little Joff is not a stag, he is a lion, Cersei hissed through clenched teeth. At this proclamation, Jaime's countenance darkened, and he stepped closer to Cersei, grasping her arm firmly. Artys, to reject the king's proposal is what the queen means. That is not the queen's intent. She would not act thus, Artys thought silently. I swear fealty to King Robert. Should the king issue a command, Eddard will undoubtedly comply. With that, Aegon turned and departed, donning his blue cloak. Cersei, witnessing Aegon's resolute exit, stomped her foot in frustration, cursing the wretched vulture. Jaime hastily grasped Cersei's hands, perplexed by her words. Cersei, why do you speak so? He inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. Aware of her own shortcomings, Cersei sulked back onto the sofa. I merely reminded him not to provoke my wrath. After all, I am a Lannister. Jaime, exasperated, shook his head. He then turned his attention to Joffrey, who was practicing his swordsmanship. In truth, little Joffrey's journey to the Vale is not entirely out of the question. Jaime attempted to suggest. Jaime, Cersei shrieked. Very well, my sister. Little Joffrey will inevitably ascend the throne, though I harbor no fondness for Robert. It is indeed essential for the prince to hone his skills, Jaime endeavored to clarify. I care not. The entirety of King's Landing has been surrendered to Eddard. My son must never fall into his hands. Cersei's eyes flashed with fury once more. Jaime did not believe that all of King's Landing had truly been given to Eddard. The Lannisters' forces in the capital were hardly inferior. Yet, he refrained from retorting, at least for now, hoping to send Joffrey to his father in the west for proper training. Joffrey must remain by my side. He is my child, as you well know, Jaime. Cersei's tone softened unexpectedly, and Jaime could not bear to see her hurt, regardless of the form that hurt might take. I understand, Cersei. He is your child, Jaime replied gently, though in his heart he thought. And he is my child as well. They shared a lingering gaze filled with unspoken affection until an unwelcome voice shattered the moment. My dear sister, my dear brother. You two have been inseparable, like mud and bricks. The voice that Cersei loathed most made its entrance. Jaime turned with delight. Tyrion? He rushed to embrace his brother warmly. Careful, brother. Your armor is pinching me, Tyrion feigned, mimicking a fish out of water as Jaime lifted him. Jaime awkwardly set him down. Who is the brick and who is the mud? You must clarify, Tyrion. My beautiful sister, the light of the West, the lioness of Lannister, is undoubtedly the steadfast brick, while you, my dear brother, are merely the mud clinging to the brick, Tyrion quipped, playfully punching Jaime below the belt before seating himself on the sofa and pouring wine into his mouth. Cersei turned her face away in disgust. How did father allow you to come here? Has the sewer of Casterly Rock been repaired? Not only have I mended the sewers of Casterly Rock, but I have also rectified my father's disdain for his favored son. Thus, I find myself in King's Landing, Tyrion replied, wide-eyed and in a peculiar tone. Jaime chuckled. It appears congratulations are in order. No need for that. I have a lady waiting for me tonight. Feel free to amuse yourself. Poor Kingsguard Sir Jaime, Tyrion jested. Jaime and Tyrion erupted in laughter, with Cersei covering her face, stifling her own mirth. The one who just left, was he the hand? Tyrion pointed towards where Aegon had departed. Hearing this, Cersei impatiently remarked, not that old vulture, but a young one. Sir Aegon Arryn, Jaime reminded her. Tyrion gazed at Cersei, who suddenly let out a series of exclamations, seemingly indicating that this little vulture's feathers would soon be singed by our lioness's wrath. Cersei could scarcely endure such jesting. Suppressing her laughter with difficulty, Jaime, disregarding all decorum, erupted into laughter once more. Joffrey, alerted by the commotion, halted his actions and approached his two uncles. Upon seeing Tyrion, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Little imp, what brings you to King's Landing? There is no place for jesters here. Oh ho ho, my dear nephew. As a prince, I must impart a lesson to you. This hypocritical city is filled with jesters, including yourself. Tyrion raised his goblet, offering a slight toast to the prince. Joffrey, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation, his lips quivering. You dare call the prince a jester? You dare? Jaime cast a helpless glance at Cersei, who had no choice but to placate Joffrey. Little Joff, there's no need to bicker with the dwarf. With that, she led the enraged Joffrey away from the scene. Tyrion swallowed a mouthful of wine, reflecting that as a mother, her comfort was well-timed, yet as a sister, it was utterly dreadful. Jaime, aware of Tyrion's inner bitterness, attempted to shift the conversation. King Robert wishes for Joffrey to accompany Arryn to the Vale to combat the mountain clans, but Cersei is opposed. It would be a blessing if this young talent of the realm could forge a friendship with Joffrey, Tyrion replied briefly. However, my sister is far too enamored with her son, which is not a good thing. Jaime was acutely aware of this fact, but felt powerless. He simply told Tyrion, you stay here, I must follow the queen. With a smile, he hastened to catch up with Cersei, leaving the training grounds. Tyrion pondered, staring into his goblet. The title of the Vale's Eagles had been sung by minstrels throughout his journey to King's Landing. The Vale's rebellion, the tournament's victory, and the defeat of the mountain. By the heavens, how had the mountain been so utterly transformed? During his brief stay at the inn, Tyrion had encountered the wretched creature that was the mountain. Were it not for his unique physique, Tyrion would have failed to recognize the grotesque figure before him as the mountain. A creature even more hideous than a dwarf had emerged. Tyrion swallowed his wine as if it were a stone. By the time Arryn returned to the Hand's Tower in the afternoon, a flustered and perspiring SHYFF sought him out to inform him that his father was looking for him. Upon ascending to the Hand's Tower, he found his father gazing at the scenery from the balcony. Father, Arryn said, laying down his sword. His father turned around. The queen seeks you? Upon receiving a confirmation from Arryn, his father replied, the queen is a fool. Her words are of no consequence. Arryn stifled a smile internally, quickly agreeing. You are to return to the Vale. His father's terse command took him aback. This was indeed a notion he had already formed. He had intended to consult his father, but was preempted. With Robin, his father added, further surprising him. Lady Lysa? Arryn inquired. His father waved his hand dismissively. Lysa is also returning to the Vale. Arryn contemplated his father's arrangements and asked, has something happened in King's Landing? His father did not respond directly but instead answered in another manner. Go to the Vale, reorganize the forces, and await my message. Is it that serious? This time, Arryn could no longer remain composed. He was truly astonished. May it never come to that point. If it does, there shall be no recourse. The words of the father concealed a multitude of truths, evidently unwilling to divulge them to Artys, at least for the moment. Artys nodded with difficulty, choosing to place his trust in his father, the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, the request from King Robert lingered in his mind. Upon hearing this, his father laughed heartily, assuring him, rest assured, they cannot breach King's Landing at this juncture. Although Artys remained perplexed, he acquiesced to his father's directives, preparing to return to the estate to inform the people of the Vale. As he departed, a thought struck him. His father, alone in King's Landing. With his hair now grayed, he could not help but exclaim, Father, you will be in King's Landing. Meeting his father's gaze, a myriad of unspoken words crystallized into a single sentiment. Take care, Father. The father's face broke into a smile, albeit one that was difficult to behold. Yet Artys could perceive the genuine joy behind it. Artys exited the Prime Minister's tower, resolved to return at dawn to escort Lady Lysa and young Robin away. The Prime Minister's tower loomed silently behind him, seemingly attempting to hold him back, as sighs echoed from the high walls, perhaps the wind, perhaps the whispers of long-departed kings. Artys rode away, not daring to look back. In the afternoon, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The curtains were drawn tightly in the Prime Minister's study, casting a shadowy gloom. The flickering candlelight illuminated the thick, yellowed pages of a tome chronicling the features of generations of House Baratheon. The firelight danced, casting tremulous shadows across the Prime Minister's face. Heavy sighs emanated from the table as he closed his murky, aged eyes and wearily shut the book. Lysa's sharp, furious voice pierced the air. Jon. Jon. She stormed into the Prime Minister's study, her plump face contorted in rage. You intend to send me and young Robin back to the Vale? Indeed, Lysa. I have made up my mind. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, you and Artys shall return to the Vale, the Prime Minister replied, too pressed for time to engage in further debate, dismissing her with an impatient wave of his hand. Lysa shook her head in disbelief, her face reddening as if a torrent of words were welling up within her. In the end, she furiously waved her hand and stormed out of the study. The sound of her footsteps echoed as she descended the Prime Minister's tower. My lord, shall we send someone to follow the lady? Shifu cautiously inquired as he entered the room. The Prime Minister, disinterested in his wife's whereabouts, replied, let her be. She will return when night falls. He was acutely aware of the ramifications his impending actions would have on the realm, yet he understood it was imperative. Not only was it a duty to the king, but also an act of love for Robert, his king and foster son. High as glory, the Prime Minister murmured. He drew back the curtains, allowing the gentle light of dusk to pour into the study. Relaxing his weary limbs, he sank into a soft chair, savoring a moment of tranquility. Shifu quietly exited the room, leaving the Prime Minister in solitude. In the valley, a group of individuals quietly gathered their belongings. Arryn was beside them, feeding his beloved warhorse with fine hay, occasionally glancing at Artys, who was tending to his plate armor alongside Wyma. When Artys received a command from Duke Island, instructing them to swiftly pack their belongings in preparation for an immediate return to the valley the following day, Arryn was filled with confusion. However, he remained silent at Artys's request not to disclose the news. Wyma, unfazed by the situation, continued to toy with the dragon crystal dagger, showing no inclination to form his own judgment about the unfolding circumstances. Artys, deep in thought, smeared grease onto the surface of his armor, performing the most basic rust removal. Ongai stood helplessly to the side. He had recently agreed to serve as Artys' squire. Yet it appeared that Artys was reluctant to allow anyone to handle his armor and weapons, much like Wyma. Instinctively, Artys urged the knights of the valley to conceal the news of their return, but even that night, many knights remained in the brothel of King's Landing, making it unlikely to find them in their beds. Thus, Artys left Riverrun to guard the rear, instructing him to continue flying the island family banner in King's Landing, facilitating the gathering of the scattered knights of the valley, with plans to return a week later. As for himself, he would, as always, proceed cautiously. preparing to embark on the return journey under the banners of other nobles of the valley. His father's instructions made it clear that they could not travel ostentatiously. What kind of threat necessitated the presence of the valley's army as a safeguard? Artys felt as though he were enveloped in a fog, flapping his wings weakly yet unable to break free from the mist that obscured his vision, preventing him from soaring high above to discern friend from foe. He gazed at the blue moon eagle banner of House Island, fluttering in the wind, while the air of King's Landing was tainted with filth and a nauseating stench. Unlike the natural chill of the winds in Eagle's Nest, the winds of King's Landing concealed blades, while the winds of Eagle's Nest were blades themselves. Artys mused that the primary difference lay in the fact that the winds of King's Landing concealed too many deceptions, unable to confront openly and with clarity, whereas the winds of Eagle's Nest needed not announce their presence to the so-called enemies. Their deterrence was inherent. Artys waited in silent anticipation for the morrow, as his inner unrest intensified. Meanwhile, on the other side of King's Landing, Petyr Baelish soothed the trembling Lysa, urging her to remain calm. "Tell me, Lysa, what has the hand of the king been doing lately?" Gradually, Lysa's sobs subsided, and she began to calm under Petyr's tender kisses. "He has been reading a book, day after day." "Which book, Lysa? It is crucial. I need your clear mind," Petyr said with gentle urgency, cupping her face in his hands. Lysa managed a sincere smile. "Of course, Petyr, it was a thick one. I wasn't paying much attention, but I recall Jon mentioning something about blondes and brunettes." Petyr's grip on her face tightened slightly. "Are you certain, Lysa? Swear to me by your love for me." "Oh, Petyr, you're hurting me." "Of course I swear. Why would I deceive you?" Lysa replied, her excitement palpable. The little finger was lowered, and a slender face broke into a smile. "Lysa, did you come by the usual route?" "Of course, Petyr. How could I be so foolish? No one followed me. I am well aware of that," Lysa exclaimed with excitement. "You came on your own. How could the octopus spider be unaware?" thought the little finger. He gently kissed Lysa's forehead, murmuring softly, "My dear Lysa, matters are far graver than you perceive." Lysa gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as her beloved, still wearing a half-smile, gazed at her. After sending the frightened Lysa away, the little finger shed his facade of cheerfulness and stood in silence, deep in contemplation. He inadvertently noticed a corner dusted with debris, connected to a web where a spider lay in wait, patiently anticipating its prey. Unfazed, the little finger bent down, gently resting his own pinky against the spider. The creature sensed the disturbance and cautiously crawled over, its slender legs moving tentatively until it eventually climbed onto his pinky. Rising to his feet, the little finger whispered, "Oh, fearsome spider, for whom have you woven this web?" With a delicate flick, he brushed the spider away, yet it remained entangled in its own silk beneath his pinky. With a gentle squeeze from his left hand, the spider was crushed into dust. He straightened his attire and strode away with purpose. Cersei's unease was acutely sensed by Jaime, who could see her struggling to maintain her composure. Petyr had disclosed the Prime Minister's recent whereabouts in detail to the Queen, while he himself appeared to be dozing. Eyes half closed. "Why would Jon Arryn seek out Robert's bastard, Grand Maester?" Cersei asked, her voice strained with suppressed fear. The Grand Maester seemed to awaken, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "I cannot speak for the Prime Minister's actions, but it is likely that the investigation into King Robert's bastards pertains to matters of the crown. As Grand Maester, I am obligated to report to the royal family." Cunning Petyr, Jaime cursed inwardly. "Thank you for your loyalty to the crown, Grand Maester. The Lannisters shall not forget it." Cersei responded with a semblance of genuine gratitude. Petyr trembled as he rose. "It appears I must take my leave. Your Grace, Sir Jaime." He bowed to Cersei and Jaime, leaning on his cane as he departed. "Jaime," Cersei called out once the Grand Maester had left. Jaime felt an urge to cover Cersei's mouth. "Calm down, Cersei," he said, embracing her. A fierce expression crossed Cersei's face. The old vulture had sensed something. "We cannot remain passive, Jaime." I know. Jaime thought frantically of strategies. Yet he was uncertain of what could be accomplished in such a short span of time. If Jon Arryn truly knew the truth, Jaime would have no choice but to fight desperately, armed with a red cloak, to escape King's Landing. "Father must be informed of the urgency," Jaime declared. "No, absolutely not. Jaime, we cannot let Father know. He values family honor above all, and he would kill us." Cersei vehemently opposed Jaime's suggestion, raising her wine goblet in an attempt to quell her inner turmoil. The two were at a loss for quite some time. Seizing the initiative, Cersei's calm voice took an unexpected turn as she declared, "Jaime, I want you to kill the old crow." Jaime instinctively rejected the notion, responding, "I cannot. The guards of the Eyrie are numerous, and if Robert finds out, he will kill us both. Kill Robert, kill the Eyrie." Cersei turned her head. a resolute determination evident in her demeanor. Jaime was taken aback by his sister's foolishness. "Cersei, do you wish to slay all of King's Landing? Robert has 2 brothers, and there are many loyal lords in the city." "I do not care, Jaime. I am afraid," Cersei suddenly cried, gazing at him with a helpless vulnerability. Jaime's heart softened in an instant. He embraced Cersei, vowing, "I swear, Cersei, I will find a way. There must be a way." On the coastline of King's Landing, Stannis lingered, relishing the gentle sea breeze. On the morrow, Jon Arryn was to confront Robert directly, revealing the scandalous affair of his treacherous queen. Stannis needed no imagination to foresee Robert's wrath. It would be a fury that the Lannisters could not withstand. He had already dispatched a message to the fleet at Dragonstone, instructing them to remain on standby, ready to sail to Lannister Port alongside Robert, to vanquish the filthy lion. As the sky gradually brightened, beams of white light radiated from the horizon, particularly resplendent. The Prime Minister felt invigorated, striding with a light and robust gait as he ascended the palanquin draped in blue curtains, feeling as if he could mount a grand steed and race towards Robert's abode. Fortuitously, Robert was residing in a brothel he was somewhat familiar with. Otherwise, locating him would have cost him precious time. Flanking the Prime Minister's palanquin were valiant knights of the Vale, clad in full armor, wielding spears, shields, and swords, accompanied by dozens of cavalry and nearly 100 infantry. The Prime Minister was acutely aware of the perils that lurked in King's Landing. Should his recent whereabouts be discovered, he would be in jeopardy. Thus, he had brought along most of House Arryn's blue-clad guards for his protection. As Artys departed the manor, the banners of House Arryn coincidentally waved farewell, the blue moon background adorned with a white eagle. Artys observed from a distance as the nearly 200-strong entourage moved through the streets of King's Landing at dawn. Noting that his father's departure had never been so grand, he surmised that his father was indeed up to something. Turning around, Artys called to the knights within the manor to prepare for their journey to the Prime Minister's tower to fetch Lysa and little Robin. The blue banner of House Arryn receded into the distance, and the streets became eerily quiet. Even the early risers, upon witnessing such a spectacle, were frightened into retreating behind their doors, peeking out cautiously from the corners of their windows, uncertain of what new schemes the lords of King's Landing were concocting. As the brothel where Robert resided drew nearer, the Prime Minister felt a weight settling heavily upon his chest, as if a rock from the shore had lodged in his throat, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. He struggled to part his lips, yet not a word escaped him. He pounded on the palanquin, desperately wishing to cry out, "Renly, Renly," but found himself utterly voiceless. His ears felt as though they were blocked, his mind swirling in a haze of dizziness. At long last, the palanquin came to a halt, and the terrified visage of Xiao Fu came into view. Upon seeing him, the Prime Minister felt a sense of relief wash over him, though his hands trembled uncontrollably, and his vision began to fade into darkness. He collapsed against Xiao Fu, immobilized, and in the final moment before losing consciousness, he uttered one last name: Artys. Outside the city, Artys, the Knight of the Valley, advanced along King's Avenue, fully aware of the urgency to reach the valley and restore order to Eagle's Nest City. Despite his desire to hasten, the presence of a mother and child, along with the palanquin, impeded the pace of their march. Lysa, filled with trepidation, glanced anxiously around. Upon noticing Artys watching her from a distance, she nervously lowered her head and clutched the crying little Robin tightly, whispering soothingly, "Do not be afraid, dear Robin. Artys is your brother. He will not harm you." As Artys drew closer, Lysa tightened her embrace around Robin, who cried out, "Mommy, you're hurting me." In a flurry, Lysa attempted to comfort him, forcibly offering him nourishment. Artys approached the palanquin, reassuring her, "Fear not, my lady. We are returning to the valley, our true home." In her heart, Lysa thought, "I only wish to return to the flowing city." Yet she replied, "Thank you, Sir Artys. You are a good knight. There is no need for such formality." "You are my stepmother, Lady Aelin," Artys replied with a slight smile before riding ahead to lead the group. Once Artys was out of sight, Lysa exhaled a sigh of relief, oblivious to the strength of Robin's grip, which caused her discomfort as she cried out. As evening approached, the pale light of dawn morphed into the crimson hues of sunset, painting the sky with streaks of beauty that resembled blood trails, scattered chaotically across the heavens. While soaring eagles flew through the scene, as if the bloodlines marked the paths of these majestic birds. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, a true eagle lay prostrate upon a sickbed. Have Artys, Lysa, and Robin all departed? Robert's silence was profound, instilling a sense of suffocating fear among those present. "It appears so, Your Majesty," Varys replied. "What a coincidence." Littlefinger mused, toying with the ring on his thumb. Stannis, with a pallid complexion, gazed incredulously at the ailing Jon Arryn on the bed, unable to fathom his rapid decline. Could it truly be illness? It seems too coincidental. Robert clenched his fists, his muscles taut with tension. Jon met with me early this morning. There must be something amiss. Investigate, Varys. At once, Varys said, retreating with his corpulent figure, while Littlefinger felt Varys's penetrating gaze upon him. On the table, the Prime Minister's usual cup was empty. Littlefinger discreetly cast a glance at the vessel, noting how thoroughly Lysa had cleaned it before excusing himself to Robert. This is illness, if I may be so bold. Your Majesty, said the Grand Maester, Pycelle. Beside him, the Prime Minister's personal scholar, Heman, displayed a puzzled expression, suggesting, I could initially attempt a remedy for stomach ailments. It must be a stomach issue, the Grand Maester asserted. Having heard enough of the scholar's nonsense, Robert's voice escalated. All of you leave. The scholars hastily retreated, fear evident in their demeanor. Robb gazed upon Jon, whose hands he clasped tightly, invoking the 7 gods. Damn it, Jon. Just yesterday you were full of life. The 7 cannot be so cruel. I implore them to keep you by my side, Jon. Tears welled in his eyes. The moonlight, as pure as snow, cast a chilling glow upon the ominous forest. Artys curled beside the campfire, immersing himself in the warmth radiating from the flickering flames, dispelling the surrounding cold. The mournful cawing of crows from the nearby thicket made it difficult for Artys to find slumber. Fortunately, the soft fur of the lynx, Adam, served as a comforting pillow, easing his discomfort. The campfire seemed to dance before him, swirling in a mesmerizing rhythm, until weariness overcame him and he succumbed to deep sleep. As he drifted into slumber, it felt as though he plunged into an icy abyss, a deathly chill enveloping his entire being. His fingers lay immobile, and with all his might, Artys forced his eyes open, only to discover himself upon a litter. The azure drapery reminded him that this was his father's litter. Indeed, his father sat across from him, trembling in agony, his mouth agape as if calling out for something. Artys yearned to rush to his father's aid. Yet his body felt as though it were laden with lead, heavy beyond measure, immobilizing even the slightest movement of his fingers. Helpless, Artys could only gaze at his father's contorted face, unable to provide any assistance. Suddenly, the drapery was flung aside, a blinding light flooding in, and his father was dragged away. Artys finally discerned his father's lips forming the words, Artys. Artys. The voice of Waymar intruded abruptly, the pull of reality yanking Artys away, distancing him further from his father. Startled awake, he found Waymar staring at him in terror, while the hoarse cawing of crows echoed in his ears, the chill wrapping around him. Several crows flapped their wings, extinguishing the last flicker of the fire. The shadow of Lynx Adam observed him quietly. A few crows perched upon him. Artys surveyed his surroundings, crows swarming everywhere, their blood-red eyes fixated on him, while the Valley Knights stood at a distance, astonished by the scene. Are you all right? Waymar approached, gesturing for the Valley Knights to disperse the crows, inquiring of Artys. Still shaken, Artys echoed the remnants of that seemingly vivid dream, uttering a few words, I hope all is well. The group had entered the valley, nearing the Blood Gate. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, across the Blackwater River, in the Prime Minister's chamber, Maester Cormon anxiously observed the Prime Minister's ashen face. I employed a detoxification method for treatment, yet the condition has worsened. Could my judgment have been flawed? Most likely, replied Grand Maester Pycelle in a slow, deliberate manner. Forgive my candor, Maester Cormon, but you are still quite young. Such matters ought to be managed by someone of my age. Cormon grasped his hair in anguish. Logically, this cannot be. It has only been a few days. The condition should not have deteriorated so severely. You are too inexperienced, Maester Cormon. I have witnessed many elderly patients in decline. Age is the greatest catalyst for their ailments, Pycelle remarked, casually collecting the books left by the Prime Minister on the desk. Casting a glance at the anxious Cormon by the bedside, Pycelle carefully placed the book into his satchel and turned towards the door. If it is convenient, I shall take my leave first. The Royal Council is already in disarray without the Prime Minister, and as a Grand Maester, my presence is imperative. The ever-hasty Kevin bowed to the Grand Maester, bidding him to proceed as he wished. Trembling, Pycelle descended the steps of the Prime Minister's tower, took a damp cloth to wipe the sweat from his brow, exhaled deeply, and made his way directly towards the Red Keep. It was evident that the Royal Council was markedly diminished in attendance. Upon his hurried arrival, the Grand Maester observed that alongside the absence of the Prime Minister, the Master of Ships, Stannis, was also conspicuously missing. Where has my dear brother gone, Lord Varys? Questioned Lancel, addressing the bald man across from him. Varys maintained a look of perplexity, replying, "How would I know where the master of ships is gone?" "You ought to pose that question to yourself, Lord Lancel, for he is your brother." "How unfortunate. I had thought the spider knew all," Lancel mumbled through a mouthful of pastry. Varys merely waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to respond. "I must interject, my lords," the Grand Maester coughed. Pycelle continued to gaze downwards, appearing almost as if in a slumber. The Prime Minister's condition was deteriorating at an alarming rate, akin to the swollen waters of the Trident. "I regret to inform you." A wave of sorrowful sighs swept through the council chamber. The Grand Maester shook his head in lament, his little finger drooping as he sighed heavily. The spider took up a handkerchief to dab at the tears welling in his eyes, murmuring, "I hope this does not signify a loss for the realm." A loss for the realm. Lancel remained unmoved, his brow furrowed tightly. With the departure of Aegon, the absence of Stannis, and the Prime Minister's grave illness, a series of events seemed to herald ominous political tidings. He inquired, "Lord Varys, why did the Prime Minister seek the king so early this morning?" "Regrettably, no one knows." "Lord Lancel," Varys replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at Lancel. A chill coursed through Lancel's stomach, prompting him to rise uneasily from his seat. "I beg your pardon, my lords, I must step outside for a moment," he announced hastily before departing. In the instant that Lancel exited, the cacophony of sounds within the room fell abruptly silent, giving way to an oppressive stillness. Varys, Pycelle, and Petyr exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to speak. "A peculiar ailment, is it not, Lord Pycelle?" Petyr remarked. The Grand Maester shook his head in dissent. "Not particularly peculiar, my Lord Baelish. One must consider that many patients." "Lady Lysa has fled quite swiftly, my Lord Baelish," Varys interjected, turning his attention to Petyr. Petyr shrugged. "She was simply terrified. Lysa has always been this way. We were childhood friends. I know her well. She has no desire to remain in this unsettling city of King's Landing." Varys chuckled, reclining against the back of his chair, and said with a hint of amusement, "My dear Lord Baelish, is Lady Lysa truly afraid? What are you attempting to elucidate?" "The Prime Minister's servants have already informed me that both the Prime Minister's eldest son and his wife departed while the Prime Minister was still in good health. Considering the timeline, it seems they were not particularly aware of his illness." The Grand Maester remained silent. "Out of the bond shared between siblings. Though we are not true siblings, our connection transcends such definitions. Love grants no space for contemplation, much like a typical trade vessel that struggles to accommodate 50 children. Thus, one must possess many hidden ships, mustn't one, Lord Varys?" Littlefinger smiled faintly, as if uttering inconsequential words. "Even a smuggler's pirate ship lacks sufficient room." The Grand Maester remained silent. Varys and Littlefinger exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "I fear the Prime Minister is indeed unfortunate, during illness. Not a single family member is by his side," Littlefinger remarked with a smile. Varys widened his eyes, seemingly delighted, yet he shook his head in regret. "This is our mutual understanding, dear Lord Baelish." The two shared a knowing smile. Subsequently, their gazes seemed to synchronously turn towards Pycelle, causing him to shiver. "What do you think, Grand Maester?" Littlefinger's gaunt face still bore a trace of mirth. Pycelle wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Of course. Varys gestured animatedly. "It appears that Lord Pycelle shares our perspective as well, Lord Baelish." Both Littlefinger and Varys erupted into hearty laughter, leaving the Grand Maester awkwardly sandwiched between them, looking rather flustered. Meanwhile, far from the bustling sounds of King's Landing, the valley's narrow paths echoed only with the howling winds and the occasional falling stones. Aegon looked up. The Bloodgate loomed ahead. "Lord Aegon." The voice of Blackfish Brynden echoed from afar as a heavily armored knight rode swiftly towards him, his weathered face beneath the helm evoking a sense of familiarity in Aegon. Brynden, perched upon his steed, bore a solemn expression. "My lord, a letter has arrived from King's Landing. You may need to take a look at the Bloodgate." For reasons unknown, Aegon's mind instantly drifted to his peculiar dream. "Very well." Aegon's gaze faltered momentarily as he sighed deeply, following Brynden. As they approached the Bloodgate, Brynden inquired, "Will you be heading to Stonehenge this time?" Aegon glanced at Wyman and Andar, responding, "No, I shall not go to Stonehenge. I must return to Eagle's Nest. It is my father's command." Wyman and Andar, bewildered, trailed behind, catching the remainder of Aegon's words. "I am to return to Eagle's Nest to summon the vassals and muster the troops in preparation for battle." Brynden seemed to have anticipated the news, nodding with understanding. He guided Aegon to the residence of the knights at the Bloodgate, retrieving a letter from beneath the desk and handing it to Aegon. It was a letter from King's Landing, and Aegon recognized it at once. He picked it up, intending to read it thoroughly, but the content was exceedingly brief, penned by his father's close scholar, Maester Keeman. Is father gravely ill? Aegon furrowed his brow, the dream's imagery resurfacing in his mind. Brynden nodded. The Duke wishes for you to return to Eagle's Nest due to potential developments in King's Landing? The Blackfish's gaze resembled that of a hunting eagle rather than a floundering fish. Aegon shook his head. My conjecture aligns with yours. Yet my father did not disclose the specifics. He merely instructed me to come. Remembering his father's assessment of the Blackfish, he glanced at Wyman and Andar, candidly stating, The Duke of Eagle's Nest has commanded me to come to the valley, summon the vassals, and prepare the army for battle. Wymer exclaimed in astonishment. What? Blynden narrowed his eyes and addressed Artys. A challenge? The Duke must have been ambushed in King's Landing. The vividness of the dream was overwhelming. Artys even envisioned a scene from it flickering within the hearth of Blynden's residence. Rubbing his eyes, the flames resumed their normal state. While Blackfish's conjecture sounded plausible, the severe illness of his father and the letter from Maester Coleman reflected matters from a week prior, leaving everyone uncertain about the Prime Minister's current condition. Artys was only aware that his father had instructed him to listen for news from King's Landing, and thus, apart from anxiety, he possessed no other valuable information. The sound of little Robin's cries echoed, prompting Lysa to glance around in mild panic. She flung open the door to the room and nearly collapsed onto Blynden's armor. Uncle, little Lysa. Blynden gazed at her bloated figure and haggard face in disbelief. Please protect me. I want to return to Riverrun. I want to see father, Lysa implored. Andar, growing impatient, retorted, Damn it, my lady, how many times must we say it? You may return to Riverrun, but young Master Robin must accompany us back to the Vale. Artys observed Lysa's unusual demeanor, recalling her timid behavior throughout the journey, particularly her startled reaction upon seeing him, akin to a frightened cat, too scared to speak. I won't leave Mommy. I won't leave Mommy. You're all bad people. Little Robin trembled with agitation, tears streaming down Lysa's cheeks as she comforted him. My sweet Robin. Artys knew that Robin suffered from seizures. He extended his hand, wishing to soothe his brother, Robin, but Robin swatted his hand away, shouting, Don't touch me. Don't touch me. The shrillness of his cries drove everyone to vacate the room. Wymer maintained his knightly composure, frowning intolerance, while Andar muttered curses under his breath and exited the dwelling. Blynden spoke sternly to Lysa. I do not have a good relationship with your father, and I will not go to Riverrun. However, if Lord Artys permits, I can send someone to take you there. That's wonderful, uncle. I knew family is the best, Lysa replied with a rather unappealing smile directed at Blynden. Artys interjected, Lady Lysa, you are of House Arryn, and I am also your kin. Lysa suddenly realized, hastily adding, I know, I just miss father so much, I miss home. Please, dear Artys. The Vale is too mountainous. The castles tower into the clouds. I cannot bear this environment. I truly believe that only Riverrun suits me. Artys surveyed the lady before him, whose tone dripped with a plea for lower status, and sighed slightly. Your freedom is yours to claim. No one in the Vale may interfere. However, Robin is of House Arryn and must remain in the Vale. This is non-negotiable. Lysa appeared utterly despondent, her body slumping to the ground as she sobbed. In that moment, she resembled nothing more than a mother yearning for her child and a maiden eager to return home. Sobbing, Lysa raised her tear-streaked face. All right, my Artys. I will reside with little Robin in the Eyrie and will cause you no trouble. Artys gazed upon her sincere visage, his heart a tumult of emotions, as he clutched the letter delivered by Bachelor Keeman, pondering the contents within. The possibility of a gastric ailment had been dismissed, as Chancellor Pasher insisted it was merely a common malady. However, I did not entirely rule out the chance of poisoning. Thus, I prepared a detoxification strategy within my contingency plan. Artys scrutinized Lysa's face, acutely aware that his father's daily needs were largely managed by her. If poisoning were indeed the case, Artys hesitated to delve further into that dark realm of forbidden thoughts. With a quiet exhalation, he uttered a single word before turning away, his mind drifting to the past liaisons between his little finger and Lysa. Upon reaching the expansive stone bridge at Bloodgate, the biting cold wind stung his face, prompting a soft sigh as he resolved to pen a letter to the Citadel, beseeching them to dispatch a medical doctor to King's Landing for assistance. He surmised that his father's constitution could not endure the arduous journey back to the Vale for treatment and would have to settle for an alternative. Brynden remained inside, engaged in conversation with Lysa, yet Artys found himself increasingly indifferent to their discourse. He resolved to allow Robert to remain in King's Landing and, under the pretext of eliminating the mountain clans, summon his vassals and rally forces. He recalled how his father often associated with Stannis later on. Perhaps Stannis held some knowledge that could prove useful. In any case, he needed Robert, who was to maintain communication with Stannis from King's Landing. Artys closed his eyes and offered a prayer for his father. Lady Tully, the Great Hall of Eagle's Nest, when compared to other renowned castles throughout Westeros, was not particularly large. Moreover, the treacherous journey to reach it discouraged many vassals from undertaking the long trek to report to the Vale's steward. Consequently, the Arryn family designated their ancestral stronghold, the Moon Door Castle, now under the stewardship of Lord Nestor, as the venue for convening with vassals, aiming to cultivate the administrative skills of their heirs. This arrangement mirrored the significance of Dragonstone to the Targaryens, as the Lord of Moon Door Castle was often regarded as the second most powerful figure in the Vale. At this moment, however, the steward of Moon Door Castle had personally ascended to Eagle's Nest and was meeting Artys in the Great Hall. A mountain of letters lay before them, encompassing a myriad of issues: complaints about neighboring castles encroaching on water sources, petty grievances from minor nobility unrelated to any disputes, and denunciations of the adjacent lord's extramarital affairs resulting in numerous illegitimate offspring. This disarray cluttered the entire tabletop. Artys rested his forehead in his hand, frowning at the small mountain of correspondence and the seemingly untroubled countenance of Lord Nestor, the Vale's chief steward. "Lord Nestor, how do you typically manage these matters?" Artys inquired, lacking any experience in such affairs. Nestor awkwardly rubbed his palms together, his graying beard moving up and down as he replied, "I sift through and prioritize the most pressing issues, those involving territorial disputes that may escalate into violence, along with any matters concerning the mountain clans that could lead to conflict." As Artys listened, he poured wine into a goblet, filling it for Nestor while quietly observing the diligent steward who had devoted himself to the Vale for many years. He had not forgotten the true reason for summoning Nestor. "Lord Nestor, you have truly borne a heavy burden over these years," Artys sincerely expressed. Nestor sipped his drink, hesitant, aware that this was all due to the favor bestowed upon him by Duke Aelin. "I have instructed the scholar to release the ravens, summoning the vassals to prepare for a decisive strike against the mountain clan in the Mingwem Mountains," Artys stated directly. Upon hearing this, Nestor felt a tightening in his chest and hurried to counsel. "My lord Artys, I understand your prowess in combat against the wildlings, but the mountain clan has already been thoroughly subdued by your forces. They now tread with apprehension, and instances of plunder along the roads of Aelin Valley are scarce. Is it truly necessary to mobilize such extensive efforts, incurring great expense and labor?" Artys refrained from offering an immediate explanation, instead whispering a few words into Nestor's ear. Realization dawned upon Nestor, who began to pace in the main hall. In a situation where most would exhibit anxiety, he remained remarkably composed. He calmly addressed Artys, saying, "My lord, I shall do my utmost to cooperate." After seeking permission to depart, Artys stood before the moon gate in the hall. This narrow door, crafted from fishbeam wood, bore the engraving of a crescent moon. Nearly all executions in Eagle's Nest City were conducted through this portal, where the condemned would plummet 600 feet to the rocky valley below. Artys disseminated the news, summoning numerous nobles of the valley in the name of exterminating the mountain clan, urging them to gather their troops at the Moongate Fortress, while simultaneously instructing the Bloodgate to remain shut, denying entry to outsiders. Most of the forces of the valley's nobility were to assemble around the Moongate Fortress and the surrounding military strongholds, necessitating an abundance of supplies and medicines. He specifically penned a letter to Seagull Town, instructing the Grafson family to stockpile provisions and enhance management to sustain the needs of the great army. He ventured into the garden of Eagle's Nest City, initially intended to be a sacred grove, but alas, the soil proved too sparse, resulting in a mere garden. Artys seated himself on a bench, where monks and nuns silently engaged in prayer, oblivious to his presence. Imitating the monks, Artys prayed fervently for news of his father, King Genlein's recovery. However, the first tidings he received were from Dragonstone. A letter from Stannis Baratheon, "My lord Artys," the scholar delivered in the evening. As Artys opened the envelope, the contents were unprecedented, his nails digging deeply into the parchment. "Lannister," Artys muttered to himself. In the bedroom of Lysa and Robin, a maid thoughtfully offered warm milk, smiling as she playfully gestured to young Robin, inadvertently locking eyes with Lysa's malicious gaze. Startled, the maid quickly withdrew her hand, trembling as she lowered her head. "Drink this milk." Lysa's command left the maid bewildered. The maid hesitantly responded, "Huh?" only to be frightened again by Lysa's piercing voice. "I said drink this milk." The maid hastily took a sip of the milk, relieved that its temperature was just right, or else she would have scalded her mouth. Lysa regarded the maid with satisfaction, pouring another cup. "You wretched creature." The maid hurriedly acquiesced and stumbled out of the room. Outside, she collected her skirts, gasping for breath in a state of shock. As the scholar passed by, he observed this scene with a puzzled expression but did not halt his steps. Returning to his quarters, Lysa sipped her milk while Robin joyfully played with a handcrafted wooden horse, muttering words like knight and sir. She recalled Littlefinger's words. Tears, Lysa. Place the tears in the Prime Minister's goblet, and it shall benefit us and Robin's future. You must take control of your life. Consider who might obstruct our happiness. Who? At that moment, two names surfaced in Lysa's mind, Jon Arryn and Petyr Baelish. Indeed, Lysa, another tear is hidden within the necklace. After the two Arryns depart, you, Robin, and I shall live together, never to part, Littlefinger had whispered softly, kissing her lips. You must tell Petyr that you wish to return to the Eyrie. Present yourself as a strong mother before him, allowing him to let down his guard and approach you, seeking to comfort you. In that moment, you shall. Lysa complied. Yet Petyr's actions were limited to providing the mother and son with a warm abode and a host of maids. Without any further gestures, or even a word of solace, Lysa had once seen Petyr in the great hall, seemingly engrossed in affairs of state. She attempted to enter, but the guards in blue would not permit her, rendering her noble status impotent. Presently, she barred the maester from her chamber. Each time he entered, he would solemnly remind her of her duties as the Duchess, urging her to send dear little Robin to Stonehenge as a squire for Bronze Yon. Yet, she could not perceive any semblance of authority in her role as Duchess reflected in anyone, rendering talk of responsibility meaningless. Lysa felt as though madness was closing in on her, desperately tugging at her hair in front of the maester, which ultimately frightened him away. The maids whispered behind her back, and Lysa would pass by with a cold smile, refusing to be deceived by their childish naivety. She endured their chatter until she overheard their gossip in the garden. Sir Petyr is so handsome. When I delivered wine to him, I saw him diligently sorting through letters, so dashing. Unlike frail young Robin, I was terrified during his last seizure. Oh, serving the lady is dreadful. I dared not speak a word when I entered. Perhaps it is because her son is so lacking. Alas, may the mother protect us. Fury surged within Lysa, her face contorting as she rushed from the garden's edge, bellowing at the gathered maids. Her sharp voice soon attracted a multitude, knights, maesters, attendants, even the damned stable hands. Heaven forbid, even the gardener's laborers were drawn near. The bewildered and disdainful gazes of those around her magnified in Lysa's perception, compelling her to scream, Petyr, where are you? She cried, collapsing to the ground. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and as Lysa lifted her head, there stood the wretched Petyr. My lady, he extended a hand to assist her. Lysa felt the gentleness in his tone. You should return to your chambers, my lady. You may come to the great hall tonight. An opportunity. The chance for a new life with Petyr was upon her, and it was to unfold this very night. Lysa nodded excitedly, her nervous emotions appearing profoundly unstable to onlookers. Just moments ago, she had been shrieking and weeping, yet now, joy radiated from her. Artys smiled, while those around them mocked the unfolding scene. Lysa remained in the room, joyously dancing about. Even little Robin gazed at his mother with confusion. Little Robin, I promise we will soon be free from Artys, I assure you. Lysa exclaimed, tightly embracing Robin, tears of joy streaming down her face. However, Robin did not share Lysa's exuberance. His lips pouted and his brows furrowed. But why must we leave Brother Artys? He questioned. Brother? Lysa responded, puzzled. During the days when Mommy was away, it was Brother Artys who played with me and even engaged in nightly games. Robin's excitement grew at the mention of Artys. When? Lysa shrieked. Robin seemed accustomed to his mother's overreactions, continuing, it was when you weren't around and I needed someone to play with. No, you cannot. I want to allow it. It's all right. Dear Robin, everything will return to normal after tonight. A fierce glint appeared in Lysa's eyes as one hand clutched the necklace around her neck tightly. The Eagle's Nest Castle was the first to witness the sun's descent, Lysa thought, as the sun embraced the mountain gorge, countless lakes reflecting the twilight glow. The sacred light drenching the giantess spear in a brilliant shimmer. With a bottle of wine in hand, she confidently stepped into the great hall, the blue-cloaked attendants graciously parting to make way for her. Lysa held her head high, for Artys sat upon the throne of the Valley King in the center of the hall, gazing down at her. You wish to see me, Lord Artys, Lysa began. Artys rose and descended from the dais, bowing to Lysa. There is no need for such formalities, Lady Tully, he responded. Lady Tully? Lysa momentarily looked puzzled, then feigned nonchalance as she poured wine, the tears from her necklace already concealed within the goblet. I have noticed that since arriving at King's Landing, our family has yet to share a proper drink together, Artys. Artys observed her actions as she held out the wine glass towards him. He took the goblet. Raising it high, his smile unwavering. "Shall we drink, my lady?" Lysa fixated on the cup in his hand, unaware of the blue-cloaked figure gradually approaching from behind. "Lady Tully, do you still keep in touch with your little finger?" Artys inquired with a smile. Lysa was momentarily taken aback, ready to respond when suddenly a blow struck her from behind, engulfing her in dizziness, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. "Scholar, please take this wine bottle away for inspection." Artys instructed towards one side of the great hall. The scholar hurried out, ignoring the fallen Lysa, grabbing the spilled wine bottle and hastily exiting without a backward glance. "Place her in a room and do not allow her to leave. If father awakens, inform him. If not." Artys paused, and the blue-cloaked figure listened quietly to his orders. "We shall see then," Artys replied wearily, feeling utterly exhausted. The figure in the blue robe departed from the main hall. As the final rays of the setting sun streamed through the open door, casting a warm glow upon Artys's face, his shadow lay prostrate at the foot of the throne, akin to a captive prisoner. Tyrion reclined upon the sumptuous velvet bed arranged for him by his brother Jaime in King's Landing, a lovely companion by his side offering him peeled grapes. The sweet and tangy juice filled his mouth, and he contentedly belched, indulging in the embrace of comfort. However, the door was unceremoniously thrust open, causing Tyrion to lift his head in displeasure. It was his brother, Jaime. "Tyrion, how long have you been lounging about on this bed?" Jaime asked bluntly, drawing back the curtains to let the sunlight flood the room. Tyrion feigned a bite towards the girl beside him, who squealed in surprise and, under Jaime's unyielding gaze, hastily exited the chamber. "What is it, Jaime? You are ruining my good fortune. You owe me 10 chests of gold." Tyrion grumbled. "The king has decided to head north, Tyrion. I cannot leave you here in King's Landing," Jaime replied, fully aware of his brother's aspirations to venture to the north, particularly to gaze upon the wall. "North? To where, the Riverlands?" Tyrion inquired as he donned his trousers. "To Winterfell," Jaime responded. Tyrion was perplexed further. "Why would our dear King Robert wish to depart from this haven?" "The hand is dead, Tyrion. The king's sudden decree leaves me no choice," Jaime answered calmly, though Tyrion discerned a glimmer of relief in his brother's eyes. "Dead?" Tyrion exclaimed, adjusting his trousers. "What does the king intend to do?" Though he had a vague inkling of the answer, he refrained from vocalizing it, simply following Jaime out of the room in astonishment. "It appears Robert is quite irate. He sent ravens demanding that the beloved Lord of the Vale meet him at Harrenhal to explain why he abandoned Jon Arryn," Jaime continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Tyrion bit his tongue, pondering the likelihood of such a scenario. It's not necessarily so. The hand's attendants, the maester, have long revealed the truth to Robert. Could it be the old trick of the heir disposing of the father? He reluctantly mounted his steed, stretching his limbs. Jaime remained silent, his brow furrowed tightly, harboring his own suspicions regarding the hand's death, even doubting whether Cersei had concealed such a deed from him. Seeing his brother's reticence, Tyrion fell into silence, choosing not to press further. The news of death loomed heavily, like a black shroud over the Vale. The winds howled against the walls of Eagle's Nest, and Artys allowed the tempest to touzle his hair. Wymer stood at a distance, the blue-robed guards trailing behind him, no one daring to approach Artys. The black-winged raven bore 2 letters. Their father had passed away, succumbing to illness upon the bed of the Hand's Tower, and even the learned maester's skills had proven futile. Artys had not anticipated that his return to the Vale, under his father's name, would mark their final meeting. Remaining in King's Landing was Rabar Royce, Wymer's elder brother, accompanied by other knights of the Vale who had yet to return, along with the retainers who had served their father, such as the steward Shyff and the personal Maester Common, as they departed the tumultuous city, now taking refuge at Moondor Keep. The second letter is from King Robert, who expresses his profound indignation that no family members were by his adoptive father's side during his grave illness. He demands to meet him at Harrenhal during his journey north for a confrontation, casually informing him that he has inherited his father's lands and the title of Guardian of the Eastern Realm. The Duke of Eagle's Nest, Lord Alan Valerion, upon receiving the letter, addressed him as Lord Alan even though he was still unaware of his father's demise. This scholar audaciously presented him with an important missive, bearing the king's seal, which he had already opened. That evening, Alan expelled this scholar from the Vale and declared that he was never to set foot on its soil again. Though his heart was tumultuous, his visage remained eerily calm. Stannis' confidential letter revealed that his father was collaborating with him to investigate the Queen's alleged infidelity, only for his father to mysteriously perish thereafter. The Lord of Dragonstone speculated that his father had been poisoned. The missive from Maester Corman indicated that the likelihood of death by poisoning far surpassed that of a typical stomach ailment. After a brief respite at Moondor Castle, Corman was summoned to Eagle's Nest and informed the Citadel that he would assume responsibility there. The previously expelled scholar discovered what kind of lethal poison was concealed in Lysa's wine bottle, accursed tears of Lys. In his ignorance of how to test for toxins, he resorted to experimenting on a condemned prisoner in the dungeons of Eagle's Nest, which could be likened to a celestial prison, confirming that it was indeed a potent toxin capable of inducing gastrointestinal turmoil. Without a doubt, it was tears of Lys. Were it not for his past merits, this scholar would have already plummeted from Moon Door, facing the judgment of the Seven. Alan's heart was in turmoil, yet he forced a mask of tranquility upon his countenance. Little Robin had been incessantly weeping since the absence of their mother. Alan merely informed his younger brother that their mother had returned to the Eyrie, and as a member of House Arryn, he needed to remain in Eagle's Nest. This explanation evidently failed to satisfy his brother, who continued to fuss. Alan attempted to arrange for a maid to tend to Robin, akin to how their mother Lysa had cared for him, but to no avail. Dark wings, ominous tidings. Alan exhausted himself, leaning against the castle walls. He was acutely aware of how House Arryn had safeguarded his father in King's Landing. He had felt it countless times during feasts and meals. It was inconceivable that an outsider could poison him, as only one person could disarm his father's defenses. Lysa, Alan agonized. The evidence was irrefutable. The discovered tears of Lys served as proof. Lysa possessed neither the resources nor the audacity to murder her own husband, Littlefinger. Alan muttered in a barely audible voice that he would exact revenge in his own way, ensuring that Littlefinger would suffer a fate worse than death. He longed to hear Petyr's cries for mercy. Alan contemplated with serene resolve, oblivious to the howling winds of Eagle's Nest. My Lord Duke. The unfamiliar title nearly misled Alan into believing his father stood beside him. It took a moment for him to realize he was being addressed. Alan turned to face Maester Corman. The vassals of the Vale convened in the Great Hall, prepared to pledge their fealty to you. Common's tone was flat and mournful. Artys gazed distantly at the drifting white clouds, remaining silent for a while before stating, "Allow me to change." With that, he turned and departed. Weimer watched Artys retreat. Concern etched upon his face, yet he silently followed behind, accompanied by the blue-clad guards. The great hall of Eagle's Nest was simple yet imposing, the elongated chamber resonating with the roar of the tears of Alicia waterfall. The marble walls adorned with azure wave patterns appeared particularly stark. Standing side by side were Jorn Royce of Stonehelm and Nestor Royce of Moonsinger Keep, with the elderly Lady Anya Velwood seated in between, surrounded by her numerous children and grandchildren from Iron Oak. Count Eustace Hunt, who had fought alongside Artys, regarded the old woman with disdain, pondering the overt intentions behind Lady Velwood bringing so many daughters and granddaughters. Count Houghton Redford of Red Keep leaned against a stone pillar, flanked by his 4 sons, including his eldest, Jasper, and his youngest, the swordmaster Michel, both of whom had connections with Artys in King's Landing. Alone among them was Count Benedible Mormont of Song of the Vale, who was exchanging glances with the leading blue-clad guard, Sir Marvin Mormont, the Count's elder son and captain of the Eyrie Guard. At the back of the assembly stood Sir Montan Patton of the 9 Stars. Beside him was Lynn Cobray, the Lady of the Valyrian Sword, Silence, while his brother, the Count of Starry City, Leon Cobray, who had always been at odds with Lynn, occupied the far right of the hall, surrounded by his knights. Common quietly observed the dazzling array of family crests and banners. Nearly all the noble families of the Vale were represented, with even the Crescent Hall of Eagle's Nest bustling with landed knights and minor nobility from the Vale. They awaited the arrival of the new Duke of Eagle's Nest. Common thought to himself, shifting his gaze toward the entrance. Captain Marvin drew his sword and held it aloft, prompting the blue-clad guards behind him to swiftly rearrange their formation. The sound of clashing armor and shifting weapons rang out, creating a clear path. The assembled nobles turned their heads in unison. The gleaming chainmail was the first to capture their attention, a sky-blue cloak billowing against the wide-open doors of the great hall. The sword he bore was etched with patterns reminiscent of the vast mountain skies, its hilt fashioned into the likeness of a falcon's head. The guard unfurled like the wings of a majestic eagle, and a freshly embroidered blue moon falcon insignia adorned his chest. The identity of the newcomer was unmistakable, prompting the nobles of the Vale to kneel, even the elderly Lady Velwood, who, with the assistance of her kin, slowly lowered herself. Artys ascended the dais. Before Aegon's conquest, the king of the Vale from House Arryn had traversed this path countless times, receiving the oaths of his vassals. Following Aegon's conquest, this had also become the route used by generations of the Eastern Stronghold's guardians. Now, with his father gone, a new eagle had spread its wings, ready to soar. He recognized the necessity to manage his emotions, transcending the limitations imposed by his identity as a son and heir, and to adopt a mindset akin to that of the Duke of Eagle's Nest, regardless of how dire the ominous news might be. Along the King's Road in the Riverlands, royal tents stood in profusion, adorned with the Baratheon-s crowned stag banner and the Lannister-s roaring lion standard, which were prominently displayed everywhere. Tyrion even took the time to count and noted that the Lannister banners outnumbered those of the Baratheons by a considerable margin, and upon closer observation, the number of red-robed Lannister soldiers far exceeded that of the Baratheon guards. The Deer King appeared to be reveling in a vacation. Did he feel any sorrow for his diligent foster father? Tyrion gazed at the makeshift platform in the distance, where the king was laughing heartily at the spectacle of the melee below. At least for the moment, Tyrion concluded, he showed no signs of distress. With Jon Arryn deceased and the position of hand of the king vacant, Tyrion had received a letter from his father, Lord Tywin, prior to the Old Hand's demise, urging him to confer with his sister Cersei and brother Jaime regarding the vacancy, in hopes of securing the position for their family. Tyrion candidly acknowledged his gratitude that the letter had been sent to him rather than Cersei or Jaime, though he felt unprepared. It seemed the king had already made up his mind to head north. Too late, father. Apologies, father, Tyrion mused internally. Cersei, in her disdain, waved her fan to drive away the mosquitoes, and when her patience wore thin, she descended the platform with Jaime. King Robert remained blissfully indifferent to his queen, continuing to laugh as he observed the melee below. Robert demanded that Arryn confront him at Harrenhal, a request that perplexed Tyrion. In his view, the Hand's death bore little relevance to the so-called Eagles of the Vale. The servants and scholars repeatedly confirmed that even Varys believed Arryn had departed upon Jon's orders. Tyrion speculated that Robert's directive to Arryn was far more than a mere inquiry. Yet, his beloved sister scoffed at the matter. The old vulture was dead, and the drunken Robert was meeting the young vulture, perhaps because the latter had departed unbidden, equating to a refusal of Robert's proposal, which displeased him. It was fortunate for that young vulture to leave King's Landing. Otherwise, the lion's roar might have frightened him back to his mountain lair. Tyrion derided his sister and felt a pang of sympathy for the indifferent Jaime. It seemed that his sister, the lioness, had been blinded by the young vulture. Tyrion sarcastically remarked to her, causing her face to flush with indignation. Reflecting on their previous exchange brought him great joy. Confronting the heavens and the earth paled in comparison to challenging his sister. He found himself increasingly curious about the character and experiences of the newly appointed Duke of Eagle's Nest. As the most intelligent among Lord Tywin's 3 beloved children, he hoped to foster a friendship between House Lannister and Arryn, rather than rely on Jaime's sword or Cersei's knack for offending everyone. Cultivating friendships was the cornerstone of stability, Tyrion believed, and he felt that Lord Tywin's eagerness to become Hand of the King was excessive, once Joffrey ascended to the throne. Would there truly be any concern about the absence of Lannister representation in the royal council? Tyrion gazed at King Robert in the distance. Despite his considerable girth, the king exuded an exuberance that suggested he could live for another century. Father should be prompt, Tyrion mused inwardly. At the towering Harlaw Keep, its magnificent walls and towers cast a shadow over all the castles of Westeros. The dark, thick walls bore countless cracks, and even though 297 years had passed since Aegon's conquest and the dragons had vanished from the world, one could not help but imagine the scent of charred remains wafting near Harlaw. Robert had taken residence in a chamber with ceilings so excessively high it seemed intended for giants. Despite the grandeur of the Harlaw family's castle, they appeared pitifully impoverished. The banquet prepared by Lady Harlaw the previous night bore no resemblance to a feast for a king, resembling instead the leftovers meant for a beggar. Yet, recalling Lady Harlaw's ghastly and haggard visage, Robert chose not to quarrel with this woman, who spent her days amidst phantoms. His thoughts drifted to Cersei, whose expression was one of utter disdain, lacking any semblance of regal authority, which had led to considerable outbursts the previous evening. Now, lying upon his bed, his myriad of frustrations coalesced into a mere sigh. Forget Cersei's regal dignity. Where was his own as king? Damn it. Each time he raged against Cersei, he could feel her insufferable brother, Jaime Lannister, glaring at him from the sidelines. The thought brought a wry smile to his lips. The regicide plotting to stab him in the back. How fitting for his infamous title. In King's Landing, the small council had dumped all matters requiring decisions upon Robert, inciting him to roar in frustration, his booming voice revealing his impotence. Jon, you old fool, why have you departed from me? Robert lamented on his pillow. When Jon fell gravely ill, the Prime Minister, Lord Arryn, rushed back to the Vale, claiming to fulfill Jon's last wishes. It was maddening. Yet Robert had little desire to delve deeper. Varys had informed him that Jon sought him early that day to discuss the increasing menace of smugglers on the Narrow Sea, hoping to muster troops to safeguard trade routes. This news was corroborated by Petyr Baelish, who had been keeping a watchful eye on such matters, while Robert's esteemed brother, Stannis, might already be preparing a naval force. During the council meetings, Patchface merely nodded along, and Robert felt an urge to slap him twice for his obsequiousness. Damn it! Why must this burden fall upon me? What is Jon thinking? Ned, dear Ned, you must assist me in navigating these troubles. I wish only to indulge in revelry. Robert reminisced about the days spent with Ned in the Eyrie, fighting side by side to extinguish the Targaryen flame, and sailing forth to conquer sea monsters, which brought a smile to his face. In the wake of Jon's death, a plethora of candidates emerged for the position of Hand of the King. Yet the first name to spring to Robert's mind was Eddard Stark. Damn it, he might be the last person in the world he could trust. Jon's demise forced Robert to reconsider the kingdom's future. His queen was a Lannister, many of the Red Keep's guards were Lannisters, and his eldest son, Joffrey, bore the blood of the Lannisters. His alliance with Lord Tywin Lannister was, indeed, unassailable. The foundation of the first generation of the kingdom was robust. Bolstered by Eddard Stark of House Stark, the king of his own lineage, Jon Arryn of House Arryn, and the matrimonial alliances of House Tully, alongside his own grand union with House Lannister. With these venerable figures still among the living, peace reigned in the realm. However, the demise of Jon Arryn compelled Robert to contemplate the future stability of the kingdom, prompting him to draw inspiration from House Tully of Riverrun. He had 2 sons and a daughter, and as long as he managed them as Jon had instructed him, he believed all would be well. Alas, Jon, if only you could leap from the depths of the 7 hells to guide your hapless king once more, you who cared so deeply for your foster son. Little bird, come hither, Aegon. Robert's previous thoughts had been thwarted by a command from his father, and he felt hesitant to revisit the matter. Robert believed that his foster father was the one who had dissuaded him from allowing Joffrey to accompany Aegon. Yet, he saw a more reliable remedy on the horizon. Gazing through the window at the moonlit expanse, he found himself alone in the vast chamber. The bed, once a haven of revelry and laughter, now bore witness to a father shadowed by sorrow, illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. Joffrey, having arrived at such a grand castle for the first time, wandered about with his hound. Had it not been for the king's entourage of minstrels and guards from King's Landing, the castle would have seemed even more desolate, with its vastness only accentuated by the scant number of souls present. Whispers of a curse surrounding Harrenhal had frightened Tommen and Myrcella into their mother's room. Joffrey, however, scoffed at their cowardice, deriding them before striding off to explore the accursed castle. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Joffrey turned to see his uncle, the imp Tyrion, clumsily navigating the smooth floors of Harrenhal's great hall. As he stumbled and fell before Joffrey, he quickly regained his footing. Boredom had begun to settle in Joffrey's mind, but the sight of his uncle sparked a sudden interest. "Dearest uncle," he called out. Tyrion rolled his eyes and muttered, "My cursed nephew," as he approached, wearing a smile that was transparent in its insincerity. To his surprise, Joffrey kicked out a leg, causing Tyrion to lose his balance once more. With widened eyes, Tyrion propelled himself off the ground, landing gracefully on his feet, much to Joffrey's astonishment. He had never imagined his dwarf uncle possessed such agility. What a nimble little imp. Sandor Clegane, the hound, mocked from behind Joffrey, lending his support to the prince. Joffrey roared with laughter, pointing at Tyrion. "I should have known. My grandfather ought to send you to Bravos to join a troupe of actors. I guarantee every show would be a sellout," he taunted, bending at the waist and glaring menacingly at Tyrion. "Ah, dear prince, we must ensure to keep your uncle's prized appendage for posterity," Tyrion replied nonchalantly. Joffrey, taken aback, questioned, "What do you mean? Is being a dwarf not enough? Must you also aspire to be a eunuch? In that case, during our performance at the theater troupe, I shall have the opportunity to expose the charming prince of the kingdom and his delightful penchant for collecting the peculiarities of others." Tyrion playfully struck Joffrey's chest with a fist, swaying his head with a flourish as he departed. "What?" Joffrey angrily turned around. "Dare you insult your prince?" He hastened to follow, only to be unexpectedly met with a resounding slap from Tyrion as he turned. "Do you dare mock your uncle?" Without pausing, Tyrion swiftly delivered 2 more slaps, leaving crimson marks on Joffrey's face. He clutched his face, staring incredulously at the dwarf. "Before you aspire to be a good prince, my dear nephew, allow your uncle to remind you to first be a good person," Tyrion declared as he strode away, leaving Joffrey in shock and the hound indifferent. Muttering curses at the smooth floor of Harrenhal, Tyrion contemplated indulging in a soothing bath at the famed Great Bath of Harrenhal. In the distance, the mournful sound of a horn echoed from the castle towers, resembling a ghostly wind in the long night. Tyrion gazed curiously towards the distant towers, pondering who might be visiting Harrenhal at such an hour. Driven by curiosity, he returned to the great hall, where Jaime suddenly appeared before him, his expression seemingly uneasy. "What is it, Jaime? Who has arrived?" Tyrion inquired, perplexed. Jaime replied, "The little bald eagle from House Arryn has arrived." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tyrion followed. "You seem quite tense." "Cersei is anxious. She fears that Petyr Baelish has brought the army from the Vale," Jaime candidly admitted. Tyrion furrowed his brow. "You have kept many secrets from our dear brother, Jaime." Jaime shook his head, mounting his horse while instructing a servant to arrange one for Tyrion. As the expanse of Harrenhal necessitated horseback travel from the great hall to the towers. "Just know this, Tyrion, we have done nothing wrong. Cersei has assured me of that." Jaime spoke solemnly. Tyrion, unable to suppress a wry smile, replied, "My sister's assurances, you truly believe her?" Poor brother, as he struggled to mount his horse and galloped forth. Upon reaching the towers, Tyrion discovered that the original guards had long since been replaced by the crimson-clad Lannisters, with their banners standing side by side with those of House Baratheon upon the walls. Jaime commanded the soldiers to remove many Baratheon banners and position 200 Lannister guards in a row atop the towers. "Trying to intimidate the little eagle, are we?" Tyrion jested at Jaime's arrangements. "But you seem to overlook the vastness of this tower. Even all the Lannister guards lined up cannot fully occupy a single wall, rendering it even more desolate, the interior even emptier." Jaime shook his head once more. "Let the Lord of the Eyrie know that the Lannisters hold control over this castle." Tyrion admired Jaime's maneuver but squinted towards the distant banner of House Arryn, chuckling. "It appears your calculations have gone awry. Our Lord Duke has brought but a handful of men. Regardless of Cersei's concerns, she may rest assured for now. Her visit shall not be marred by the eagle's talons." Artys, accompanied by 50 blue-cloaked cavalrymen, stood beneath the grand city gate. He observed that the walls were almost entirely adorned with Lannister banners, while the royal Baratheon flags were conspicuously sparse. The red cloaks on the battlements moved with an air of vigilance, as if anticipating the enemy's actions. Artys chuckled softly. He remained uncertain of Littlefinger's allegiance to the Lannisters, for his current maneuvers appeared decidedly suspect. The notion of bringing Lysa to seek the king's judgment was thoroughly extinguished at this moment, as the king's retinue seemed to consist solely of Lannister red cloaks. Given the circumstances, he could not bring a substantial force to face the king. If he were to disclose Stannis's letter and his suspicions to Robert, there was no guarantee that the evidence would be convincing enough to assuage Robert's doubts, potentially leading the king to suspect treachery and imprison his closest kin. Even if Robert were to believe him, Artys feared that, given the king's temperament, he might openly confront the Lannisters, which could spell doom for both himself and the king. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he confidently raised his head and approached the city gate with his cavalry. The gate creaked open with a hoarse sound, reminiscent of a demon's roar. Artys did not hasten to meet King Robert. By the time he arrived, night had fallen, and he wished not to disturb the king's slumber. Upon entering Harrenhal, the king's Kingsguard, Ser Malin Tarly, fixed a piercing gaze upon him, while the Lannister red cloaks behind him stood ready, as though poised for battle. "Long time no see, Ser Malin," Artys greeted him briefly, not waiting for a reply, and spurred his horse deeper into Harrenhal. His party had sent word to Harrenhal 2 days prior, and Lady Went should have already received it. "You ought to set up camp outside, awaiting the king's command," Malin coldly remarked. Artys chose to disregard Ser Malin and proceeded with his squire, Ongai, and his blue-cloaked cavalrymen directly toward the great hall of Harrenhal, guided by the far-off hospitality of Lady Went. The atmosphere grew tense as Ser Malin fixated on the advancing blue-cloaked cavalry, his lips pressed tightly together, his countenance as hard as iron, seemingly frozen in place. Yet, he could do nothing but watch Artys and his men enter the great hall. Harrenhal loomed ominously, a monstrous silhouette upon the ground, its cursed enigma swirling in the air above. Lady Went, residing alone in the dungeon-like depths of the castle, had not kept many attendants, and the sparse servants wandering the vast castle did so quietly, as if in servitude to their master, reflecting Lady Went's own demeanor upon each inhabitant of the fortress. By the time the Went family had settled Artys and the Vale Knights, the night had deeply enveloped the castle, the inky sky devoid of stars. As dawn's light began to break, Ongai roused Artys, and through the crack of the door, he saw the familiar white cloak and gleaming armor outside. among the 7 King's Guard. Only the Kingslayer donned such an attire. The king wishes to see you, Jaime announced tersely, turning to lead the way. Artys followed closely behind, with the Vale's blue-cloaked guards trailing to protect his rear. The king's chamber is located in the easternmost tower of Harrenhal. Along the way, Artys meticulously observed the defenses and surroundings, noting that the guards of House Baelish were only stationed along the path leading to the king's tower, while other significant locations were manned by Lannister's Crimson Cloaks. It appeared that Jaime deliberately took a longer route to the king's tower, circling around as if to conspicuously display the defenses to Artys. Upon arriving at the tower, Artys regarded Jaime's smirking face in silence, feeling that the regicide before him seemed rather frivolous, as if reveling in his own cleverness. He calmly uttered a word of thanks for Jaime's efforts before dismissing him and stepping into the tower. Eyrie cast a hostile glance at Jaime, while Elend's personal guards quietly stood watch below the tower, seemingly observing Jaime as well. "Haven't you ever seen the King's Guard, you country bumpkins?" Jaime remarked brusquely to the blue cloaks, yet none responded to his derision. Eyrie merely turned his head, choosing not to face Jaime directly. Jaime scoffed lightly, shifting his gaze to the upper tower as his expression grew increasingly grave. Artys approached the king's bedroom slowly, opting not to enter immediately, for the thick door could not muffle the cacophony within. "How dare you speak to me now, Robert? You drunken fool." Cersei's voice rang out. "I have spoken, woman. This is merely a notification from the king. Your consent is unnecessary." Robert's roar seemed to shake the very foundations of the castle, followed by the sound of a wine goblet shattering on the floor. "I am the mother of Myrcella, and you would do well to remember that I am still your queen. You have no right to take her from me. You have no right." Cersei's piercing voice momentarily drowned out Robert's. At that moment, Artys grasped the true meaning behind the Lannister family motto, "Hear me roar," which likely echoed the desperate roar of a lioness. The sound of slaps and commotion persisted, prompting Ser Malin, stationed at the door, to intervene in the king's domestic affairs. He gently knocked on the bedroom door. "Your Majesty, Duke Artys Arryn seeks an audience." The room fell into a sudden silence. "Let him enter," Robert's deep voice resounded. Artys stepped into the room, where a maid was tidying up the remnants of the shattered goblet. Robert sat in a soft chair to the right, while Queen Cersei averted her gaze, unwilling to meet Arthys's eyes. He surmised that the earlier sound of slaps had left its mark on Cersei's other cheek. "Artys, why has Jon sent you back to the Vale?" Robert inquired first. Artys feigned hesitation, his gaze fixed on the floor, while his mind calculated the presence of Lannister guards below the tower, as well as Jaime Lannister, and that cursed Ser Malin outside. Robert, sensing his reluctance, shook his head in resignation. "Speak, whatever it may be. What did Jon tell you?" I informed my father of your request, Your Majesty." Artys replied without betraying any emotion. "Damn it, I knew it." Robert seemed to have anticipated this, his expression a complex mix of sorrow and anger. "He commands you to leave King's Landing, and then he comes to reject me himself?" Robb turned to Artys and inquired. Artys nodded, but at that moment, Cersei turned around, the red marks still visible on her face, narrowing her eyes at Artys with a hint of suspicion. Robb, in a fit of anger, struck the sofa with his hand, exclaiming, "I knew it." This act provoked a cold laugh from Cersei. Artys stood silently before Robb, awaiting the king's next question. Robb's journey to Harrenhal could not merely be for these trivial inquiries. Before speaking, Robb cast a disdainful glance at Cersei, about to articulate his thoughts. "Artys, I summoned you here. You drunken fool. You shall not do this." "I absolutely refuse." Cersei's sharp voice rang out, drowning the king's words. Robb could no longer contain himself, roaring, "You wretched harlot. I shall do as I please. I am the king. If you wish to avoid leaving with red imprints on both cheeks, you best leave. Or else be silent." Cersei pointed at her slapped face, declaring, "I shall consider this a badge of honor. It seems I must award you one daily." Robb lowered his voice, his disdain more palpable. Cersei stood up, her long skirt swaying as she exited the room, leaving with the remark, "As long as I am here, you shall never succeed." Once she departed, Artys glanced at the trembling King Robb, who was fuming, and remained silent. "Seven hells. If the gods were merciful, how could they send such a woman to be my queen?" Robb muttered, his head lowered, his tone filled with regret. Artys, unsure of the king's thoughts, chose not to intrude. After a long while, Robb raised his head, cleared his throat, and took a sip of wine from the table, addressing Artys. "Artys, have you seen Myrcella, my daughter?" Artys recalled that Myrcella was often seen at feasts, scurrying about with Prince Tommen, playing with the kittens in the Red Keep. Furthermore, he personally presented the crown of love and beauty to Princess Myrcella during the tournament. "Your Majesty, I have seen her," Artys responded succinctly. Robb relaxed into the cushions of the soft chair, asking, "Are you satisfied with her?" Artys, discerning the direction of Robb's thoughts, recalled Stannis's letter. He swallowed hard before responding. "I am quite satisfied, Your Majesty." He could not divulge the dreadful accusations of the Queen's infidelity, as even Stannis dared not speak such words to Robb, let alone he, who had just inherited his title following his father's death. Nor could he mention the poisoning accusations against Lysa, despite the evidence being well known in the Eyrie. Now, explaining this to Robb could easily be misconstrued as a confession of filicide to usurp his father's title. "What if the kingdom's princess, my daughter, were to marry you?" Artys. Robb articulated his true intent. Artys fell silent, quickly organizing his thoughts in his mind, seeking a strategy. Seeing Artys' hesitation, Robb grew somewhat impatient, saying, "Child, make a decision swiftly. You have already declined me once, and a second refusal could tarnish the king's dignity." At last, Artys spoke, "Your Majesty, my father has just passed away, and I currently have no intentions of betrothal." Robb sighed heavily. "I am unaware of what Jon Arryn looked like in his youth, but I surmise it was somewhat akin to you. Curse it, your father and Ned were remarkably compatible. They shared a stubbornness on certain matters that was quite formidable. I am not my father, the honor-bound man who perished amidst schemes and machinations. I shall remember this lesson," Artys mused inwardly. "Ned?" A tumult stirred within Artys as he recalled his father's appreciation for another of his foster sons. Ned was the most trustworthy individual, and the Starks were always the most steadfast in the Seven Kingdoms, particularly those who valued honor, with Ned being the foremost among them. He was not adept at navigating the political intricacies with Southerners like us. His approach to affairs was governed solely by fairness and nothing else. For instance, regarding regicides. His father's words echoed in his mind. "Lord Eddard," Artys declared, "my father has 2 foster sons, Your Grace. Perhaps it would be prudent for both of you to decide upon my marriage." At this, Robb's eyes lit up. "Ah, this would serve as an explanation for Jon. Then you shall accompany me north to meet Ned. Ha ha ha. I firmly believe Ned stands with me." He then personally poured Artys a glass of red wine, insisting on sharing a hearty drink. Artys smiled at the remark, finally easing the weight from his shoulders as he accepted the goblet from the king and drank deeply. His objective had been accomplished. With his father's demise, Robb was eager to journey north to see Eddard Stark, and the political implications were crystal clear. Artys found himself in an awkward predicament. The Prime Minister had departed King's Landing for the Vale at a most opportune moment while gravely ill. He was acutely aware of Lysa's poisoning yet unable to present the evidence to the public. Stannis had confided in him yet refused to inform the king of the peculiar motives behind his father's inquiries during his lifetime, and the ambiguous ties between Littlefinger and the Lannisters. Artys realized that, apart from knowing the outcome, he was privy to information he dared not disclose. An invisible web spread into the sky, seemingly ensnaring the entire azure expanse, leaving him with no chance of escape. The key to unraveling this situation lay in the direct evidence of Stannis' confession and in finding someone brave enough to reveal the truth to Robb. "Lord Eddard, for now, this matter must rest upon your shoulders," Artys thought. 26. Tyrion dreamt of a familiar yet foreign tree-lined path. A group of brigands had taken a girl hostage, and upon seeing Tyrion and his brother Jaime galloping towards them, their faces betrayed a flicker of fear. Tyrion understood that the brigands were not intimidated by him, the dwarf, but rather by the fully armed Jaime beside him. Nonetheless, he advanced on horseback ahead of Jaime, wielding his sharp tongue as his foremost weapon. "You filthy scoundrels. Lay down your weapons and surrender to the Lannisters of Casterly Rock." The lead brigand licked his lips. "We do not surrender to half-men." "Oh, what then shall you do about this valiant knight beside me?" Tyrion taunted, gesturing to Jaime behind him, who cooperatively spurred his horse forward. The bandit, with a keen sense of discretion, rode away on a horse that clearly appeared to be of inferior breed, leaving the girl behind. Jaime instructed him to take good care of the girl, while he himself mounted his steed in pursuit, as the roars of "Long live Casterly Rock" gradually receded into the distance. "What is your name?" Tyrion inquired cautiously, recognizing the girl as a peasant child at a mere glance. Not only was she covered in dirt, but there also lingered a distinct odor of sheep dung. The farm girl gazed at the dwarf before her with fear, her body still trembling from the encounter with the bandit. Tyrion reassured himself that the girl must have been terrified by the brigand. "Tessa, my lord, I am called Tessa," she replied, her innocent, wide eyes fixed upon him. A slight tremor ran through Tyrion as he noticed her body, no longer quaking, adorned with a gentle smile. It had been ages since he had seen anyone, apart from Jaime, smile at him without a hint of mockery. The scene shattered like a broken mirror, and in an instant, Tyrion found himself within the Lannisters' military tent. The sound of silver coins clattering to the ground echoed like a stream flowing through a riverbed. As Tessa lay amidst a pile of coins, Lannister soldiers, akin to beasts, unleashed their desires upon her. "Tessa!" Tyrion cried out helplessly. The dream rippled like a tranquil pond, blurring the images until only the face of his father, Tywin, remained. A whore dared to aspire to wed a Lannister. This was her punishment, Tyrion, and a means of managing her business. Jaime's unnatural visage also emerged. "Father has instructed me to employ her, a whore, not a peasant girl, to allow you to experience the affairs of men and women," Tyrion screamed, as blood streamed down Tywin's face and Jaime's figure receded into the distance. He awoke, feeling the mattress beneath him, still in Harrenhal. Gasping for air, he glanced outside at the brightening sky, seemingly nearing noon. A knock echoed at the door, followed by the voice of a servant. "My lord Tyrion, it is time to depart. The king wishes to leave Harrenhal promptly. I have no desire to linger here." "Not for a single moment," Tyrion muttered, recalling the excruciating dream that had plagued him. He donned his garments, with specially padded inserts tucked into his trousers to alleviate the discomfort of riding. Tyrion casually slipped away to the privy, preparing to head downstairs. The previous night had been torturous, disturbed by Cersei and his older brother Jaime's neurotic behavior, leaving him with little sleep. Was it truly necessary for a little eagle to cause such unrest? He pondered as he descended the tower, where the servant had already readied his mount. The Baratheon stag banner had long since vanished, and in the distance, Tyrion spotted Lady of Riverrun standing solitary atop the tower, gazing longingly at the departing convoy. He felt akin to a solitary specter, shivering slightly. "In such a vast castle, there are scarcely any decent guards," Tyrion remarked to the ever-stoic Ser Meryn. It was evident that the aloof Ser Meryn had no intention of engaging with the dwarf. The entire fortress felt as though it were haunted, and he mused. "Dear executioner of the king, does the most feared executioner in all of Westeros harbor any fear? I suspect not. If there were truly ghosts, well, Ser Meryn, you would surely be the last to believe in spirits." Tyrion uttered boldly as he rode his towering steed, unperturbed. Ser Meryn fixed a cold, silent gaze upon him. Tyrion, deeming himself rather dull, quickened his pace to keep up with the advancing Baratheon banner. Jaime rode closely behind the king's carriage, where the queen sat within, while King Robert, astride a magnificent steed, led the procession, accompanied by the young and unacquainted Lord Arryn, who, at such a tender age, had already inherited the Vale, a fact that stirred envy in Tyrion. Cersei cast a displeased glance at the jovial exchange between Robert and Arryn, maliciously remarking, "That fat pig intends to marry my Myrcella to that little bald eagle." Jaime furrowed his brow and replied to Cersei, "Cersei, I think," but she swiftly interrupted, "Enough, Jaime. I expect you to be on my side." Tyrion made a face at Jaime, eliciting a slight improvement in Jaime's otherwise resigned expression. "Lord Arryn holds a position of considerable influence and is the champion of the tournament. I cannot fathom any aspect that would render him unworthy of my delightful niece," Tyrion remarked to Cersei. Cersei frowned, seemingly contemplating Tyrion's words, which brought him a measure of joy. He continued, "I could serve as an envoy for my beautiful sister to gauge Lord Arryn's intentions. You know I possess a way with words." Cersei retorted, "The only thing you have to offer is your tongue, which provides some reassurance. Your flattery brings me great joy, dear sister." Tyrion rolled his eyes. Once more, Lord Arryn listened to Robert recounting his glorious exploits. The king's perspective diverged starkly from that of Tyrion's father, whose memories of the rebellion were steeped in sorrow and the burdens of its aftermath. Robert's narrative, conversely, was filled with tales of valiant charges, solitary duels, and the exhilaration of slaying Rhaegar with his own hands. The bards and attendants surrounding Robert incessantly praised the king's bravery, a situation to which Arryn was unaccustomed, merely responding with polite acknowledgement. As Robert engaged in a drinking contest with an attendant, Arryn discreetly slowed his pace, extricating himself from the throng surrounding the king. "Robert is quite the talker, isn't? Arryn turned to find a dwarf riding a tall horse approaching him, a smile gracing his face. "You are Tyrion Lannister, I presume?" Arryn inquired. Tyrion offered an odd smile, relieved that no one had referred to him as a half-man or a dwarf in this instance. "Apologies. It is rather easy to deduce," Arryn noted, recognizing Tyrion's self-deprecation. "Ah, it appears my infamy has traveled far across the realm," Tyrion replied with a slight smirk. Pulling a comical face, Arryn smiled, having observed the Lannister's humorous disposition, yet Stannis' letter loomed in his mind, reminding him to remain vigilant. "In the tragic tapestry of my dwarf existence, few things provide solace or hope," Tyrion mused to himself. The Eyrie stands as one, the library at Casterly Rock is another. And perhaps I should also include my beloved brother Jaime. Arryn listened quietly, refraining from comment. Fortunately, my skills are commendable, and coupled with the allure of golden dragons, the women of the Eyrie would not unceremoniously eject me from their beds. Ha! Tyrion laughed exaggeratedly. Artys was amused by him, his lips pressed together unnaturally. I have roamed through the female establishments of the Seven Kingdoms, certainly, the West, the Riverlands, and the women of Dorne. Dear heavens! They are indeed wild and liberated. Alas! I have yet to visit the Vale and the North's female establishments, which is truly a pity, Tyrion said, feigning regret. Artys shook his head. The Vale only accommodates its own women, except in Seagull Town. Upon hearing this, Tyrion's ears perked up. Have you been there? Oh, what am I thinking? The heir of the Vale. No, he is now the Duke of the Vale. Must have countless women vying for your bed. Ahem, I apologize. Please allow me to express my condolences. Lord Jon is a fine prime minister and a good father, at least in my opinion, Artys remarked to Tyrion. Regrettably, I have not visited any establishments, Artys replied. Tyrion gazed into Artys's calm and sorrowful eyes. From the onset, this eagle of the Vale had imparted such a feeling. He cleared his throat and said to Artys, Life has been challenging enough, Artys. May I address you as such? Artys nodded. Tyrion left a different impression on him compared to the other two. Very well, Artys. The gods have bestowed upon me this misshapen body, allowing me to speak to you as a much-mocked dwarf, though I am considerably older than you. Tyrion spoke in rapid succession. Surprisingly, Artys enjoyed conversing with him and listened intently, despite the numerous troubles. At least Lord Jon presented you with the image of a good father and provided you with, lovely memories. Forgive me, if you were to meet my father. You would understand. Few fathers in the realm are worse than Lord Tywin, particularly to me. You must know, the most dreadful aspect is that he is still alive. Tyrion muttered, speaking from the heart. Artys finally comprehended why this Lannister was unlike the others. He scanned Tyrion. Recognizing that the dwarf's status was akin to that of Mia's half-sister, the king's illegitimate daughter left in the Vale. To Artys, both identities were equivalent. Live joyfully this dwarf, smile and jest daily. Why must you, a duke, feign aloofness? Tyrion left a remarkably positive impression on Artys, conveying his sincere respect for Artys's father and genuine counsel. Suddenly, Tyrion changed the subject. Hey, he nearly struck Artys. What? Artys inquired. You surely have no lover, do you? Tyrion questioned, resembling a detective scrutinizing him. Artys glanced at Cersei's carriage behind him. The queen was watching them from a distance, finally realizing why Tyrion had initiated conversation. Artys chuckled. Oh, there are far too many, my lord Tyrion, before riding away from him. Damn it, I strayed from the topic, Tyrion lamented. Patting his head as he watched Artys ride off, the blue moon falcon banner of the Vale fluttering in the distance. In the northern expanse of the neck, the narrow, winding causeway proved exceedingly arduous to traverse, surrounded by a seemingly endless marshland interspersed with deceptively fine quicksand. Enormous crimson blossoms languished in the fetid mire, and from the moment he arrived, Artys was in a heightened state of alertness. Tyrion, his diminutive stature positioned ahead, compelled Artys to be mindful of Tyrion's balance as they navigated the treacherous terrain. The marsh bubbled ominously around them, with Tyrion surmising that it was likely the domain of lizard lions and venomous serpents. The stench of decay pervaded the air, and in the distance, a greenish mist flickered, only to be obscured by a veil of white smoke. Where, was the house of Reed in this murky abyss? The Seven Hells. It was exceedingly difficult to traverse. Robert's signature roar served as their clarion call, his longsword in hand as he forged ahead. Cersei insisted on remaining with Tommen and Myrcella atop the carriage, while the two children gazed around in innocent excitement, counting the strange flora and unfamiliar creatures that flitted about. Such navet, thought Tyrion, as he pondered whether to remount his horse rather than continue trudging beneath it. He could no longer see his squire, who had galloped off into the throng, and all around him was a sea of green marshland. Artys, moving slowly behind him, was likely impeded by Tyrion's role as the obstinate dwarf. If it's not too indelicate, Tyrion called back, being dragged along by the horse. Might you assist me to mount, my lord Allen? Amused by the ludicrous sight, Artys chuckled, responding by effortlessly hoisting Tyrion by the back of his garments and placing him atop the steed. Tyrion exclaimed, pointing at Artys with a broad grin, twisting his waist in newfound comfort. Thank you, little eagle. Under the king's intimidation, Joffrey refrained from entering the carriage, trailing behind Robert with a sullen expression. while the prince's hunting hounds shed their cumbersome armor and nimbly urged the horses onward. In the distance, the causeway opened significantly, revealing the familiar cobbled road ahead, much to Robert's delight, for he knew it signified their imminent arrival at the Bay of Crabs. "Fools, mount your horses," Robert bellowed, swiftly vaulting onto his steed. The act of mounting was a considerable challenge for his corpulent frame, yet Robert's strength seemed inexhaustible, causing his warhorse to stumble slightly beneath him. The procession quickened its pace, the Southerners having traversed the causeway of the Neck, arriving at the gateway to the north, the formidable stronghold of the Bay of Crabs, which guarded the treacherous land route between the north and south. Outside Winterfell, the verdant expanse of grass stretched endlessly, devoid of any semblance of winter's chill. Yet only the inhabitants of this land understood that the weather was gradually growing colder. The ground squirrels had begun to burrow. The resilience of the grass merely a fleeting fade, for summer was drawing to a close, and the long winter was fast approaching. Eddard received the great ice sword, a formidable blade of Valyrian steel, handed to him by his captain of the guard, Jory. This ancestral sword of House Stark had been passed down since the era of the king in winter, its blade dark as smoke. A deserter from the Night's Watch knelt at Eddard's feet. In the name of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, as well as the King of the Seven Kingdoms and the Guardian of the Realm, Robert I of House Baratheon, I, Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and the Warden of the North, hereby pronounce your death sentence. Eddard raised the greatsword Ice, and, with a swift motion, severed the head of the Night's Watch deserter from his body, which fell upon the verdant grass. The face of the deserter appeared to be gasping, as if attempting to convey a vital message to Eddard. In that very moment, as the execution concluded, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the heavens. Eddard gazed anxiously at the falling snow, fully aware of the implications of such weather changes. It signified the imminent end of late summer and the encroaching long winter upon this land. Jory took the great sword from Eddard's grasp, and the journey back to Winterfell seemed interminable, especially with the initial snowfall accompanying them in the biting cold. Eddard observed his sons riding quietly through the snow. The youngest, Bran, wore a serious expression, attempting to maintain an air of adult solemnity. Robb and Jon Snow stood nearby, admiring the swirling snowflakes above. Satisfied, Eddard approached Bran, patting his upright chest in approval. Bran's face lit up with a smile, his eyelashes adorned with white snowflakes. He spoke in a youthful voice, mentioning sightings of White Walkers beyond the wall. Robb erupted in laughter, while Theon Greyjoy made a silly face at Bran, and Jon offered a faint smile. Bran looked at them in confusion. Eddard chuckled. The old nurse's tales lack credibility, Bran. I have yet to encounter one of those stories in reality. It would indeed be miraculous, my Lord Stark. Theon, from the outset, wore a mocking smile, his tone laced with jest. Robb and Jon disregarded Bran's childish remarks, racing their steeds as they typically did. Eddard watched their spirited backs with joy in his heart. The king's retinue must have passed the Bay of Crabs and was nearing Winterfell, Eddard mused. Ever since he received news of his foster father, Jon Arryn's death, and Robert's journey north, he had been calculating the time of Robert's arrival. However, he had not anticipated that Robert would linger at Harrenhal, thereby delaying his journey further. Robert had met with the new Lord of the Vale, Petyr Baelish, and perhaps he would bring along the eldest son of his foster father. Eddard resolved to offer comfort to the boy who had just lost his father. He recalled that fateful spring when he learned of his brother and father's demise while in the Eyrie, feeling profound sorrow. He wished to spare the child, Petyr, from enduring such a cruel fate as the old god's punishment of humanity. Eddard hoped that the winter in the north would provide a temporary respite from grief, as he sought to be a worthy lord. Jory's voice broke the silence. My lord, look. Your sons have discovered something. With a flick of his whip, Jory urged Eddard's attention towards the direction. There, amidst a pool of blood, lay a massive dire wolf, lifeless and still, its size surpassing that of Bran's pony. A dire wolf? Jory exclaimed in disbelief. Eddard furrowed his brow, regarding the fallen creature with growing unease. He dismounted and approached the lifeless body of the wolf, crouching down to reach beneath its head. With a firm twist, he extracted a shattered deer antler. The onlookers shifted uncomfortably as Eddard examined the antler in his hand. No matter how hard he tried to divert his thoughts, they invariably drifted to Robb's journey northward. Bran's sharp, youthful voice broke the silence. Father, look. Following the direction of Bran's finger, a cluster of fluffy pups emerged, whimpering softly as they crawled near the roots of a nearby tree. Born amidst death? Eddard pondered uneasily. The children, undeterred by fear, eagerly approached the little creatures. Jory gripped the hilt of his sword, warning Eddard, "These are not to be trifled with, my lord." Bran pleaded, "Please, father, let us raise them." Robb and Jon turned their gazes toward him in unison. Eddard hesitated, but his eye caught sight of a solitary white pup nestled in the grass nearby. Jon's melancholic eyes seemed to convey a message. There were 5 pups in total, 3 males and 2 females. Eddard knew what Jon was about to say and closed his eyes. You have 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. The Stark sigil is that of the dire wolf. You are destined to take in this pack of pups. Jon stepped closer to Eddard, stirring a profound ache within him. Eddard remained silent, while Robb volunteered to care for the pups, and Bran urged him on. He looked at Jon, gesturing toward the distant white pup. You are also my son. It is fate, Jon. With that, he turned and mounted his horse, leaving Jon in a state of stunned joy. You will always be a Stark. The blood of Lyanna's wolf far outweighs that of that beast, Eddard thought, allowing the snow to blanket his face, feeling an unparalleled resentment for Rhaegar, who had perished beneath Robert's hammer. The snow blanketed the land before him, and Tyrion sneezed repeatedly, cursing the wretched weather of the north. King Robert had lost interest in riding for pleasure, driven into his carriage by the harsh cold of the north. Yet he insisted on having Joffrey at the front of the procession. You are the face of the royal family, Robert bellowed at Joffrey, who seemed to take great pride in the proclamation, mimicking his father's earlier commanding presence as he marched at the forefront, his nose reddened by the cold. The blue-cloaked cavalry of House Arryn rode alongside them. The snowfall was light, but the chill was piercing. Anya had prepared furs to wrap around himself. Yet the cold still seeped through. The northern folk barely glanced at the southern travelers, yet an ever-present vigilance and wariness was evident on their silent faces. They hurried to harvest grain, striving to complete their final yields before winter's grasp. The heart trees, etched with human faces, had multiplied, and crows were ubiquitous. Anya felt as though the crows were following him, recalling that dream of leaving King's Landing. Reluctant to continue on horseback, he sought refuge in the carriage. Perhaps I should join you, Tyrion said, rubbing his hands as he climbed inside. Shouldn't you be visiting the queen? Anya asked, sharpening fruit with his dagger. Tyrion unceremoniously downed a cup of wine, remarking that his beloved elder sister would undoubtedly kick him, while his cherished king would most likely burst into laughter. However, oh Artys, only the little eagle would shelter a deformed lion, one that cannot intimidate you. Haha. Artys, accustomed to Tyrion's sharp tongue, merely smiled faintly, appreciating the cascade of snowflakes above. This was not his first encounter with snow, yet it marked his inaugural experience with such an extensive snowfall. The valley snow was often fleeting, Artys noted to Tyrion, sometimes even accompanied by hail. As Tyrion chewed on some fruit, he mused, may the long summer never cease, raising his goblet towards himself. Artys mirrored the gesture, wishing for the same. Since entering the north, Ongai had spoken considerably less, dedicating his days to seeking archery lessons from Artys, evident from the noticeable red marks on his palms. Your squire does not resemble a nobleman, Tyrion stated bluntly. Ongai looked up at this, replying, of course not, my lord. I hail from the fringes of Dorne and later arrived in King's Landing, nameless and unacknowledged. What a considerable grievance you bear, lad. Look at your robust physique, and then at my deformed dwarf body. I wager you must wonder how on earth this impish demon could be born of high nobility? Oh, how I am but a humble commoner. Tyrion's words caused Ongai's face to flush crimson, his anger evident as he glared at Tyrion, tightening the bowstring in his grasp. Were you not a Lannister, you might one day find your tongue to be your undoing, Artys chuckled. Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly. Thank the gods for their gifts. The caravan was momentarily drowned out by the clamor of galloping hooves, noticeably slowing in pace. Artys leaned forward to glimpse the towering granite walls ahead, the sound of hooves belonging to the northern cavalry arriving for their protection. King Robert had dismounted, now astride a noble steed, commanding the front of the procession with imposing authority. At last, we have arrived, Tyrion yawned, muttering. At Winterfell, Artys finally beheld the much-praised Lord Eddard Stark, whose features epitomized the Stark lineage, a long face, gray eyes, and dark brown hair. Robert embraced Eddard, the stoic and just Lord Stark sharing a hearty laugh, a true testament to their years of friendship. Artys smiled at this scene, noting Lady Catelyn at Eddard's side, her chestnut hair and bright blue eyes strikingly vivid. Compared to the closely guarded Lysa at the Eyrie, Lady Catelyn appeared considerably more slender and, though merely an elder sister, exceptionally beautiful. The children beside Lady Catelyn were equally distinct. Closest to Eddard was Robb Stark, the heir to Winterfell, who, unlike the typical Stark appearance, perfectly inherited the Tully's chestnut hair and blue-eyed visage. Artys nearly mistook Jon Snow, standing at the outer edge of the family, for Robb Stark. with his dark-as-night hair and the elongated features characteristic of House Stark. Duke Ed brought his illegitimate son from the south, evoking in Artys thoughts of his sister, Mia of Stone, who, unlike Ed, was not brought to King's Landing by King Robert, but rather remained in the north, demonstrating a courage to take responsibility. The Stark family has many offspring, and Artys observed that only the youngest daughter, Arya, bore the true Stark resemblance, while the others, Bran and Sansa, who, though only 11, had grown tall and graceful, along with the youngest, Rickon, whose long hair made him appear like a wild child, had inherited their mother Tully's striking red hair. The kind visage of Ed appeared before Artys. "My lord Ed," Artys bowed to his elder, albeit technically a peer. "No need for such formality, Artys. Jon is my son, and you are my brother. We are family," Ed replied, placing his hand upon Artys's shoulder, granting him a measure of warmth amidst the northern snowfall. Artys smiled sincerely. He then offered a hand kiss to the ever-smiling Lady Catelyn, while Robb stood before him with a stiff expression, his smile reminiscent of a newly minted lord. Clearly unaccustomed to the scene, yet striving to align with his father. Sansa's cheeks flushed as he approached. She had long been enchanted by the ballads sung by the minstrels in Winterfell's great hall about the heroic feats of the Valley Hawk, who single-handedly charged into throngs of wildlings to rescue the beautiful lady of the Lord and triumphed over a monstrous foe at the tournament in King's Landing. The very notion of such a legendary hero appearing before her filled Sansa with overwhelming joy. Artys gracefully extended a hand kiss to her, oblivious to the fluttering emotions within the young girl, instead noticing Bran and Arya playfully shoving each other nearby, prompting a gentle smile. "Bran, Arya." Lady Catelyn's stern voice rang out, followed by a nod of apology towards Artys. He responded with a continuous smile. "It is quite all right, my lady. Your children are delightful." He playfully scratched Arya's nose, causing the little girl to flail about like a frantic kitten. "Ha ha." Robert laughed heartily, clearly fond of the Stark children. The stablemen of the town approached to tend to the horses of the king's retinue, while Cersei entered the city with her children. Robert requested Ed to lead them to the Stark family crypt, expressing a desire to pay his respects. Cersei voiced her discontent, stating, "We have been in a hurry since dawn. We are cold and weary. Must we not rest first? There is no need to rush to see the dead." Robert cast a cold glance at Cersei, and a moment of tension ensued until Jaime gently grasped Cersei's hand, prompting the queen to relent. Subsequently, Ed and Robert vanished into the distance together. Robb Stark had made arrangements for Artys' accommodation in Winterfell, and Artys sensed Robb's persistent attempts to engage him in conversation. Duke Artys," Robb said awkwardly. "No need for that. Just call me Artys, Robb," Artys replied, fully aware of the mindset of a nearly 14-year-old heir to a lordship. Robb's previously tense demeanor had notably softened, though he still maintained a rigid smile. "Artys, I have heard that you have fought in battle yourself, against wildlings no less. Is that true?" "What you have heard is not mere rumor, Robb," Artys replied. Robb chuckled lightly, and Artys could discern that this time it was sincere. "Bran talks about it every day. He wishes to see you wield a sword." He then gazed at himself with fervent eyes. A boy's competitive spirit, Artys mused, while naturally overlooking the fact that he himself was merely 17. "No problem. We could even spar," Robb suggested. Under Robb's guidance, Artys found his room and turned to flash a slight smile at him. "It's a promise." Robb nodded subtly. Watching as Artys closed the door behind him, Jon Snow observed the bustling activity in Winterfell as preparations for the evening feast were underway. He had never seen so many people traversing the castle grounds. The banners of southern houses and their exquisite armor dazzled him, the Baratheon stag banner and the king's ever-present guard. The king's guard, clad in gleaming gold armor and white cloaks, included Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer his father preferred not to mention, along with the ever-hard-to-ignore Tyrion, the imp. Trailing behind Jaime, the knights of House Arryn were few in number, yet their sky-blue cloaks and full-plate armor exuded an air of formality and severity. They remained silent, huddled together, seemingly disinterested in mingling with the northerners or the other southern courtiers. Artys Arryn, whom Jon greatly admired, stood in the training yard, sparring with the instructor Roderick Castle using blunt swords. Bran stood beside Jon, gazing at Artys with admiration, while Arya perched like a cat on the upper corridor, excitedly peering over the railing. Roderick appeared somewhat short and stout before Artys, his chainmail now fully revealed beneath his dark cloak, a blunt sword gripped in his hand. "Good swordsmanship, my lord," he remarked, slightly out of breath. "You flatter me," Artys replied, making a swift move that was so quick Roderick barely registered it before he found himself sprawled on the ground. "Oh!" Bran exclaimed in excitement. Roderick clumsily got to his feet, praising, "Your skill is remarkable, my lord." "It is an honor to receive your praise, Lord Roderick," Artys humbly responded. Roderick cast a satisfied glance at Artys and pointed his blunt sword at Bran. "This young lad has been incessantly mentioning you. I have been quite irritated while teaching him swordplay." Bran seemed a bit bashful and darted behind Jon Snow, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Artys looked at Jon, who stood with a white wolf by his side. "This dire wolf." Artys indicated the white wolf beside Jon. "Its name is Ghost," Jon replied, exhaling a mist of white breath as he spoke. "You are quite close," Artys remarked. "I mean, you both are rather similar." Jon furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean?" Artys quipped. "I am saying that you are rather taciturn, brother." Arya suddenly emerged from behind, colliding forcefully with Jon Snow, who playfully lifted her into his arms. Observing the joyful scene among the Stark family, Artys felt a pang of envy. "Let me challenge you, Duke of the Vale," remarked Theon Greyjoy, who approached with a slender frame and a roguish grin. Artys silently tightened his grip on the blunt sword, aiming it at Theon. Theon deftly performed a flourish with his sword, its trajectory unpredictable like the tentacles of a sea creature. Artys parried a few of his strikes, then tripped Theon, bringing his blunt sword to rest against his throat. Again, Theon, emboldened, wielded his sword with increasing agility. Artys, no longer indulging in banter, delivered a heavy blow to Theon's wrist, causing him to yelp in pain as the sword clattered to the ground. "Impressive," Jon exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. He was aware of the intricacies of Theon's swordsmanship, and Artys' ability to discern the patterns and defeat him in mere moments was a skill he himself lacked. Their simple sparring match was merely a means for Artys to limber up, and soon they dispersed to their respective places as the evening banquet was imminent. Robb, under Eddard's direction, had been engaged in conversation with various nobles brought by Robert and could not join them in the training yard. Finally, Artys encountered Eddard Stark, not by his own seeking, but by the Duke himself coming to Artys' chamber. "Artys," Eddard greeted simply, taking a seat beside him. Artys attempted to rise in respect, but Eddard gestured for him to remain seated. "You are settling well in Winterfell?" he asked warmly, reminiscent of his earlier conversation with Bran. "I am quite well, my lord Eddard," Artys replied with a smile. "It is much like Castle Fernost. Everyone is exceedingly kind to me." "That is good to hear," Eddard replied, seemingly at a loss for further conversation, sitting in silence. Sensing an opportunity, Artys spoke up. "My lord Eddard, the reason I accompanied King Robert is regarding Myrcella." Eddard waved his hand dismissively, and Artys surmised that Robert had indeed informed Eddard of this matter. "I think there is no need for such haste, my lord Eddard." Artys intently studied Eddard's face, sensing his unease. Taking a deep breath, Artys revealed the contents of Stannis' letter to Eddard. Eddard looked at Artys in shock, his expression quickly turning grave. "This is a serious accusation, Artys. I fear you are still young." Artys produced Stannis' letter from his pocket and handed it to Eddard. Eddard examined it closely, his gaze a complex mixture as he regarded Artys. "Why did you not inform Robert?" "There is no evidence, my lord Eddard. I fear any proof has departed this world along with my father," Artys replied calmly. Eddard studied him thoughtfully and said, "Until I find evidence, no one can be informed." With that, he turned and departed. Artys exhaled, finally entrusting this hot potato to a reliable individual capable of bearing the consequences. Ed had earned the king's profound trust, and Artys surmised that Robert unconditionally relied on Duke Ed. Once Ed uncovered the evidence, he could justifiably apprehend Cersei and her accomplices, seizing the opportunity to expose Littlefinger and clarify his connections with the Lannisters. The authenticity of the letter's contents was indeed worthy of contemplation. Stannis' motives were highly suspect. Nonetheless, these matters were quintessentially sensitive, necessitating the selection of a figure capable of shouldering the repercussions. Artys felt the heat of the flames with his hand, his heart rife with trepidation. As the banquet proceeded as usual in the great hall of Winterfell, the atmosphere was thick with warmth, bustling servants navigating the space. Jon and his siblings occupied one long table, yet they were almost entirely distanced from one another across the hall. Jon Snow scrutinized the notable figures passing by, subconsciously including his siblings among them. King Robert was his greatest disappointment. From his father's tales, he had envisioned Robert as the heroic vanquisher of Prince Rhaegar at the Trident. Rather than the bloated figure he now saw, a gluttonous man of considerable girth. Artys Arryn, however, lived up to Jon's expectations. Being but a few years his senior, yet already embodying the grace of the late King Daeron Targaryen, excelling in swordsmanship and boasting military experience that Jon envied deeply. Upon entering the main hall with Princess Myrcella's hand in his, King Robert praised them as a destined pair, a sentiment Jon deemed exaggerated. For Myrcella was merely a child, and the age gap was rather significant. As Artys passed by, he politely greeted Jon, unlike the disdainful Theon Greyjoy, who ignored him entirely. His uncle, Benjen Stark, clad in black, did not linger on the platform where the king and his father were seated, instead finding his way to Jon. Taking a seat at the end of the hall, his father, positioned on the high platform, appeared quite tense, a stark contrast to King Robert, who was ever ready to roar with laughter, while jesters regaled the audience with jokes from across the realm. Jon was intrigued by how the king managed to recall so many anecdotes. Artys seemed to share a close rapport with Arya, while Myrcella rested her chin on the long table, quietly listening to Artys, unlike Arya, who occasionally interjected, compelling Artys to exert effort in his explanations. The interrogation came to an abrupt end when Bran snatched a piece of chicken from Arya's plate, prompting a scuffle beneath the table, during which they nearly overturned Sansa's skirt, causing her to shriek. Prince Joffrey maintained a contemptuous demeanor throughout, only managing to uphold a semblance of decorum when conversing with Sansa. As a bastard, Jon was acutely observant and sighed softly. Artys noticed this. Jon Snow's gaze was consistently fixed upon the figures on the platform, a stark contrast to his childhood friend, the bastard Mia Stone, whose eyes were ever drawn to the beautiful vistas of the Vale, rarely focusing on the people and events surrounding her. Though a bastardy, the ambitious Artys, who nurtures dreams of traversing the globe, finds herself envious of Mia Sherdong. The essence of freedom is palpable in Mia, yet regrettably, Artys was whisked away to Fushire City at an early age, subsequently entangled in the intricate web of noble society and coerced political maneuverings, never once managing to meet Mia during her travels from Eagle's Nest City to the Riverlands. Duke Ed appears to be a master of secrecy. His reticence at the banquet went unnoticed by anyone, including Lady Catelyn, who seemed to accept this as her husband's rightful demeanor. Catelyn adeptly navigated all matters of the soiree, engaging in conversation with the queen and punctuating her dialogue with the delicate laughter befitting a noble woman. Queen Cersei, however, cast furtive glances in Ed's direction, her countenance marred by a hint of resentment, her face perpetually taut, betraying a facade of congeniality. Artys gazed at Myrcella's visage, which seemed to encapsulate the entirety of her mother's beauty. Myrcella's eyes would often wander towards the many puppies frolicking at the hall's far end, occasionally eliciting laughter from her at their comical antics. Still but a child, Artys sighed, casting a glance at the drinking Sir Jaime, pondering that if Stannis spoke true, then both of them were truly damned. She then partook of the feast laid upon the long table. The bastard fled the room, tears glistening in his eyes, while his uncle Benjen resignedly took to his drink. Yet this episode did not mar the festivities. The hall remained alive with revelry and melodic strains. Artys chose to disregard Jon Snow. The stigma of bastardy in Westeros is a harsh reality. Even the formidable Blackfyre line only gained influence post-Stegan's legitimization, despite their pure dragon blood. This was a fate Jon would inevitably confront. Compared to other bastards, he was fortunate to have a father like Ed. Words of consolation were scarce, leaving only heartfelt blessings. Duke Ed's gaze remained fixed at the hall's end, his brow furrowed in concern. He stood by the narrow window, completely exposed, allowing the chill of the night to permeate the room. Catelyn, wrapped tightly in her blankets, observed her husband intently, finally breaking the silence. Robert has journeyed all the way to the north. He wishes for me to serve as his hand of the king. Ed replied, and then there's Sansa's marriage. Arthas' marriage. Catelyn sensed Ed's hesitation. Ned, you must go. His response caught her off guard. She expected him to waver. I must go, he affirmed. Yet, an ensuing silence enveloped them, with moonlight pooling in the room, casting a darker shadow in Catelyn's eyes. But Sansa's marriage, there's no rush. She is merely 11. Ed remarked. Catelyn disagreed with her husband's perspective. This is a paramount honor, Ned. Our daughter will become a queen. Sansa's offspring shall reign over the 7 kingdoms. She could fathom no downside to this prospect. Catelyn, this matter is intricate, encompassing many facets, Ed countered, turning to her, his complexion revealing his distress. Just as Catelyn prepared to press further, the voice of Maester Luwin emerged from outside. My lord, forgive my intrusion, but I must speak with you. Eddard donned a heavy long robe and acquiesced to the bachelor's request. Roose quietly secured the door before speaking. Someone has left a letter for you, my lord. The bachelor retrieved a wooden box from his sleeve, containing an exquisite lens, perhaps concealing some hidden truth. Catelyn trembled, uncertain whether it was from the chill or fear. The lens had but one purpose: to discern the truth. My lady, you are indeed learned, Roose praised. Father often said the same to us. Both Lysa and I are well aware. Catelyn foreboded ill. Roose smiled and nodded. I discovered a letter lying within, instructing Lady Catelyn to open it. Eddard furrowed his brow as Roose handed the letter to Catelyn, opening the door to allow the bachelor to exit. The envelope bore the sigil of House Arryn. A crescent moon and falcon. Lysa? Catelyn inquired, perplexed. She tore open the envelope, trembling as she read its contents, anxiety coursing through her. What does it say? Eddard's expression darkened. Catelyn gazed at Eddard in disbelief. The letter contained unspeakable horrors, implicating too many. Speak, Eddard urged, his brow knitted tightly. Lysa claimed she had been imprisoned by Petyr Baelish in the Eyrie, and Catelyn shook violently, exclaiming, "For the love of the gods, can someone close the window?" She could hardly believe she had uttered such a curse. What? Eddard was astonished and amused. Does your sister comprehend the gravity of her words? He glanced at Lysa's letter, baffled by its script. Lysa is always cautious. She employed the secret language we devised in our youth, known only to us. Catelyn responded as she closed the window. She stated that Petyr compelled her to place a certain tear into the Handess wine cup, claiming it was for mixing. Only later did she realize it was poison. Catelyn recounted with near despair. Eddard shook his head violently. Lysa has lost her mind. Your sister is mad. Petyr is Jon's son, his firstborn. This exceeded Eddard's imagination. He could not fathom Petyr committing such an act. At that moment, Lysa had mentioned that the Hand was investigating the Queen's case, and Catelyn furrowed her brow. Eddard suddenly fell silent, engulfed in a chilling stillness. Catelyn feared Lysa believed Petyr intended to use this incident to absolve himself, framing the Lannisters. Tell me this isn't true, she implored, clutching the letter. Her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the silent Eddard. If Lysa is indeed imprisoned by Petyr, how could she have sent this letter? Eddard questioned. Catelyn shook her head. Do not be foolish, Ned. Lysa is a duchess. Surely there are those in the Vale loyal to her. Eddard sunk once more into silence. His gaze pierced through the window into the enveloping night. Regardless of whose words they were, he resolved to journey south to uncover the truth. Clenching his fists, he spoke with conviction, I will uncover the truth. Littlefinger gazed at the distant moonlight, his face alight with intrigue. Lysa was in the Eyrie, surrounded by loyalists to House Arryn. An assassination would surely fail. The poison he provided Lysa bore conspicuous flaws, crystalline on the outside, with deep blue imperfections easily recognizable by any bachelor, let alone those serving the Eyrie. The charming Lysa is accustomed to confiding everything in her ear, including all the childhood secrets shared with Catelyn, naturally encompassing the delightful whispers as well. Petyr Baelish has meticulously arranged for someone to follow the king's entourage, ensuring that a carefully crafted letter reaches the Maester of Winterfell. One can only imagine the shock on their faces, and one hopes that Catelyn is not frightened by it all. He stretches languidly by the window, reminiscing about the illustrious Petyr Baelish, the little finger, and ponders how he should confront the Stark family. Once more, he recalls his most dismal encounter, the confrontation with Brandon Stark, an experience imbued with an unforgettable sense of impending doom. Now, his dear little eagle must face it all alone. The rift among the Stark wolves has widened, and the sins of the lion are laid bare. Chaos is inevitable in this kingdom. Yet, chaos is not always a harbinger of misfortune. Petyr's smile fades as he gazes into the night sky, his eyes now devoid of amusement, filled instead with profundity and ambition. Chaos is a staircase, and his shadow vanishes into the depths of darkness, the moonlight unable to penetrate the thick window, powerless to uncover the obscurity within. In a tower of Winterfell, the moonlight filters through the window, casting its glow upon Petyr Baelish as he lies in bed, contemplating the events that transpired in the Eyrie. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Crows and the Perilous Tower, Maester Luwin sits with a composed demeanor, always clad in gray attire. With his sleeves concealing toys and sweets beloved by children, along with the tomes and letters he frequently carries, it is difficult to envision how he manages to maneuver his hands. Quietly seated, his desk is cluttered with correspondence from lords and nobles across the land, as well as volumes from the library. The Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, reclines on his bed, his brow furrowed, immersed in profound worry and doubt. Forgive my candor, my lord, Luwin ventures, observing Eddard's prolonged silence. Eddard raises his head, seeking assistance with his gaze. Luwin swallows hard. The letter originates from Lady Lysa. Its contents difficult to believe. Eddard relaxes his brow and prompts, do elaborate, Maester. My lord, as a Maester, it is my duty to be well versed in history. In my estimation, the heir apparent is the least likely to slay his own father. Especially, Luwin hesitates, locking eyes with Eddard. Speak plainly, Maester Luwin. Since the arrival of the Southerners, I have grown weary of lies and flattery. Just tell me, We are still in the north, Eddard remarks, rubbing his temples in resignation. Luwin straightens, declaring, especially in the case of an elderly and frail duke, such as the former prime minister, the heir is even less likely to take action. Moreover, the relationship between the prime minister and young Petyr is known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Eddard furrows his brow. The northern wolves disdain such dishonorable machinations. Yet he concedes to Luwin's subsequent point that Jon's late-life fatherhood was imbued with considerable affection and investment towards Petyr. And regarding Lady Lysa's letter, Luwin takes a deep breath. I harbor a rather unsettling suspicion, my lord. Even Eddard, typically slow to grasp, can surmise Luwin's implication at this moment. Speak, Maester, he responds, his expression remaining somber. I suspect it is Lady Lysa. She seeks to frame young Lord Petyr, especially since she has a son, Robb Arryn. Such motives are not uncommon in history. The second son, after all. Looking at Eddard, Ruin suddenly remembered something and hastily said, I beg your pardon, my lord. I meant to say that history is rife with examples. Do not be anxious, Ruin. I truly appreciate your candor, Eddard replied, fully aware of Ruin's apprehensions. As he himself is a second son, my comments can only extend so far. If you remain uncertain, it may be best to confront Petyr directly and observe his reaction. Having said this, Ruin took his leave, heading towards the library. As Eddard contemplated the impending confrontation, he furrowed his brow. Recalling the motto of House Arryn, as high as honor. I cannot believe that the members of House Arryn would engage in such dishonorable acts, he murmured, resolute. With that, he exited the scholar's chamber, for the Starks of Winterfell do not indulge in such convoluted affairs. He wished to avoid any rift with his adoptive brother. The ancient and crumbling castle of Winterfell sprawled like an intricate labyrinth. In many of its older sections, entering the hall felt akin to stepping into an inverted world, with sloping, cracked walls and age-old murals etched upon them, exuding an air of mystery. The king's hunting party had departed at the break of dawn, not to return until dusk, with King Robert clamoring for a feast of wild boar to be added to the evening's repast, eagerly mounting his horse as he set off. Meanwhile, Bran remained listlessly at home, watching the hunting party's departure. Fortunately, Ser Petyr had not left, a week prior. He had bested his elder brother Robb in the practice yard with a blunted sword. As a result, Robb had been in constant company with Petyr, even choosing to practice swordplay alongside him despite the king's absence. Bran delighted in watching them wield their swords, fantasizing about venturing southward to King's Landing. Serving as a member of the Kingsguard, clad in white and silver, defending the king and vanquishing any foes. Such daydreams invigorated him, but soon boredom set in, prompting him to quietly slip out of the practice yard, evading Arya's watchful gaze, and running freely toward his own castle. The bonfire in the practice yard crackled, while the guards of Winterfell roasted the captured rabbit, its savory aroma wafting through the air. Angus gazed longingly at the rabbit, so distracted that he forgot to offer Petyr a towel to wipe away his sweat. Robb swung his sword, attempting to find an opening in Petyr's defenses, yet, every time he thought he had detected a flaw, it turned out to be a mere feint, leading him to fall repeatedly to the ground. Damn it, Robb exclaimed, clambering back to his feet and striking the ground in frustration. Are the Starks always this impatient? Petyr mused to himself. The wolf children he encountered, aside from Sansa, who possessed the decorum befitting a noble girl, all seemed to have the blood of the wolf surging within them. Bran, Rickon, and even Arya, who spent her days with boys, radiated boundless energy. Even Jon Snow, who typically remained silent in the presence of strangers, could not conceal his simmering anger and resentment since he had stormed out of the feast, his temper flaring. Furthermore, there stood the furious and impulsive Robb Stark. Do not rush, Robb. Your swordsmanship requires finesse. Do not always seek to attack with such fiery haste, Artys advised Robb. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Robb stepped aside. Let me rest. Artys, he said, plopping down beside the fire. He seized a piece of rabbit meat handed to him by a guard and devoured it eagerly. There seemed to be no hierarchy between the guards and the Starks, several of them huddled together, partaking in the meal. Such camaraderie was a sight he had only witnessed in Winterfell. He had heard from Robb that Lord Eddard dined each evening with a servant from Winterfell, or perhaps a blacksmith or soldier, a custom utterly unheard of in the south, particularly in the Vale. Artys did not quite understand why he was perpetually drawn to the flickering flames of the campfire, especially after his father's command to depart from King's Landing and prepare for war in the Vale. The flames seemed to capture his gaze unbidden. The crackling of the fire fluctuated, while the burning coals released wisps of gray smoke. Within the rising flames, a tall tower materialized, and a boy was seen scaling its walls. The image gradually drew closer to the boy's face. Bran, As the boy's visage became clearer, Artys recognized it as Bran Stark, the second son of House Stark. Bran's figure climbed the high wall, but it began to shrink. He was falling. Arthys's pupils dilated in alarm. Cursed be it. He cursed under his breath, recalling the dream he had beside the fire, the one that surfaced when his father's poisoning took effect. Artys sprinted toward the ruins of Winterfell's high tower, which appeared to be the tallest in the vision. Artys, Robb called out in confusion from behind. A swarm of crows surged into the nearby stable, leaving the stableman in shock. The horses began to trample one another, suddenly breaking free from their tethers and bolting in fright. Artys spotted the crows, and an inexplicable dread stirred within him. He leapt onto one of the startled horses, gripping tightly as it galloped forward. The guards of Winterfell frantically chased after their steeds, while Robb, bewildered by the chaotic scene before him, called out in haste to Artys. He attempted to catch up to a horse to follow Artys, but to no avail. Artys had already vanished from sight. The abandoned towers of Winterfell were countless, and racing through them felt akin to navigating a labyrinth, the wind howling past his ears, drowning out the rhythm of his heartbeat. Gradually, he regained some composure, reflecting incredulously on his earlier impulsive actions. Just then, he arrived at the high tower engulfed in flames. Bran's body swayed precariously. Bran! Artys shouted loudly. Bran, seemingly reassured, continued to ascend, as if he had heard someone calling his name from below. Just as he was about to look down, a crow obstructed his path, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Bran, sending a shiver of terror through him. Begone, Black Crow! Bran exclaimed, swatting away the bird that blocked his way and continuing his ascent. Seeing this, Artys cursed under his breath and began to climb the tower unarmed, frequently calling out Bran's name in hopes of being heard. Crows, once again crows. The black mass of wings obscured the view, akin to a swarm of crows rushing towards Artys, pecking at his wrist and compelling him to cease his movements. The scarlet eyes fixated intently on Artys as he drew his longsword, thrusting it into the eye of a crow, causing it to flutter and fall, leaving a splatter of blood upon Artys's lightweight leather armor. When he raised his gaze again, the sky was devoid of the black swarm. Bran's figure became distinctly visible, growing larger as he collapsed at Artys's feet. Frozen in place, Artys observed the crows perched upon the tower, their crimson eyes fixated on him, as if mocking him. Catelyn stood motionless before the unconscious Bran, her eyes filled with exhaustion and despair. Catelyn, you must rest, Ed implored helplessly. Like a lifeless corpse, Catelyn sat there, mechanically questioning. What happened to Bran? What about that island? Ed gazed silently at Catelyn, who had lost her reason. Do not jest, Catelyn. Bran merely fell from the upper floor. Then why was Bran with him at that time? Catelyn raised her voice in inquiry. Did you not hear Robb's words, Catelyn? Ed shook his head in resignation. Artys had been practicing swordplay with Robb. He must have seen something that led him to the tower. That boy wanted to save Bran. Lysa's letter, she would not lie. Artys is inherently malevolent. He could commit patricide. Catelyn screamed. Ed's expression darkened instantly. Catelyn, I command you, cease this nonsense. Catelyn's weary face fell, remaining silent for a long while. The king wishes to see me. Be strong, Catelyn. You are the Lady of Winterfell. The North needs you. Ed exited the room, leaving Catelyn alone. 31. Confession. Ed seldom lied before Catelyn. Whenever significant matters arose, he would instinctively consult his wife, though most times she acquiesced to his decisions, even when their opinions diverged. Upon departing Catelyn's chamber, he had lied. The king had not summoned Ed. His footsteps were directed towards Artys's quarters, where he intended to confront him directly. This was Winterfell, the North. He harbored no fear of any adversary. Jory accompanied Ed, flanked by the guards of Winterfell. As he knocked on Artys's door, enter, came Artys's slightly weary voice. Ed stepped inside, finding Artys hunched over a desk, reading, his complexion somewhat pallid. My lord Ed. I am deeply sorry, Bran. Artys rose to address Ed. Ed waved his hand, a look of sorrow crossing his face. This is not your fault, Artys. He seated himself on Artys's bed. Please sit. I have matters to discuss. Ed's demeanor grew solemn, though sorrow still lingered in his gaze. Artys, do you have an explanation regarding Lady Lysa? Is she imprisoned in the Eyrie? Noticing that Artys did not appear flustered or rattled, Ed felt a slight easing of tension in his chest. Yes, my lord Ed, Lady Lysa is in a room at the Eyrie. I have stationed guards to watch over her closely, Artys replied calmly. Ed furrowed his brow tightly, astonished by Artys's candor, feeling both anger and sorrow. His words dripped with reproach. So you confess? Observing the suppressed fury on Ed's countenance, imbued with authority, Artys, though unaware of how Ed had acquired such knowledge, remained unperturbed. He met Ed's stern inquiries with a composed response. I am not guilty, my lord Ed. Ed narrowed his eyes, a hint of incredulity flickering within. Lysa attempted to poison me, my lord Ed. This is common knowledge throughout the Eyrie, Artys asserted. Ed shook his head, a disbelieving smile escaping his lips. Over the past days, he had absorbed too much information, leaving him uncertain of its veracity. Why have you concealed this? Not only from me, but even from Robert? Ed's tone grew impassioned, while outside, Jory fidgeted restlessly. I had to conceal it, my lord Ed, Artys replied, taking a deep breath, feigning helplessness. Ed felt increasingly in the dark, furrowing his brow as he listened to Artys continue his explanation. I had just departed King's Landing with the people of the Vale when my father fell gravely ill. The timing is too coincidental. Artys seemed to lose strength as he spoke. He closed the book and continued, to be frank, upon learning of my father's illness, I suspected something was amiss in King's Landing. I have been plagued with doubts ever since. Ed found it difficult to digest Artys's explanation and interjected, why is that? It was my father's command, my lord Ed. Artys fixed his gaze on Ed's eyes. I left King's Landing in obedience to my father's orders. Ed interjected with a frown. Robert informed me that your father intended to refuse Robert's proposal. No, that is not the case. That was merely King Robert's own conjecture. Artys ignored Ed's bewildered expression and continued, my father instructed me to return to the Vale to muster our forces. Ed fell silent, taking a deep breath before asking, is it because of the Queen's case? Only upon receiving Stannis's letter did I begin to suspect that this might be the reason, Artys confessed. He noticed Ed's lips parting slightly, his face a canvas of confusion. The king is surrounded by those I do not trust. If I divulged my father's command to him, I could not elucidate the reasoning behind it. Moreover, with so many Lannisters at the king's side, he would likely find himself in peril within King's Landing. Should I reveal Stannis's letter to him, the consequences are uncertain. The king might dismiss it entirely, enraged by my cunning and accusations, or he might erupt in fury, seeking to confront the Lannisters immediately. Seeing Ed's serious demeanor gradually soften, Artys pressed on, the evidence of Lysa's intent to poison me exists in the Eyrie. But the Eyrie is too insular, allowing for the fabrication of any occurrences within. I fear that should I speak the truth, no one would believe me, and I would instead be met with suspicion. Artys's hands trembled slightly. He had been enduring this pressure, the burden of knowing the truth, while feeling apprehensive. This, my lord Ed, is my reason for concealing this matter. Artys's eyes gradually regained their brightness as he fixed his gaze on Ed. My father has urged me to trust you unconditionally, said Artys. Can I place my trust in you, Lord Eddard? Eddard furrowed his brow tightly, not having relaxed it since the outset. Of course, my child, provided your words hold truth, Eddard replied, releasing a breath. Artys scrutinized Eddard's solemn visage and softly remarked, I find it hard to believe that Lysa could orchestrate this alone. Why would she wish to take my life? Where did she procure the poison? Why strike while my father was investigating the Lannisters? My father was poisoned. Who is responsible? The timing is far too coincidental, Lord Eddard. Eddard felt increasingly perplexed, striving to grasp the crux of the information and inquired, do you suspect another? If Lysa intended to poison me, then I fear she may also be responsible for my father's demise, Artys asserted. Eddard's voice lowered. You possess no evidence, Artys. Lord Eddard, you cannot fathom the vigilance of my father's guards in King's Landing. Even his daily sustenance is under strict scrutiny, Artys replied. Unless it were someone close who acted. Lysa lacks the audacity to do so alone. There must be another party involved, perhaps seeking to divert our suspicions towards the Lannisters. Artys articulated his thoughts. Eddard found himself at a loss for words, gazing incredulously at the unervingly composed Artys, a mere 17-year-old whose countenance bore an unsettling familiarity with the art of intrigue. You speak with some merit, Artys. Eddard recalled Lysa's letter and remarked, it seems news of Lysa being under your control may have already leaked from the Eyrie. Eddard laid bare the matter of the confidential correspondence. As he departed the room, Eddard left a single statement. Upon my arrival in King's Landing, I shall investigate both matters concurrently. I will provide you with an answer, Artys, but I sincerely hope you are not deceiving me. Artys wearily stretched upon the bed, acutely aware that divulging this information to Eddard was an act of great peril. He understood he must accompany Eddard to King's Landing, bringing the blue-cloaked guards of House Arryn, and urged Eddard to enlist more Stark loyalists for the journey. With a military presence firmly established in King's Landing, they could at least stand against the Lannister forces, keeping the situation within the grasp of Eddard and Artys. Once the truth and evidence were uncovered, a decisive conclusion could be reached. However, the revelations stemming from Stannis raised concerns regarding intent and motivation. After all, should the facts be substantiated, Stannis would stand to gain the most. As for the secret letter Lysa sent to Lady Catelyn, Artys doubted it was delivered by his blue-cloaked guards from the Vale. It was far more likely to have been brought by one among the contingent from King's Landing. And in King's Landing, there was but one likely culprit. How did Petyr Baelish learn of Lysa's confinement? Artys pieced together the information, recalling the maester's secret revelation regarding the poisonous necklace adorning Lysa's neck, surmising that Lysa had been cast as a sacrificial pawn. From the outset, Petyr had no intention of concealing Lysa. It seemed he had deliberately orchestrated her imprisonment. Artys's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring softly, "Vimer, Robb, I hope you bring me good tidings. The net must be cast. Even the smallest finger should be pried from its hiding place." He emptied his thoughts, casting them into the sky and banishing them to the valley, where he beheld the seaside town of Seagull, where his most trusted knight was executing the commands of Artys. Inside the tavern of Seagull, Wymer sat alone in quiet contemplation, listening intently to the conversations at the tables filled with patrons. Words like the eagle of the valley and the old duke has passed away buzzed around him like relentless bees, while Wymer sipped his ale, the bitter taste mirroring his own discontent. Since his parting from Artys, which had led him and his brother Robert to Seagull, he had wandered through the town's countless taverns, dining halls, and docks, even including the brothel, solely to listen to the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the people. In recent days, he had not heard any of Artys's pronouncements. Yet he had stumbled upon unexpected amusements. The tavern's young daughter had been sullied by the eldest son of the blacksmith from the southern part of town. Gossip regarding the noble lords' rankings based on their capacity for indulgence, and news of which socialite had entered the household of which aristocrat that day. Feeling slightly intoxicated, he called to the attendant seated in the depths of the tavern, preparing to leave. It was rumored that the Prime Minister had been poisoned, and Lady Lysa was imprisoned in Eagle's Nest. At last, the long-awaited words echoed in his ears. Wymer took a deep breath and drew his sword with determination. "At last, I have found you." The attendant likewise drew his steel blade, pointing it toward the table of diners. "In the name of Duke of Eagle's Nest, guardian of Aelin Vale, and protector of the eastern realm of the Seven Kingdoms, I am commanded to arrest you." Wymer tossed his hair defiantly, despite its short length. The diners hastily fled toward the exit, only to be struck down by Wymer's fist. He pressed the blade of his sword against one of their faces. "Lord Lance, I imagine you are not in high spirits after stepping down from customs. Why engage in the work of spreading rumors?" "Sir, please spare me. I am merely following orders." Lance's face turned pale with fear as he pleaded for mercy. No rush, Wymer replied with a light chuckle. To Lance, Wymer's smiling visage was utterly terrifying. The phrase "in the name of Artys Arryn" echoed throughout many places in Seagull. As numerous individuals were captured by the well-prepared soldiers of Royce and the blue-cloaked guards of Eagle's Nest, the words ceased where power began. In Winterfell, the atmosphere had never felt as desolate as it did at that moment. A faint light of dawn gradually painted the sky, and ordinarily, Catelyn would have been standing at the narrow window of her bedroom, admiring the birth of this new light. Yet now, she appeared haggard, her hair disheveled, gasping for breath as she sat beside Bran's bed. Bran's dire wolf lay peacefully beside him, its mouth stained with crimson blood, a stark contrast. Catelyn gazed at the small wolf with tear-filled eyes, while the assassin's dagger lay abandoned on the ground, the body having already been dragged away by the few guards of Winterfell. Scholar Luwin sat quietly nearby, relieved to see the lady wipe her tears and her expression gradually transform into one of calm determination. He stepped forward and addressed Catelyn. "Your wounds are severe, my lady, and require dressing." Only then did Catelyn recall the gruesome injury on her palm, deep enough to expose bone. The excruciating pain jolting her back to reality as she had been striving to remember the name of Bran's dire wolf. "Thank you, Master Luwin," Catelyn murmured, rising to her feet, her gaze now sharp and determined. The maester nodded. To Catelyn, he resembled an endearing and diligent little mouse, small in stature, yet deftly applying the bandages with remarkable speed. The old nurse helped her shed her garments, gently wiping away the blood that marred her skin. By the time her senses returned, she found herself enveloped in the soothing warmth of a bath. Luwin offered her a potion of poppy milk, and only then did Catelyn succumb to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she found Robb, Theon, Master Luwin, and Ser Roderick gathered around her. Robb was clad in leather armor, a long sword at his waist. It was the first time Catelyn noticed he was not wearing a blunted blade. "My son has taken up the true steel," was Catelyn's first utterance upon regaining consciousness. Ser Roderick smiled faintly. "It is time, my lady." Robb's cheeks flushed as he spoke to Catelyn. Theon discovered this atop the tower from which Bran fell. Following Robb's gaze, Catelyn saw Theon holding a small box. What lies within? She wondered, recalling her sister's letter. However, these items no longer instilled fear within her. A lock of golden hair. My lady, Theon replied, still wearing a grin that reminded Catelyn of the proud smirk her brother Edmure had worn when uncovering Lysa's hidden secrets. Catelyn understood the implications of this discovery. She struggled to rise, and Robb rushed to support her, to attempt the assassination of an unarmed boy who was even unconscious. Ser Roderick declared with indignation. Robb fixed his gaze upon his mother's face. Ser Jorah, he was below the tower when Bran fell. Catelyn remained silent, her eyes fixed on the lock of hair, her demeanor growing increasingly calm. Ser Jorah has been in our company for quite some time. He would never harm a child, especially one who so admires him, Ser Roderick asserted. Catelyn silently thought to herself that her dear sister had been imprisoned by the esteemed Ser Jorah. Master Luwin, sensing Catelyn's thoughts, interjected, the Lord has heeded Ser Jorah's counsel, diverting forces from Winterfell and the Wolf's Wood, with 300 Northmen accompanying the Lord southward. Catelyn looked at Luwin with confusion. Ned, why does he trust that Arryn? Luwin glanced at Robb, Theon, and Ser Roderick, seeking permission from Catelyn with his gaze. Catelyn spoke resolutely. What I am about to tell you must not be disclosed. If this information leaks, it could endanger Ned and my daughter's lives. The group fell silent, their attention fixed on Catelyn. On the King's Road, 300 Northmen formed ranks, the banners of House Stark, featuring the running wolf, outnumbering the golden lions of House Lannister. Observing the expanse of silver and the formidable figures of the Northerners before him, Ser Jorah felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He observed Sansa conversing with Joffrey, while Eddard watched the scene with a sense of apprehension. King Robert, on the other hand, laughed heartily, urging the minstrel to extol the interaction between Sansa and Joffrey. Cersei remained silent, observing Sansa, and according to Tyrion, his elder sister seemed quite pleased with Sansa, offering rare compliments regarding her courtly manners and disposition. Eddard had initially hesitated to take Sansa and Arya south to King's Landing, despite his belief that his loyalty to the crown and the 300 soldiers he brought from the north would ensure their safety. Nevertheless, if Stannis' letter bore truth, the capital was undeniably perilous. Robert insisted on Sansa's journey to King's Landing, even commanding Eddard to bring Arya south to learn the ways of noble women. Eddard concurred with this notion. He resolved that upon arriving in the south, he would select suitable noble ladies for Arya, ensuring she remained at a distance from King's Landing. Once the matters of adults were resolved, he could send her back to the north. As for Sansa, when the truth emerged and the betrothal was annulled, there would be no reason for his daughter to remain in the capital, and at that time, he could instruct his men to escort both Sansa and Arya back to the north. He even inquired whether there were suitable noble ladies in the Vale, and Artys recommended Lady Waywood of Ironoak, though he furrowed his brow upon hearing of her unmarried sons and grandsons. Fearing that his daughter's heart might be captured by one of them, Myrcella stroked the soft fur of the dog within the tent, affectionately pressing her face against the puppy's tongue, which elicited peals of laughter from the little girl. Under Robert's command, Artys reluctantly lingered beside the princess, gazing at her innocent face, which had inherited all of Cersei's beauty, yet seemed to conceal a heart of genuine kindness beneath her exterior. This little princess was capable of defying her brother Joffrey to protect her puppy, unlike Tommen, who could only whimper softly, responding to Joffrey's taunts with feeble silence. When Joffrey mocked their childishness, Myrcella boldly retorted that they were indeed children and should embrace their youthful folly. In that moment, Artys recognized how uniquely special Myrcella was among Cersei's offspring. He observed her playful demeanor, contrasting it with her mother's. At that moment, Tyrion's voice rang out. Look at what my lovely niece is doing. He exaggeratedly widened his eyes, his unattractive visage failing to intimidate Myrcella, who found it rather amusing. Tyrion tousled Myrcella's golden hair, kissed her forehead, and patted the puppy's back, saying, Go play with the puppy, Myrcella. The puppy darted out of the tent, and Myrcella hurriedly followed. Your esteemed brother Eddard has brought quite the entourage, Tyrion remarked as he settled beside Artys. Artys sighed. Tyrion, it is the queen who sent you to probe the situation, is it not? Not only his sister, but also the king's guard and numerous attendants surrounding King Robert expressed doubts regarding the prime minister's actions. Tyrion leaned in close to Artys's ear, and they both discreetly reported to the king, too afraid to speak in the presence of the prime minister. It was quite amusing. They were intimidated by 300 fierce soldiers from the north, Artys mused. Tyrion speculated, I might be able to confide in you. With your father's demise, King's Landing will descend into chaos. He shook his head regretfully, the disproportionately large head bobbing side to side. Of course, Artys replied, fully aware of the turbulent situation in King's Landing. The king's leniency towards the Lannisters had exacerbated the discord between his two brothers and the Queen's faction. Even with Stannis' departure, Loras' influence in the capital remained significant. The gold-cloaked guards flitted about like leaves caught in the wind, making them difficult to trust. Meanwhile, the Stark family had entered King's Landing, with the 300 northern soldiers led by Eddard Stark piercing the tumultuous atmosphere like a sharp spear among a thicket of swords. While their presence was not definitive, it was enough to instill fear. However, this further complicated the situation in King's Landing. The arrival of so many Starks would surely alert many. If the royal council witnessed this scene, those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly react with trepidation. Enough with the suspense. Artys, Tyrion chuckled, his face betraying a bittersweet expression. I can already sense that the new prime minister is up to no good, and regardless of whom it targets, King's Landing will surely face turmoil ahead. Artys kept his gaze fixed on Tyrion's pained smile. You figured it out, but what of Tywin? Since the king's forces had entered the Riverlands, Artys surmised that Eddard's maneuvers were now under the scrutiny of the southern lords. The 300 northern soldiers could not be overlooked, and the Lannisters' red-cloaked men in King's Landing were unlikely to exceed 200. In peacetime, no great noble had ever stationed more than this number in the capital. Even the Arryns' blue-cloaked guards were only comparable in number to the Lannisters. Artys could easily imagine the noble families of the Crownlands inundating Eddard with complaints regarding this unfamiliar northern lord. What do you wish to know, Lannister? Artys addressed him not by name, but by his family name. Tyrion momentarily froze, blinking in surprise before responding, Oh, Artys. I never anticipated that my surname would strike me with such force today, and worse yet, it is a most unpleasant shock. Artys rose and said to Tyrion, If you seek knowledge, you would do well to inquire directly with the Prime Minister. I assure you, he will provide far more than I could. With that, Artys departed the tent, leaving Tyrion behind. Historically, the northern folk had rarely made their way into King's Landing, the most notable instance being during the tumultuous times of the Starks, after which the southern nobles harbored deep-seated apprehension towards northern incursions, especially among the Crownlands nobility. 300 northern soldiers? The Crownland nobles would likely only feel at ease with the presence of 50 northern soldiers in King's Landing. Artys's thoughts stood in stark contrast to those of the noble Lord Wongling. He believed that Eddard had brought too few men with him. The ravens he had nurtured had long since flown to the Eyrie, and 1,000 Vale riders had already taken up positions along the King's Road outside the Bloodgate. Since Artys had issued the edict to seal the valley, the King's Road had seldom seen the footfall of men. Under the banner of King Robert, the campaign against the mountain clans had proven successful time and again. Should there be any upheaval in King's Landing, the 1,000 Vale riders would swiftly penetrate the city to assist the Prime Minister. In the Tower of Harrenhal, Lady Hyena stood alone at the window, her meticulously arranged white hair gleaming in the glaring afternoon sun. Time had cruelly etched its marks upon the visage of this solitary elder. To the few servants at Harrenhal, Lady Hyena always appeared calm as she sat in front of the door or atop the battlements, gazing at the mist swirling above the God's Eye Lake. No one knew what she sought. Perhaps she was in search of the elusive island at the heart of the lake, the fabled 1,000 islands where the children of the forest had sworn an oath with the ancients. The gods had stolen her smile, and curses had robbed her of her kin. The inhabitants of the Riverlands under Harrenhal's dominion whispered such tales. Although Lady Hyena never personally managed her lands and always entrusted decisions to the scholars and stewards within the castle, the landed knights paid her little heed. Yet many minor nobles and knights had entertained thoughts of courting her, deterred only by the ominous legends surrounding Harrenhal's curse. At that moment, however, Lady Hyena was not gazing over the verdant, rippling waters of the God's Eye Lake from the southern side of the castle. Rather, she was lost in recollections of the wandering knight who had visited her alone before the news of the Prime Minister's grave illness had arrived. She had graciously welcomed this young vagabond, unwilling to turn away any knight who came to Harrenhal, for it was said that refusing a visiting knight at a wedding would bring misfortune. Lady Hyena, ever wary of calamity, extended the hospitality of a guest to each visitor, regardless of the occasion. When the wandering knight had eaten his fill, he audaciously requested that Lady Hyena dismiss all her servants. Naturally, she would not acquiesce to such an impolite demand until the knight discreetly revealed the family sigil embroidered on the inside of his padded armor, the crescent moon and falcon of House Arryn. Lady Hyena scrutinized the young knight's countenance, gauging his age, and then reluctantly dismissed all her servants. She felt compelled to extend the proper courtesies. Astonished that the heir of the Prime Minister had graced her with a visit, recognizing her hospitality had been lacking. Yet, This young and assertive heir wasted no time with pleasantries and directly proposed a pact akin to the peace oath sworn between the ancients and the children of the forest on the Thousand Islands. To be candid, the situation is dire, Lady Hyena. I suspect war is imminent. His voice was calm, yet the weight of his message was profound. Having grown accustomed to misfortune and tasted sorrow, Lady Hyena inquired with composed curiosity, with whom shall this war be fought? As a noblewoman, her education had only prepared her to assist her husband in garnering support from other nobles and their wives. The grander dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms were beyond her comprehension. There had been times when she could seek counsel from her husband, Count Hyan, but now, she stood alone as her family's sole representative. The Prime Minister's heir shook his head, refraining from disclosing the identity of his adversaries. He merely informed himself that once hostilities commenced, the region of Hugien would be the first to suffer, with Hellenberg being of utmost significance. He was correct, even without a profound understanding of politics and military strategy. Lady Hyan was acutely aware of Hellenberg's pivotal role. Capturing Hellenberg would nearly guarantee control over the passage from the Trident River to the Blackwater River leading to the Crownlands and King's Landing. Moreover, the formidable and vast walls of Hellenberg rendered it nearly impenetrable in an era devoid of dragons. Few armies could breach its defenses directly. However, as Lady Hyan lamented, this was contingent upon the presence of a sufficient garrison. Surveying her surroundings, Lady Hyan recognized that the loyal landed knights of her house would scarcely involve themselves in warfare, and it was unlikely they would heed the call of an elderly woman. Even if all were summoned, they would not exceed 50 knights. For her stewardship over the years had been woefully inadequate. Many of the landed knights had pledged their fealty to neighboring lords and no longer swore allegiance to House Hyan. Lady Hyan found herself isolated and unsupported, a solitary old woman, a lonely family, a desolate castle. The heir proposed his conditions. He requested that Lady Hyan permit his troops to enter Hellenberg and establish quarters and supplies upon their arrival in the valley. Promising to protect House Hyan and respect her choice regarding the heir of Hellenberg, vowing not to infringe upon the family's rights. Lady Hyan gazed into his eyes, which revealed his ambition. She understood that if she refused his request, the valley's forces would surely resort to forceful entry into the city. In the Great Hall, she swore an oath alongside the Prime Minister's heir and affixed her seal to the agreement. Bound by her vows, Lady Hyan, deeply affected by the so-called curse of Hellenberg, was acutely aware of her obligation. She resigned herself to the realization that the heir of the valley likely possessed knowledge of her affairs. As they parted, she was instructed to maintain the secrecy of their pact, under no circumstances to disclose it. Lady Hyan nodded in acquiescence, feeling utterly unable to decline the heir's demands. Yet, she found it curious. The city of Benlu and the Eagle's Nest were bound by marriage ties, and House Hyan was a vassal of Benlu, leaving no justification for denying entry at the gates. Soon thereafter, Hellenberg received word of the Prime Minister's grave illness and subsequent demise. Initially, Lady Hyan suspected that the heir, Artys Arryn, may have orchestrated the Prime Minister's downfall. However, upon reflection, she dismissed this notion. The Prime Minister was of advanced age and was likely to pass his title to Artys soon, having maintained a commendable relationship with him. The Prime Minister, who had fathered a son late in life, placed great emphasis on Artys's education, covering all aspects from military tactics to etiquette, from politics to diplomacy. His intentions were undoubtedly sincere. Artys had no motive to harm the Prime Minister. This was a fundamental understanding among all who had received noble education in Westeros. Lady Hyan could not fathom such treachery from Artys, and found herself mocking her own naive, politically ignorant musings. Coupled with her speculations regarding the circumstances of the Prime Minister's death, she felt a sense of intrigue surrounding the matter. Lost in thought, she was roused by the voice of a servant calling, "My lady, my lady." Lady Hyan focused her gaze, noticing the king's banner fluttering along King's Road, followed by a multitude of banners depicting the sigil of the dire wolf. So many northerners, Lady Hyan murmured softly, momentarily taken aback. Compared to the banners of House Stark, the once fluttering lion sigils of House Lannister seemed insignificant during the king's previous visit. Artys gazed upon Harrenhal, a castle he had visited on several occasions, and contemplated the assembled forces from the Vale, along with the 1,000 cavalrymen stationed at the Bloodgate to fend off wildlings. Should he capture this fortress and secure the vital northern and southern crossings of the Trident River, the Vale forces would have the advantage of both offense and defense, rendering King's Landing akin to prey nestled in the embrace of an eagle, poised for the hunt. If Duke Tywin reacted swiftly, he would undoubtedly dispatch elite troops from the Riverlands and the western stronghold of Golden Grove, launching a fierce assault to distract the main forces of House Tully, while simultaneously sending reinforcements directly to Harrenhal to control the vital transportation routes north of King's Landing. Meanwhile, a defensive line would be established along the Trident River to guard against any incursions by the Vale troops. However, Artys possessed the advantage of information. Having made prior arrangements with Lady of Riverrun, should evidence fall into Eddard's hands, he could swiftly seize control of King's Landing, ensuring that, in the event of conflict, he would hold the upper hand. The reason for his early discussions with Lady of Riverrun stemmed from Artys' profound distrust in the ability of the distant Riverrun to respond effectively to Harrenhal's imminent peril under the pressure of the western onslaught. The Tully family's grip on the Riverlands was insufficient, and Artys remained uncertain which side Harrenhal would ultimately choose. Yet, given the proximity of Harrenhal to the Vale, even if a contract aligned with noble customs were to fail, the army would compel Harrenhal to submit, much like the King's northern journey. The camp was established outside Harrenhal, where Robert, along with several of the highest-ranking individuals, Eddard Stark, Artys Arryn, and Queen Cersei with her children, entered Harrenhal to pay their respects to Lady of Riverrun according to the proper etiquette. Lady of Riverrun remained reticent, merely nodding in acknowledgement when Eddard expressed his condolences, before summoning her scantily numbered servants to serve the meal. The minstrel and a few harpists began to play and sing, while Sansa listened with excitement, her small hands tapping rhythmically on the table. Arya, however, fixated on the jester's bear costume, pleading with her father to have a similar outfit made for her. Eddard offered a wry smile, feeling a tinge of regret as he glanced at Lady of Riverrun, whose expression remained subdued as she gazed forlornly at Eddard's two daughters. The banquet was quite modest, and soon King Robert returned to the camp, lamenting to Eddard along the way, "Look at this grand castle, yet it holds no heir. Alas, it only just struck me that my dear Jon once offered me some advice. I was so captivated by a certain maiden, God. That girl's astonishing beauty made me forget everything Jon said." He sighed. "Upon returning to King's Landing, I must seek out that girl and inquire if she remembers." Eddard cast a reproachful look at Robert, his eyes reflecting disapproval as he imagined what his role as Hand of the King would entail. Robert, laughing heartily, exclaimed, "Eddard, you jest. How delightful. It's quite rare." His chest shook with laughter, his stubble bobbing up and down. Eddard shook his head in resignation, feeling the warmth of the southern sun, which was both pleasant and inviting. Yet, he perceived a subtle thread of languor within it, a portent not favorable for the wolves of the north. The cold fortifies the northern folk, while winter brings a tragic end to their existence. This embodies the spirit of their ancestors, especially that of the northern clans, a sentiment forever beyond the comprehension of southerners. Artys observed the distant figures of the king and the prime minister, often quietly withdrawing during their amicable exchanges. While their relationship could be classified as fraternal, the chasm of experience and age remained palpable. Ser Jaime donned a striking white garb and armor, a visage Artys beheld for the first time, having previously encountered him clad in the golden armor emblematic of House Lannister. It seemed this transformation occurred after Duke Eddard joined their ranks. The title of Kingslayer was bestowed upon him by Duke Eddard, a memory likely etched in Ser Jaime's mind. Myrcella and Tommen frolicked carefree through the camp, while Joffrey seethed, nursing his wounded arm, a mark left by the direwolf. As they passed Ruby's shore, Arya's direwolf Nymeria lunged at Joffrey, sinking her teeth into his arm, prompting Artys, who stood nearby, to stifle a laugh as he used his sword sheath to hold back the beast's jaws, thereby sparing Joffrey from further assault. Subsequently, an absurd trial ensued within the tent, where Artys sided with Arya, asserting that Joffrey had instigated the violence. Robert evidently favored the Duke's account, and given the presence of two dukes from the realm, he was reluctant to prolong the matter, chastising Joffrey soundly before bringing the incident to a swift conclusion. Joffrey, upon sighting the dire wolf, fled in terror, scarcely daring to step outside the tent, emboldened only by Eddard's restraint of the creature, casting a resentful glare at Artys. Harrenhal was destined for a brief stay, and Artys gazed eastward, awaiting news from Seagull Town. The sea breeze swept through the town, where the bustling crowds continued their daily commerce along the port, engaging in small trades and labor. Most residents of Seagull Town lived this way, while a minority of farmers cultivated fields at the behest of their lords, raising horses on the vast plains beyond the town. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the port, the dungeons of Seagull Town were a dismal place, where the coastal humidity became a source of torment for the imprisoned. Bedbugs swarmed, and instead of the town's usual foul odors, the dungeons were permeated by the stench of decaying corpses. The dungeons were built above a foul sewer, and prisoners lying on the ground often heard the water flowing beneath. Moments after the sound reached their ears, the noxious odor would rise, prompting seasoned inmates to cover their mouths and noses, observing the new arrivals who nearly succumbed to retching at the foulness. Certainly, this is not the handiwork of the Grafson family. The dungeon is not a prison governed by the Lord of Seagull Town, but rather a private cell established by the Shet family specifically for the confinement of criminals engaged in smuggling Kay's goods. This arrangement has been tacitly approved by the Grafson family, who ceased to act as mediators between the Shet family and the Kay's trading guild ever since their lord was assaulted by Kay's assassins in the Longbow Hall. Following the attack on Artys Arryn, Eagle's Nest City did not implement any significant measures in response. However, Seagull Town, a veritable melting pot teeming with merchants from various regions, took it upon itself to react. Recently, a new prisoner arrived. Lance bit down on his collar, holding his breath. He had once been affiliated with the Shet family, serving as their accountant, and he was acutely aware of the torment inflicted upon prisoners in this dungeon. Most of those confined here were desperate individuals who dared to oppose the Shet family in pursuit of wealth, reckless enough to gamble their lives. Despite his efforts, the stench found its way to his nostrils, and a wave of nausea surged from his stomach to his throat. He doubled over as bile erupted from his mouth. The Shet knights, donned in full armor and wearing masks, oversaw their group, yet even they turned their heads away at the sight. The prison guard, expressionless, regarded them with an air of indifference, having long since grown accustomed to the foul odor, or perhaps having melded with it entirely. "You will stay here tonight," commanded the Shet knight, departing without a backward glance. Lance cursed inwardly, observing his former colleagues from the Seagull Town customs imprisoned in various cells. Some were even confined in the water dungeon, their wounds festering and decaying until death claimed them. In a twisted sense, he felt slightly relieved to be held in the Shet family's dungeon. After all, he was familiar with the guard here. "Toadbug," Lance called out tentatively, uncertain if that was the guard's name. Damn, his memory was a bit hazy. The guard with a face as grotesque as a toad turned towards him, his bulging eyes fixed upon Lance. "I am Lance, you must know me. We both serve Lord Shet," Lance hastily asserted, but before his words could fully escape his lips, the guard's whip lashed across his face, leaving a crimson mark. "Ah!" Lance shrieked, about to utter a curse, but upon witnessing the guard's terrifying visage, the words caught in his throat. "I have money, hidden in my house at the port, Toadbug." Lance attempted to placate the guard, speaking as softly as he could. The crack of the whip echoed once more, and laughter erupted from within the dungeon. Another stripe of blood appeared across Lance's face as he fell to the ground, gazing up at the guard's toad-like countenance. "Lord Shet calls me Toadbug. You lot below also refer to me as such," the guard croaked, as if bubbling up words. "What else would you call me but Toadbug?" Lance internally scoffed, his terrified expression frozen in shock as the whip struck him again. "Ah, ah, ah." Lance's wails reverberated through the dungeon. "Unable to strike Lord Shet, yet you think you can strike me?" The Toadbug roared, the whip descending upon him like a relentless storm of blows. As the echoes of sound faded, Lance's bloody body lay upon the cracked stones of the dungeon floor, the nauseating gurgle of the sewage system reverberating beneath him, the foul stench assaulting his senses. He retched violently, gastric acid splattering against his face, writhing in agony as the corrosive fluid burned his eyes, rendering him unable to open them. After what felt like an eternity of moans, Lance managed to pry his eyes open, struggling to gaze ahead. The toad-like creature had long since vanished, leaving only the oppressive darkness of the dungeon and the sealed cell door behind him. Aside from the retching of other inmates, the only sound was Lance's labored breathing, the overwhelming stench nearly unbearable. Yet the pain etched across his face was excruciating, akin to a dagger piercing through his skull. After much turmoil, a voice from within the cell threatened him, warning that if he continued to make noise, they would tear his mouth apart. With a determined effort, Lance opened his eyes to discern the visage of the prisoner, committing the face to memory as he obediently fell silent. "When the Chancellor learns of your predicament, let us see how he deals with you," Lance cursed vehemently in his mind. Time seemed to dissolve in the darkness. He had no notion of how long had passed until the wretched toad-like creature swung open the cell door, allowing the glimmer of starlight to seep in, revealing that night had fallen. Once more, a fully armored knight, adorned with a mask, approached. Lance mused that they must be aware of the stench that permeated the air. Hence the masks. Cursed be it. Was this the knight from House Shet who had been overseeing him that morning? The knight entered the cell, and the jailer pointed at Lance. The knight advanced, seizing Lance and dragging him toward the exit. "What do you want? What are you doing?" Lance cried out in terror. The knight replied in a deep tone, "I am taking you away from here." "Where to?" "To King's Landing." Have you been sent by Lord Baelish? At last. He has not forgotten me. Lance exclaimed joyfully, laughter tinged with hysteria erupting from him. The knight remained silent. But there was a hint of urgency in his voice as he murmured, Baelish? Yes, yes, Lord Baelish. Are you sent by him? Lance inquired eagerly. The knight let out a few soft chuckles beneath the mask. Indeed, I am sent by Lord Baelish. Elated, Lance clutched at the knight's armor, exclaiming, This is splendid. At long last, someone has come for me. He then turned and bellowed at the other prisoners, You wait. This nobleman shall have your remains scattered to the winds. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. The knight hoisted the unconscious Lance and exited the dungeon. Waves crashed against the ship, the swaying deck jolting Lance awake once more. It was still deep night over the ocean, and he found himself bound tightly, surrounded by colleagues from the customs office. Even in the dead of night, the port of King's Landing was unmistakable to Lance. Have we arrived at King's Landing? He gasped, recalling the harrowing events of the past few days. Feeling as if he were entangled in a grand dream. He had followed a once prominent customs officer, who had coerced him into reciting horrifying rumors in Seagull Town, leveraging his connections to conjure tales of dread. Countless silver stags and golden dragons danced before his eyes. Despite the terrifying nature of the rumors, he had complied. The consequence was being cast into the dungeon and subsequently brought aboard the ship. He remained oblivious to the whims of fate and the destination to which he might be led, yet he took solace in the firm, substantial ground beneath his feet. Soon, his desires were realized as the knight guided the assembly. Lancel counted the knights present, a considerable number, yet none bore family crests. He recalled the words he had overheard during his capture, uttered in the name of Artys Arryn. Cursed be it. Had he truly been brought to King's Landing by the Knights of the Vale? He gazed into the distance, apprehensive of the uncertain path that lay ahead. Petyr fiddled with the letter, already aware of the incident involving the customs official he once served, which had transpired in Seagull Town. A rare sensation of threat enveloped him. He had never issued a command to spread rumors. How could such a foolish order possibly have originated from him? Yet, the very rumors had indeed surfaced in Seagull Town, perpetrated by none other than his former associates. A flicker of dread spread within him. Was this your doing? Petyr pondered the visage of Artys Arryn. Should he be accused of issuing this command, and if the evidence appeared sufficiently compelling, it would become evident that these rumor-mongers were all his own. The judgment of the Iron Throne would likely follow swiftly, for his former customs officials had yielded to another, signaling betrayal. Petyr was accustomed to betraying others. His ascent from Seagull Town to King's Landing, from a mere official to the master of coin, had come at the cost of countless trusts broken and innumerable deceptions. Yet to be deceived, and truly ensnared in such a manner, was a rarity indeed. Moreover, if the purveyors of these rumors implicated him as the mastermind, Artys would undoubtedly leverage this to implicate Lysa in poisonings, revealing his clandestine connection to her and potentially branding him as her puppet master. Damn it. While Petyr was uncertain whether Artys was aware of his relationship with Lysa, he had already envisioned the worst-case scenario. He must confront the threat posed by this Duke of the Vale with utmost diligence. The title of Duke? A coveted honor Petyr had long desired. How could a nobleman born with a silver spoon in his mouth contend with a low-born man who had ascended step by step to the pinnacle of power? He had to prepare himself for the confrontation. Rarely did Petyr display such a menacing countenance. He clenched his fists, for the grand strategy had yet to unfold, and the outcome remained uncertain. Since Tyrion had journeyed northward, Artys had rarely engaged in conversation, at most interjecting a few words during exchanges between the king and Eddard, and affording a smile during King Robert's hearty laughter. Yet Eddard of the North seemed impervious to any jest, maintaining a stern visage as he observed Robert's mirth. At such moments, Robert would seize Eddard's arm, gesturing towards him, Behold our esteemed hand, who cannot be amused by any jest. Ha ha. Artys found Eddard's reaction quite amusing, responding with a genuine and cooperative smile. King's Landing lay not far ahead, Artys mused. Wyman and Robert should be arriving shortly as well. Catelyn's suspicion. Catelyn stood by the railing, leaning forward with her hand resting upon it. The swift vessel of White Harbor indeed moved with remarkable speed. Yet such rapidity often left passengers feeling dizzy and disoriented. Catelyn herself fared relatively well, but her companion, Ser Roderick, was not so fortunate. As the ship hurtled through the biting waves of the Bight, the tumultuous swells and fierce winds nearly robbed the Winterfell master of half his vitality. She could only watch as he was beset by relentless waves of nausea, his appearance aging him by a decade. An hour more until we reach King's Landing. The captain's voice carried over. Observing his demeanor, Catelyn inferred he bore tidings of good fortune. With a forced smile, she replied, "Captain, your sailors have performed admirably. I wish to reward each of them with a silver stag as a token of my gratitude." The captain bowed slightly. "My Lady Stark, your generosity is truly commendable. I am delighted for them." His gaze greedily flicked towards the pouch Catelyn had retained at her side. She mused that most of these silver stags would likely be pocketed by the captain, yet she had no desire to dwell on such matters. The sting from her dagger-wounded palm still throbbed faintly, and Catelyn remained resolute in her purpose. The intricately crafted dagger, belonging to the assailant of Bran, held answers that could only be revealed in King's Landing. Upon arriving at the bustling port of King's Landing, Ser Roderick and Catelyn hastily disembarked. Uncertain whether they had outpaced the king's entourage, they speculated that the royal party might often be delayed by hunting excursions. "My lady, we must be cautious. Our identities may be compromised as soon as we set foot on land, so I must locate the master of the Red Keep with haste," Roderick said, his tone weak yet resolute. Catelyn furrowed her brow at this declaration. "May the gods protect us. I hope the king's master is trustworthy." Roderick managed a smile, though his pallid face betrayed his struggle. "Ser Alliser Thorne, while somewhat vain, is indeed a man of integrity. I believe he can be trusted," he added, stroking his beard. "Let us hope so," Catelyn murmured in prayer. Roderick instructed his attendants to gather Catelyn's luggage, turning to her with, "My lady, you maintain a youthful appearance. Unlike my disheveled state, it seems the task of identifying the dagger shall fall to me. It would be prudent for you to stay at an inn, as the castle is crowded and many may still remember you." Catelyn understood precisely whom he referenced, Petyr Baelish. In her mind, she thought, "Petyr is my father's ward, whom I have always regarded as a brother." "Indeed," Roderick replied, seemingly unwilling to linger on the subject, instead assisting with the luggage as they followed the captain's direction to the inn. Once settled at the inn, Catelyn observed Roderick clad in chainmail, equipped with a dagger and longsword, his head shrouded in a black cloak. "Before nightfall, I shall bring Ser Alliser to you. He is the master, and perhaps he is still at the Red Keep." Catelyn placed her utmost trust in Ser Roderick, weary as she was. Though the inn was not as comfortable or splendid as the captain had advertised, she could no longer concern herself with such matters. She leaned against the pillow and, almost before her head touched it, succumbed to slumber. A loud knocking jolted her awake. The fading light of the sunset streamed through the window, and upon awakening, it felt as though she had been transported to another realm. Grasping her dagger and wrapping herself in her cloak, she opened the heavy wooden door. The city watch stood before her, clad in black armor with golden cloaks. "Do not be afraid, milady. We have come to escort you," the leader smiled, glancing at the dagger in her hand. Catelyn regarded him with suspicion. "By whose command?" The leader produced a ribbon adorned with a mockingbird, his eyes fixed upon her. "Petyr." Catelyn had not anticipated that little finger would summon her so swiftly. She nodded. "Allow me to change my attire." The city watch escorted her to a tall tower, where Petyr awaited in a chamber at the summit. Catelyn first beheld his back, strands of silver threaded through his dark hair, a signature of Petyr. He had always taken pride in his youthful silver locks, though he was still shorter than Catelyn, just as he had been in their youth. "Petyr." Catelyn endeavored to maintain her composure. He turned, his gray-green eyes brimming with delight. "Catelyn," he exclaimed, his attention swiftly drawn to the bandaged palm she bore. "Your hand. What happened?" Ignoring his concern, Catelyn remained resolute, akin to how she had burned the letter penned by Petyr after Brandon's death, without ever reading it. She understood her responsibilities and her family's honor. Petyr smiled with resignation, sensing her coldness. "Varys knows everything about this city, he informed me. Besides, the new hand has yet to arrive in King's Landing," Petyr succinctly explained. "I believe I am the one who can protect you, including from the truth you seek." His clever smile re-emerged in Catelyn's sight. "You have always been astute," she replied, "but I fear I must disappoint you. I merely came to visit my husband and daughter." "Come now, Catelyn, your excuse is rather flimsy." Petyr maintained his clever smile. "Were it not for urgency, you would not have sought my assistance, would you?" The tone in which he spoke of childhood companions bore a hint of dejection. "He still harbors feelings for me," Catelyn thought to herself. She swallowed, poised to respond, when a soft knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Petyr whispered. The man who entered was rotund, his face seemingly coated in makeup, his bald head gleaming. The loose purple silk robe suited his figure, immediately marking him as a man of considerable wealth. "Lady Stark," he grasped Catelyn's hand. "It has been years. My word. What has happened to your hand? How has such a delicate thing come to this?" Just as Catelyn was about to speak, he appeared to remember something. "Oh, the ointment crafted by Lord Petyr Baelish is renowned across the Seven Kingdoms. I have meticulously preserved several vials, and if it pleases you, my lady, I would be honored to present you with one, though I must regretfully inform you that I can part with only a single vial, as it is exceedingly precious. I am truly grateful, my lord Varys, but my hands are being well cared for, thus I shall not impose upon you, Catelyn replied, withdrawing her hand from his palm and forcing a faint smile. Moreover, regarding the matter of young Lord Bran, I feel a profound sorrow. It is indeed lamentable how cruel the gods can be to a boy. Varys folded his hands sorrowfully and shook his head. I swear, my lady, I shall find a skilled healer for the young lord. Catelyn wished to disengage from such trivial conversations. I sincerely appreciate it, my lord Varys. Maester Luwin has done all he can. We can only pray to the Seven. Varys shook his head in regret. Then, my lady, is your visit solely for the purpose of acquiring a dagger? Catelyn gazed at Varys in astonishment, the infamous spider of the tales. Varys, you have startled Catelyn, Petyr remarked, his eyes bearing a hint of severity. Varys retracted slightly and raised his hands in a gesture of apology. Forgive my rudeness, my lord Petyr, Lady Stark, he said, inclining his head slightly. How did you come to know? Catelyn exclaimed. It is merely that your Ser Roderick and Ser Alyn have been conversing about the ownership of a dagger, which is rather suspicious. A little bird would not overlook such tidings, Varys replied nonchalantly, as if the matter bore no weight upon him. Catelyn drew forth the dagger and presented it to Varys. Valyrian steel, this dagger, Varys remarked, lightly tracing his finger along its edge, causing blood to instantly appear. Forgive my candor, Catelyn, but this dagger is mine, Petyr interjected, taking the dagger from her. Catelyn looked at Petyr incredulously. Impossible. You have never even been to Winterfell. Indeed, not until the day of Prince Joffrey's name day, when it was wagered and lost to another, Petyr replied, stroking his beard with a smile. To whom was it lost? Catelyn inquired urgently. Varys, too, regarded Petyr with curiosity. To the imp, Petyr said with a slight smile, Tyrion Lannister. Lannister, Catelyn murmured softly. Varys frowned slightly, but remained silent. Petyr continued. I lament that I had thought the imp would treasure it dearly, only for him to bestow the dagger upon an inconspicuous servant. What servant? Whose servant? Catelyn pressed for answers. Varys leaned against the wall, a smile gracing his face as he observed Petyr pondering. The light of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Just as Catelyn's patience was waning, Petyr suddenly stated, It is difficult to say. I cannot quite recall who the servant was. It requires further contemplation. Catelyn stepped forward. Petyr, you must remember, this is vital for me, for my family. Upon hearing my family, Petyr displayed a bittersweet smile. Your family, the house of Eddard Stark, he sighed softly. Very well, my lady. How could I refuse, given that you are my Catelyn? Catelyn gazed into Petyr's sincere smile, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from her heart, and she smiled in relief. Eddard emerged from the hall of the small council. Weariness etched upon his features. The state of the realm, as reported to him, drove him to the brink of madness. Robert had squandered the vast treasures of pearls amassed by the mad King Eyries, depleting the once prosperous royal treasury in a mere decade. To add insult to injury, the realm was now in debt to the tune of 300,000 gold dragons. In such dire financial straits, Robert still had the audacity to propose a tournament in his name. Eddard had never witnessed such absurdity from Robert, nor could he fathom the folly of a tournament. The small council had the gall to counsel him in the name of honor. What a jest! This was no honor, it was a disgrace. The castle gates were besieged by a constant stream of carriages and knights, the courtyard of the Red Keep in utter disarray. The air was thick with the scent of earth and horse, mingled with shouts and barks, and even the errant direwolf darting about was recognizable to Eddard. He could not discern which of his daughters it belonged to, but he suspected it was Nymeria, Arya's wolf, who had caused him no small amount of trouble. He resolved to return to the Tower of the Hand and deliver a stern lesson to Arya, ensuring she kept her wolf in check. Otherwise, it would remain tethered in the dungeons of the Red Keep. As he traversed the outer courtyard, he encountered someone he was reluctant to see, Petyr Baelish, who appeared to have been waiting for some time. Ned Stark, you seem to be lost. Follow me, he said. Eddard hesitated but trailed behind, gradually sensing something amiss as they drew closer to the rocky outcrops beyond the castle. You deceive me. Petyr, we have reached the outskirts of the castle, Eddard said, fixing a cold gaze on the cunning counselor. Petyr laughed exaggeratedly. Astute as ever, Eddard Stark. Your wife awaits you at a certain location. Preposterous. Catelyn is in Winterfell. Eddard replied warily. 2 horses appeared before them. Believe it or not, Petyr retorted, mounting his steed and disregarding Eddard as he spurred his horse onward. Fueled by indignation, Eddard followed closely, ready to draw his sword should the need arise. They arrived at a rickety wooden structure from which sounds of music and raucous laughter spilled forth. A brothel? Eddard seethed, viewing this as a personal affront. Your wife is within, Petyr answered coldly, showing no compassion. Just as Eddard prepared to draw his sword, a familiar voice called out, Ned. Turning, he was astonished to see Catelyn standing before him. My lady, what brings you here? Catelyn leaned against his chest, resting her head upon him. It concerns Bran, but not in the way you think, she said, gazing into his eyes. Is our daughter well? What of Bran? What are you saying, Catelyn? Eddard wrapped his arms around her, his heart brimming with questions. Catelyn produced a dagger from her cloak, and Eddard noticed her injured hand. Your hand. This is proof of my protection for Bran, a mother's token, Ned, she replied, raising the dagger with a smile. Someone intends to take Bran's life with this. Eddard's expression shifted abruptly. Who? Who would dare? Catelyn laid everything bare, including the golden hair discovered in the tower, and informed Eddard that this was the dagger of the imp, which had been handed to an unknown servant. I inquired with Petyr, but he cannot recall which servant it was at the moment. Catelyn spoke gently. Yet I noticed him in close proximity to Aegon, she added. Eddard shook his head in annoyance, imploring her not to involve Petyr in every matter, for he was the eldest son of his foster father and his designated heir, and he held faith in his character. But Lysa is imprisoned in the Eyrie. Is that not a fact? Catelyn pressed on. Eddard was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling Aegon's words at Harrenhal. My lord, trust me, once in King's Landing, I shall uncover the threads leading to Lysa's conspirators. Moreover, my lord, the Red Keep is rife with spies. Trust no one. Petyr furrowed his brow and asked, Lysa? She is imprisoned? Catelyn, how much more do I remain unaware of? Seeing Petyr's anxious and furious expression, Catelyn sighed. I apologize, Petyr. I have concealed this matter from you. Petyr paced, his face clouded with concern. Enough, Catelyn. Let us not divert the conversation to Aegon. What of this dagger and the golden hair in the tower? Eddard looked at Catelyn with mild reproach. However, Petyr interjected on Catelyn's behalf. The dagger was lost to me in a game to the imp. I recall only that after he handed it to the servant, they embarked on the journey northwards. As for the golden hair, I must confess, during that time in Winterfell, who else could have possessed golden hair? The Lannisters. Eddard murmured softly. Catelyn embraced Eddard, urging him to be cautious, for there were numerous foes in this place. Eddard, bearing a heavy burden, nodded in agreement. Allow us a moment alone, Lord Baelish. You call me Lord Stark? Petyr smiled faintly before departing from the couple. After Petyr's exit, Eddard spoke solemnly to Catelyn. You must return to Winterfell. Inform my sons to write to House Tully and House Glover in my name, commanding them to muster 100 archers each to Carling Bay, and instruct Lord Manderley to expedite the fortification of White Harbor. I had hoped the situation was not as dire as imagined, but Bran is being closely watched by Theon Greyjoy. Should war erupt, we shall require his father's fleet. War? Catelyn uttered the word with trepidation. Let me see my daughter. Ned, the Red Keep is filled with eyes. Eddard reiterated Aegon's warning. Do not go to the Red Keep. Return directly to Winterfell. Catelyn, gazing into Eddard's resolute eyes, could only sigh and nod in acquiescence. Eddard embraced Catelyn deeply, holding her for what felt like an eternity before releasing her and departing. Catelyn watched him ride away, lost in thought until Petyr's voice broke through her reverie. I believe I have recalled who that servant was. Who? Catelyn turned abruptly. When you mentioned Aegon, it came to me. The family sigil of that servant bore the crescent moon and falcon of House Arryn, Petyr remarked, his tone laden with intrigue. Indeed, Catelyn sighed softly. Petyr, please be sure to convey to Ned that he is far too naive, too trusting of that Arryn. He not only imprisoned Lysa, but what else has he done? Catelyn gazed intently at Petyr's face, her childhood companion, who had once ardently loved and pursued her. He had aided her in tracing the origins of the dagger, thus earning her trust. My sister Lysa confided in me that he murdered his own father, Catelyn murmured, as if fearing the walls had ears. Petyr's smile faltered, and he remained silent for a long moment. I shall certainly inform Lord Eddard. He must receive the utmost assistance in King's Landing. Eddard sat at the long table of the small council, feeling overwhelmed as he listened to Commander Janoslant of the City Watch complain. The Prime Minister's tournament has drawn countless knights, squires, and a throng of common folk. As if they could attain any honor here. Indeed, they cannot. As of today, the number of thefts in King's Landing had surged into the hundreds, with street brawls and armed duels occurring incessantly. Moreover, a group of outsiders had dared to rob taverns within the city, defiling the tavern owner's daughter and committing murder. It was said that these marauders still roamed near the Crownlands. Janos, all I hear from you is complaint. I have yet to hear any proposed measures for rectification. Lord Renly remarked, his tone laced with malice, offering Janos little dignity. Janos flushed with indignation. My Lord Renly, with the current state of King's Landing, even 500 gold cloaks would not suffice to maintain order. I require more men. He glanced at Eddard. Having heard that many northerners had arrived under the Prime Minister's command, Eddard furrowed his brow. A few days ago, I heard you wish to draw more gold dragons from the treasury to expand the ranks of the gold cloaks, he said, casting a look at Petyr as if seeking confirmation. One must be bold, like a lion, Petyr replied with a smirk. Janos turned to Petyr, do not speak foolishly. The gold cloaks currently number 6,000, and I must manage their provisions. Petyr shrugged, unperturbed. Enough, Eddard exclaimed, truly exasperated with the Southerners. They had bickered for so long over trivial matters when the most pressing issue was the band of marauders. Where was the authority of the gold cloaks? Did anyone truly dare to act with impunity? Pycelle shivered, murmuring, it is indeed frightening, my lord. The people of King's Landing, the people of the Crownlands need security. I believe we should send troops to deal with these brigands. Varys remained silent, quietly gazing down at the table. My lord Varys, Eddard reluctantly called to the eunuch. Do your little birds have any word on the whereabouts of these brigands? Only then did Varys lift his gaze, but he shook his head, appearing regretful as he replied. I am most sorry, my lord. My little birds are gentle and kind by nature, and they are likely no match for these brutal marauders, some of whom may even lose their lives. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, as if profoundly sorrowful. Damn it, Eddard silently fumed. Can the city watch deploy any personnel? He inquired. Janos shook his head, lamenting that it was Targaryen's fault for constructing such an immense city. 6,000 gold cloaks would need to be increased significantly to be deemed sufficient. I fear I cannot muster enough manpower. And most of my gold cloaks are of lowly origin, with few knights among them, making them ill-equipped to contend with this band of brigands. You are truly incompetent, sneered Lancel. Though Janos was infuriated, he clearly did not dare to retort to Lancel and could only silently regard the Prime Minister, suppressing his emotions. The Prime Minister's 300 wolf guards would be more than adequate to quell these brigands. However, Pycelle remained composed, reproaching Janos. Commander, it would do you well to reflect upon your own capabilities. Janos stood speechless, for the court meeting had not provided him a chair. The remaining seats were presumably reserved for Sir Balistan and the yet-to-arrive Stannis. Eddard observed the Chancellor's downcast face and sighed, not expecting the northern soldiers he had brought from Winterfell to be deployed so swiftly. He opened his mouth to speak. The knights I brought from the Vale can assist the gold cloaks in maintaining order. As for the brigands of the Crownlands, my lord Janos, this matter will depend on your capabilities. A resolute voice rang out from beyond the meeting hall as Artys Arryn entered. Without ceremony, Artys seated himself at the court's table. Janos frowned and remarked, if I may be blunt, Duke Artys, how many knights do you have in the Vale? I cannot imagine it exceeds 100. Artys bestowed a smile upon Janos. Janos exhaled in relief. Fewer than 100, Duke Artys? Even if the knights of the Vale are renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms, that number is far too scant to assist me in maintaining order. Coupled with the Prime Minister's 300 northern soldiers, I would think 400 would suffice to help you uphold law and order. Artys responded, Janos, you do not grasp the situation in King's Landing. While I concede that you possess a deeper understanding of the city than I, should I take charge of maintaining order, I would not permit a band of brigands to run rampant within its walls. More astonishingly, they have managed to escape. Whose responsibility is that? The Prime Minister's? Artys surveyed the court's key figures, posing the question. Eddard furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he indeed bore responsibility as Prime Minister, the primary accountable party. However, he sensed that Artys was preparing to take action, thus he remained silent. Janos's face flushed deeper than before as he stammered, This is the Prime Minister's tournament in King's Landing. It is your responsibility, Janos. Do not involve the Prime Minister's tournament. It was a command from King Robert. Is the responsibility to rest with the king? Artys pressed. Janos clenched his fists, the armor of his gold cloak trembling upon his frame. Since it is your responsibility, I believe you should be held accountable for the apprehension, Artys declared, voicing his thoughts. Lancel looked at Artys in astonishment, his fingers drumming on the table, producing a series of sounds. I concur, Lancel said, smiling at Artys. At this moment, the quivering voice of Petyr broke the silence. Duke Artys, if I may inquire. This is a royal council meeting. How can you, cough. Pardon me, the old man's adherence to protocol has resurfaced. What gives you the right to intrude upon this assembly? Despite your esteemed title as a duke, it seems you ought to adhere to the laws of the kingdom. I apologize for my verbosity. Duke Artys smiled at the Grand Maester. expressing gratitude for the reminder. Petyr, I present my royal decree. King Robert holds me in high regard and has granted me permission to attend this council to assist the Prime Minister in deliberations. The camaraderie among the brothers was indeed commendable, remarked Lancel, clapping his hands in approval. The assembly intended to echo his sentiment. But upon realizing that the speaker was the king's brother, they fell silent, merely offering polite smiles. Turning to Eddard, Artys stated, My Lord Eddard, I believe that since Lord Genos has come to understand his responsibilities, he deserves an opportunity for redemption. I, the Prime Minister, I. Genos interjected hastily. Eddard nodded. Ser Lint Genos, heed the command. With a resigned demeanor, Genos knelt on one knee. You shall select 300 gold cloaks to venture beyond the city and apprehend the bandits. I expect results. Eddard's authoritative voice resonated within the council chamber. Once Genos exited the assembly, a multitude of affairs in King's Landing remained unresolved. The gold cloaks, Prime Minister, there are over 5,000 that require oversight, Lancel reminded. Eddard took a deep breath, massaging his temples. Lord Lancel, whom do you deem most suitable for this task? Lancel raised his chin slightly, smiling at Eddard. The gold cloaks under Lord Genos's management have become notoriously corrupt. I fear it would be challenging to govern them. Is this knowledge widespread amongst you? Eddard inquired, puzzled. Varys raised an eyebrow slightly. The king is also aware, Prime Minister. Damn it, Robert knows as well. Why is no action taken? Eddard exclaimed in frustration. Choosing a taller man from among the short ones may not yield better results. Many seek to influence the position. Littlefinger finally spoke up. Artys regarded Littlefinger, attempting to glean insight, but unfortunately, Littlefinger maintained his characteristic enigmatic smile. Lancel turned to Artys. Most gold cloaks hail from commoner backgrounds, particularly those who idolize valiant knights. Eddard gazed at Lancel in surprise. Perhaps you should state it plainly, Lord Lancel. When he first met Lancel, he was barely 10 years old. And now he had matured into a young man reminiscent of Robert in his youth, which unsettled Eddard. Duke Artys Arryn is more than capable, Lancel declared. Artys cast a sidelong glance at Lancel, sensing that potential allies in King's Landing were not scarce. I must remind everyone that historically, few dukes have been responsible for the defense of King's Landing, Littlefinger observed, looking at Petyr, seemingly seeking confirmation. However, Petyr remained unresponsive, his head bowed and eyes narrowed. That is indeed the case today, is it not? Lancel smiled at Littlefinger, adding, or do we doubt the loyalty of our liege lord, Lord Beric of the Vale? Artys regarded Littlefinger silently, feeling that he had spoken enough for one day. King's Landing had never felt so tumultuous, he mused. Littlefinger smiled and lowered his head, clearly unwilling to challenge. Ed was perplexed, sensing that the royal council was not as united in service to the kingdom as he had envisioned. He waved his hand dismissively and inquired, in that case, Artys Arryn, are you prepared to shoulder this heavy responsibility? Artys did not kneel like Genos, but simply smiled and nodded at Ed from his seat at the table, saying, It is my honor, Lord Ed. Then it is settled. You may withdraw for now. We shall discuss future matters later. Ed, feeling somewhat irritated, shook his hand, which had grown stiff from gripping a quill all morning. Ed's 50 guards from Winterfell awaited him in the outer courtyard of the Red Keep. Upon his appearance, they swiftly surrounded him, forming a protective escort as they departed. The banner of the Dire Wolf fluttered above the Red Keep, while 300 soldiers from the north stood guard throughout the castle. Following Artys' suggestion, only 50 loyal guards from House Baratheon, brought by Robert from Storm's End, remained, along with fewer than 100 Lannister red cloaks to protect the queen. The remaining 200 gold cloaks were dispatched to patrol the streets of King's Landing. Renly approached Artys from behind. Artys, my duke, he said with a smile as he walked beside him. The Prime Minister has brought many valiant soldiers from the north. Artys nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The safety of the Prime Minister and his family had the king's tacit approval. My brother, aside from his indulgences, likely does not care how many men dear Ed has brought from the north. He merely feels relieved that someone can assist him in managing these troubles. Renly remarked with a laugh. Artys chuckled softly in agreement, then expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance with the Royal Council. It is my duty. The former Prime Minister is Robert's foster father, and you are akin to my brother. Brothers must support one another, Renly replied, maintaining his smile. After a moment's pause, Renly lowered his gaze to the ground. It is wise to entrust King's Landing to a trustworthy hand. Yet I have observed that the Prime Minister's substantial military presence here seems to extend beyond mere security. Artys recognized this as Renly's true intention. The previous recommendation had merely laid the groundwork for this exchange of interests. The power dynamics within King's Landing were intricate, yet straightforward. A glance at the banners atop the Red Keep would elucidate the Prime Minister's aspirations, Lord Renly, you likely grasp what the Prime Minister intends. Artys refrained from providing a direct answer, for his foremost task was to cleanse the gold cloaks, streamline excess personnel, and position men from the Vale. He narrowed his eyes, acknowledging that Wymer and Robb had already brought several customs officials from Seagull Town to King's Landing. Artys knew this would not escape Varys' notice, nor did he intend to conceal it. Renly, hearing this, glanced at the banners adorning the castle towers, most prominently the symbolic Baratheon-crowned stag, followed by the dire wolf of House Stark, and lastly the crimson and gold lion of House Lannister. Lannister? Renly mused, casting a quizzical look at Artys. I believe I have spoken sufficiently, Lord Renly, Artys replied. Renly appeared contemplative before breaking into a smile. Then I shall not disturb you further, Artys, commander of the Gold Cloaks. He raised his hand in a slight bow and departed from Artys' side. Artys stood silently in place for a considerable duration. The machinations of King's Landing had begun the moment he received his father's command to depart. This place resembled a prison, forbidding the eagle from proudly spreading its wings or hunting for its prey in the skies above. He had once believed that family was the most trustworthy support. It was only in the end that he realized his sole reliance was his father. Now, however, he had become a support for others. The Red Keep loomed majestically atop one of the hills in King's Landing, under a pristine azure sky, seemingly perpetually clear. Unlike the fickle weather of the moonlight mountains in the valleys, the gentle sunlight bathed the bustling city of King's Landing, which, with a population nearly equal to that of the north, was filled with incessant clamor and noise. Unlike Eagle's Nest, where he could quietly listen to the melodious sound of Alessa's Tears waterfall, he found himself in a city rife with chaos, shouldering responsibilities that were not meant for one of his age. At that moment, he envied little Robin and the Duke's eldest son, Robb. Artys took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening once more. The air in the Red Keep was saturated with the fragrance of noble ladies' perfumes, a stark contrast to the unpleasant odor wafting from the throngs of people outside. He waved his hand to dispel any childish thoughts that plagued him and strode forward. The blue cloak symbolizing House Arryn seemingly dusted with golden particles, shimmering brilliantly. In the old residence established by House Arryn in King's Landing, Wymer reclined beneath a perennial tree in the courtyard, his eyes closed. The sounds around him became increasingly clear, even the distant buzzing of insects and the fluttering of sparrows on the rooftops. The days spent in Seagull Town with Robb were arduous. The tasks were simple yet monotonous. Wymer often played the role of a gallant knight in the tavern, chasing away drunken patrons who harassed the tavern girls, which frequently landed Robb in trouble. Footsteps approached from outside the courtyard, and Wymer opened his eyes. Artys, he exclaimed, his teeth flashing in a wide grin, that familiar foolish smile still adorning his face. Artys, clad in his silver armor and signature blue cloak, hurried forward and embraced Wymer warmly. I missed you terribly in Seagull Town, Wymer said, patting Artys on the back before releasing him. Our Duke of the Vale is here, and I've brought everyone for you. He gestured toward the house behind him, and Artys entered. The once cluttered house had been cleared, now housing a dozen customs officials from Seagull Town, held captive within. Artys merely peered through the gaps, not entering. Well done, Wymer, he remarked. Send them away to a secure location. I have use for them. At the northernmost corner of King's Landing, near the Rennie's Hills, the Dragon Gate stood grandly, with the King's Road leading into the city. The once boisterous gatehouse was now gradually quieting, as two companies of Vale Knights approached on horseback. Curious pedestrians gazed at the spectacle, while numerous knights preparing to enter the city for the upcoming tournament paused to observe the two factions of Valley Knights. The attendants behind them looked on with envy at the group clad in azure robes and silver armor. The golden-robed guards stationed at the Dragon Gate hastily abandoned their registration of competing knights, donned their helmets, and grasped their iron staffs to form a line. Accustomed to wielding authority, these guards lacked experience in facing high nobles, and their disarray persisted for over half a minute. In a moment of misfortune, as the last guard rushed to join the ranks, he slipped in a patch of mud at the gate and fell headlong, his helmet evidently unfastened, soaring several meters away. Damn it! Captain Henfley of the Dragon Gate took note of his subordinate's embarrassing misstep, casting a nervous glance at the fully armed Valley Knights. Before him stood opulent plate armor the likes of which Henfley had never witnessed. Its dazzling silver gleam resembled the scales of a legendary silver dragon, catching the sunlight and shimmering with myriad reflections. Each of the 24 knights wore a towering helm adorned with a faceplate, and blue shields emblazoned with various family crests rested upon their backs. Leading the procession were 2 knights, one brandishing the falcon banner of House Arryn, and the other wielding the crowned stag standard of House Baratheon. Early that morning, Henfley had received word from Commander Genos that he had dispatched 300 golden-robed guards to scour the countryside for bandits. He pondered why his most reliable subordinate, Rhinoceros Hide, had been swiftly commandeered by Genos, speculating that the cautious commander must have meticulously selected 300 capable men before daring to venture beyond the city walls. Tentatively, Henfley approached and inquired, "My lord?" The knights remained silent, save for the one holding the Arryn banner, who grasped a scroll in his gauntlet hand and unfurled it to read aloud. To the city guard, Commander Genos of the city guard, by the command of Prime Minister Eddard Stark, is to lead his men out of the city to apprehend criminals. Until further notice, the command of the city guard is entrusted to Duke Artys Arryn of the Eyrie. Eddard Stark, Hand of the King. As the knight rolled up the scroll, Henfley caught a glimpse of his cold, indifferent eyes through the slits of his visor. "Ah, my lord, sir, I understand. I shall certainly heed the directives of Duke Arryn." "Cough, Commander Arryn," Henfley replied obsequiously, bowing slightly. "How many men do you command? What are your wages? What is the condition of your armaments?" The knight's voice, filtered through the visor, pierced the air with an unsettling precision. Henfley quickly recalled and responded, "The Dragon Gate has fewer than 200, an exact figure." 164 men, the knight interjected with a chilling detachment. "Indeed, Rhinoceros Hide has gone with the commander, while those 3 scoundrels are likely off in some brothel." Henfley stammered, losing confidence as he noticed the knight's gaze remained unwavering beneath the mask. 164 men, correct? As for wages, you are aware that some must be contributed to Lord Stark. The Vale knight's longsword lightly tapped atop Henfley's head, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Continue. How do you intend to honor Lord Stark?" The knight's tone held a hint of mockery, encouraging Henfley to elaborate. Hensley swiftly comprehended that the Knights of the Vale were not aligned with Lord Shireen, their throats tense and quivering with anxiety, reluctant to utter another word. No matter. Near the Dragon Gate lay the encampment of the gold-robed army, where the captains of the 7 city gates were stationed. "You are the last to be interrogated, and it is likely that the outcome has already been determined regarding the fate of the Protector." Captain Hensley was keen to learn of this. The knight's voice was magnetic and deep, seemingly indifferent. "I will speak. I will divulge everything," Hensley exclaimed, startled, and promptly recounted the details of Janos's embezzlement, even revealing the clandestine acts of Janos in seizing maidens and hoarding the king's treasures. The knight quietly awaited the transcription of the testimony, then leaned closer to Hensley, stating, "The captain of the Old City Gate has informed that all ill-gotten gains of Lord Shireen are managed by you. Are you his accomplice?" Hensley's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the knight. "Jordan, damn it, I have cared for him so thoroughly, yet he—" Hensley fervently shook his head before the knight. "Sir, noble knight, do not believe his words. They are all lies. The bribes he accepted are no less than those of anyone else." Observing Hensley's fervent defense, the knight nodded in satisfaction and began to stride toward the Old City Gate. In the encampment by the Dragon Gate, Petyr Baelish sat within the tent, confronted by a chaotic ledger. Sansa Stark sat across from him. Petyr regarded her enigmatic smile with curiosity, uncertain why Eddard had suddenly placed such trust in Petyr. Recently, they had often been seen strolling and conversing in the Red Keep. And now, as he prepared to visit the gold-robed army to audit the accounts, Eddard had sent Sansa to accompany him, claiming he was dispatching a clever and trustworthy individual to assist him. 7,000 golden dragons, Petyr echoed Sansa's words. She smiled and replied, "The Duke of the Vale has just arrived in King's Landing. Naturally, he requires funds to facilitate matters. You have just taken charge of the city guard, making it the perfect time to allocate resources. I believe you should invest this sum in the tournament," Petyr suggested. Sansa shook her head with a smile. "At the Royal Council, I am the kingdom's master of coin. Before you, I am merely a minor noble beneath your banner. The 2 roles are distinct, and so are the finances. From Gulltown to King's Landing. Petyr, how did you accomplish this?" Petyr sought to confirm one last query. Sansa appeared taken aback by his question. Feigning confusion, "All thanks to your esteemed father, the former Prime Minister. Your abilities in finance and personnel management. Where did you acquire such skills, Petyr?" Sansa pressed, ignoring his insincere flattery. Upon witnessing her earnestness, Petyr lowered his gaze. "The history of Westeros, the arithmetic of free cities, the musings of pirates, the meticulousness of the Lord of Gulltown, my lady, I have learned from them. These experiences have elevated you to the position of Master of Coin?" Sansa questioned, incredulous at his gentle tone. Petyr smiled, evidently pleased with this aspect of his life. "These are knowledge, my lady. Knowledge is power." Artys smiled as he beheld the diminutive figure before him, a man in his 30s with white-streaked temples, a formidable noble from the Vale, and a scion of a modest lineage from the Five Fingers Peninsula. Yet, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Lon, possessing a shrewdness that enabled him to win hearts and execute cunning schemes. I believe you are mistaken. Artys maintained a steady tone. This individual was, in fact, his most formidable adversary, surpassing even the Lannister that Eddard was currently investigating. The Lannisters merely represented a political opposition. There was no hatred involved. In contrast, his greatest enemy, one of the most powerful dukes in the realm, was an overlooked, ignoble nobleman, a man skilled in machinations, devoid of any honorable standing, now risen to prominence. Petyr, with a hint of skepticism, regarded Artys, suspecting that he might be plotting something. Surely, he wouldn't dare to eliminate a key minister in King's Landing, he thought. No, based on his observations, that was utterly impossible. Petyr firmly believed that Artys, as a member of House Arryn, would not easily undertake actions that would tarnish the family's honor, especially since he lacked the evidence. Robert was still alive, and Eddard too. Petyr began to doubt his own judgment when Waymar, clad in chainmail, entered the tent, bringing with him two knights from the Vale who swiftly seized Petyr by the arms. You? Artys, you are the Duke of the Vale. I am the Master of Coin. The realm will not permit this. It cannot be allowed. Petyr's panicked voice was surprisingly melodious as he turned to Artys in alarm. Calm yourself, Lord Baelish, came Waymar's taunting voice, resonating in Petyr's ears like a demonic roar. The tent was devoid of the golden-robed figures he had always lured with wealth. They were nowhere to be found. Damn it, did Artys truly intend to kill me here? Impossible, this is King's Landing. Petyr's frenzied demeanor was swiftly subdued by Waymar's presence. I said, calm yourself, Lord Baelish. Waymar moved aside, allowing Petyr to see a face that was both familiar and pleading. Lance, Petyr thought, peering forward to find not only Lance but also the customs officials he had promoted in Seagull Town, all bound to the pillars of the camp. Save for that cursed customs deputy. Lord Baelish, save us. Lance cried out, as if he had found a savior. Petyr forced himself to maintain composure. My lord Artys, what is the meaning of this? Artys stepped out from the tent, surveying the scene before him. He lowered himself and addressed Petyr, Lord Baelish. How do you propose we handle them? Petyr managed a strained smile, beginning to grasp the differences in demeanor between Artys and his father. What handling? My lord Artys, I am but a fool. Foolishness is unacceptable. Artys' expression remained remarkably calm. You just stated that knowledge is power. A foolish individual cannot wield the knowledge that you possess. Petyr's face quivered as he found himself in an unprecedented and passive predicament. A group of individuals has invoked your name, masquerading as your esteemed ministers and the honorable Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Petyr Baelish, to spread rumors in the town of Seagull. They claim that the Duke of the Vale has imprisoned the Lady of Eagle's Nest and assassinated the former Prime Minister, Artys said calmly. Damn it, Littlefinger gasped, perhaps contemplating whether to disclose this matter to Eddard Stark. Fortunately, he exhaled slightly, for he had anticipated this. The customs officials were all members of the lesser nobility from the vicinity of Seagull, akin to his own origins, belonging to the distant branches of House Grayson and House Arryn, along with the ill-reputed House Shet. He had meticulously arranged for scapegoats, each destined for execution. Artys issued his orders with a serene demeanor. One by one, heads fell, and Littlefinger, still pondering, was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Had they truly perished? Was Artys merely engaging in a theatrical farce? Littlefinger attempted to discern the rationale behind it all, only to find it replete with absurdity, devoid of any semblance of normalcy. He gazed at Artys, whose eyes momentarily flickered with an unfamiliar glimmer. Fear. Artys caught a fleeting glimpse of that expression. He gently closed his eyes. To slander a duke is a grave offense. To frame the Chancellor of the Exchequer is a second transgression. Both crimes warrant the death penalty. Do you think Lord Baelish would comprehend this? Littlefinger swallowed hard and nodded. Very well. Artys opened his eyes and instructed his subordinates clad in blue robes to clear the bodies. At the sound of a horn, the once invisible golden cloaks emerged from their tents, exhibiting a newfound discipline and order compared to the previous command of Janos. In just a few days, they had been organized thus, causing Littlefinger's heart to race with trepidation as he incredulously observed the marching city guard. Artys appeared to recall something. He turned to Littlefinger and drew his sword. The sound of the blade scraping against the scabbard startled Littlefinger anew, still kneeling on the ground, unsupported and ignored. Artys toyed with the long sword, its sharpness evident to Littlefinger at a glance. Knowledge is not power. You are mistaken, Artys declared. Littlefinger lifted his gaze. unaware of Artys's intent, his mind slipping beyond his control. Artys swung the sword, and a portion of Littlefinger's sleeve was severed. The latter remained motionless, cold sweat coursing over him. Power is power. Artys sheathed his sword and turned to depart. 38. The storm of King's Landing. 3. The lynx, Adam, licked Artys's fingers, having shed his armor, with the long sword hanging beside him. As the tension in his gauntlet eased, he noticed his hand tremble slightly. Strangely, even witnessing Littlefinger's fear of authority and pushing him to the brink, he felt no joy. Artys closed his eyes, not reveling in the delight of tormenting his enemies, nor finding solace in the satisfaction of punishing betrayal. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own impotence within the whirlpool of power struggles. Even when confronted by Littlefinger, the notion of pure vengeance seemed to hold little significance in his considerations, merely a crushing force of authority from above, akin to glory. Artys softly uttered the family's maxim, as the shadow of his father appeared to linger nearby, observing every action of his eldest son, softly whispering in his ear words of glory, honor, and responsibility. Upon opening his eyes, the shadow of his father vanished, revealing the breathtaking Moon Mountains, the spear of giants. The bustling city of King's Landing, the confluence of the three rivers, the arid cliffs of Storm's End, the bountiful Vale, the golden sands of Dorne, and the golden rich Westerlands. He rose to his feet, Adam curled in a corner. The lynx had grown considerably since before, yet its claws remained sharp. Artys declined the financial support of 7,000 golden dragons from Littlefinger, as he had no desire to inflate the ranks of the gold-cloaked men. He soon dismissed many of them under the pretense of insufficient wages, finding a force of nearly 6,000 to be excessively grand. Only 2,000 were equipped with spears and swords, while the remainder were merely tasked with patrolling King's Landing wielding iron rods. And the armed 2,000 mostly remained at the various gates and in the gold-cloaked barracks. The council meetings were always held in the afternoon, and Lord Eddard was not adept at managing the ever-increasing domestic affairs within the city, nor the occasional grievances brought forth by the common folk. Thus, he would often delay until late to retreat to the council chamber and discuss the kingdom's pressing matters with the royal advisors. Artys gathered his belongings and, accompanied by 20 blue-cloaked guards, made his way to the Red Keep. Littlefinger galloped to his own brothel, breathless as he flung open the door to his chamber, collapsing onto the floor, indifferent to the puzzled gazes surrounding him. Abandoning his usual caution, he seized the wine cup from the table and drank deeply. He leaned heavily on the bed, his lips moving involuntarily, while outside, the revelry continued, the soft music failing to calm his racing heart, the room echoing with his own labored breaths. After a considerable time, Littlefinger regained his composure, his expression gradually settling into tranquility, his gaze more resolute than usual. He adjusted his shirt with determination, a smirk returning to his face as he resumed his contemplations. The theatrics orchestrated by Artys in Seagull Town seemed meaningless before Littlefinger, as if a display of power warning him. Should it remain merely that, Littlefinger would respond with a scornful glance. What did the nobility matter? What of the Duke? Littlefinger had witnessed many whose status surpassed his own, their authority far greater, yet they all succumbed to the machinations of his little finger. Even against a cunning Duke, he believed that wisdom would guide him to an appropriate response. Seagull Town is far from being as simplistic as it appears. The cries of the eagles resonate with a cacophony, their feathers flailing chaotically in the air. Surely, Artys must be concealing something within Seagull Town, which could very well be his ultimate gambit. Littlefinger has cast aside all disdain, devoting himself entirely to contemplating Artys's potential strategies. As the chimes toll, Littlefinger understands that he must attend the Prime Minister's audience, requiring him to maintain unwavering vigilance. His gaze falls upon the mercenaries stationed by the door, narrowing his eyes. He realizes that trust is a luxury he cannot afford. The audience commences amidst the droning voice of Pycelle reporting on the appointment of the learned man at the Dornish frontier. A sly smile crosses Littlefinger's face, as he muses that the Grand Maester must have completed the Valyrian chain by now. Pycelle's fingers fumble awkwardly as he turns the pages, stiffly grasping the book. He raises his head and clears his throat, stating, "I am not well versed in the arcane arts, which surely are not meant for mortals to comprehend. Yet, the moment you began speaking, I sensed an aura of magic. How drowsy it makes me feel." Littlefinger exaggerates, feigning sleep as though he were truly dozing off. A ripple of laughter spreads through the audience. Lysa slaps his thigh, laughing heartily. Eddard's authoritative voice interrupts. "Enough, Maester Pycelle. It appears your matters must be postponed. We have graver issues to deliberate upon." Acknowledging this, Pycelle nods and slowly takes his seat. Artys lightly raps the table, addressing the Prime Minister. Eddard gestures for him to proceed. As I reorganized the city's guard, the officers presented testimonies of Genos's corruption and oppression of the populace throughout his years as commander. Artys produces a scroll and hands it to Eddard. Frowning, Eddard unfurls the testimonies, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had been taken aback by the revelations of Genos's rampant embezzlement. How could a commander in a golden robe evade due punishment for such known transgressions? Damn it, that scoundrel Genos! Eddard exclaims, throwing the testimonies to the ground. He is astonished that such a minor commander would dare act so brazenly. Lord Lysa, as the Minister of Justice, I require you to oversee this matter, ascertain the facts, and upon Genos's return to the city, arrest him immediately, followed by appropriate sentencing. Lysa waves dismissively, seemingly unfazed. As you wish, my Prime Minister. It is evident that Genos's fate holds little significance for him. With all due respect, my Prime Minister. Varys interjects. Genos has served as commander of the city guard for many years, and many officers in King's Landing share amicable ties with him. Do you find this reasoning sufficient, Varys? Eddard glares at the eunuch with disdain. Varys shrugs. The stability of the realm and the city of King's Landing, my Lord Eddard, I believe are of paramount importance. Eddard turns his gaze upon Artys. Fear not, my Lord Varys. I trust that with the Duke of the Vale's stature, he can uphold the peace and stability of King's Landing. The Prime Minister's judgment is impeccable. Artys nods in agreement, addressing Varys. Varys claps joyfully. This is splendid. The Vale's eagle soars over King's Landing. What worries could we possibly have regarding security? Flattery once again permeated the entire chamber, yet at that moment, Eddard wore a smile as he unfolded a letter from the Master of Ships, Stannis. At last, he beheld some good news. What delightful tidings does the Prime Minister have? Littlefinger inquired, probing whether perhaps a letter had arrived from Catelyn at Winterfell. Ignoring the ambiguity in Littlefinger's tone regarding Catelyn, Eddard presented the letter to the assembled lords. Lord Stannis has led his fleet from Dragonstone to eradicate the band of pirates that had long plagued our trade. None escaped. All have sunk to the depths. Eddard's tone was imbued with joy as he exclaimed, "Ah, truly the Master of Ships of the realm." Varys took the letter from Eddard, reading it solemnly. This fleet of pirates was well acquainted with the patrol routes of the Royal Navy, having raided the Narrow Sea for years. It was astonishing to witness such decisive action from the pirates. Lord Stannis is indeed valiant. He then cast a glance at Littlefinger, whose expression remained unchanged as he scrutinized the envelope. My Lord Petyr, the Master of Ships has alleviated many troubles for you. Might the customs revenue flourish this year? Varys's oily words nearly splattered onto Littlefinger's face, yet Littlefinger maintained his smile. He recognized the identity of the pirates who had been swiftly dispatched. They were none other than those with whom he had long been in contact, assisting them in navigating the ever-changing patrol routes of the royal fleet, closely collaborating in their plundering endeavors. Littlefinger's smile appeared somewhat stiff at this moment, and he murmured his gratitude for Lord Stannis. He also expressed appreciation for the intelligence support from the Greyjoy family of Gulltown. Eddard produced another letter, a note of thanks from Stannis to the Greyjoys. Littlefinger slowly raised his gaze, meeting the smile of Artys. Their silent exchange spoke volumes. All are heroes of the realm. I believe we must publicly commend the Greyjoy family and Lord Stannis at the upcoming tournament. What say you, Lord Eddard? Varys's tiresome voice chimed in once more, prompting Littlefinger to wish to tear his mouth asunder. Eddard nodded in satisfaction. I shall consult with King Robert and ensure they receive due recognition at the tournament. The council meeting, buoyed by Stannis's triumph, felt somewhat more relaxed. Apart from Artys, who likely surmised Littlefinger's bitter sentiments, the other lords, whether aware or not, displayed expressions of joy and relief, each managing to claim a small victory during their tenure. It was regrettable that no pirate captives had been taken, otherwise, they could have compelled Littlefinger to reveal evidence of his collusion with the pirates for personal gain over the years. Although Artys contemplated this, he cared little. To eliminate Littlefinger meant not merely to extinguish his flesh, but to extinguish his ambition, to quash his spirit of advancement, to annihilate his dreams of ascendance, leaving him with nothing but a pinky finger as his only pursuit. The phrase "a Lannister always pays his debts" seemed particularly apt. It would be more fitting to replace Lannister with Arryn, Artys mused. The secrets of the Littlefinger lie in Seagull Town, in King's Landing. And in the presence of Lysa in Eagle's Nest City, they seem to gradually become transparent. The eagle seizes its prey, first instilling a sense of terror from its lofty height, followed by a plummet into the abyss. At dawn in King's Landing, Robert Royce perceives a beauty absent from Seagull Town. The azure sea and the boundless sky often merge into fields of cerulean in his eyes. With fresh air invigorating his senses, and the sailor's sweat has yet to unveil its pungent odor, at most, one can hear the snoring of countless masts sunk deep in slumber. Robert exhales warm breath, rubbing his hands together. The sea, once cerulean, has darkened to a deep black as he approaches King's Landing, where he observes the nauseating filth swirling in the waters. The Grafson family manages the port adeptly, rendering the overwhelming stench of King's Landing unsurprising, he muses. Life in Seagull Town is not without its challenges, yet it pales in comparison to the incessant complaints of Weimar. Robert's black cloak, now drenched, was caught in a downpour 4 hours away from King's Landing. The raindrops fell like large beans, cascading onto the ship as if millions of glass beads were striking the hull, the sound eerily reminiscent. Though Robert has never witnessed the products of the Academy City, his imagination soars. The captain of Seagull Town, swaying unsteadily, approaches him, bellowing, "Fool! Fool!" Initially, Robert did not catch the words clearly, but leaned in to listen. "Fool!" The captain shouted again. This time Robert understood. "Return to the cabin, fool." The captain, an irascible bastard son of the Shet family, compelled Robert to obey. Retreating into the damp cabin, now standing once more on the deck, the entirety of King's Landing unfolds before him. In Eagle's Nest City, the morning was fraught with thunder and rain, yet by afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly. After the rain, the sunset imbued the droplets with a mythical poetic quality. Yet his liege lord, to whom he had pledged loyalty, seemed indifferent to this beauty, which could only be seen in the valley or the Moonlight Mountains. The former prime minister's demise and the king's insistence weighed heavily, while Eyrie stood silently atop the majestic walls of Eagle's Nest City. "I trust the Royce family, and I hope you can assist me with the task," Eyrie stated. Without hesitation, Robert agreed. "Weimar and you shall go to Seagull Town to undertake separate missions." Eyrie's voice was calm as the still mountains. Bearing a missive adorned with the sigil of House Arryn, Robert arrived in Seagull Town, where the Grafson family, the Shet family, and an ambassador from the so-called Merchant Guild of Quarrels awaited him in the reception hall. The ambassador from Quarrels, notably taller than Robert, possessed an unusually pallid complexion, explaining why the Dothraki referred to them as milkmen. Upon entering the parlor and encountering this conspicuous figure, Robert could not help but think, "My Duke's envoy." With tears brimming in his eyes, the ambassador passionately proclaimed, "Duke of the Vale, the eastern protector of the western continent, has finally dispatched you. A general embodying both valor and wisdom. Oh no, rather a great knight, to join the Quarrels people, unjustly accused, in the spirit of friendship." The silk-adorned skirt of the ambassador danced gracefully with each stride of the tall envoy. Robert, clearly unable to endure such fervor, frowned uncomfortably, first bowing to Count Glafson and the representatives of the Sheder family before addressing Ambassador Corse. The Duke of Eagle's Nest would not tolerate any malevolence, nor would he allow the innocent to suffer unjustly. The ambassador hastily wiped away tears, convinced that Corse belonged to the latter category. "I hope so," Robert remarked. Count Glafson, with his robust arms, gestured for several to take a seat, as a sumptuous array of delicacies was presented on the table. "The atrocities committed by the Corse in seizing grain for sale have yet to be punished," remarked the envoy from the Sheder family, his brow furrowed. The ambassador's face contorted in exaggerated dismay, asserting that the matter had never been definitively resolved, and no one truly knew what had transpired. "It was merely your family that had been vilified." The representatives of the Sheder family could no longer remain composed, and the discussions, which had yet to commence, were already teetering on the brink of chaos. A crisp metallic clink resonated from the table as a pin shaped like a soaring falcon fell to its surface, prompting everyone to gaze at Robert. "This matter has lingered for over a decade. It ought to be put to rest," Robert urged gently. "This is not my sentiment, but rather that of Duke Artys, who regrets his inability to mediate in person." "Ah, the Duke is exceedingly courteous. It is only fitting that we convene at the behest of our liege," Count Glafson replied, his voice slightly hoarse. The Sheder representatives nodded in agreement, while the Corse envoy murmured several invocations for divine favor before falling silent. The finances of Seagull Town had deteriorated significantly in the absence of Purtle's management, and the Duke sought to understand the reasons behind this, offering potential remedies. Robert gestured towards the Corse envoy as he spoke. The Corse envoy, animated with excitement, proclaimed, "Corse is eager to be part of the solution. Our port is unparalleled in the world. We shall establish connections with free trade city-states to enhance the flow of goods from the western continent, prioritizing, of course, Seagull Town and the Valley cities." "Course." The Sheder representatives frowned, questioning whether Lord Artys had erred, reminding all that the regretful guest from course had nearly assassinated Lord Artys, had it not been for that cat. Robert refrained from responding, focusing intently on Count Glafson. The Count slightly parted his lips, as if grasping a profound understanding. Petyr indeed provided us with considerable assistance. The customs officials he left here are experienced and well acquainted with the pirates of the narrow sea, the Count lamented. The members of the Shedder family were fully aware of this, remaining silent with their heads bowed. In truth, the trade routes of Seagull Town had, to some extent, benefited from the pirates' presence. However, following the massacre of a band of pirates by the fleet of Seagull Town from Longbow Hall, that situation had ceased to exist, and the customs officials with ties to the pirates had been dismissed by the Vale, inevitably impacting trade. Then I would trouble you, Count, to assist me in contacting Lord Baris's customs officials who remain here, Robert requested. Count Glafson quickly responded, "Of course, I am quite familiar with the head of customs. He is well versed in the situation with the pirates, and Sir Robert is welcome to inquire as he pleases." Content. Robert reclined in his comfortable chair, casting his gaze towards the Corse envoy. Duke Artys hoped for a reconciliation between Corse and the Shedder family, fostering a collaborative approach to trade. The members of House Shedder furrowed their brows, while the envoy from Kays shrugged his shoulders in profound gratitude. "If this is Lord Artys's command," muttered the Shedder family. Robert produced Artys's token, adorned with the emblem of the crescent hawk, and handed it to the Shedder family. With no objections from them, they lamented. "If Lord Artys can forgive assassination, what is there that we cannot forgive?" Robert chuckled softly, noting that accounts must be settled clearly. He addressed the envoy, stating, "We can open our doors to any commercial ventures from Kays, yet I wonder if the royal family might inform Duke Artys who employed the regretful guest." The envoy paused, fear flickering in his eyes. The regretful guest was a band of religious zealots with no ties to the royal family. "We are well aware of this. The Vale would never suspect any individual from Kays, especially the esteemed royal family, who might even be forgiven for engaging with such an assassination organization. The assassin is dead, and there is no need for further inquiries. However, we require but a name, that is all," Robert stated, echoing Artys's words. The envoy of Kays hesitated for a long while, conversing in a tongue from the eastern continent with an advisor beside him before replying to Robert in a peculiar accented common tongue of Westeros. "I doubt the royal family would readily make such a demand of the regretful guest, considering that even the late Duke's father, in his capacity as Prime Minister, received no response when he made similar requests. The former Prime Minister offered you nothing, but Duke Artys, the current Duke, can assure the unimpeded passage of Kays's caravans in Seagull Town and throughout the Vale, as well as a reconciliation with House Shedder. Many merchants from Kays still languish in the dungeons of House Shedder," Robert replied calmly. The Shedder members awkwardly scratched their heads. The envoy and his advisor exchanged glances, falling into a prolonged silence. "The royal family will provide you with a response in due course, though the name will not be divulged by the regretful guest. It may only be leaked by someone in proximity to that individual," the envoy said hesitantly. "I believe there are those in Westeros who would cooperate," Robert responded. Customs Officer Moss followed closely behind Robert, with the red keep looming ahead. "Does Littlefinger trust you?" Robert inquired. Moss shook his head. "Littlefinger trusts no one. And it is precisely because I understand this that he has entrusted my position to another." Robert chuckled softly. "His actions are indeed incredulous." Moss lamentably shook his head. "You shall serve as this informant. I believe the Prime Minister will find the information from Kays sufficient," Robert declared. "Perhaps," Moss continued to shake his head. He pondered that such individuals had grown accustomed to doubting others. In the southern courtyard of King's Landing, Genos shook off the thick mud clinging to his trousers, casting a resentful glance at the gilded attire of his trusted 300 men who had accompanied him to exterminate bandits. The small, beady-eyed rotund fellow sat perched upon a wooden stump, using tree bark to wipe his steel sword, rinsing away the bloodstains in the stream. "I had expected to see 300 northerners from House Stark," the small-eyed man remarked. "I acted upon the Queen's instructions during the court meeting," Genos replied, feeling rather aggrieved. "You pledge your allegiance to the Queen, while I am devoted to Lord Tywin." The rotund figure, munching on jerky, gazes at Janos. Enraged, Janos retorts, "Do not use Lord Tywin to intimidate me, Eyrie Lorch." Indifferent, Eyrie dismounts from the stump, his steel sword thrust into the earth. "After receiving the Queen's missive, Lord Tywin orchestrated a performance for me. Your acting is so lacking that failure is merely expected." Janos's face turns crimson, cursing the intruder, Alan, who barged into the royal assembly. "Damn it, this is just like the trouble of a child. You take those 300 gold cloaks out of the city, while the gold cloaks within the walls fall under Alan's command. Thus, It appears that the entire city of King's Landing is under the control of wolves and eagles. Lorch chuckles sinisterly. Janos, seething with anger, realizes the truth. Indeed, it is so. Damn it. Lorch cackles like a mad dog, while Janos recoils in disgust, a flicker of fear in his gaze. Lord Tywin informed me that the 300 soldiers of House Stark have seized the Red Keep. The meager forces of the Lannisters are hardly enough to fill the gaps left by the Northmen. The unfortunate Queen misjudged that these 300 aimed at the Lannisters, leading me here, floundering like a headless chicken, thinking I could evade the Stark soldiers, only to discover it was you. You scoundrel. Lorch is pale. Porcine face contorts with rage as he bellows at Janos. Gripping his long sword tightly, Janos realizes he has lost his golden cloak. He glares furiously at Lorch, while the gold cloaks behind him regard Lorch with trepidation. Though their numbers are fewer than 100, the psychological intimidation remains palpable. What shall we do? Janos inquires. Lorch shrugs, stating that Lord Tywin is already aware. These matters are the musings of the lords. 40. The tumult of King's Landing. 5. Duke Alan's knights from the Vale did not participate in the Prime Minister's tournament. Not even he himself, which is a pity. Had Duke Alan partaken, I dare say there would be no need for wagers. Not necessarily. The Knights of Highgarden are reputed to be the finest across the south, and the question of strength remains debatable. Alas, mere showpieces, I deem them so. Their family crest is a rose, after all. The brothel is filled with a cacophony of noise, yet the predominant topic remains the grand scale of the Prime Minister's tournament. The prize and the number of participants far exceed those of past tournaments organized by King Robert, including the one held for Prince Joffrey's name day. Littlefinger, clutching a wine cup, quietly listens to the guests' discussions from behind the curtain. The enormity of the betting on this tournament may never be witnessed again in his lifetime. He certainly would not let such an opportunity slip by, promptly establishing betting houses in his own establishments. In King's Landing, countless knights yearning for glory and wealth flood in, equally attracting gamblers from all corners of the realm. These knights and gamblers, sharing the same traits and desires, mingle together. The astute have already discerned the patterns and, with words that resonate with their nature, ensnare them within the city's grasp, extracting every ounce of value they can selflessly offer. Once the tournament concludes, all respect and promises dissipate, leaving only the vanquished and the impoverished. The wise have long since claimed their coveted golden dragons and distanced themselves from this volatile assembly. King Robert's tournaments have historically followed this pattern. This time, under the guise of the Prime Minister's tournament, there will be no deviation. The vibrant hues of paint sold well in the streets, lending an air of hypocritical splendor to the otherwise grotesque city, as the bricks and tiles, resembling colorful streamers, create the illusion of rainbows cascading over distant hills. The lords of noble birth choose to ride through the grandest gates of King's Landing, where the populace gathers in throngs. Small merchants and vendors vociferously call out, hoping that a noble's whim might inspire a generous gift of silver or gold, only to depart with an air of nonchalance. Their cheers and praises enveloping the proud knights like crashing waves, rendering them utterly foolish. Petyr Baelish toyed with a goblet, the crimson liquid swirling within reminiscent of a dancer draped in red silk, enticing and alluring. He downed it in one gulp. Acutely aware of his precarious situation, the betrayal of his loyal men from Gulltown, the annihilation of the narrow sea pirates who had aided him by Stannis, and the ever-loyal Lysa, now trapped in the Eyrie. Furthermore, his connections within King's Landing had begun to distance themselves following several of the Gold Cloaks' investigations into the corruption of local officials. In the city, the Gold Cloaks soared like hawks, scrutinizing all his hidden cards, the Duke's authority, the coercive might of the Gold Cloaks, and the Vale Cavalry's ostentatious display in King's Landing. Petyr found himself exposed, as nearly all of the city's elite and nobility were aware of the Duke of the Vale, their eyes fixed upon him. The reasons were clear. The Gold Cloaks, with their investigations and executions, targeted only those associates he had left in plain sight. The brothels fared no better. Aside from a few favored by King Robert, nearly all establishments under Petyr's control had been overturned by the Gold Cloaks, leaving destitute women cast aside. Now flooding into the remaining establishments he owned, Petyr was ensnared in a treacherous web, with the Hawks seeking a suitable justification. Once they uncovered the truth, they would strike like lightning, tearing into his very heart. Time was not on his side. He needed a partner, one unafraid of the Duke. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the brothel, with shrill screams from the women, curses from patrons, and the clash of swords being drawn. Petyr sprang to his feet as the Gold Cloaks appeared before him, clad in black armor with glinting swords. "Lord Baelish, will you come with us?" They jeered, with the other Gold Cloaks flanking him. their sharp spears mercilessly aimed at him. The smile of the little finger has vanished, leaving only astonishment upon his face. Varys silently observed the figure of Artys Arryn, who was meticulously cleaning his longsword. His little birds constantly reported the whereabouts of this potentially threatening individual to him. Those aware of his prowess within King's Landing concealed their movements. While the newly appointed Duke of the Vale appeared to have no intention of hiding at all, he was aware that the Royce family, Wyman and Robb had arrived in King's Landing, having eliminated a faction of Littlefinger's old allies from Gulltown, and had brought with them a customs official who seemed to have submitted to Artys. The actions taken were considerable, and Littlefinger had become markedly more discreet, spending his days within one of the few brothels not scrutinized by the gold cloaks, seldom venturing outside, seemingly engaged in plotting. Lord Varys, it is said that you are well informed about all matters in King's Landing, Artys inquired. Varys bowed humbly, acknowledging the exaggerated words of the populace. If the Master of Whisperers were to be ignorant of the intelligence regarding King's Landing, he would indeed deserve to take his own life in atonement. This is my duty. Duke Artys, I require a testimony, Lord Varys, Artys stated. Varys donned a flattering smile once more, declaring, It is my honor to assist a duke who serves the realm. Lady Lysa and Littlefinger, Artys remarked. Varys fell silent, his smooth head gleaming under the sunlight, as the young eagle finally sought this information. What you desire is. There are rumors among the people that an unholy relationship exists between Lady Lysa and Littlefinger, Artys asserted. Do you wish for me? Varys began, but Artys interrupted. I wish for you to substantiate this relationship, obliterating Littlefinger and the hindrance that Lysa poses to you in the Vale. Varys discerned the answer within himself. I wish for you to present tangible evidence that discredits this rumor. Artys' words took Varys by surprise. Why such urgency? If you desire to keep this matter hidden from the world, silence would suffice, Duke Artys. Varys waved his hand dismissively, his brow furrowed in confusion. Lady Lysa has never engaged in such conduct. She is the honorable lady of the Eyrie, at least since her marriage, Artys replied calmly. Varys clasped his hands together, gazing at Artys, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes as he bowed deeply, to serve the Duke, especially for the glory of an ancient house. What joy it brings. What do you desire? I perceive this as an exchange, Varys, Artys said, his arms slightly tensing. Your actions, my lord, are most honorable and just. I have long wished to befriend those of noble intent. Consider this a gift to a friend, Varys smiled. After Varys departed, Artys remained in place. The distant cry of an eagle resonating, akin to the teachings of a glorious father hidden within those echoes. Lady Lysa Tully must face punishment for her actions. However, concealing this matter serves to protect the family's honor from being tarnished by the foul waters stirred by fish and long fingers. The death of his father. The conspiracy against him. Everything was orchestrated by Littlefinger, with no connection to Lysa. The world will only perceive the surface of these matters, while the wicked shall inevitably face their reckoning, yet remain hidden from public censure. 41. The Littlefinger of the Five Fingers Peninsula. He is but a foolish child. Yet I cherish him as my own brother. If he were to perish, I would be engulfed in sorrow. The pleading voice of Catelyn reverberates in my ears, as if it transpired just yesterday. Those calm gray eyes fixated upon him, sending a tremor through his heart. He cast his gaze down at his attire. Clad only in a breastplate and chain mail, the majority of his armor discarded. Fool, don these protective gears. How could you be such a simpleton? His gaze shifted to the source of the voice, his own visage, etched with fine lines. He shook his head, securing the final strap, gripping the longsword tightly in his hand. The Stark family's unyielding gray eyes remained fixed, and he summoned all his strength, swinging the sword towards Stark. The blade fell like rain, fierce and relentless. Yet the one enduring the wounds was himself, not Stark. He staggered backward, the muck beneath his feet clinging to his shoes and trousers. Forgetting where the battle transpired, was it in the woods or the wasteland? Oh no, it was the castle courtyard, and he continued to retreat. Yield. The Stark family called out more than once. Yet he stubbornly shook his head, fiercely striking with his longsword. He retreated from the castle courtyard to the water's edge, the wetness clinging to his feet, rising to his ankles. Stark's patience was evidently waning, the blade tearing through his flesh like wolf fangs, wounds scattered across his body. Yet none critical. No. Was that his own voice, or the voice of his older self echoing? Be quiet. He yearned to rush to the side of his elder self, to end him with a single stroke. But he did not. Stark retaliated with a fierce slash, his breastplate and leather armor mercilessly pierced, a deep wound blossoming beneath his ribs. He collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes fixed on Catelyn, who watched anxiously from afar. Kate, he murmured. Vivid crimson gushed from his iron-clad gauntlet, and the older version of himself obstructed his view of Catelyn. "Foolish boy," the elder self said with a semblance of a smile. "I am truly foolish." Tears streamed down his face, consciousness fading. Stark's gray eyes coldly regarded him, gazing upon him with the reverence of death itself. Petyr awoke in the depths of the Red Keep's dungeons, the dream shattered, bringing him back to reality. He gasped for breath, groping through the darkness. Coughing, cockroaches scurried between his fingers, which he swiftly crushed, yet the distant sound of tiny creatures persisted. It was then he realized his mouth was parched, his throat hoarse, as if pierced by blades. Petyr forced himself to regain composure, relinquishing the need to open his eyes. There was no necessity to gaze upon the dark void. He pondered his current predicament, hoarding golden dragons in King's Landing, perhaps to bribe the guards of the Red Keep. Damn it, how could it be possible? Did he think that former prisoners had not contemplated such thoughts? Petyr pinched himself, inflicting pain to compel calmness. Brandon Stark, he dreamed of him once more. Though this wolf had faded from his memory over the years, it now seemed as though he emerged from yesterday. Each night, as he succumbed to darkness, Brandon Stark haunted him like a nightmare. The Stark family's gaze, calm to the extreme, the heavy swing of the broad sword, and in the dream, his own blood transforming into mist, enveloping him. In the dungeons of the Red Keep, he found himself unable to think. Petyr pressed his thigh with great force, the pain momentarily jolting him back to reality, yet his thoughts drifted to another Stark. Eddard Stark stood before him, his countenance calm, yet resolute, while Brandon's eyes reflected a blend of confusion and respect. However, Eddard's gaze was filled with authority and an infuriating sense of justice. "By the hand of the king, I command that Petyr Baelish be imprisoned in the dungeons." Eddard Stark's words resonated like a final verdict, plunging him deeper into the dungeons of the Red Keep. Did the letter I sent to Catelyn truly not reach her? A voice echoed persistently within his mind, the youthful tone of Littlefinger. "Do not be foolish." In the oppressive darkness of the dungeon, Petyr spoke aloud, met only by the silence of the towering walls. Time stood still in the dungeon, as hunger, thirst, desolation, and endless fatigue assailed him. The longship had already arrived in King's Landing. He had assumed that nothing would transpire during the tournament. A flicker of hope lingering in Petyr's heart. The true tears remained within him. The tears of Lysa could still yield their final worth. He calculated the awkward predicament that awaited Petyr upon the former hand's demise, as Petyr returned to the Vale with Lysa and Robin. Lysa's misguided arrangements forced Petyr to confine his foster mother. He had expected the Blackfish to make a move, considering Brynden Tully was Lysa's uncle. Yet as a Knight of the Bloodgate, Brynden remained entirely non-committal, even collaborating with Petyr to conceal the truth. Petyr could not believe that after years as a Knight of the Bloodgate, Brynden had no connections in the Eyrie. He must have been aware of the situation, yet chose to align himself with Petyr in silence. Nevertheless, Petyr had retained a contingency plan, armed with Lysa's unwavering trust. He had deciphered the secret language she shared with her sister Catelyn during their youth. Seizing the opportunity of Robert's journey north, he inserted his own spies and dispatched a letter in Lysa's name to Catelyn, confident that she would eventually disclose the matter. Even if she refrained from directly accusing anyone in Winterfell, she could publicly announce the truth to her uncle, the Blackfish, before revealing it to the Seven Kingdoms. At that juncture, Petyr believed that the Iron Throne would question Petyr's motives for imprisoning Lysa, especially considering the timing of Petyr's departure from King's Landing and the former hand's death. By then, even King Robert would likely turn against Petyr, and the lords of the Vale would find themselves divided. Even if Petyr produced purported evidence of Lysa's alleged poisoning, the circumstances surrounding the Eyrie were well known to be easily fabricated. By that time, Petyr's claim to inheritance might be stripped by the Iron Throne, and Lysa would be freed. He would then navigate the turbulent waters of the realm amidst the conflict between lions and wolves, ultimately marrying Lysa and governing the Vale. A smirk curved Petyr's lips. In this suffocating darkness, perhaps the only way to slightly uplift his spirits was to revisit his meticulously crafted plans and envision a brighter future. The visage of Petyr's face loomed before him, clad in golden robes, flanked by the cavalry of House Arryn, all laughing heartily, pointing fingers at him, mocking his schemes and deriding his dreams. The eagle seemed to suspend him in the air, the terror of weightlessness permeating his limbs, rendering them weak and powerless, as Petyr, gripped by fear, dared not utter a sound. As the earth drew ever closer, Petyr was fragmented, flesh and blood soaring. The visages of Brandon Stark and Alys Stark melded into one. The broad sword of the Stark and the swiftness of the falcon. Petyr had miscalculated. Alys moved with unprecedented speed, swiftly seizing control of the city's guard, rapidly commandeering the Red Keep, expeditiously purging the small council of the Master of Coin, hastily clearing the customs of Gulltown, and swiftly eradicating the pirates of the Narrow Sea. He even reached out to Quinn. How could Quinnan negotiate with the Vale, separated by half a world? What could Quinnan possibly desire from the Vale? Was it related to the Free Cities? He probed the mind of the Master of Coin, yet found it utterly befuddled. Incapable of coherent thought, Petyr's bewilderment reached its zenith. His confusion and doubts overwhelmed his own resentment. In the heavy darkness, only the sigh of a little finger remained, the ladder yet to be constructed while the foundation had already crumbled. Such was the ease with which the Duke of the Vale accomplished this. How foolish I am. Petyr clutched his pinky, muttering in the dark. Yet, he did not anticipate a response. You are indeed somewhat foolish, Lord Baelish. Who speaks? Petyr opened his eyes. Sparks ignited, revealing a familiar, smooth head. It was Varys, the spider. Varys, have you come to claim my head? Petyr managed a bitter smile, his face appearing deathly pale in Varys's gaze. Varys furrowed his brow innocently. People often projected their most malevolent imaginings onto the thoughts of the eunuch. Huh, how amusing. Petyr weakly raised his hand. Are you not the spider? A spider without a web is not a good thing to be disrespectful towards. Varys shrugged. In the warmth of the firelight, Petyr's senses began to revive slightly. What brings you here? To see an old friend, Varys replied, offering a wineskin that contained what seemed to be Petyr's sole craving at that moment. Petyr accepted the wineskin, gulping down several mouthfuls. Ah, the long-lost refreshment surged through him. Summer wine, huh? What a delightful vintage, he exclaimed, clutching the wineskin with both hands, not wishing to waste a single drop. Varys regarded Petyr with pity. The former Master of Coin had vanished, leaving behind merely a beggar from the fingers, though a beggar could hardly savor the taste of summer wine. Varys, speak, reveal your terms. Petyr demanded, fully regaining his composure. Varys wrapped his cloak around his smooth head. What terms, my Lord Baelish? So you come here merely to offer me wine? To prepare me for the stranger? Petyr chuckled lightly, clearly skeptical. Varys shrugged again. People often mistake excessive worry for wisdom, it seems, my Lord Baelish. You are deeply troubled by such words. Words are like the wind. Do not let them sway your heart, my lord. In that moment, Petyr heard the echoes of his youthful rage. Bring it on, Brandon Stark. Yet the grown Petyr merely replied, words are like swords. I can only be my own shield. Varys looked at him quizzically. Were these aphorisms now flowing freely? Littlefinger. Petyr raised his head to gaze at Varys, disregarding the fact that Varys never referred to him as Littlefinger. I still possess a considerable amount of gold dragons left in King's Landing. Send me a message, Varys. I know you will not come empty-handed. Varys's compassionate expression remained unchanged as he gently shook his head. You are truly foolish. Petyr looked at him defiantly, aware from experience that Varys would never risk coming for nothing. Duke Artys will not let you off the hook. Petyr, you are well aware of this, Varys stated. I know, Varys, but you can help me escape. I have leverage. Petyr leaned against the wall, struggling to speak. Varys silently observed him. What leverage do you possess, Littlefinger? Without waiting for a response, Varys continued. Why would I risk incurring the wrath of the Vale as Duke to assist you? Use your intellect. You were not like this outside the dungeon. I assumed you fancied yourself a player in the game of power. Petyr's lips quivered, perhaps from the chill or from the sting of Varys's words, as he gasped and coughed repeatedly. Your health is rather poor, Littlefinger. Among the countless prisoners I have encountered. How long have you managed to endure? Varys remarked sarcastically, disdainfully covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Petyr coughed violently, supporting himself against the wall, silencing his sounds as he looked up at Varys. You have merely come to amuse yourself at my expense, he said calmly. Varys shook his head once more. I wish for you to deny your association with Lady Lysa during the trial. Think carefully and speak wisely. Trial? Petyr swallowed hard. If I agree, Duke Artys will surely permit you to don the black garb. I imagine King Robert would also compromise. Varys replied. Don the black garb, Petyr murmured, recalling Catelyn. Should he reach the wall, Catelyn might have already proclaimed Artys' sin of imprisoning Lysa, and perhaps she would advocate for him, pointing out that it was part of Artys' nefarious scheme to ensnare the most trusted minister of the former prime minister. Perhaps by then, before even swearing an oath at the wall, he might return exonerated. Very well, Petyr laughed, acquiescing to the proposal. Varys also smiled and left behind a wineskin, gradually retreating. Good luck, Lord Baelish, he said, knowing that Petyr's mind was now clouded. The sweet wine truly had its uses. Darkness enveloped him once more as Petyr savored the sweetness of the wine from the skin. It seemed he was waiting to finish the last drop of the sweet wine. As he consumed the final sip, The heavy dungeon door scraped against the floor and slowly opened. Light flooded in, and the jailer barged in, dragging Petyr out. At noon, the sunlight fell upon Petyr's weakened body, causing him to sweat profusely, yet he felt an overwhelming chill that made him shiver. Before the pulpit of the great September of Baelor, with its alabaster walls, stood the hypocritical high septon. He was dragged forth. Where King Robert's corpulent frame occupied a distant sofa, with Eddard at his side, alongside the foolish Queen Cersei, the cruel Prince Joffrey, the cunning Grand Maester Pycelle, the vain Lancel Lannister, and lastly, the damned Littlefinger, the cursed Artys Arryn. Petyr was pulled up to the platform. The common folk, a dense crowd, stood in the square, comprising merchants whose properties were seized through coercive means, officials who were ousted from their positions by cunning tactics, foolish citizens who fell victim to predatory lending, derided knights and their failures, children with eyes as clear as their youthful selves, courtesans kept by him, bribed dignitaries clad in fine robes, and many others, all witnessed by the seven gods. None could conceal their truths. The archbishop proclaimed loudly, "I am Petyr Baelish, a noble of the Fingers Peninsula and the kingdom's master of coin." Petyr exerted all his strength, his voice echoing throughout the square. "Before the gods and mortals, I confess my treacherous intent to murder the Duke of the Vale, my liege. Lord Arryn, an act of treason." Mockery and curses reverberated in the square. Moreover, Petyr glanced at Lord Arryn. "I sought to compel Lady Lysa to submit to my desires." Laughter erupted across the square, with the king raising his head in astonishment. "Rumors claim that Lysa and I share an illicit affair forbidden by the gods. Nonsense. Lady Lysa remains virtuous, aware of the sanctity of marriage and her duties as Lady of the Eyrie. She rejected my advances." The laughter swelled further. Lord Baelish rose. The news confirmed by the Master of Whisperers, Varys, who bore witness to Petyr's repeated harassment of Lady Lysa, all observed by his subordinates. Noble women of King's Landing nodded in agreement, having witnessed Petyr's boorish behavior. The Vale's little eagle had bribed many, yet Petyr maintained his smile. "For our sins, we suffer," the rotund archbishop declared, adorned with simple necklaces and jewelry. "This man confesses his crimes before the gods. Your Majesty, how shall we proceed?" Lord Arryn whispered to King Robert, who stood up knowingly. "He should be sentenced to death," Robert decreed. Ser Island Payne stepped forward, pressing Petyr onto the marble slab. "What is it, Varys? Where is Varys?" Petyr's smile remained, his mind yet to grasp the gravity of the moment. If there truly are gods, they would hear the last thoughts of Littlefinger, fixating on Varys. Lord Arryn gazed at the severed head for an extended moment, the Knights of the Vale standing behind him in stark contrast to the jubilant crowd. There was no more Littlefinger in King's Landing. 42. Tyrion returns south. Henceforth, the King's Road parallels the Green Fork, a tributary of the Trident, traversing prosperous towns, sturdy farms, and the castles of river lords, passing through fertile valleys and verdant groves. At the crossroads of the King's Road and the Trident lies an inn, located north of the confluence of the rivers. Tyrion decided to rest there. From the wall to the riverlands, from the frigid ends of the earth to the now fragrant, warm spring of the riverlands, it felt like two separate worlds. Tyrion rode atop a tall steed. Despite his small stature, he and the horse shared an unspoken bond. He couldn't help but marvel at how his brother Jaime was not only a formidable knight, but also an excellent judge of horses. Clad in the dark garb of a night's watchman, the crow Yoren buried his face within his cloak, silently striding ahead of Tyrion. Tyrion could distinctly sense that in the north, beyond the neck, this man, tasked with descending to recruit murderers, thieves, and outlaws to join the wall, could still stoop to beg for food and drink from the beleaguered inhabitants of the north. The northerners would graciously welcome him into their homes for a meal, and Yoren, of course, did not dine for free. He would offer some coins, brought from the wall and gifted by House Stark, to the hospitable residents. However, once they set foot on southern soil, apart from a few families in the Riverlands who still bore the blood of the north and would extend the courtesy of hospitality, the villages and towns of the Riverlands regarded them as nothing but criminals, eager to shun them. Every time Tyrion witnessed this scene, he would puff out his chest, attempting to accentuate the golden lion crest of House Lannister upon his attire. Alas, even the noble Lannisters of the Westerlands could not overshadow the diminutive figure of the dwarf. Despite his infamous reputation as the imp, none recognized him, though his two attendants would loudly announce their lord's identity. "Look at that little man." More often than not, before his attendants could declare their names, Tyrion would hear this phrase, predominantly uttered by children in jest, while ignorant adults would laugh along, wishing to deny them service. Yet this was the exception. Most of the Riverlanders, albeit reluctantly, seemed to fear the black attire of the Night's Watch. likely due to the profound impression left by the many outlaws who had joined the watch, leaving them too wary to provoke trouble. Did not the roar of a Lannister warrant fear? Tyrion longed to shout at them, but the conspicuousness of his dwarfism overshadowed the imposing figure of the lion. The brothers up at the wall must envy you greatly. Yoren, Tyrion remarked. Yoren lifted his cloak. Envy me for what? His beard, thick and oily like a thicket, was infested with lice. Tyrion, having spent several days at the wall, had grown accustomed to the Night's Watchman's lack of refinement. At least Lord Mormont maintained a semblance of cleanliness, though his bald head was hardly attractive. His shaggy gray beard, which hung to his chest, was well-groomed and appeared clean and smooth. In contrast, Yoren's beard resembled something that had been soaked in mud and filth overnight before setting out on the road. You poor brothers of the Night's Watch, confined to the wall with ice, snow, and oddities, while you, Yoren, roamed the south with Lord Lannister, perhaps even enjoying a few nights in a brothel. Fear not, I am quite familiar with this place and shall ensure those lovely ladies do not lead you astray. Tyrion jested, whistling and laughing. Yoren burst into laughter, a rare sight for Tyrion, especially in the south. They would never come south, Yoren replied. They have sworn an oath, destined to remain Night's Watchmen until death. The old horse beneath Yoren fidgeted, and he tightened his grip on the reins to maintain control. Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly. Without anyone to guide them, the patrolling soldiers of the north would merely capture them as deserters. The soldiers patrolling the north recognize but one Night's Watchman who has ventured southward, namely the raven known as Yoren, with whom they appear to share a familiar camaraderie, even offering supplies without hesitation. In the south, there exists the sweet fragrance of blossoms, the tangy taste of wine, the breathtaking beauty of sunsets, alongside an abundance of fruits and vegetables, and, if fortune permits, a chance to savor meat. Not to mention the presence of young maidens willing to extend their favors for coin. Tyrion muttered, clearly indifferent to the oaths Yoren spoke of. If the mere breaking of a vow were to deter the brothers of the Night's Watch from heading south, he would rather trust in the Stark family's spears and the pursuit of judgment. Yoren shook his head, indicating that Tyrion was perhaps unaware of certain truths. Just call me Tyrion, Yoren, he proposed. Very well, Tyrion, since you insist, Yoren replied, chewing on a piece of jerky. It is no easy task for the brothers of the Night's Watch to traverse the north in black garb, especially knowing that should they set foot in the south, their lords who once judged them would surely execute them. They would be forced to turn to banditry, and under King Robert's reign, few brigands roamed freely. Tyrion nodded thoughtfully, while a silent attendant pointed towards the black smoke rising ahead. The inn at the crossroads, my lord Tyrion, he remarked. The party of four quickened their pace, with Yoren's old steed moving slowly. Tyrion made a conscious effort to accommodate the aged Night's Watchman, deliberately slowing his own pace, though the attendant, lacking in sensitivity, galloped ahead. The night had gradually ushered the sunset to distant corners, and the encroaching darkness and dampness began to envelop Tyrion, causing him discomfort. It was said that shadowcats had been sighted in this area, fierce creatures that instilled fear. The younger attendant glanced around apprehensively, his steed restless beneath him. Shadowcats typically inhabit the valleys. With so many nights passing through, they will likely keep their distance, the elder attendant scoffed in explanation. Yoren remained silent, and Tyrion observed his face, wondering if this raven from the Black Castle had patrolled the haunted forests north of the wall in his youth, perhaps even encountering the children of the forest and giants. The two attendants engaged in a fervent debate about the habits of shadowcats, how they roost, hunt, and instill terror, raising their voices incessantly. Good heavens! If you were to discuss how shadowcats mate, I might find that somewhat interesting, Tyrion said impatiently, aware that their raucous chatter would inevitably attract the beasts lurking within the forests along the river, perhaps even restless spirits. The attendants immediately fell silent, unsure whether it was Tyrion's exasperated words or the gentle glow of the inn's lights that had a calming effect on the weary travelers. A young serving boy dashed out, his high-pitched voice declaring, "The inn is full, please leave, my lords." He glanced at Yoren, clad in black, hesitated momentarily, but still offered a respectful address. Had he been an ordinary man, Tyrion would have been agile enough to dismount and perhaps curse his way home, especially considering the multitude of mercenaries and knights residing within the inn. He cast a glance at the pasture where the horses grazed, adorned with the crest of the castle family, the phrase of Riverrun. It seemed that a descendant of old Walder lingered here, alongside the ominous black bat emblem of Harrenhal. Indeed, many were gathered, suggesting a thriving enterprise. "I yearn to participate in the Prime Minister's tournament," exclaimed a younger squire with enthusiasm, noting the hall brimming with knights. As Tyrion and his companions entered the inn, A slightly older squire bellowed. "Innkeeper, procure someone to tend to our horses. My Lord Lannister requires a room and a hot bath." The innkeeper, a rotund woman, displayed a terrifyingly crimson smile that Tyrion had never encountered before. With a deep bow, she replied, "I apologize, my lord, but we are fully booked, as you can see." She gestured towards the bustling hall. Tyrion observed, and indeed, the innkeeper spoke the truth. The hall was teeming with knights, squires, and burly mercenaries who appeared to subsist on blood. "My retainers can sleep in the stable. As for me, you see, I do not require a grand chamber. As long as the fire is warm and the straw is relatively flea-free, I shall be quite satisfied." Tyrion chuckled wryly. The plump woman seemed at a loss, her words faltering in her distress. "This tournament has drawn too many people, my lord. It is simply outrageous." Tyrion had his own methods of negotiation, distinct from his brother Jaime's sword. He produced a coin from his pocket, tossing it into the air, catching it, and flicking it again, confident that even the blindest of eyes could discern its golden gleam. A free rider draped in a faded blue cloak rose. "My lord, if you would not mind, please make do with my room." "How clever." Tyrion winked at his companion, Yoren, who merely tugged at his dark attire without uttering a word. The coin was tossed to the free rider, and Tyrion glanced at the dining table. "I trust there will be no issues regarding food?" The innkeeper nodded fervently. "No problem at all, my lord. Whatever you desire, you shall have. Roasted fowl, any meat will suffice, chicken, duck, or pigeon. Take good care of my dark-clad brother, and bring forth a jug of the finest wine here. Yoren, I trust you can manage some libations, yes?" "Ha ha ha." With that, Tyrion jested as he prepared to sit down. An incongruous voice interjected, "My lord, may I have the honor of entertaining you during your meal? Allow me to sing a ballad in praise of your father, Lord Tywin, and his glorious triumph. Then perhaps you should stuff that pigeon meat in your mouth. For I fear I might become nauseated," Tyrion retorted sharply, glancing at the singer only to see Lady Catelyn Stark turning her face away. Tyrion rose, a smile on his lips. "Lady Stark? What a surprise." The singer's mouth fell open in astonishment, realizing that the woman he had mocked was indeed the Lady of Winterfell. Sir Roderick cursed aloud, and Tyrion noticed him as well. "Sir Roderick, ha. Yoren, your liege lady and instructor, have ventured south. The Night's Watch has no lord, only a commander," Yoren muttered, yet he still greeted Lady Stark. Catelyn nodded slightly, her gaze fixed upon Tyrion, devoid of any kindness. 43. Riverrun, Lady Catelyn pointed at Tyrion. "Accusing, this man has entered my home as a guest with the intent to harm my 6-year-old son. In the name of King Robert and Duke Hoster, I beseech you to bring him to justice and assist us in delivering him to Winterfell, to await the king's judgment." Sir Roderick drew his sword, pointing it at Tyrion, proclaiming loudly. The sound of numerous swords being unsheathed was particularly melodious to Catelyn's ears. However, the fearful expression on Tyrion Lannister's face brought her even greater satisfaction. Tyrion's 2 attendants, terrified, surrendered their weapons, while Yoren quietly set down his utensils and retreated to the wall, having sworn to abstain from the kingdom's politics. Only Tyrion stood there, bewildered, having just moments ago intended to enjoy his dinner, now surrounded by unsheathed blades. In Catelyn's eyes, the feeble smile that Tyrion forced forth was gratifying. "My Lady Stark, I believe you are mistaken. I have no relation to Bran's situation," Tyrion said, attempting to maintain a semblance of a smile amidst the chaotic and evidently disadvantageous scene. "Do not dare to utter the Lord's name so casually," Sir Roderick warned, his gaze menacing. Tyrion hastily acquiesced. "Very well. I have no connection to your lord's affairs. I swear on my honor." "The honor of a Lannister," Catelyn scoffed, raising her hand for all to see. "This scar is a result of his dagger. He sent someone to slit my son's throat with that very blade." The tavern erupted into tumult once more, and Tyrion felt the rising fury surrounding him. Damnable woman, he thought. If only her ability to incite anger could be redirected to the smoky mines of Casterly Rock, it would surely be more effective. He surveyed the crowd, knights from Harrenhal, mercenaries who could easily dispatch him with a mere spit, and a gaggle of farmers, utterly clueless, rising to heed the Stark woman's call. Behind him stood his 2 attendants, who had surrendered their weapons in fear, along with the Night's Watchman Yoren, leaving him to ponder how he could contend with Catelyn Stark. Not far away, a couple dozen members of House Frye sat quietly, undoubtedly a decisive force capable of altering the situation. However, the Freys remained seated, with only 2 or 3 rising excitedly to draw their swords, promptly restrained by their leader. Tyrion's agitation began to subside. He understood that while this tavern appeared to be filled with the bannermen of House Tully, many secretly feared the Lannisters and harbored ulterior motives. Yet he was not foolish enough to engage in verbal sparring with Catelyn's faction. Clenching his fists in frustration, he resigned himself. "It seems I have no choice, Lady Stark. I shall accompany you to Winterfell." Winterfell? Tyrion sighed inwardly with slight relief. He glanced toward the free riders who had accepted his gold earlier. Considering if there was anyone who could relay today's events to his father, you are aware that Lord Tywin would undoubtedly be troubled by my abrupt departure. Damn it. He would be concerned about the disgrace brought upon his family name. His gaze swept over those who remained seated, contemplating who had delivered the news that the Lannisters promised substantial rewards. Sir Roderick, with a furrowed brow, expressed his hope that this matter would not be widely disseminated. Tyrion nearly chuckled. The Northerners were indeed simpletons. He observed the pensive free folk, secretly amused. "We must depart at once, you lot," Lady Catelyn declared. "The Stark family would be eternally grateful should you assist us in escorting the prisoner to Winterfell, and you shall be handsomely rewarded." What a handsome reward, Tyrion mused, surveying the faces of those supporting Catelyn. "You shall indeed receive a generous recompense, far beyond what this woman has promised. Lannisters always pay their debts." They swiftly exited the chamber, the stars above casting their light upon Catelyn and her entourage. The mercenaries adjusted their gear, leading horses that bore the scars of battle, recognizable by their spear wounds. As they followed Lady Catelyn into the night, Sir Roderick issued a brief command to the mercenaries, who smiled back at him. Tyrion sensed the precariousness of the situation, muttering to himself, "No, no," as a hood obscured his face, thoroughly concealing his eyes. "Lannisters always pay their debts," Tyrion shouted internally. At that moment, rain began to fall, a gentle drizzle that made the horses' hooves squelch through the mud, which elicited a slight sense of glee within him. Perhaps the nobles of the Riverlands would come to his father's aid and rescue him. Winterfell? Too distant. It wouldn't be long before Lord Tywin's mercenaries sent forth scouts towards the north, following the King's Road northward. Catelyn and her party would hardly travel far before encountering mercenaries eager to curry favor with the Lannisters. As Tyrion pondered this, fatigue gradually seeped from his leaden feet throughout his body, and he succumbed to sleep upon the saddle, even noticing that the mercenaries were supporting him. "TSK, is there any reward heavier than a Lannister golden dragon?" Catelyn gazed anxiously into the distance, the dwarf having been placed among their ranks. Dozens of riders hastened through the night, and Catelyn saw fatigue etched upon every face. Sir Roderick appeared particularly worn, the toll evident on his face, as he had loyally served the Starks for decades and had recently borne a heavy burden. If they pressed northward through the rain, not to mention Winterfell, even the neck seemed to lie at the world's end. The King's Road to the north was fraught with mud and potholes. What would happen if the Lannister's mad dogs found their way here? Furthermore, traveling north along the King's Road would inevitably bring them closer to the twins of House Frey. The tardy Frey, as her father referred to the aging Lord Frey, who at 90 still sought new brides, was notoriously fickle in political allegiance. Should war truly break out, her father would surely summon his vassals, but would this Lord Frey respond? Catelyn harbored grave doubts. Which path to take? She had distinctly emphasized heading north to Winterfell at the inn, knowing the Lannister's mad dogs and the treacherous vassals of the Riverlands would lie in wait along the King's Road. The road northward was perilous. Where to go? Catelyn gazed at the crossroads of the King's Road. The Vale? Absolutely not. Although my uncle, Blackfish Brynlin, serves as a knight at the Blood Gate, that territory belongs to House Tully of Riverrun, and my sister Lysa remains imprisoned in the Eyrie. Such an action would be akin to walking into a trap. It is evident that Artys must be concealing Lysa's captivity from my uncle, for otherwise he would surely have reacted. In this regard, my uncle finds himself in peril as well. Where to go? Catelyn gazed towards the west, her homeland, the place she felt closest to at this moment. Her father and brother were there. While it is true that should war erupt, the Riverlands would undoubtedly suffer. With Riverrun likely to be the first to face the onslaught of foes, it is a fortified stronghold at the confluence of two rivers. When her father summons his vassals, their forces cannot be underestimated. The balance of power against the Lions remains uncertain. Sir Roderick, Catelyn said firmly, to Riverrun. She directed her horse along the road towards the crossroads. At the junction of the Turnstone River and the Red Fork, a triangular fortress of great majesty stood proudly. Thousands of years ago, the Tully family deemed that the castle's defenses might not be most advantageous if positioned solely by the rivers. Thus they constructed a large artificial moat on the western side, the only side not adjacent to water. During times of conflict, the gates would be opened to flood the moat, encircling the castle with water on three sides, rendering it nearly impregnable. For Riverrun, a garrison of over 200 guards was more than sufficient. The inhabitants of the Riverlands cherished this castle, and the town outside thrived. The region always valued this long summer of peace, diligently cultivating grain and clearing land for farming. Duke Hostine managed the Riverlands with remarkable efficiency. Despite the presence of ancient nobles who long harbored disdain for Tully rule, along with the rise of a newly powerful class of nobles over the past millennium. Yet, before Duke Hostine Tully, they appeared relatively submissive. This duke skillfully reconciled many conflicts among the Riverlands' nobility and solidified the Tully family's prominent status following the demise of the Targaryen dynasty through strategic marriages, establishing his reputation far beyond the Riverlands. However, the old duke now finds himself overwhelmed, gravely ill and bedridden, struggling even to sit up or stand. Tyrion gazed up at the imposing castle, long since indifferent to the peculiar stares of the Riverlanders. Your Tully family truly resembles fish, with your castle built in the water. He jested, as the mercenaries he hoped for from the west and the Riverlands had not appeared. This woman has deceived me. It seems the two types of individuals I once anticipated are still foolishly roaming the King's Road towards the north like errant swine. I believe this place would serve as an appropriate grave for you, Lannister the dwarf, Catelyn replied coldly. Tyrion disdainfully tilted his head back. The triangular sandstone fortress appeared indestructible, yet it could not withstand the might of his brother Jaime's sword. Despite being nestled between two rivers, with moisture enveloping it, the interior of Riverrun's castle seemed remarkably dry. Tyrion strolled through the castle's corridor, gazing at the castle courtyard adorned with blooming flowers not far away, where the woman he loathed, Lady Catelyn, stood beside the heir of House Tully, Edmure Tully, whose age and appearance were unmistakable. Upon seeing her long unseen brother, Catelyn instinctively reached out to gently touch his auburn hair. However, Edmure awkwardly took a step back, stating, "We are no longer children, sister." He cast a glance towards the direction where Tyrion was being escorted and addressed Catelyn. Catelyn smiled at his words, for Edmure had been managing the affairs of Riverrun since their father's illness, personally receiving the noble visitors from the Riverlands and extending the courtesies of hospitality. Although Edmure could not intimidate the entrenched old nobility beneath him, he had at least maintained order in Riverrun and its surrounding territories. She regarded her brother with satisfaction. Though not particularly tall, he was of average height, and his decision to grow a beard gave him an air reminiscent of the Duke of Riverrun and the Governor of the Trident. "Are you not afraid of provoking Tywin by bringing this imp here?" Edmure asked anxiously, still astonished by his sister's arrest of the little monster. Catelyn, however, resolutely shook her head. "No one can afford to cause trouble, Edmure." She assumed the demeanor of the elder sister, a visage imbued with the weight of the Tully family's duty and the Stark family's convictions, having spent too long in Winterfell. "What is our family motto, brother? I trust one need not remind you." Upon hearing his sister's serious inquiry, Edmure's face revealed a rather juvenile embarrassment. He paced through the courtyard, the sword at his side swaying, but ultimately halted to respond. "Family, duty, honor." "Indeed," Catelyn replied calmly. "Tyrion seeks to harm my son, your nephew, Bran Stark." The look of astonishment spread across Edmure's face. Catelyn shared the intelligence she had gathered in Winterfell and her subsequent experiences in King's Landing, prompting a complex array of emotions to flicker across Edmure's countenance, eventually settling into a mask of fury, his face reddening. Edmure finally sought confirmation from Catelyn. "If Tyrion intends to harm my nephew, why must House Arryn also be involved?" His flushed face bore no sign of relief, as if he were grappling with a critical decision. Catelyn did not withhold the truth. She softly whispered something in Edmure's ear. "Lysa? Lysa is imprisoned?" Edmure gazed at Catelyn in shock, entirely unprepared for the revelation that both his sister and nephew had fallen victim to the treachery of the Eyrie. He did not delve into the connection between the two, yet it appeared that House Arryn had forged an undisclosed alliance with House Lannister. Catelyn grasped Edmure's hand, urging him to remember the Tully family motto. "You are a grown man now, Edmure. With our father incapacitated, only you can uphold the legacy of the Riverlands." She smiled gently at him, striving to soothe her younger brother's troubled heart. "Rest assured, House Stark, Winterfell, the North, my husband Ned will stand with you, for he is the king's closest ally." Edmund finally managed to steady his breath, nodding at Catelyn, assuring her that if the situation spiraled out of control, he would not abandon the rescue of his sister. Yet, a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze as he looked at Catelyn. "What?" Catelyn pressed. Edmund took a deep breath, stating, "That reminds me," his brow furrowed. Catelyn understood that her brother was beginning to contemplate matters through the lens of his identity as the Duke of Riverrun. The news from Saltpan spoke of countless Riverland cavalry encamped beyond the Bloodgate. Although the king had sanctioned their purging of the mountain clans in the Moonshadow Mountains, Their prolonged presence beyond the Bloodgate caused her concern for Edmund, whose grip on his sword tightened with apprehension. Catelyn watched her brother with worry. His face was drawn and devoid of luster, and his reddish-brown beard seemed to bear the weight of his burdens. Their father was gravely ill, and her brother was shouldering the heavy responsibilities. The last time she had seen him, he was still a child. Time waits for no one, and before the world was ready, war might soon commence. The siblings shifted their conversation to lighter matters, steering clear of troubling national affairs. Edmund displayed a childlike grin, recounting an amusing incident involving a troubadour he had once teased, prompting Catelyn to laugh heartily. Though her brother had matured considerably, traces of his youthful spirit remained unchanged. Their playful banter was soon interrupted by a figure resembling a scholarly assistant from Riverrun, who cleared his throat. "I did not wish to interrupt your reunion, my lord and lady, but Lord Hostetler insists on seeing you. He has matters to discuss with you, my lady," the assistant expressed, bowing apologetically to Catelyn. With a sigh, Catelyn hesitated. She feared that the image of her once astute father might shatter upon their meeting. She dreaded witnessing her father as a frail and ailing man, as if just yesterday she had been cradled in his arms, and now he might require her embrace. "I shall go now," Catelyn declared. Edmund followed silently behind her. The flowing staircase of Riverrun was distinct, where once the duel between Brandon and Petyr had reached its conclusion, with Petyr bloodied and Brandon wielding his sword, his expression a complex tapestry as he regarded Petyr. Memories drifted away like wisps of smoke, and Catelyn had thought that the war of usurpers would be the sole turmoil she would encounter in her lifetime. Yet it seemed that conflict was once again on the horizon. The scholarly assistant remained silent as Catelyn inquired about her father, but he offered no response. Perplexed, she wondered if, after all these years, those surrounding her father had lost the most basic courtesies. Her father's chamber was exceptionally warm, with a maid tending to the fireplace, carefully adjusting the firewood, seemingly oblivious to Catelyn's entrance. Beside her father's bed sat a man with graying brown hair, adorned in splendid attire, who turned to face Catelyn's arrival. "Count Tytos Blackwood?" Catelyn exclaimed in astonishment. In her recollection, Count Tytos had not frequented the city of Benlu often. Most of the time, she heard of his exploits while he orchestrated hunts in the Braywood Valley, extending numerous invitations to her father. Yet, on each occasion, the Brecken family, the adversaries of Braywood, would host lavish banquets at the same time, sending invitations to Tully as well. Each time, her father would seethe with fury, refusing to acknowledge a single invitation, opting instead to host a soiree in Benlu, extending similar invitations to both families. Now, Count Tytos had personally arrived in Benlu, seated beside her father's bedside, where a cup of his favored tea rested. "Your daughter has come, Horst." The Count seemed disinclined to acknowledge the elder daughter of Duke Horst, merely rising to his feet, his gaze towards Catelyn brimming with ire. Catelyn felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her as she observed her father, who struggled to extend his hand. She took her place beside him, grasping his hand tightly. Edmund stood at the doorway, and the Count offered him a nod before striding away. Catelyn's voice was soft and feeble, as delicate as spun silk. With a faint smile, she leaned closer to her father, tears welling in her eyes, the pallor of his face and his labored breaths piercing her heart with despair. Catelyn murmured, seemingly repeating only that phrase. Her lips cracked and white lines etched upon them, saliva slowly trickling from the corners of her mouth. Tears streamed down Catelyn's cheeks uncontrollably as she summoned a maid to fetch a handkerchief, wiping the corners of her father's mouth. "He needs water," she whispered to herself, gently lifting the tea to her father's lips. Suddenly, her father grasped her hand, halting her actions. "Release that dwarf," he commanded. "What?" Catelyn leaned closer, eager to clarify her father's words. "Let Lannister go." This time, Catelyn distinctly comprehended her father's words, shaking her head in regret. "Father, you do not understand what that dwarf has done to our family, to my children." At that moment, Duke Horst erupted into a violent fit of coughing, the sound resonating throughout the room, and Catelyn, in horror, noticed blood at the corners of his mouth. "Scholar!" Edmund dashed outside, calling out loudly. The aged scholar of Benlu entered, his brow furrowed, hastily moving Catelyn's hand away from Duke Horst to attend to him with urgency. Catelyn could only stand by helplessly as Edmund approached her, clasping her trembling hand. The old scholar administered a potion to her father, a dark liquid resembling congealed blood. Soon, her father quieted, the coughing subsiding. The scholar turned to Catelyn. "I apologize, madam. Did the recent events cause you distress?" Catelyn shook her head. It must have been the sight of his daughter that stirred such emotions. The scholar spoke softly. "The Duke requires rest. He has met with too many people today and must recuperate immediately." Catelyn sighed gently. reflecting on how her father's condition had likely been exacerbated by the rebelliousness of the noble families of the Riverlands, a grievance Edmund had previously voiced to him. The siblings made their way to the main hall of Benlux, where a modest banquet awaited them, simple fare, lacking in abundance. Edmund entered the main hall, his expression one of bewilderment. He tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, seemingly poised for action. Catelyn regarded her brother with confusion, only to comprehend the reason upon entry. There, seated beside the jester Tyrion, was Count Tytos, who had previously been at their father's bedside. The two seemed to be in jovial conversation, almost as if Tytos were feeding the dwarf. "I require an explanation, Count Blythewood," Edmund said, clearly agitated. He was not pleased to have this familial adversary as a guest in his hall. Tyrion, wide-eyed, raised his goblet to Edmund, exclaiming, "It appears your esteemed father did not wish for me to arrive at Riverrun as a prisoner." Count Tytos responded calmly, "Young Master Edmund, this is the Duke Horst's command. I am merely executing orders." He cast a glance at Lady Catelyn, who had accompanied him. Edmund observed Tyrion munching on bread, his expression dark as he took a seat. He refrained from reproaching Count Tytos, as he still had faith in the Count's integrity. He believed the Count would not act without proper authority. "So, can this little fellow be a guest of House Tully?" Tyrion queried, looking towards the young Edmund Tully, convinced that this one was somewhat reasonable. Edmund's countenance was grim as he replied coldly, "Certainly, we uphold the tenets of the gods." "Wow," Tyrion exclaimed theatrically, "it seems we finally have common ground. Would you agree, Lady Stark?" His contrasting dark and bright eyes twirled as he turned his disproportionately large head towards Catelyn. Catelyn pursed her lips, remaining silent as she sat with a cold demeanor. This Lannister, who had been her captive just the day before, now appeared as a guest in Riverrun, and his audacity ignited an unnamed fury within her. "Apparently, I am now a guest of the esteemed House Tully," Tyrion remarked, despite having just dozed off in the dungeon. He wiped the grime from his mouth, adding, "Oh, your hot baths are quite splendid. Riverrun truly is a delightful place." He directed his gratitude towards the acting lord of Riverrun, Edmund Tully. Did he even bathe? Catelyn thought, feeling that Count Tytos was being excessively lenient towards the Lannister. "Dear Lady Catelyn, permit me to extend my respects to your husband, Lord Eddard Stark." Tytos seemingly aimed to mend a rift created by his previous disregard for Catelyn in Duke Horst's chamber. "Likewise, Lord Eddard has treated me rather well," Tyrion added. "Thank you, Count Tytos," Catelyn replied flatly, "but I fear my husband will not reciprocate your courtesy." She shot a furious glare at Tyrion, the bouncing jester, "nor will he acknowledge you." "Lannister," Count Tytos regarded Catelyn with a disapproving expression, prompting Edmund to interject. "I trust my father would not issue erroneous instructions to Count Tytos." Catelyn patiently listened as her brother attempted to mediate. She understood that Edmund could not act impulsively, as he had to consider Count Tytos' dignity. While he might fulfill the role of a competent governor of the Trident, it did not necessarily align with the expectations of a Tully. Tytos nodded gratefully to Edmure, then turned his gaze to Catelyn. "I hold great admiration for Duke Ed, and I believe his appointment as Prime Minister in King's Landing is a stroke of fortune for the realm, as this kingdom lacks justice." Tyrion, with a slight stir of his intellect, discerned that the well-meaning Count Tytos was subtly hinting at the injustice faced by House Bulwer in its disputes with House Bracken, a matter of which even the jesters in the halls of Casterly Rock were acutely aware. Regrettably, the siblings before him remained oblivious to this implication. He observed Edmure laboriously swallowing a piece of meat, wishing for him to eat instead. Tyrion took a hearty swig of wine, reasoning that under someone else's roof, it was prudent to speak less. Neither Catelyn nor Edmure responded to Tytos, who then shook his head and lowered his gaze to his meal. "Casterly Rock is splendid, yet it is devoid of minstrels to enliven the evening's festivities," Tyrion muttered. Edmure frowned, coldly interjecting, "Father dislikes noise. He requires tranquility." Catelyn glanced at Edmure, aware that her brother harbored a particular disdain for minstrels, stemming from an incident in his youth where a singer named Tom of Seven Strings had seduced a girl he fancied and even penned a lewd ballad mocking Edmure. From that moment, Edmure developed a profound aversion to such entertainers, resembling Sir Roderick in that regard. Upon their arrival at Casterly Rock, Catelyn had instructed Sir Roderick to mingle with the merchant convoy heading north, to convey to Robb the orders from their father, Ned, to bolster defenses at the Bay of Crabs. When the banquet concluded, Tyrion departed the great hall under the watchful eye of guards, still humming a tune, which greatly displeased Edmure. Count Tytos turned to Catelyn, and she realized he was about to utter something of significance. "With all due respect, though you are the Lady of Winterfell and the esteemed wife of Duke Ed, I must remind you that you are still the daughter of Tully." Tydos suddenly raised his voice, reproaching Catelyn. Edmure promptly stepped in to intervene. What do you mean by that, Count Tydos? Catelyn furrowed her brow, casting a sharp glance at Tydos. You nearly brought ruin upon Tully, and furthermore, you almost jeopardized the entire Riverlands. Tydos exclaimed. Catelyn understood to whom he was referring and calmly replied, Are you speaking of Tyrion Lannister? Tydos shook his head vehemently. It matters not what he is called. What is paramount is that he is the son of Tywin, and the essence of the matter lies with the Lannisters. Should the West rise in rebellion, how shall the Riverlands withstand it? Casterly Rock would bear the brunt of the assault. Following that would be my own Harrenhal, and the entire trident would fall beneath the iron hooves of the West. Edmure furrowed his brow. Count Tydos, I am aware of the risks involved. But Tyrion Lannister faces grave accusations. Catelyn is my sister, and I must aid her, for this is a matter of family honor. What accusations? Earl Tydos had no desire to entangle himself in this matter. Even if he were to undertake such an act, it should not involve brazenly binding Tywin's son to Riverrun. Do you comprehend my purpose here? This incident has spread to every tavern across the Seven Kingdoms. Had I not paused for a brief respite at an inn just outside of the Weirwood City, I would still be in the dark. I anticipate that the armies of the Westerlands will soon be gathered, and I must lead my forces to Riverrun post-haste. Catelyn trembled after Tydos' scathing rebuke, acutely aware of the risks her actions entailed. However, she had not expected matters to escalate so swiftly. Blinded by the outrage over Bran's situation, she had lost her rationality. Eddard wished to voice his thoughts, but as he parted his lips, he found no sound reasoning, ultimately swallowing his words and turning his gaze away. If your accusations bear any substantiation, you ought to communicate directly with King Robert, allowing him or the esteemed Lord Eddard in King's Landing to mediate or even preside over a trial. In any case, transporting this matter to Riverrun is a grave error. Tydos furiously waved his hand, towering over Eddard, his shouts rendering Eddard diminutive in comparison. Catelyn recognized the necessity of speaking up, asking, What, then, do you propose, Earl Tydos? Tydos replied in a low tone, Tyrion is already our guest, and must be treated accordingly. He should be sent to Casterly Rock to apologize to Lord Tywin. Lady Catelyn, I must candidly suggest that you ought to explain this matter personally. Catelyn resolutely shook her head, asserting, Tyrion is implicated in the attempted murder of my son Bran. Capturing him is the only path to divine justice. And what is your intention? To incite war and ignite the flames of conflict in the Riverlands? Tydos was evidently infuriated as he spoke. Eddard stepped forward to confront the Earl, saying, My lord, please be mindful that I am the heir to Riverrun. You are a vassal of my father. Tyrion is a criminal in our eyes. Even if we are currently bound by the hospitality of guests, I intend to escort him to King's Landing for a public trial in the presence of the king and the High Septon. Tydos remained silent. Stepping back without uttering a word, Catelyn inquired, What, in your view, can we do? What else can be done? Reach out to Lady Lysa in the Vale. Contact the North, and prepare to muster our forces to welcome the armies of the Westerlands, Tydos replied impatiently. Feeling a sense of pity for Eddard's foolish wife and lamenting her birth in such a place as Tully. Lysa cannot assist us, Catelyn hesitated to say. Why not? Tydos questioned, his expression one of confusion as he looked at Catelyn, his eyes filled with helplessness. Eddard interjected. Rumors abound in King's Landing that Duke Arryn may betroth his daughter, Myrcella Baratheon, to the king. The Vale may not fully support our cause. He withheld Catelyn's words, his gaze fixed on her, expressing his resignation. Catelyn nervously regarded Eddard, knowing her brother never spoke falsely. She turned her attention back to Tydos, her suspicions rekindled. Her father had yet to summon his vassals, and Tydos had hastened to her side with a considerable force, coupled with his evident respect for Tyrion Lannister. Catelyn could not help but question whether this Earl of Weirwood was indeed in league with the Lannisters. She harbored a subtle distrust towards Tydos, as her father had seemingly been engaging with the Brecon family more frequently, entrusting him with greater responsibilities. Tydos was one of her father's most loyal vassals, having served him for the longest time, while the Blaywood family had long-standing enmity with the Brecons. What I require is for Tyrion to confess, Catelyn declared. Tydos cast a deep glance at Catelyn, fully aware that the consequences of such a confession would render Riverrun surrounded by enemies. Indeed, you are something else, my lady. He emphasized the last two words with palpable ire, storming out of the hall. In the midst of chaos, the streets echoed with the clash of lances, the thunderous hooves of war horses pounding the ground, transforming the tournament grounds into a desolate wasteland. In recent days, countless knights had fallen while many emerged victorious, with cheers rising in waves behind the triumphant, as the imposing figures of knights filled the minds of the onlookers. accompanied by the delightful sensation of golden dragons and copper stags slipping through their fingers and into their pockets. Loras Tyrell, with a fist clenched, waved his arm towards the crowd, which erupted in applause for the emerging young knight. Renly watched with a smile, his eyes reflecting admiration for the Flower Knight. Among the fallen was the Vale Knight, a young swordsman hailed as the finest by Samwell Stone of the Citadel, who had once encountered Aegis in King's Landing, Michelle Redford, who had previously served as a squire under the Lady of Valyrian Steel, Lyn Cobry. Now, he proclaimed himself a knight, though Aegis was unaware who had bestowed such honor upon him. Michelle, rising from the ground in disarray, chose not to concede but instead drew his long sword. Approaching the celebrated Loras Tyrell, fueled by youthful fervor, he puffed up his cheeks, a flush coloring his face, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Engage. Michelle refrained from launching a surprise attack, opting instead to wait until Loras dismounted before raising his sword. Aegis, seated upon the dais, noticed Michelle glance upward. Confident that the Duke of the Vale was observing the tournament, he resolved to excel, viewing the flamboyant so-called Flower Knight as nothing more than a red rose ripe for the picking. Loras, with his slender frame, gracefully bowed to Michelle. The latter scoffed disdainfully, pointing the sword's tip towards Loras's helmet. With a clang, their swords met. Both Michelle and Loras approached the duel with caution. As they circled one another, Michelle struck first, his long sword whipping through the air like a silver whip aimed at Loras. The Tyrell heir remained unperturbed, deftly deflecting Michelle's advance with the back of his sword, then elegantly twisting his waist to create distance, swinging his sword sideways. Michelle pivoted his wrist, bringing his sword to guard his face as the air filled with the sound of steel clashing. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the splendid knightly contest unfolding before them. Aegis observed Sansa, the Prime Minister's daughter, gripping her skirt tightly, her gaze anxiously fixed on Loras in the arena. This did not surprise Artys, but beside him, the reaction of Ser Loras was seemingly composed, yet he was tightly clenching his fists against his lips, his eyes narrowed. Artys had never witnessed Lord Loras so visibly tense while observing a duel. This was likely due to the deep bond and emotional connection between Ser Loras Tyrell and Lord Loras. Gradually, Loras slowed his rhythm, his movements evidently lagging a few beats behind those of Michelle. Seizing the opportunity, Michelle launched a fierce attack with his long sword, attempting to exploit any gaps in Loras's defense. Artys furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed Michelle's center of gravity leaning increasingly forward, while the spacious arena allowed Loras to retreat at will. Michelle was akin to a venomous serpent ensnared in a deep pit, slowly descending into the trap set by the serpent catcher. Jon Royce would never relinquish his center of gravity to his opponent. The advantage of his bronze armor was applied to his defense. His steady swordsmanship and footwork were hallmarks of the Royce family's knightly training, akin to his sons, Andar and Robert, who excelled in straightforward duels, emphasizing a methodical approach. Artys pondered whether these skills would be applicable in military warfare. The Bronze Jon had always enjoyed participating in tournaments, but due to Artys's suggestion, he remained in the Vale for the time being. This included Andar Royce, who had been following Artys but was now absent, staying with his father among the troops in the Vale, ostensibly to partake in the campaign against the mountain clans. The bronze armor had fallen upon Robert, yet the Knights of the Vale had not engaged significantly in this tournament. Robert had been eliminated early in the spear contest, while his squire, Ange, eagerly enrolled in the archery competition. However, the archery event was scheduled for the conclusion of the tournament, leaving him to prepare in the keep of House Arryn. Michelle advanced decisively, his longsword aimed directly at Loras Tyrell's chest. However, Loras seized the moment, executing a scooping maneuver with his sword, striking Michelle's iron-gloved hand. In an instant, Loras's sword was raised, poised at Michelle's throat, while Michelle's own sword lay discarded at his feet. Reluctantly, he conceded defeat, his face flushed as he descended from the arena. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. The Knight of Flowers, Loras, ringing through the air. Loras breathed a sigh of relief, only to catch Artys's amused gaze, prompting him to smile and remark, "The rose of House Tyrell surely bears thorns. Truly, he fears no one." While his swordsmanship appeared ornate, there was a depth of skill within, making it a rare talent. Artys turned to the applauding Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, extolling his virtues. Though Sam, the instructor from Stonehelm, may not rival Artys in swordsmanship, his teachings in swordplay and grappling theory always captivated his audience. It was said that his unknown father had once been a direct pupil of the tall Ser Duncan, hailing from the streets of Flea Bottom and skilled in street grappling. Whenever Sam recounted this, a proud gleam would flicker across his face. as he regarded the noble children and their companions whom he was to instruct with a knowing look, much like the other instructors from various castles. After hearing this, Renly was exceedingly pleased. He clapped his hands in approval. Gaining the recognition of the Eagle of the Vale would undoubtedly delight Loras. It must be said, Your Grace, that you are renowned among the knights of the Seven Kingdoms. My Loras has long wished to spar with you. Today, I ask on his behalf if you might impart some wisdom to this thorny rose from Highgarden. My Loras, the thorny rose from Highgarden. Upon hearing this, Artys felt a shiver run down his spine and could only nod in agreement. Certainly. Wonderful, Renly said, lifting his chin, casting another glance toward Loras in the audience. Today's jousting competition concluded amidst the resounding cheers of the Knight of Flowers. To Artys's surprise, both Jaime Lannister and his vassal, the Mountain, had registered for the tournament but disappeared as the event commenced. Alert, Artys immediately instructed his companion, Waymar, to summon the Vale Knights to the tournament grounds to ensure the safety of himself, the Prime Minister, and the King. Though he believed the Lannisters would not dare to act against them, the banner of House Arryn, depicting the crescent moon and falcon, fluttered not far away. Easing Artys's mind slightly, he harbored no fear of the Lannisters, yet he was no longer a mere youthful heir. He was a bona fide Duke of the Vale. King Robert and Eddard were akin to brothers to him, and it was wise to exercise caution. Eddard had not noticed the sudden increase in Vale Knights around him. His thoughts were preoccupied with a visit to the brothel once frequented by Robert after the tournament. He had unwittingly plunged into the investigation of evidence regarding the Queen's infidelity, hampered by the fact that most individuals formerly under the command of the Vale's former Prime Minister had gone to participate in the inauguration ceremony of the new Duke of Eagle's Nest following Jon's death, including the former Prime Minister's squire, Shyff, who was knighted by Artys himself in Eagle's Nest and had taken no surname, presenting himself to the world as Sir Shyff. Not long ago, Littlefinger had committed grave offenses and was sentenced to death, further obstructing Eddard's investigative progress. Damn Robert. He had frequented too many brothels. Fortunately, Artys had summoned the former Prime Minister's retinue from Eagle's Nest to King's Landing, and Sir Shyff had participated in the tournament, although regrettably, he was unseated in the very first round. Shyff was always taciturn, and Eddard observed that most of the Vale Knights near Artys remained as silent as the valleys themselves, perhaps due to the Arryn family's insistence on discretion among their trusted retainers. He chose not to board the Prime Minister's carriage, but instead had Jory and his guards follow him, riding in the direction of the brothel once visited by Lord Jon. Upon arriving at the establishment where a girl had borne Robert's child, Eddard found himself unable to inquire about her age as he usually would in conversation. The girl was clearly a maiden, and as Robert had once informed him, in slightly more upscale brothels, one could always find such offerings if one's purse was sufficiently full. Damn Robert, Eddard cursed inwardly. The girl had light red hair, with freckles adorning either side of her nose. When Eddard requested to see her, she was unfastening her dress to nurse a babe. My Lord Prime Minister, look, she resembles him so much. She has his nose, his hair, the girl said softly. Eddard gently caressed the soft, dark hair of the infant, Robert's first child. Far away in the Vale, little Mira also bore the same fine, black locks. If you see him, my lord, please do tell him that the child is exceedingly beautiful, the girl implored. Eddard nodded with difficulty. I swear. Yet within, he cursed Robert. Oh, right, her name is Baela. I wonder if he will like it. If not, he can choose another. The girl shook the baby and said to Eddard. He shook his head, uncertain whether he was to address the girl or the child. Ahem, her name is Baela, and it must be her mother who chooses. Trust me, he will agree to this name. It is quite lovely. Eddard thought to himself that Robert was unworthy of naming the child. How could he handle the ensuing complications? I promise, Baela will want for nothing in her life, Eddard reassured the girl, who, upon hearing this, joyfully twirled the infant in her arms. As Eddard departed from the brothel, he rode slowly through the streets, his heart heavy with sorrow. The alleys were crowded, and pedestrians no longer regarded him and Jory with the same caution or curiosity as before. In recent days, knights and nobles had filled the streets of King's Landing, and the common folk had grown accustomed to their presence. Eddard was not pleased. Baela reminded him of Jon Snow, the visage of the bastard surfacing in his mind, while the true Jon served as a sworn knight's watchman far beyond the wall. He had promised to reveal Jon's mother's identity at their next meeting, but the complexities and intrigues of King's Landing weighed heavily upon him. He was a Stark of Winterfell, accustomed to the monotonous white snow and the vast, silent forests of the north, where the rules were simple and adhered to the laws of the kingdom and the traditions of the ancients, unlike the south, rife with political maneuvering. When shall we meet again? Eddard sighed softly, urging his horse to quicken its pace. A light rain began to fall again upon King's Landing, the droplets pattering against Eddard's cloak before merging silently into the ground beneath the hooves of his steed. Jory's voice broke through the moment. "My lord, we must hasten. The rain is intensifying." Jory turned to Eddard. Eddard nodded, wiping the rain from his brow with his gloved hand and cracking the whip. The downpour grew heavier, transforming the trickling water into dark streams that matched the filthy streets of King's Landing, while thunder rumbled ominously from above. Suddenly, Jory called out, "My lord." Eddard jerked his head up, raindrops stinging his eyes, but he still discerned the mass of Lannister soldiers crowding the streets, with the Kingslayer, Ser Jaime Lannister, at the forefront. "There are more," a guard shouted, and Eddard turned to see the red cloaks of the Lannisters closing in from behind, surrounding him on both sides. "Lannisters, have you lost your minds?" Eddard drew his steel sword. The greatsword ice was not at his side. Jory and a few guards also unsheathed their long swords. "Stay back," Jory warned. "Before you stands the hand of the king." The Kingslayer stepped forward. "I care not who you are, Eddard Stark." He slowly drew his long sword, while behind him, dozens of Lannister guards brandished their weapons, aimed at Eddard. "I wonder if the esteemed Prime Minister recalls my brother, who is rather diminutive." With one eye larger than the other, Jaime remarked, a fierce glint in his eyes. "I remember quite well," Eddard replied coldly. "He encountered some trouble along the way, and my father Tywin is quite anxious about it. You wouldn't happen to know who seeks to harm my brother, would you?" Jaime inquired provocatively. "Ser Jaime, exercise caution," Ser Hugh warned, drawing his sword, aware that the Vale cavalry was nearby. "I ask you, do you swear by your honor, Eddard Stark?" Jaime disregarded Ser Hugh's words, pointing his sword at Eddard. Eddard scoffed, asserting, "My brother was arrested under my command, held accountable for his misdeeds." He suspected Tyrion might have been apprehended by his wife along the way and spoke lowly. Jaime shook his head, declaring, "There is nothing to discuss. I would relish the opportunity to slay you, Stark, just as I did with Aerys." Regicide, Eddard's eyes narrowed, gripping his sword tightly. "Should you kill me, Tyrion may not survive, and Robert certainly would not spare you Lannisters." Jaime cast a disdainful glance at Eddard, sneering, "Lady Catelyn conspiring to murder innocent Tyrion? Spare me. I doubt she could manage that. You Starks are all so foolish." Noting Eddard's unyielding glare, he scoffed dismissively. "But I will not wager my brother's life on a woman's sense of honor." With that, he sheathed his sword and turned away. "I shall let you go, so you may complain to Robert about how I have wronged you," Jaime sneered, ordering the execution of all his men. The leading Lannister guard chuckled. "As you command, my lord." Ser Hugh shook his head, muttering, "Seven hells, no." Eddard shouted as the Lannister guards closed in. Jory's horse was brutally felled, and he was dragged down by the Lannister guards. "Protect the Prime Minister," a voice called from the street. Jaime turned to see the Arryn family sigil of the crescent moon and falcon flying high. As Vale knights clad in blue cloaks and silver armor galloped through the rain-soaked streets, splashing water everywhere. The Lannister infantry was swiftly toppled, and seizing the opportunity, Eddard advanced, sword in hand, countering the Lannister assault, while Jory broke free, joining the fray. Ser Hugh furiously swung at the guardsmen, exclaiming, "I told you the Vale cavalry was nearby. Why must you stir up trouble?" The leading Vale knight swept his long sword towards the guards, trampling several with his horse's front hooves, blood splattering beneath his blade. "Kill all the guardsmen, but do not harm Ser Jaime," the Vale knight commanded solemnly, his massive helm glinting. Jaime cursed as he cracked his whip, aware that his lighter armor allowed him to flee faster than the Vale's heavy cavalry, making his way towards the city gates. Eddard slashed a guard's throat, blood immediately mingling with the rain, staining the streets as it flowed into the gutters. Xiao Fu anxiously exclaimed, "Quickly, we must seal the city gates with the golden robes." He clutched his head, exclaiming, "Heavens! The golden robes are now under Lord Artys's command. If the news of the Prime Minister being besieged on the streets reaches the king, it would surely be a grave fault of Lord Artys." He urged them not to strike, for the cavalry was nearby. Any further aggression would be disastrous. "Such a course of action is entirely unnecessary, Sir Xiao Fu," declared the lead armored knight as he removed his ornate helm, revealing himself to be Artys Arryn. "My lord." Xiao Fu was taken aback. Even at the behest of the Golden Robe commander, the guards at the gate would not dare impede the son of Lord Tywin. Artys glanced at Ed, who was resolute, while Ed's lady, however, would not hesitate. Ed stepped forward, addressing Artys, "I am grateful for your assistance. Had you not arrived, Jory and my guards might have fallen to the blades of regicides." His tone was chillingly calm, yet Artys sensed Ed's fury had reached its zenith. Artys hastily dismounted, saying, "My Lord Prime Minister, I fear the situation is far more intricate than Sir Jaime's siege upon you. Your lady, Ed raised his hand. I surmised as much when the term regicide was uttered. Catelyn acted under my orders to apprehend Tyrion. Your orders? Artys furrowed his brow, puzzled. The Starks and Lannisters have no enmity, at least for the time being. What could be the reason? He emphasized the word temporarily, and Ed regarded him with a knowing gaze. What was Lord Tywin's reaction? Ed did not respond, but instead posed a question of utmost importance. Artys shook his head. No news yet, but I suspect Lord Tywin is gathering his vassals. If this matter is not handled carefully, your lady's capture of Tyrion at Riverrun will surely provoke Duke Hoster to take action. As the rain gradually subsided, the overcast sky remained unchanged. Blood trickled into the poorly designed sewers of King's Landing as rainwater washed over the ground, where nearly 30 corpses of the gold cloaks lay in the alleys. Jory disdainfully kicked one of the bodies. Duke Hostert is gravely ill, Ed murmured, but quickly waved his hand dismissively. Where's Robert? We need to discuss this matter. He then mounted his horse, aware that Catelyn had brought considerable trouble upon him, and he needed to resolve it swiftly. 47. What the hell, Ned? Do you know what your wife has done? Robert strode back and forth in the room, the floorboards echoing with each step. Ed remained silent, his gaze fixed on Robert's exquisitely crafted goblet, adorned with a stag crowned with jewels of gold, silver, and blue. He recalled that this was a gift arranged by Lyanna for Robert, crafted by a carpenter in the south. Robert frowned at Ed, pointing at the goblet. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? If you like it, I can have the craftsman make you hundreds more. They could even be carved into the heads of dire wolves. He shook his head and sat heavily on the bed, causing it to creak ominously. Perhaps the roses should be engraved as well, ice roses. Ed remembered how Lyanna loved to paint the dire wolf with a rose branch in its mouth at the long table in Winterfell, telling her family that she was akin to the rose amidst the winter snow, a wolf among the flowers. Robb was momentarily taken aback, his mouth slightly agape. 1,000 words lodged in his throat. He sighed, conceding, you were right. It was then that the king recalled the significant meaning behind the wine cup. Robb and Eddard sat across from each other, suddenly enveloped in silence. At last, Eddard broke the stillness, stating, I know what Catelyn has done. She acted on my orders to arrest Tyrion. Robb merely furrowed his brow slightly, ignoring him. By the way, I have yet to prepare a gift for Lyanna, Robb lamented. And Eddard was acutely aware that he had stirred the sorrowful stag. Eddard exhaled deeply, not wishing to disturb Robb, opting instead to remain quietly seated. Regretting his mention of the wine cup once gifted to Robb by Lyanna, Robb's plump face quivered, his expression profoundly mournful. Damn it, Ned, you should not be here. The Starks should not be by my side, always reminding me of Lyanna. To hell with it. You deserve to descend into the depths of the abyss, Ned. Eddard felt a twinge of guilt for invoking Robb's painful memories and attempted to lighten the mood. Robb, you are the king. You came south in grand style seeking my assistance. No matter how much it pains you, you must swallow this bitter fruit. Robb paused, a chuckle slowly escaping his lips, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Ned, it was indeed right to bring you south. The north is far too cold, so much so that you hardly jest. Ha ha ha. Robb's laughter was infectious, deeply resonating with Eddard. From their time in the Eyrie to the battlefield, Robb had always garnered more admiration than he. Capable of wielding a warhammer against foes one moment and sharing jovial drinks with them the next. This ability to transform enemies into friends and to forge tighter bonds with allies was a significant reason why many accepted Robb's ascension to the Iron Throne. At that moment, the door burst open, and Queen Cersei stormed in, fury etched across her face. Stark, you have driven my brother away, she exclaimed, followed by the beleaguered Kingsguard. Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that the king cannot see anyone else, Eddard stated. Robb, so you sit here with this traitor who has chased away my brother? Cersei's voice pierced the king's chamber with ire. Robb pressed his lips together, casting a glance at Eddard. Look, this is my wife. Eddard replied solemnly. To have a regicide surround me in the streets, seeking to harm the king's hand, is that not treason? Do not presume you have done anything noble in secret. You initiated the arrest of the Lannisters. I must warn you, Lannisters always pay their debts. Cersei retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Eddard. The imp is suspected of serious crimes. Catelyn arrested him under my orders. He must face the judgment of the realm, Eddard responded calmly. Robb, Cersei screamed. Robb waved his hand dismissively. All right, for heaven's sake, let the two of you be taken by the White Walkers to the depths of hell with this. He turned to Eddard. Listen, Ned, you must persuade your good wife to release Tyrion. Those accusations of yours are ludicrous. How could he have harmed Bran without any enmity? Robb wished to speak further. Robert stomped his foot impatiently. Enough, Ned. This is your king's command. I've dispatched someone to Storm's End to mediate. Damn it. These matters should have been handled by the Prime Minister. You need to learn a thing or two from Jon, do you understand? Eddard helplessly rose to his feet. You are the king. I shall certainly heed your words. However, the regicide must not go unpunished. Come now, Ned. This matter began with Catelyn's missteps. By the heavens. If the regicide had taken you captive, I would have pursued him relentlessly. A king would do the same, let alone a dishonorable regicide. Robert shook his head as he spoke to Eddard. Cersei coldly interjected, My brother is not devoid of honor. He merely detests fools. Robert retorted with a slap, Begone. Foolish woman, how dare you speak of folly? Cersei's face flushed once more as she shot a venomous glance at Eddard before turning away. After a considerable time, Robert suppressed his inner fury and turned to Eddard. Look at what a wonderful wife I have. Eddard was about to respond when Robert continued, We truly are brothers. You're Catelyn, damn it. Eddard exclaimed, She acts on my command. Oh, Ned, do not speak of commands. I have no desire to be brothers with a fool. Robert laughed heartily as he strode away, leaving Eddard in a state of despondence. Pycelle rose to observe the disarray on the bed, where a girl lay languidly with her upper body bare against the soft pillow. The Grand Maester stretched his limbs, invigorated, as the scent of perfume filled the room, reminiscent of the wares of Lys. Child, it is time for you to leave, Pycelle said affectionately to the girl. The girl gently tossed her long, silky hair, smoothly extricating herself from the covers. Payment, my lord, she stated. You are new here and unfamiliar with the customs, Pycelle replied tenderly. I typically pay monthly, my dear. The girl shook her head in discontent. There is no such custom, my lord, she said, as she donned her clothing. Even a king does not adhere to a monthly payment. How can that be? Lord Baelish, cough cough. Pycelle interjected, I understand now, my apologies, child. The Grand Maester languidly wandered about the bedroom, rummaging through drawers, his cough growing louder, causing the girl to cover her mouth and nose. My apologies. I need to search for something. Pycelle offered a sheepish smile, but to the girl, he appeared no different from the myriad of debtors. Will you be able to pay me today, my lord? The girl began to grow impatient. When she inquired with the seasoned women of the brothel about the means by which the lords of the Red Keep acquired their wealth, she was told only of the generous King Robert and the stingy Grand Maester Pycelle. She remained undeterred, believing that a high-ranking official would not default on payments for visiting a brothel, as such a notion would be utterly disgraceful. Today, she learned that such disgraceful individuals truly existed. Regrettably, you may return tomorrow, and I shall settle it then, Pycelle said with a smile. The girl hastily gathered her garments and left the bedroom in a hurry, vowing never to return to this place. Pycelle, seeing her depart, stretched his limbs and settled at his writing desk. This morning, Lord Eddard demanded the book once perused by Prime Minister Jon Arryn, titled The Genealogy and History of the Major Nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. Maester Pycelle merely stated that the tome was no longer in his possession and had been returned to the citadel. Although Pycelle appeared physically frail, his mind remained sharp. He surmised that the newly appointed Prime Minister was conducting an investigation. Moreover, given that Lord Eddard had recently been accosted by Ser Jaime at the entrance of a brothel, his inquiries seemed to align closely with those of the former Prime Minister. He sighed deeply, aware that he must once again approach the Queen to convey this matter to the Lannisters. However, the absence of Queen Cersei, who was typically accompanied by Jaime, made him doubt the reliability of this course. Thus, he resolved to compose a letter to Lord Tywin of the Westerlands instead. Pycelle was acutely aware of the illicit affair between the Queen and Ser Jaime, and he suspected that Lord Tywin had been apprised of it long ago. For Tywin and his brother Ser Kevan were inseparable, consistently sharing information and intelligence. Coincidentally, it was Ser Kevan who was privy to the details of Cersei and Jaime's entanglement. Reflecting on this, Pycelle paused his writing, deciding it would be more prudent to address the letter to Ser Kevan. He took up his quill once more. 48. The trout shall pay the price. Cersei's letter. Lord Tywin Lannister read and reread the letter sent by his daughter Cersei with growing impatience. The essence of her message was clear. House Stark, led by the direwolf, was indeed targeting her and the Lannisters. Maester Pycelle had discreetly informed the Queen during the former Prime Minister's tenure that the investigation into Jaime and Cersei was underway, and King Robert had entrusted Eddard Stark, who had come from Winterfell, with this inquiry, collaborating with Petyr Baelish to control King's Landing and the Red Keep. While the king placed his full trust in the wolf and the eagle, he rubbed his temples, his fingers icy. Each morning brought an involuntary ache in his bones. Yet, he refrained from disclosing this affliction to anyone outside, with only Kevan and the maester aware of his condition. Even his own children remained oblivious to his physical state. Tywin was resolute in concealing any sign of weakness, even those that would inevitably be revealed. Upon noticing the onset of baldness, he had unhesitatingly shaved his head, leaving only a thick golden beard at his temples. Sparse hair could only attest to his advancing age, a signal he refused to allow to linger in the minds of anyone who had ever laid eyes upon him. He turned his gaze toward the window, where the waves crashed against the rocks at Casterly Rock, the tumultuous sound echoing even into the confines of his chamber. Tywin was well aware of Eddard Stark's investigations. Kevan had clandestinely shared this unfortunate and deeply disappointing news with him, yet he was unwilling to accept it as truth. He was acutely aware that the power of the lions in King's Landing was now nearly beyond reach, and the alliance of wolves and eagles was unassailable. Furthermore, King Robert's trust in Eddard Stark surpassed that of the mad King Aerys in regard to himself. He had made early arrangements, dispatching one of his hounds, Eyrie Lorch, to masquerade as a bandit, wreaking havoc in the Riverlands with the intent of luring out Eddard Stark's 300 wolf soldiers. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Following the meddling of the newly appointed Lord of the Vale, Petyr Baelish, the trusted Jenna Lannister was expelled from King's Landing, allowing Petyr to seize control of the military forces. Tywin took a deep breath, rising to his feet as dawn painted the horizon above Casterly Rock. He needed to fulfill his duties as the Duke of Casterly Rock, heeding the voices of both commoners and nobles. The golden corridor that enveloped him had existed since the inception of Casterly Rock. Every wall and its adornments were gilded, yet their appearance was not overtly opulent. The decorations were simple, aged ornaments chronicling the illustrious deeds of the Lannister family during heroic times, rich in historical weight rather than the garish ostentation of parvenus. Seated in the Great Hall, Tywin found himself alone with Jaime and Kevan. "Father," Jaime's voice broke through, "allow me to lead the troops in Casterly Rock. I shall besiege Riverrun and rescue Tyrion, preserving our family's honor." Since learning of the wolves and eagles controlling the situation in King's Landing, Tywin felt a surge of joy upon seeing Jaime return to Casterly Rock, though his visage betrayed no emotion. A letter arrived from Duke Hotin Frey, instructing that Tyrion be sent back unchanged. Tywin remarked, "Jaime, surprised? He is to be sent back?" Jaime spread his hands, incredulous. "Is it truly that simple?" Tywin cast a cold glance at Jaime. "I anticipated this." Jaime smiled knowingly, suggesting, "At least we should wait for Tyrion to return to Casterly Rock before we act." Tywin remained silent, stating, "Duke Hotin is gravely ill. This letter originates from Lord Tywin of Harrenhal, sent under Hotin's name." He descended from the dais. As Edmure Tully gathered his vassals, personally leading troops to fortify the vicinity of Casterly Rock, Jaime nodded, acknowledging the reluctance of the Trout to release the lion, a predicament of his own making. He was confident that Tywin would permit him to march southward. Robert is still present, and without a declaration from the Iron Throne, Casterly Rock remains inactive. Tywin declined Jaime's request to lead the troops. Jaime countered, "My father will not be weak. No one can provoke the Lannisters." "Your father stands right here," Tywin replied, "and that will not change. If you wish to command, I will certainly grant you that opportunity. But the time is not yet ripe." Tywin rarely offered explanations, yet for Jaime, his eldest son, he endeavored to be patient. Jaime wished to speak further, but Kevan interjected, silencing him. "I have important news," Kevan said, looking at Jaime, remaining still. Tywin immediately discerned it pertained to Jaime and Cersei, instructing Jaime, "Step outside." Jaime cast a disdainful glance at Tywin. "Of course, my lord." He then turned and departed, deliberately scraping the floor with the scabbard, producing a series of creaking sounds as he left. Tywin fixed his gaze on Jaime's receding figure until it vanished behind the heavy door. In that moment, clad in his white cloak, Tywin mused that he was squandering both Jaime and the cloak. Kevan offered a slight smile, reassuring him that Jaime would eventually have a change of heart and shed the white cloak. Tywin redirected his concern for his son and inquired, "What news?" "The news from Maester Pycelle suggests that Stark may be nearing the resolution of his investigation," Kevan said cautiously, noting the dimming light in Tywin's eyes. "However, Pycelle has declined to provide the book, claiming it remains in the Citadel and has not been submitted to Stark." King's Landing, Kevan reminded Tywin, "is the realm of wolves and eagles." "I am aware," Tywin replied, turning to gaze at the resplendent walls of the Great Hall, falling into a contemplative silence. "Though the book is scarce, many noble houses possess it within their libraries. Otherwise, he would have long since discreetly incinerated all copies." Kevan remained silent, standing beside Tywin in quietude. The Great Hall was enveloped in silence. The thick walls provided excellent soundproofing, and despite being closer to the tumultuous waves than the bedrooms. Not a single sound could be heard until the maester pushed open the heavy hall door. Kevin observed the approaching maester, who approached Tywin quietly, first nodding to Kevin before stepping before the pensive Tywin. "My lord," he began, "the Riverlands has sent a letter of accusation to King's Landing." "An accusation?" Kevin interjected. "Could it be the baseless charges against Tyrion?" Tywin nodded to the maester. The maester continued, "Not at all, Sir Kevin." He directed his attention to Tywin. "It concerns accusations against Harrenhal." Tywin's eyes finally opened. "Speak quickly," he commanded. "Petyr Tully accuses," the maester stated methodically, "of illegal confinement of the former Prime Minister's wife, Lysa Arryn, and has petitioned the Iron Throne to disband the cavalry stationed outside the Bloody Gate to prevent the Arryns from launching a surprise attack on the Riverlands." "From where did this news originate?" Tywin asked. "It was a secret accusation, but King Robert was greatly incensed and harshly reprimanded the Tully family within the Red Keep. Our sources informed us," the maester replied. Kevin inadvertently noticed a hint of a smile at the corners of Tywin's mouth, doubting his own perception. "Thank you, maester." Tywin expressed his gratitude. Kevin exchanged a knowing glance with Tywin, who did not return the smile, yet Kevin was acutely aware that Tywin's heart was brimming with mirth. "The Tullys would pay a price for this. A simple strategy would suffice," Tywin remarked, exhaling a sigh of relief, as a complete plan took shape in his mind. Chapter 49. The pressure of the Iron Vault. The throne room of the Red Keep welcomed its sovereign. Robert Baratheon rarely sat upon the Iron Throne in such a manner. The hall of the Iron Throne was flanked by the king's loyal ministers, yet it bore an unusual emptiness. Lacking the usual throng of citizens from King's Landing and the surrounding lordships who typically gathered to petition, the noblewomen and officials from the free trade cities, who were often present to witness judgments and decisions, were also noticeably absent. Seated below the Iron Throne was Hand of the King Eddard Stark, while the Master of Laws, Renly Baratheon, leaned against one of the towering pillars of the hall, observing the standing ministers with a relaxed demeanor rather than the seriousness one might expect. Since the execution of the Master of Coin, Petyr Baelish, the seat at the council had remained vacant, leaving the financial decisions temporarily in the hands of Eddard, who had never before navigated the complexities of such financial ledgers. Even with the assistance of the learned Maester Pycelle, the two found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the immense royal debts, particularly the staggering sum owed to the Lannisters of the Westerlands, which reached millions of gold dragons. The bountiful treasury left by the Mad King Eyrie had been squandered by Robert Baratheon, leaving Eddard and Pycelle helplessly staring at the daunting figures. Financial decisions were hastily made amidst Eddard's complaints about King Robert and Pycelle's frequent, bewildered nods. Remarkably, the prize money for the tournament had been scraped together from the remnants of what Littlefinger had left behind in King's Landing, a desperate measure that could not withstand the passage of time. Ser Barristan Selmy stood at the foot of the Iron Throne, flanking Eddard on either side. Varys, clad in his silken robes, gazed anxiously at King Robert perched upon the dais. The envoy from Braavos, dressed in a dark robe and clutching a thick ledger, had already noted the shifts in the financial landscape of Westeros, beginning with the sweeping changes at the customs house in Gulltown, followed closely by the judgment of the former Master of Coin, Petyr Baelish, whose execution had sent ripples through the realm. In light of the potential political upheaval affecting debt repayments, the Iron Bank was eager to send an envoy to visit King Robert, their intentions unmistakable. "Your Grace, noble Hand of the King, I extend to you the most sincere greetings on behalf of the Iron Bank of Braavos," the black-clad emissary intoned politely. "Rise, envoy of the Iron Bank," Robert replied solemnly. "Forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire your name?" "Neho Demetrius," the envoy articulated fluently in the common tongue, his accent hinting at the Vale. Robert raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Where did you learn the common tongue?" "I recall that envoys from the East have a peculiar accent when they speak it." He referred to the Valyrian accent he had often heard in his youth from the Targaryens, as Bravo's official language was indeed Valyrian. Nahod glanced at the armored figure of Petyr Baelish, adorned with the blue falcon sigil of House Arryn, and respectfully replied, "It so happens that I have a connection to your Grace's Vale. I learned the common tongue there." Robert's interest piqued. "Do share. Did you learn it in the Vale?" "Where exactly?" "In Gulltown, a beautiful port in the Vale," Nahod replied humbly, turning his gaze toward Petyr. "Under your governance. Gulltown is orderly and admired by all in Braavos," he exaggeratedly declared. Artys nodded slightly, attributing this to the joint governance of his father and the various lords of Seagull Town, acknowledging that he indeed benefited from their influence. "Ha ha," Robert laughed. "You may now reveal the purpose of your visit, Lehu." Robert stammered, having forgotten the name of the envoy. Nahadamitis, Nahad promptly reminded him. Very well, Robert said. Nahad, you may articulate the purpose of your visit from the Iron Bank. He had a vague understanding of the reason for the Iron Bank's envoy, but with several years remaining before repaying the Iron Throne's debts, he felt he had time to prepare. Nahad cleared his throat gently, stepped forward, smiled at the King's Guard stationed before the Iron Throne, and then addressed Robert. In recent days, certain events in Westeros have caused the Iron Bank some unease. We fear that the support we provided to King Robert in building the realm may not receive the due reciprocation. What are your concerns? Robert feigned ignorance, clearing his throat as he attempted to sit at the edge of the Iron Throne, his hands resting on either side. Nahad replied, naturally. It is the vacancy of the position of Master of Coin, Your Majesty. This is a significant role, and without it, the Iron Bank finds it difficult to feel secure. The Master of Coin holds a seat before the king, and both capability and status are of utmost importance. Such a position cannot be filled hastily, remarked the envoy Nahad. Lancel responded, glancing at Nahad. Nahad shook his head, believing that King Robert values ability above all. The former Master of Coin was closely connected to the Iron Bank, and I have heard he did not hail from a noble lineage. King Robert's endeavors eclipse the sun and moon, demanding substantial expenditure. We hope that the Iron Throne can soon demonstrate its continued economic capability to sustain its enterprises. He turned his gaze toward King Robert. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. The Iron Throne shall assure you of its credibility. Finally spoke the hand of the king, Eddard Stark, addressing Nahad. Robert spread his hands. You see, Bravosi, the esteemed Lord Eddard before you is the most reputable man in the Seven Kingdoms. You may rest assured. We will allay the Iron Bank's concerns. Nahad nodded in satisfaction. I have faith in the credibility of the Iron Throne, as well as in the honor of your hand. The centuries of amicable relations between the Iron Throne and the Iron Bank attest to this. He bowed to King Robert and continued. I believe we should now discuss some specific economic debts, Your Majesty. 7 hells, Robert murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself. I have matters of state to attend to. If you wish to deliberate on these financial matters, consult someone adept in numbers. Robert rose and descended the dais, with Barristan following close behind. Eddard Stark watched helplessly as his king departed the throne room. He turned to the Bravosi envoy and said, Robert, ahem. The king has pressing matters to attend to. Let us converse. The hand gestured to Varys and Pycelle. Lord Varys, Master Pycelle. I kindly request that you remain to discuss with me and this esteemed envoy. Pycelle nodded tremulously as usual, while Varys approached the envoy with open arms, smiling. Not a problem at all, esteemed hand of the king. Artys silently departed the throne room alongside Lancel, the sky a brilliant blue, starkly contrasting the gloom within the throne chamber. As Lancelot exhaled softly, he extended his limbs. The Western armies had gathered over 10,000 at King's Landing, with the Tully family also amassing a similar number nearby. If the two factions failed to reconcile, the kingdom would likely be on the brink of war. Lancelot remarked. While the Iron Bank exerted pressure on the Iron Throne at this juncture, evading debt was unavoidable. Lannister? Artys understood that Lancelot was alluding to this. The connection between Casterly Rock and the Iron Bank had always been strong, with a portion of the gold mine's yield residing beneath the Iron Bank. The bank's arrival at this moment, I suspect, is tied to the Lannisters. A hint of a smile graced Lancelot's face as he gazed at Artys. Artys recognized that Lancelot was probing him. The alliance between House Arryn and House Tully had been firmly established, but an accusation from Riverrun had plunged their relationship into icy depths. It was, therefore, vital for Lancelot to ascertain House Arryn's stance towards the Lannisters. Perhaps it is related, Artys replied, avoiding Lancelot's gaze. Just as the Iron Bank would not tolerate arrears, the Iron Throne would not submit to coercion. Artys chuckled lightly and bid farewell to Lancelot. Observing Artys's retreating figure, Lancelot smiled thoughtfully before exiting the courtyard outside the throne room. Bloodgate, slay the Tullus. Roast all the trout from the Trident River. Such slander, who could endure it? Our liege is House Arryn, the family of utmost honor in the Seven Kingdoms. Does the Tully family dare to make such accusations, truly believing that the Vale cavalry would cower within Bloodgate? Roast trout. Roast trout. The knights of the Vale gathered within House Arryn's residence in King's Landing, encircling Robert Royce and Willa Royce. Robert glanced around helplessly, while Willa, infused with the fervor of the crowd, joined in the cries for roasted trout. The knights' squires dispersed in a flurry as Artys Arryn entered the residence. Surveying the knights from the Vale, my lord Artys, Sherv, wiping the sweat from his brow, apologized. The knights of the Vale nobility are quite. Duke Artys. Artys turned to see a rather animated knight from House Linley of Snakewood, one of the few Vale knights who had participated in the recent melee tournament. Sir Lyman. Artys acknowledged. Sir Lyman Linley bowed, indignation emanating from him. The accusations from Riverrun are now common knowledge in King's Landing. We have all been reviewed by you in Stonehenge. After you quelled the rebellion in Longbow Hall and eradicated the mountain clans intruding into the Vale. This matter concerns your honor as Duke and the honor of the entire Vale. The Tully family must face punishment. Roast trout. The outraged knights of the Vale echoed behind Sir Lyman. Artys gazed calmly at the agitated knights. Indeed, the Red Keep harbors no secrets. Lord Tywin Lannister has already led an army to punish Riverrun on our behalf. We should appeal to King Robert on the Iron Throne, join this war, cross the Trident, and trample the fields of the Riverlands under the iron hooves of the Vale cavalry. Michelle Redwine, having come frequently to House Arryn's residence since being defeated by the Flower Knight Loras Tyrell in the tournament, arrived upon hearing of the insult to his liege. Addressing Artys. Indeed, the Tully family is akin to trout, while Duke Artys, you are a falcon. The valley's eagle seizes the trout. Thus, the Seven have ordained it. And it is only just that the Tullys face retribution. Sir Raymond exaggeratedly remarked, invoking the Seven. Artys surveyed the approaching knights of the Vale, noblemen hailing from various castles. Their attendants also of the highborn lineage of the valley. It would not be long before this accusation from King's Landing became known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. The youthful and ambitious nobles of the valley aspired to establish themselves as exemplary knights. The martial spirit ran deep in this land. Shaped by years of direct confrontation with the mountain clans and the ongoing boundary disputes born from the valley's rugged terrain, even the common folk of the valley held steadfast to their belief in the Seven. With the dream of knighthood being a cherished aspiration for nearly every boy coming of age, even rare tales of female knights exist in the annals of myth, though it remains uncertain whether they underwent the formal process of knighthood. Thus, it is likely that many in the valley share a perspective of retribution, possibly even viewing it as the prevailing sentiment, compelling Artys to approach this notion with caution. The Tullys must be punished, Artys declared, eliciting a cheer from the knights. However, he paused, noting that Duke Horst, a steadfast ally of the valley, now lay ailing. This accusation was likely contrived by his heir, Edmund Tully. Sir Raymond and the knights behind him furrowed their brows, focused solely on chastising the Tullys without consideration of the individuals involved. This baseless accusation, its origins unknown, would be presented to the Iron Throne, whether through direct military action against the Riverlands or alternative measures. King Robert, my father's adopted son, would surely grant us a fair judgment, Artys assured the valley's knights. Sir Raymond frowned, uncertain whether this was a prudent strategy. Yet notifying the Iron Throne before mobilization was indeed a lawful channel. If the Tullys were aware that slander must reach the Iron Throne, how much more so should we? Of the valley? If our actions were unlawful, would the Seven condone the knight's conduct? Artys stated, patting the breastplate of the foremost Sir Raymond. By the Seven's witness. Robert placed his hand upon his chest. The law of the realm is the decree of the Seven. We must adhere to it. Indeed, Waymar, observing Artys and Robert's declarations, decisively chose to echo their sentiments. We are not like the shameless Tullys. The knights either shook their heads in regret, solemnly muttered oaths in the name of warriors, or remained silent. Artys understood that this would not sway the proud knights of the Vale, yet he refrained from further discourse, merely advising them to remain calm. He then instructed Robert to prepare a feast at the estate, to graciously host those loyal to House Arryn and the valley. Alas, the kingdom's finances are in disarray. Varys remarked pessimistically. At this moment, the emissary from Braavos had departed the throne room, tasked with traversing the ports of the Seven Kingdoms, meticulously documenting and examining their economic conditions. The Iron Bank's delegation was also charged with assessing Braavos' economic standing, having already commenced their visits in King's Landing. Sigh. This time of year used to be the domain of Littlefinger, cough cough. If I may speak candidly, we must acknowledge the economic acumen of the Sinner Petyr. It is unlikely that anyone in the Seven Kingdoms could rival him. Pycelle shook his head regretfully. Eddard rubbed his temples, asserting that no one, not even the esteemed master of coin, could flout the laws of the realm. Such schemers are unworthy of life in Westeros. He furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. Pycelle adjusted his posture, suggesting, since the Iron Bank demands the Iron Throne appoint a competent master of coin immediately. He glanced at Eddard. However, Eddard replied, it is of no consequence. A competent master of coin, the wealthiest castle in the Seven Kingdoms, I would surmise, is Casterly Rock. Pycelle again shot a look at Eddard. Lord Tywin is indeed a commendable choice, Varys concurred, particularly for the role of Master of Coin. Eddard frowned, inquiring whether the kingdom still owed Tywin and the Lannisters hundreds of thousands of golden dragons. 300,000, Pycelle replied mercilessly. Eddard cradled his head in his hands, exclaiming, 7 hells. Yet I fear, Varys observed with a smile directed at Pycelle, that there is no one in the 7 kingdoms wealthier than Lord Tywin. He is more than capable of fulfilling the role of Master of Coin. He turned to Eddard and added, but now the Westerlands and the Riverlands are at a standoff. Does this not imply the Iron Throne's support for the Westerlands? This matter must be discussed with King Robert. Pycelle shook his head, asserting that the Iron Throne need not make any declarations. Lord Tywin's beloved youngest son, Tyrion, remains imprisoned in Riverrun. In this confrontation, Lord Tywin is entirely justified, requiring no further elaboration. Beloved? Varys chuckled. Indeed, the bond between father and son is profound. Pycelle squinted, about to respond, but was halted by Eddard. No more needs to be said. Eddard waved his hand, stating that the matter of the Master of Coin can be set aside for now. Reconciling the tensions between the Westerlands and the Riverlands must take precedence. The selection of the Master of Coin shall be decided by Robert and myself. For today, this will suffice. After Pycelle and Varys took their leave, Eddard let out a long sigh within the throne room. The myriad of pressing matters weighed heavily upon him. Be it the secret accusations against House Tully, the pressure from the Iron Bank, or the confrontation between the Westerlands and the Riverlands, all causing him considerable distress. He pondered how Jon Arryn would have navigated such challenges. Eddard found himself yearning for the castle of Winterfell, the boundless wilderness of the north, the impending winter's pristine snowfall, and even the charming burrowing creatures emerging from the earth. He cast a glance around the throne room, where Fishscale Wood was absent, and the old gods were nowhere to be found. Eddard rose, intending to cleanse the Valyrian steel sword, Ice, of House Stark with pure water before determining his next course of action. In Winterfell, the gentle murmur of the stream had enveloped him in ethereal contemplation, while the surrounding woods allowed him to hear the whispers of the old gods. The millennia-old soil beneath his feet connected him to the guidance of his slumbering ancestors. Yet here, he was beset by incessant troubles, entangled in the impure web of political allegiances. Among the courtiers he had once trusted, Petyr Baelish was revealed to be a schemer, while the lethargic Ser Jorah Mormont appeared perpetually to speak on behalf of House Lannister. Although he had little faith in Varys, the eunuch, Eddard had to concede that he required the Master of Whisper's counsel when making decisions. Here, the only solace lay in returning to the Tower of the Hand, where the sight of the typically disheveled Arya could momentarily transport him back to Winterfell, while Sansa seemed perpetually glued to the Queen's side. By the gods! He sighed heavily, his wife still languishing in Riverrun, disregarding his orders to return to Winterfell and rally the bannermen to bolster the defenses of the Trident. Damn it! Eddard's thoughts turned to his king, Robert, who was likely indulging himself in some brothel or tavern, further aggravating his vexation. Troubles cascaded one after another. Yet these were matters beyond the reach of the Stark family. Eddard stood and departed the throne room. 50, blackfish dark, clouds loomed heavily in the sky above the Bloodgate, which had only moments ago basked in the brilliance of daylight. Even the soldiers stationed there could relish the serene passage of time under the warm sun, despite the fortress's military significance. Yet, in an instant, the sky darkened, reminiscent of the tumultuous weather that had marked the birth of the current Duke of Eagle's Nest. Artys Arryn, as yet another storm approached the Vale. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the rain descended with the precision of a well-drilled army, crashing down upon the mountain's crest and washing over the time-worn stones of Bloodgate. The pockmarked walls were swiftly filled by the torrents, transforming the rough, gritty surface of the bridge into a smooth expanse akin to the skin of cheese, seemingly melting into the deluge. The seasoned soldiers stationed at Bloodgate adeptly donned their rain cloaks and capes, quickly and orderly retreating from the bridge to the arrow slits and corridors within the fortress. The silent Bloodgate, the tumult of marching soldiers, and Blackfish Brynden Tully gazed quietly out at the torrential downpour. 2 letters lay upon the table. 1, penned by his nephew Edmure Tully from Riverrun, had undoubtedly been scrutinized by the patrolling knights who had cleared the periphery of the Moon Mountains before reaching Bloodgate. As the guardian of this vital pass, it was only natural for him to be under the watchful eyes of countless Vale inhabitants, especially as an outsider. The conservative power of the Vale was formidable and unwavering. Had it not been for the esteemed reputation of the late Lord Jon Arryn, he would never have been able to seek refuge in Eagle's Nest or assume the pivotal role of Knight of Bloodgate, a position that held the Vale's fate in its balance. If the people of the Vale were to discover that this letter originated from Riverrun, it would surely invite scrutiny. Brynden tore open Edmure's letter and began to read with care. Dark clouds roiled ominously as torrential rain, ensnared by the wind, lashed mercilessly against the earth. Outside the Bloodgate, a tumultuous stream quickly accumulated, rendering entry and exit nearly impossible for the living. The king of the valley, in choosing this location to construct a military stronghold, must have considered a multitude of factors, including the current tempestuous weather. The sheer cliffs on either side stood as they always had, with only 4 recorded collapses over millennia by the Knights of the Bloodgate. Historically, the great storms of the past were often far more severe than this one, yet the Bloodgate stone bridge, spanning the cliffs, remained remarkably steadfast. Neither the relentless sun nor the annual tread of the guards could unsettle its solid foundation. Brynden closed his eyes, sealing Edmund's letter once more, and called out, "Devon." A lean young man burst into the room, clad in rough cloth armor. "You called for me, my lord." Devon adjusted his helmet, which was evidently oversized for his head. Brynden frowned. "That helmet is ill-fitting. Change it. There are plenty of suitable helmets at the Bloodgate." "This is my trophy, my lord," Devon lamented, referring to the spoils taken from the Highland clan. He adjusted the crudely crafted helmet, a haphazard assembly of burlap and stone, which would surely be lethal if struck by a sword. "Change it, and give it to me." A rumble of thunder echoed outside as Brynden seized the wildman's helmet from Devon's head. "Take this letter to Master Artys in Eagle's Nest, and have him send it to King's Landing." "Is there no raven at the Bloodgate, my lord?" Devon ventured. Brynden swiftly silenced him with a clap of his hand. "Do not speak out of turn. You are from the Riverlands, and the valley folk despise loquacious servants, especially outsiders. The Bloodgate harbors neither ravens nor scholars who understand them." "Understood, my lord," Devon replied, rubbing his forehead in discomfort before departing from Brynden's chamber. Once alone, Brynden took a deep breath. The second letter bore the sigil of the crescent falcon of House Arryn. He broke the wax seal and opened the missive. At first glance, he noted the lengthy titles: Duke of Eagle's Nest, Guardian of the Vale, Protector of the Eastern Realm of the Seven Kingdoms, Artys of House Arryn. As the rain gradually lessened, light began to filter through the edges of the dark clouds. What had once seemed a formidable tempest intent on obliterating all now appeared timid and sheepish, stripped of its prior might. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the Bloodgate, which stood proudly and undamaged at the heart of the valley, a magnificent edifice that defied nature. The conflict at Gold Tooth was on the brink of eruption, and the hearts of the valley knights burned with fervor, their martial spirit ever growing. In the Vale, the discord between the two factions of the Fish Hawk was rooted in the Bloodgate. "Sir, we hope you will journey to Riverrun to rectify the errors committed by Petyr Tully and restore the amicable relations once enjoyed by the Fish Hawks. The Arryn family has always cherished the unwavering loyalty Sir has demonstrated over the decades. Should the Riverlands show no respect for the knight, the Vale shall ever remain open-hearted. If the knight can resolve the predicament in gold, the kingdom may return to its former stability, with accolades and honors bestowed upon him." Brynden sealed the letter, acutely aware that as the Duke of the Vale, Artys was embroiled in the sudden accusations surrounding gold. The resolution of internal strife had become imperative, and as a knight of the Bloodgate, with the lineage of Trout flowing through his veins, the very heart of the conflict lay within him. Artys could not disregard the sentiments of the Vale simply due to his ties with the late Duke. At this juncture, choosing to depart would be a dignified exit. If he could successfully amend the decisions in Riverrun, perhaps the Vale and Riverrun could genuinely restore their camaraderie. Brynden shook his head in self-denial. The late Duke Jon Arryn had perished, and the friendship between the Fish Hawks had irrevocably ended the moment Lysa poisoned and persecuted Artys. He had accompanied Lysa to the Eyrie during that fateful time, fully aware of the evidence surrounding the events. He had remained silent not out of fear, but due to family, duty, and honor. Brynden silently recited this. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face. He had not anticipated that among Horst's progeny, there would emerge one who completely cast aside family, responsibility, and honor. He placed his hands on the wooden table, the fireplace within the room crackling with warmth, the cozy atmosphere harmonizing with the brightening sky outside. Brynden exhaled deeply. His graying hair was becoming increasingly evident, and the wrinkles nestled within the contours of his cheeks betrayed his age. Nonetheless, the Blackfish did not feel particularly aged, although he had surpassed 50 years. The martial prowess of a knight of the Bloodgate had always been a prerequisite to surpass the heart of a Vale knight. Over the decades, many proud Vale knights had come to challenge him, yet he had bested them all, a testament to the unwavering loyalty of the hundreds of elite soldiers under his command. He rose, pondering Edmure's letter, which conveyed that Catelyn wished to visit Lysa in the name of the late Lady Lysa Arryn, her elder sister. However, she would likely struggle to overcome the barrier posed by the 1,000 Vale knights outside the Bloodgate, requesting the Blackfish to accompany her beyond the Vale. She ought to return to Winterfell, he mused, rather than hastily venturing to the Vale and contacting the Knights of the Bloodgate without informing Duke Artys Arryn of the Eyrie. Such an act would surely invite disastrous consequences, akin to a reckless charge into a hail of arrows. While the chivalric spirit thrived in the Vale, and the supposed oath to protect women and children was upheld by the Vale Knights, they did not extend their protection to fools. Brynden earnestly wished for his niece and nephew to grasp this truth. Catelyn's impending visit to the Vale to see Lysa compelled him to convey the disheartening news regarding Lysa's thwarted attempts due to her son and sister. He hoped to dissuade her from continuing this humiliating dispute for the Tully family. "Sir," it was not the voice of the Squire Devon, but that of the Gate Knight. Brynden opened the door. Scouts reported that several mountain clans were encamped outside the Bloodgate, alarmingly close. "On the mountain?" Brynden inquired. The knights nodded, evidently engaged in the art of goat climbing. Numerous corpses lay at the bottom of the canyon. It was only upon sighting the bodies that the scouts became aware of the Highland clan above. However, this band of savages had already scaled the first mountain. "Gather 30 archers to target the wildlings. That should suffice," commanded Brynden, determined to fulfill his final duty in the valley before departing from the Bloodgate. He resolved to scour the nearby Minghua Mountains, purging the land of these primitive ancestors. The knights swiftly departed. The combat prowess of the Valley Knights surpassed that of the Seven Kingdoms in terms of valor in battle. Only the Dornish and the hardy Northmen could be considered their equals. Brynden grasped his long sword and exited the chamber. In the chaotic realm of the Riverlands, fishing boats navigated the Red Cross River, harpoons splashing into the water with a resounding thud. The mingling scents of blood and fish wafted into Hall's nostrils. He had long grown accustomed to these odors, paying them no mind as he gazed joyfully at the struggling trout ensnared on the harpoon. Its bulging eyes widened in desperation, driven by an instinctual will to survive as it writhed in an attempt to escape. The round wooden basket served as the final resting place for the trout. Hall surveyed the diminishing life within the basket with satisfaction, whistling proudly. It appeared to be another bountiful harvest. In his youth, he had been fortunate enough to attend a banquet hosted by the nobles of his family's estate, where he had been perched in a wooden frame for fish, peering curiously at the opulence surrounding him. The throng of guests was not as incessant as the bustling crowds he observed in his small town, yet they seemed far more hurried. There were no playmates splashing in the water, no girls quietly watching their fathers fish, nor children from neighboring homes showcasing their prowess in skipping stones. Instead, the scene was filled with flour-dusted kitchen chefs and serving maids weaving through the banquet hall, casting furtive glances at the noble daughters. Hall perceived the curious gazes as somewhat foolish. Had they never seen a fisherman's son? A bastard? A Riverlander? The words of the noble daughters rang harshly in his ears. Hall fully understood the implications of these terms. He was without a father. Yet, his mother always reassured him that he was indeed the son of a nobleman, albeit illegitimate. Often, she would adorn herself and venture out at night, returning only at dawn. During the day, she enlisted local fishing masters to teach him how to aim the harpoon at the water's surface and strike with precision at the elusive fish swimming below. "Fish are cunning. You must be even more cunning," the fishing master would instruct. Hall excelled in the art of fishing, swiftly mastering all the requisite skills. Consequently, the master ceased to take him out on the Red Cross River, instead spending half his wealth to provide Hall with his own fishing gear, a small boat, a harpoon, and a fishing net. Whenever the master encountered Hall's mother, he would gaze at her for an extended period before smiling and ruffling Hall's hair, saying, "Your mother has it tough." Hall would nod in naive understanding, suspecting that the master's feelings for his mother were far more profound than they appeared. Now, as he gathered the net from the river, live fish leaped upon it. What a bountiful catch! Hall shouted loudly at the water's surface. Today's weather was considerably colder than yesterday's. His mother had no intention of going to her workplace that evening, choosing instead to remain at home to rest. Hall noticed that his mother appeared rather weak in bed, and he suggested going fishing, as it would be delightful to have some fish for dinner. He readily agreed, feeling pleased that his mother could accompany him when night fell. Thus, he rowed his boat as far as he could, even approaching the fishing grounds of another village, an act considered taboo among fishing communities. The fishing spots along the banks of the Red Cross River had established, albeit loosely enforced, regulations. Hall adhered to these guidelines, steering his boat into the depths of the river, where numerous large fish darted about. Yet, it seemed that the villages tacitly agreed not to fish there, leaving ample space for one another. With a sigh of relief, Hall prepared to return. Butterflies danced among the treetops in the distance, and he marveled at a solitary flower blooming high above, its vibrant red petals almost dripping with color. Suddenly, a fawn sprang from the underbrush. Hall had seen such ethereal creatures from a distance with the hunters in the village, but he had refrained from following them. Fully aware of how they would treat the fawn, a sight he found unbearable. For reasons unknown, witnessing fish being speared stirred little emotion in him. Yet he could not bear to see these land-dwelling beings meet such a fate. Captivated, Hall watched as his small boat quietly drifted back along the river. Then, several arrows cruelly shattered his reverie, and the fawn fell into a pool of blood. Startled, Hall quickly crouched down, hearing voices in the distance. The little spotted deer had run far enough away. I chased it along the river and encountered a few bothersome hunters along the way. By the time we finish with this village, we should be able to return for some venison, one man remarked. A cacophony of voices drifted from the riverbank as they approached the fawn, and Hall caught sight of their figures. They were clad in matching cloth armor, bows slung over their shoulders, and each bore a steel sword at their hips. Among the five, only two wore helmets, and they conversed in a dialect not native to the area, curious about the young fisherman. "Look, there's a lad fishing over there," one of them exclaimed, waving at Hall. "Hey, where do you live? Can you tell us?" Hall pointed downriver, shouting back with curiosity, "Just follow the river. Are you knights?" "Haha," chuckled another foreigner donning a helmet. "Stop wasting time with him, just get rid of him." "Seven gods protect us," someone muttered, shaking his head. "Protect us from what?" The foreigner lifted his longbow, aiming at Hall. "Watch this." With wide eyes, Hall saw an arrow shoot forth, and he fell backward as it pierced through his wooden basket. Trout flopping onto his face while the briny water spilled out. Laughter erupted around him. "You need to practice more. This kid isn't a live target. You truly lack aim." "Who says he's not a live target?" "The boy's quite nimble, though not yet fully grown," retorted the foreigner, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Do not squander your time," spoke the man in the midst. "Eliminate him." 5 archers knocked their arrows, collectively aiming at Hall's small boat, their gazes devoid of compassion or sympathy. Hall leapt into the river, the arrows slicing through the water's surface, leaving a crimson streak across his face, blood gushing from the wound and staining the river. "Let us go, this lad is done for. The adults are ahead, let us first incinerate that town." "Is it a village or a town? Are there harlots there?" "There are virgins too, but never mind, burn it first." The voices gradually faded. Hall surged from the water's surface, gasping for breath, a foreboding sense of impending disaster looming over his own town. He hastily clambered aboard his vessel, disregarding the lively trout flapping on deck, and fervently paddled towards the town. What should have been a cacophonous place was eerily silent, the water's surface unnaturally calm. Tears streamed from Hall's eyes. He paid no heed to his aching arms as he paddled desperately, the water beginning to ripple. A face emerged from the depths. Hall's eyes widened. It was his fishing mentor. Pallid as a bleached fish, his visage rigid and motionless, resembling a dead fish adrift on the water's surface. Hall paddled to his side, attempting to grasp his mentor's arm, striving to pull him ashore. The town billowed with gray smoke, the crackling flames reminiscent of countless struggling live fish. Hall raced through the town, passing numerous corpses, playmates he had often frolicked with by the riverbank, the neighbor's child skilled in fishing, his father, and the girl who had watched her father fish with boredom. The town's rope maker and the elderly accountant for the Lord were also among the fallen. Finally, in his own home, he beheld his mother lying on the bed, her garments disheveled, the bed's supports having collapsed. Hall approached his mother, reaching out, but she had already drawn her last breath. A sensation akin to brine from a basket of trout enveloped Hall's heart, sorrow enveloping him like the suffocating waters of the Red Cross River, rendering him breathless. "Ah, this lad is still here." A familiar voice emerged from the archer on the bank, who was adjusting his trousers, a long sword resting beside the bed. Hall stared blankly at the speaker. "Your mother?" The man remarked. "Very well. She must be a harlot, yes?" In a sudden fury, Hall seized the long sword left beside the bed and plunged it into the man's chest. A choked sound escaped the lips of the speaker, disbelief clouding his gaze as he looked at the barely adult Hall. Blood oozing from his mouth like a fish on a harpoon, struggling in its final throes. Only when the man fell silent did Hall release his grip. Collapsing beside the bed, the sound of hooves approached the window, a blue banner fluttering, and a hunting falcon came into Hall's view. "Bastard is Han, keep up with the troop," shouted the banner bearer, while a servant hurriedly followed suit. This band of marauders departed the town in grand fashion, leaving a scene of devastation scattered with corpses and spreading flames. 52. The Awakening of the Old Trout. The curtain slowly drew back without a sound. The morning sun, brimming with life, poured into the bedroom of Duke Horst Tully of Running River City, dispelling the heavy gloom with vitality and vigor. The maid moved with practiced grace and silence, circling around Duke Horst's chamber, tidying the bed's corners and smoothing the blankets, fearful of awakening the deeply slumbering Duke. The scholar entered the room, as per his routine, to assess Duke Horst's condition. The Duke's gaunt skin clung to his bones like desiccated hide, his pallid complexion and sparse, disheveled white hair served as a stark reminder that he was a man nearing the end of his days. The scholar shook his head in dismay. The Duke's physical state remained largely unchanged. There had been intermittent moments of consciousness, but they were fleeting, quickly surrendering once more to the depths of slumber. Exiting the room, the scholar gestured to the maid, who approached to heed his inquiry. What was the state of the Duke when he last awakened? He asked. The maid replied. He suddenly began to cough, prompting us to offer him the medicated honey water you provided. However, before we could finish, he lapsed back into unconsciousness. Draped in a gray robe, the scholar let out a heavy sigh as he glanced at the bed where Duke Horst lay. The Duke's prolonged absence from wakefulness left the affairs of Bienlio City to be overseen solely by young Lord Edmure. Presently, with the forces from Ginya City encroaching upon the western borders, Edmure had to attend to military defenses, leaving the governance of Bienlio City to Lady Catelyn, himself, and the castle steward. Their decisions, however, were confined to the city itself, while the expansive lands of the Riverlands trembled in response to the conflict in Ginya City. Recently, they had even witnessed refugees fleeing from nearby villages. The situation grew ever more precarious, and the decisions made in Bienlio City appeared increasingly unpopular. Tyrion Lannister lounged in Bienlio City, indulging in food and drink throughout the day, flanked by the Earl Tydos's sworn guards. Were it not for Lady Catelyn rallying the city's defenders to support her, it was likely that Bienlio City would no longer bear the name Tully, but rather assumed the surname Lannister. The scholar cast a worried glance at the slumbering Duke Horst, filled with trepidation regarding the uncertain fate of Bienlio City. Tyrion stood atop a stool, yet even then, he did not reach Catelyn's height. Huh, he exclaimed, dramatically widening his eyes and parting his lips. It appears that Artys Arryn and I are of the same ilk. He surveyed the seemingly composed Catelyn. Perhaps a mere wolf cub will not suffice for our hunger. But what of a lion, albeit a shorter one, paired with an eagle residing in the Moonshadow Mountains? Lady Catelyn, do you doubt my appetite in conjunction with that of the eagle? Catelyn clenched her hands tightly, draped in a deep purple silk robe. During her years in the north, she had long forsaken the vibrant gowns of her youth, opting instead for garments befitting her role as the lady of the house. I harbor no doubts, she stated firmly. The Lannisters, Bran must have witnessed something you dare not disclose when he ascended the tower. Tyrion, unfazed, retorted. Perhaps it was the children of the forest or giants. Aren't there always peculiarities in your north? Moreover, within the ruins of Winterfell, only the White Walkers know what lies therein. My lady, spoke a guard left by Tydos at Tyrion's side. The Earl has advised me that you should not judge thus, for there is no evidence. Should I address you as Catelyn? She directed toward the knight, who had remained steadfast beside Tyrion. Sir Summer, the lady said, you may address me as such. Sir Summer replied. Very well, Sir Summer, Catelyn said. I have permitted your lord to dispatch guards to monitor this Lannister who seeks to harm my son. Does Earl Tydos intend to overstep further, allowing a mere knight to defy the daughter of his liege? Sir Summer was left with no choice but to lower his gaze and remain silent. By the gods, you are fortunate not to be a woman, for then you would never comprehend the grief of a mother, Catelyn said, her face trembling. Tyrion observed the agitated Catelyn and reined in his mockery. These speculations, and that dagger, the one not in your possession, he said in a measured tone, looking at Catelyn. May I inquire as to who informed you that it was my dagger? And who handed it over to a servant of House Arryn? Catelyn's expression darkened at the mention of Petyr Baelish, already wrongfully executed. I shall forever remember his injustice, she said. Tyrion couldn't help but chuckle. That poor little finger, who failed to assassinate Lysa Arryn and was ordered beheaded by King Robert. Indeed, Catelyn replied. 7 hells, Tyrion exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I must gather my thoughts. Ahem, I should take my leave. Roasted duck and meat await me in my chamber. He jumped down from his stool, shrugged, and bid farewell to the grieving Lady Catelyn. Catelyn took a deep breath, accustomed to Tyrion's various verbal affronts over these past days. She needed to maintain the composure befitting the Lady of Winterfell, resolutely ignoring the dwarf's provocations. By the gods, Tyrion muttered as he walked through the corridors of the Eyrie, shaking his head. Make haste, Sir Summer urged, addressing the Lannister dwarf. Tyrion pouted. I thought we were good friends. It seems I overestimated our camaraderie. He sighed regretfully, resembling an aggrieved, unattractive monkey in Summer's eyes. Summer waved his hand in disdain. No one from the Riverlands holds any affection for you. Were it not for Earl Tydos, your dear lord could gain Lord Tywin's favor. Fool, you would benefit greatly. Tyrion mused as he returned to his assigned quarters in the Eyrie. A message from the already beheaded Littlefinger? Or was it aimed at himself and Lysa Arryn? TSK. Littlefinger's death was not in vain, as his remarks stoked the embers of conflict among the Westerlands, Vale, and North. Yet, it was the Riverlands that first bore the brunt of the fallout. What could Littlefinger have hoped to achieve with such a treacherous ploy, regardless of his intentions? His schemes had descended with him into the depths of 7 hells, destined to fail. Tyrion noticed Petyr Tully hurriedly leading nearly 2,000 Tully soldiers out of the Eyrie. Regrettably unaware of their destination, Catelyn had previously informed him of Littlefinger's demise, and the guards assigned by Earl Tydos remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing about the movements of the Riverlands. However, it was likely that Lord Tywin's forces were stationed to the west of the Riverlands. Catelyn should have anticipated this when she captured him by the trident. At that moment, Tyrion had assumed she was heading north to Winterfell. But this woman had cunningly deceived him. The shadows of the north were yet to be seen, and he had already been residing in the Eyrie for many days. Subsequently, Tyrion contemplated that if his father, Lord Tywin, intended to dispatch troops to discipline Catelyn Tully, he would undoubtedly advance from Casterly Rock, leaving Riverrun exposed to the iron hooves of the west. Yet Catelyn had chosen to venture into the perilous Riverrun, rather than opting for the more secure and formidable Eyrie, where her sister, Lysa Tully, resided. If he were to be captured there, his acquaintance, the ever-loyal Petyr, would still be in King's Landing, and the outcome could indeed be dire. However, Catelyn's actions illuminated a realization for him. Her decision was not a mere error in judgment, but rather a misguided alliance between herself, the nefarious and unforgivable Tyrion, and the Duke of the Eyrie. Tyrion hummed a little tune, observing the light filtering through the window, sensing that his departure from this wretched place was imminent. The scholar, wielding the watering can once used by Lord Hotine for nurturing flowers, tended to the plants in the foyer outside the bedroom. During Hotine's illness, he had continually arranged for the handmaidens to imbue the space with a semblance of vitality, placing flowers, books that the Lord cherished, and the armor, sword, and shield that adorned him, all within reach, hoping that when Hotine could rise from his sickbed, he might find comfort in the familiar sight of his belongings. He sighed. Yet the news from the front seemed promising. Young Edmure had successfully repelled numerous incursions by the Western cavalry, invigorating the morale of the Riverlands forces. If this were the case, he could rest assured in managing Riverrun for House Tully. As the scholar entered the bedroom, prepared to summon a handmaiden to attend to the mysterious stains that marred the space, he was taken aback to find Lord Hotine reclining on the bed, his eyes open and gazing out at the branches beyond the window. "My lord," the scholar stammered, "Barry, come quickly." Hotine raised a finger slightly, prompting the scholar to fall silent as he approached and crouched beside the bed. The Duke of Riverrun leaned closer to the scholar's ear, instructing him to inform everyone that he would take a moment before proceeding to the Great Hall. "My lord, your health," the scholar ventured. "The oil lamp is nearly extinguished. Do not fret over a potential fire." Hotine managed a faint smile. The scholar felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. "As you wish, my lord." Tyrion's chamber lay at the farthest end of Riverrun, guarded by several soldiers of House Blackwood. The room was spacious yet somewhat damp. Lady Catelyn resolutely forbade any handmaidens from entering to tidy up Tyrion's quarters, even as the bed frame threatened to harbor mildew and odor. Had it not been for the Blackwood soldiers performing the duties of servants, he would have found himself sleeping on the stone floor today, albeit a bed of straw would have provided some comfort. Riverrun was devoid of any minstrel. Tyrion had never encountered a castle as dreary as this one. Even Winterfell, in the north, had its share of melodic charm, yet here, there was none, a perplexing phenomenon. Lost in thought, the door to the bedroom suddenly swung open, and the familiar figure of Ser Jorah poked his head inside. "Little imp, Duke Hotine seeks you." Tyrion lifted his gaze, asking who? "Duke of Riverrun, spare me the pleasantries." Sir Summer retracted his head and closed the door. "Has the old Duke recovered?" Tyrion adjusted his attire and let out a deep sigh, speculating that perhaps the day to depart from Riverrun had finally arrived. 53. The initial skirmish at Goldtooth. Hidden within the golden wheat were minute insects and rodents, gnawing at the ears of grain, burrowing into the earth, destroying the roots of sustenance, and corrupting the fertile soil. A gopher busily groomed its sharp teeth with its tiny front paws, its hind legs rhythmically kicking up soil, sending dirt flying as dust clung to its fur. its nimble forepaws meticulously combed through its coat, attempting to dislodge the excess earth. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from beneath the ground, causing the soil nearby to quiver in a rhythmic dance. The gopher, bewildered, raised its head high and stretched its neck, eager to investigate the source of the disturbance. The sound of squelching mud followed closely behind. Count Vance was unaware of what his steed had trampled. He merely observed a patch of bloodied mire imprinted upon the fields of grain in an instant. Go! The shouts urging the warhorse forward rang out incessantly behind him, as hundreds of knights from the Riverlands, fully armored, followed in his wake. Among them were heavily armored knights clad in plate armor, wielding lances and hammers. These were the elite warriors of the Riverlands, the sharpest spear in a legion not known for its archery skills. The scouts from the west marched forth, dispersed into 6 paths from the mountain pass in front of Goldtooth, heading towards the camp led by Lord Edmure of the Riverlands. Edmure decisively sent his cavalry forth, breaking them into smaller units to launch a preemptive strike on the scouts of the west who were closest to the encampment. Count Vance inhaled deeply, gazing at the ripe wheat. He gripped his spear tightly, the family heirloom sword hanging at his side, a shield resting on his back, chainmail adorning his body. He had been appointed by Lord Edmure of Riverrun to lead the vanguard stationed at the mountain pass east of Goldtooth. Yet, the West showed no urgency in gathering troops for a direct assault. Instead, they dispatched scouts deep into enemy territory. This maneuver rendered him the commander of the Riverlands cavalry, as hundreds of horsemen advanced eastward under his command, while the infantry remained at the front encampment. Edmure moved westward, while Count Vance headed east, encircling the western scouts like dumplings caught between 2 bands of cavalry with no avenue of escape. Count Vance could not afford to worry about the Riverlands infantry left behind at the forward camp. His concern was minimal. Since Tyrion Lannister's capture by Lady Catelyn and subsequent arrival at Riverrun, the western forces had not diminished in their attempts to launch assaults against his position atop the pass. Unexpectedly, the strength of their forces proved to be considerably weaker than he had anticipated, as several skirmishes had cost the West numerous lives, leaving hundreds of corpses strewn across the mountain pass. Whenever faced with the western infantry charge, Count Vance employed tactics similar to those he utilized today alongside Lord Edmure, enveloping the western foot soldiers from both sides, and the cavalry's charge would lead to their annihilation, under the relentless probing of repeated offensives and defenses. Even Count Vance's encampment advanced several miles forward. The Lannisters, despite their fierce lion's roar, remained stagnant within the confines of Goldtooth City, utterly incapable of progressing eastward. Count Vance, feeling assured, withdrew his cavalry to search for a small group of scouts from the Westerlands who had breached the mountains into his rear. Emerging from the mountain pass, the vast expanse of the plains stretched endlessly before him, where wheat was cultivated, and further towards the Riverlands lay a fragrant expanse of rice. Traversing the wheat fields was a reluctant decision for the Count, aimed solely at conserving the time needed to mobilize his cavalry. He was acutely aware of the consequences should the Western forces be present here during the harvest season. He would not permit any enemy to disrupt the order of the Riverlands. Smoke billowed in the distance, signaling Lord Edmure. The scoundrels of the Westerlands were just ahead. Count Vance exclaimed, feeling quite pleased with his own vocal prowess, as a military leader ought to. Kill! His guards understood the command and shouted in unison, their spears poised outward. The thunderous sound of hooves trampling the wheat fields erupted, causing the ground to tremble slightly, leaving chaos in the wake of their passage. As weeds and wheat alike were trampled into the soil, rendered lifeless. The encampment of the Riverlands was merely established in these locations. The noble lords who dispatched them here for reconnaissance were essentially sending them to their doom, akin to herding pigs to slaughter. The scouts of the Westerlands whispered amongst themselves, the leader anxiously observing the slightest rustle around them. Ahead lay the encampment of the Riverlands lord. Let us keep chatter to a minimum and remain vigilant, the scout leader admonished his soldiers who were whispering behind him. Reluctantly, the soldiers silenced themselves, their long swords at the ready, their blood-stained leather armor appearing rather rudimentary. The only solace for the scout leader was that his men had been provided with shields and helmets. The scout contingent moved slowly towards the eastern direction. The commander who dispatched them over the mountains had not conveyed their specific objective, merely instructing them to head east, assuring them that reinforcements would be waiting. That statement felt dismissive. However, as they drew nearer to the encampment of Tully, their unease intensified. The promised reinforcements were nowhere to be seen, and several unfortunate farmers from the Riverlands had crossed paths with them, inevitably leading to a scene of bloodshed. The sun blazed high in the sky, beads of sweat trickling down their faces, clinging to the scalp beneath the helmets, causing an unbearable itch. Yet they dared not remove them, for for the nearby thickets and shade could conceal a hidden arrow aimed at their foreheads. Yet, he could not control his soldiers, who had begun to remove their helmets, even shedding their bloodied armor, with some raising their shields above their heads to shield themselves from the sun, grumbling about hastening into the woods. "You are courting death." The scout leader barely finished his remark when the faint tremors of the earth reached their ears. "Stay still," he urgently instructed his soldiers. "Cavalry is near, quickly lie down." "What cavalry?" questioned the soldier holding his shield aloft, furrowing his brow as he detected no signs of movement. In an instant, a spear pierced through the soldier's chest, a crimson void suddenly manifesting before the eyes of the scout leader. As the soldier fell, he beheld a horde of cavalry charging forth, banners of trout raised high. An ambush. The scout leader drew his long sword and raised his shield. Yet his comrades appeared momentarily sluggish. By the time they reacted, the cavalry had already thundered upon them. A wail swept across the plains, blood blossoming like a scarlet flower upon the fields, saturating the soil of the Riverlands with its sorrowful essence. The scout leader raised his shield, bracing himself against the thrust of a cavalryman's spear. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that the cavalry from the Riverlands, in the heat of battle, lacked the ferocity of their western counterparts. Their strength was not fully harnessed as they hastily thrust their spears, and to his surprise, his shield did not shatter. With a swift turn, he directed his longsword downward toward the advancing Riverland cavalry, striking true at the base of a neck, blood gushing forth instantly. Just as he regained his composure, the thunderous hooves of a steed bore down upon him, the crack of bones preceding the onset of pain as he crumpled to the ground. A spear soon found its mark upon his head, and blood mingled with brain matter erupted forth. In a mere encounter, the scouts dispatched over the mountains from the western realm were utterly annihilated. Edmund exhaled deeply. Removing his helmet, the plate armor he wore was cumbersome, hindering his ability to wield his spear and sword, though it offered enhanced protection at the cost of agility. "How many waves has it been in these past few days?" Edmund inquired of the cavalryman beside him. "The 7th wave," the cavalryman replied with a laugh. "If the Lannisters possess such strength, my lord, I believe we shall soon stand before the gates of Casterly Rock." "Ha ha ha." Edmund and the accompanying cavalry shared a hearty laugh, mocking the western soldiers who dared to encroach upon their camp in the flat Riverlands. "If Tywin's officers are of such caliber, Casterly Rock will surely fall into our hands sooner or later." Coughing to stifle his mirth, Edmund cautioned, "Regardless, the scouts from the western realm are certainly not limited to these. We must continue the hunt." "As you command." The Riverland cavalry responded in unison. Jaime stood before the military map, quietly observing the terrain of Casterly Rock and the stationed forces of House Tully. Count Vance of Riverrun and Count Page of Pinkkeep were stationed at the mountain passes outside Casterly Rock, staunchly blocking our route eastward. "My lord, your knights are growing impatient," a knight complained. Jaime cast a sidelong glance at the speaker. "Send them to their doom?" The knight swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. "Forgive my candor, Sir Jaime, but Casterly Rock has amassed 15,000 troops. If we wish to breach the defenses of the Riverlands, it would be a simple matter. A cavalry charge would surely scatter them. Why waste manpower on an infantry assault and send scouts over the mountains to perish? It is not worth it." Jaime nodded. "Indeed, it was not worth it." "You speak rightly, sire. Then what should we do?" the knight asked anxiously. Jaime waved his hand. "Sire, you need only follow orders." He lifted his gaze, meeting the knight's puzzled expression. "I shall deliver a great victory for you." After speaking, Jaime continued to gaze at the sand table. The commands he received were all dictated by his father, Tywin, and he remained oblivious to their true purpose. However, Tywin had promised that once the opportune moment arrived, Jaime would lead the armies of the Westerlands to sweep away the arrogant forces of the Riverlands stationed at the mountain pass, potentially even vanquishing the army of Edmure, the heir of the Riverlands, and subsequently laying siege to Riverrun. Jaime inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with fierce determination. The first light of day revealed the cascading waters of the stairway before the old Duke Horst, where clear springs gushed forth from the earth, flowing over the smooth, muddy stone steps like mountain streams descending from the heavens, conquering the rugged terrain. A handmaiden stood beside him, holding a fragrant tea, favored by Horst. In times past, when Catelyn and Lysa were yet to be wed, it was often Catelyn who held the teapot, smiling as she watched Lysa and Edmure frolicking by the flowing steps. Horst reminisced, his mind buzzing with memories. He recalled asking Catelyn at such moments, "Have you added honey, my dear Catelyn?" The handmaiden, confused, could only respond, "Why, yes, my lord." "The lady is not here, my lord." Duke Horst offered no reply and instead lost himself in quiet reflection. Every corner of Riverrun held memories for him. The flowing staircase, the castle courtyard, the distant sacred woods, the water dungeon within the castle, and the great sewer outlet. Catelyn, Lysa, and Edmure, these three children perhaps remained unaware that while they played hide-and-seek, he already knew precisely where they would conceal themselves, having spent time in every nook of Riverrun. No matter how they chose to hide or where they sought refuge, Horst would always stealthily peek into those corners, calling out with a smile, "Where are you hiding? I can't find you." After calling out several times, there were typically two outcomes. One where he would stealthily approach the trio and catch them one by one, exclaiming, "Here you are? You're quite the hiders." The other was when, after numerous calls of "Where are you?" the three siblings would emerge one after another, laughing and calling him a fool. A faint smile graced Horst's lips as the vivid images of those memories danced in his mind, devoid of worries, plots, or the burdens of familial legacy. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of distant flowers, enveloping Duke Horst. The footsteps of the scholar approached with a light urgency. Horst was well acquainted with the habits of those around him and turned to look. "My lord," the scholar slightly bowed, "Lady Catelyn, along with the nobles residing in Riverrun, have gathered in the great hall." Horst nodded slightly and replied softly, "Very well, take me there." The scholar immediately signaled to the guards of Riverrun, and two attendants stepped forward, securely lifting Horst's chair, bearing him toward the great hall. Though the motion was gentle, Duke Horst felt a slight jolt. The scholar promptly hushed them, instructing the guards to be more careful. Duke Horst silently stared ahead into the courtyard, resolved to make his final contributions to the Tully family and the Riverlands, as a matter of family honor and responsibility. The Grand Hall of Riverrun was adorned with vivid depictions of trout leaping from the surface of the trident, so lifelike that one could almost feel themselves swaying upon its waters, complemented by the flowing patterns on the floor. Tyrion gazed at Lady Catelyn, the one who had arrested and imprisoned him, her countenance betraying unease as she removed her gloves, a mixture of anxiety and concern etched upon her face. He raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the assembly of nobles present in the hall. Fortunately, Edmure Tully had summoned his vassals to Riverrun. Otherwise, given the old lord's condition, it was uncertain whether the powerful lords of the Riverlands would arrive in time while he remained conscious. TSK. This could be considered Edmure's greatest contribution of late. Within the golden shield, a crimson warhorse galloped, and Tyrion recognized the family crest embroidered on the chest of the nearest noble, identifying him as one of the most raucous of the ancient nobility in the Riverlands. Belonging to the Bracken family, sworn enemies of House Blackwood. The elderly noble shot a glare at Tyrion, letting out a sudden huff. "Another huff, are we?" Tyrion thought venomously, wary that such bravado might cost him his tongue in the future. Yet, he mused, even without a tongue, one could still manage to grunt. And thus he turned his disinterest towards the other gathered nobles. Among them was the Earl of Derry, who had accompanied King Robert on several occasions. Did that small castle even boast soldiers? Tyrion mockingly speculated that the 4 guards trailing this earl were likely all his possessions. The Derry family crest featured a plowman, and indeed, they ought to stick to farming rather than thinking that a few farmers in armor could become knights on the battlefield. The affluent head of House Deddings also graced the main hall with his presence. Unlike the other nobles, Baron David Deddings was unarmored and unadorned with a sword, save for a dagger hanging at his waist, conspicuously displayed rather than hidden. The dagger's scabbard was a beautiful silver gray, embellished with a red gem, an ornament rather than a weapon for battle. Unlike the Bracken patriarch, this baron did not huff. Upon seeing Tyrion, he inclined his head in a gesture of acknowledgement. "Ah, with such a demeanor, you may yet have a good life," Tyrion thought with amusement. Earl Jason Mallister of Seaguard was particularly striking, and Tyrion had long heard tales of this renowned knight, battle-hardened and distinguished. His beard was impeccably shaved, his countenance neat and precise, and his tall, slender form, coupled with his sharp features, evoked an impression of honor and justice, reminiscent of Eddard Stark. Perhaps they were related? Yet, in Tyrion's eyes, Earl Jason was decidedly more handsome than Lord Eddard, especially with the eagle's wings adorning his indigo helmet. Though it did not quite match the knightly image of Ser Jaime in his white cloak, it was not far off. The city of Heijeong is not situated in the heart of the Riverlands. Thus, the battlefield is unlikely to extend its reach there. Moreover, although the Marys family is ancient and noble, they lack significant military prowess. Most of their soldiers are likely stationed in Heijeong to safeguard against the avaricious Ironborn incursions. One cannot help but wonder what King Robert is preoccupied with at this moment. If he possessed even a modicum of royal wisdom, he would hasten to mediate the conflict between the lions of the west and the dead fish of the Riverlands, lest his dear brother's wife's family suffers devastation. Even if war cannot be averted, at the very least, it should not be allowed to escalate. Should it do so, The Ironborn might not only invade the Riverlands, but also turn the coastal regions of the west into a theater of plunder. Tyrion observed that Edmure's summons seemed rather ineffectual, as the Mutton family of the town of Nymph Spring and the Fry family of Riverrun, both of which possess considerable wealth and military strength, appeared unresponsive to the call of the bustling city. Indeed, the Riverlands are truly composed of a coalition of united nobles. Sir Summer frowned as he scrutinized Tyrion, whispering, "Little imp, what are you gazing at? I am merely curious as to the whereabouts of your esteemed Lord Brackenwood. I have yet to see him. I must express my gratitude for his hospitality these past few days, for without it, my life might have taken a most unfortunate turn." Tyrion seized the opportunity to gather information. Summer shook his head. "You will not see the Lord. He is in Goldtooth City with Lord Edmure, attending to your brother, the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister." He cast a provocative glance at Tyrion. "Fool." Tyrion chuckled inwardly but maintained a smile, replying, "Ah, I see. May he return soon." Summer, puzzled, furrowed his brow, wondering what thoughts occupied the mind of this dwarf. Unwilling to tolerate Tyrion's jesting demeanor, he continued, "The Kingslayer's army is utterly ineffectual. You must understand. The Lannister imp, by this day, Lord Edmure has led his forces to 10 consecutive victories and skirmishes, while the West's army languishes like a coward in Goldtooth City. Lord Edmure remains undefeated, and your pitiable brother will inevitably lose his head in the city of Riverrun." Sir Summer leaned closer to the dwarf, speaking menacingly. With such words, "Your own head will likely find its place atop the towers of Casterly Rock." Tyrion thought coldly, his gratitude for Summer's earlier assistance evaporating as he regarded the man's grotesque visage. Suddenly, the once boisterous hall fell silent, and Tyrion's gaze sharpened as he beheld an elderly figure resembling a withered tree. "Duke Hoster Tully?" Tyrion stared in disbelief at the old man, as if a mere gust of wind could extinguish the flickering flame of his life. A cry of "Father!" escaped Catelyn's lips, yet the old duke merely nodded slightly, his eyes betraying little emotion. This father was perhaps profoundly disappointed in his daughter. Tyrion mused silently. All knelt on one knee, and Tyrion, without hesitation, followed suit. Although his standing would not have detracted from the collective reverence, he chose to kneel in accordance with decorum, for he was, after all, addressing a duke, the governor of the Riverlands. The chair of Duke Horst rested upon the elevated platform of the great hall, as the elderly man strained to lift his head and gaze upon the assembly. However, Tyrion quickly discerned that the duke's eyes were scanning the crowd, searching for something. Thus, he subtly shifted his position, causing the floor to emit a faint sound. Indeed, the elder's gaze settled upon him. With a slight lift of his finger, Horst's attendant spoke. "Please rise, everyone." The noblemen of the Riverlands promptly stood. "Lord Brecken," Horst murmured. The head of House Brecken, Genos, immediately stepped forward. "My Lord Duke, I am here." "How long has Lord Tyrion Lannister been a guest in Riverrun?" Horst inquired. Genos glanced at Tyrion before directing his attention to the attendant. The attendant replied, "Lord Genos has only recently arrived and may not be aware. Lord Tyrion has been our guest for 3 weeks, and we have endeavored to provide him with our utmost hospitality." Duke Horst leaned upon the arms of his chair, seemingly about to rise. This startled Tyrion, who hastily stood, intending to approach. "Duke Horst, there is no need for you to rise. Please take care of your health." A few coughs escaped Horst, and Tyrion noticed bloodstains on the handkerchief. Riverrun is a small place, where the rivers converge and the humidity is quite pronounced. "Your visit here must be quite trying." "Not at all, not at all," Tyrion quickly replied, aware of the elder duke's intent to downplay matters to the behavior of the guest. However, he feared that his father, Tywin, would not accept such an explanation. "This is my first visit to Riverrun, and I find the scenery and cuisine delightful." Tyrion added with a grin toward the old duke. "I believe," Horst said, fixing his gaze on Tyrion, "that you must wish to return home, correct?" Tyrion glanced at Lady Catelyn. "Of course," he replied, turning to the duke. "I can depart today, provided the gates of Riverrun are open." Horst nodded slightly. Catelyn interjected, addressing the duke. "Father, this Lannister is implicated, Lord Brecken." Horst suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Catelyn. "Please escort Lord Tyrion to Casterly Rock on my behalf to offer my apologies to Lord Tywin." Genos furrowed his brow in discomfort but acquiesced. "As you wish." "Is this sufficient to convey my regrets?" Horst posed a question whose answer was clearly negative. "I believe," Tyrion smiled, "it should suffice." Horst chuckled helplessly. "What if this old frame of mine were to personally convey my apologies to Lord Tywin in Casterly Rock?" Tyrion appeared momentarily taken aback, gazing at Duke Horst in confusion, as he had assumed it would be Catelyn sent to Casterly Rock to offer apologies. "My Lord Duke," Baron Jason Mallister interjected, that is absolutely out of the question. You are the Duke of Riverrun, not an ordinary man. You must not suffer such indignity. Absolutely not. Lord Brecken's voice boomed, resonating through the entire hall. Father, Catelyn exclaimed. You are not at fault. None of us are at fault. The blame lies with the Lannisters. Tyrion observed as Duke Horst furrowed his brow in evident anguish. Lowering his gaze, My Lord Tyrion, Horst said, turning his eyes back to Tyrion. Can this appease Lord Tywin's wrath? Tyrion regarded the ailing and frail Duke Horst with a thoughtful expression. I believe it is more than sufficient, esteemed Duke, he replied sincerely. Please, do proceed ahead with Count Bracken. I shall arrange matters, and will make my way to Casterly Rock later to offer my apologies to Lord Tywin. A faint, pallid smile flickered across Horst's drawn features. Tyrion nodded, watching the Duke, whose end seemed imminent. As a wave of sorrowful empathy washed over him, a sentiment reminiscent of the tragic heroes he had read about in history. Not at all, my lord, Tyrion assured him. Lord Tywin will surely host a grand feast in your honor, and the two houses shall reconcile. Chapter 2, Section 55. The layout of Riverrun. Tyrion studied the slender figure of Duke Horst on the dais, steadfast despite his frail appearance, quietly following Count Bracken. His unkempt golden hair, trailing like weeds behind him. Tyrion seemed to grasp something and let out a long sigh before turning to the aged Duke of Riverrun. In this attire, he remarked, gesturing to his damp and soiled clothing, my father would hardly believe I was a guest in Riverrun. He smiled at Duke Horst, who nodded in understanding, a silent expression of gratitude conveyed in his gaze. Thank you, my lord, the aged Duke whispered. The scholar promptly moved to Tyrion's side. Come with me, my lord Tyrion, he urged. Tyrion winked at the scholar, humming a playful tune about a bear and a maiden as they exited the great hall. Catelyn gazed at Tyrion's retreating figure, exhaustion and disappointment etched across her face. She turned to her awakening father, stepping forward to grasp Duke Horst's right hand. Father, the seven bless you. You have finally awakened. Catelyn, Horst replied, his calm eyes meeting hers, but she felt as though a blade had pierced her heart. She remembered that look in her father's eyes, one of disappointment. Horst sighed softly. You have brought war to Riverrun, Catelyn. The old Duke struggled to lift his hand, and Catelyn quickly supported him. Not an inch of land will be held from Riverrun to the west, nor a grain of food left behind. I am sorry, Catelyn said, tears welling in her eyes, but I cannot allow evil to escape my sight. I had no choice then. Horst patted the back of Catelyn's hand. Rise, Catelyn. He managed to force a smile. You are now the Lady of Winterfell. He studied her tear-filled eyes. But you are still my daughter. When a daughter heirs, a father must bear the burden, regardless of honor or shame. No, Catelyn protested, her voice choked with emotion. Father, you cannot go to Casterly Rock. Your health cannot endure it. A true lord, Horst replied, grasping Catelyn's chin, locking eyes with her, will not perish in bed, Catelyn. His brow furrowed further, worry and disappointment surfacing once more. Catelyn shook her head. Tyrion. Horst released Catelyn, gasping for breath. Ignoring Catelyn's momentary daze, he turned his gaze towards the assembly, where signs of timidity and humility vanished entirely. The nobles of Riverlands regarded the elderly Duke with solemnity, as though the once vibrant figure of the governor of the Trident had returned to reclaim his former glory. Jason Marys eyed him with narrowed vision, reminiscent of the demeanor Horst displayed during the Ironman's invasion of the Riverlands, a true embodiment of the governor's stature. He tensed, his gaze piercing as he focused on Horst. Military orders, Horst proclaimed, consolidate the forces at the gates of Goldtooth, tighten the defensive line, and establish encampments in the river valleys of Runoff City, providing mutual support. Recall Petyr Tully. Command of the front lines will transfer to Count Tydo's Blackwood, returning to defend Runoff City. Horst spoke with measured calm, while a scribe diligently transcribed the Duke's commands. Send word to King's Landing. Horst cast a glance at Catelyn. Petyr Tully has been misled, his accusations unfounded. I shall personally journey to King's Landing to atone before King Robert and apologize to Duke Hoster Tully. Catelyn, her mind awhirl, absorbed her father's orders in silence. Unable to interject, merely watching him assert his authority. Brynden Hoster Tully. Horst uttered the name with evident reluctance. Catelyn perceived her father's unwillingness to mention her uncle. Is he still at the Bloodgate? The surrounding nobles exchanged glances. The valley was insular, information scarce. In truth, the Riverlands nobles remained unaware of whether Blackfish lived or perished. Send him a letter, requesting. Horst said, a faint smile escaping him, asking him to ascertain Duke Edmure's stance towards the Riverlands, friend or foe. If he is an enemy, Horst glanced once more at Catelyn, and the nobles of Riverlands silently communicated their understanding through shared glances, opting for silence. If he is an enemy, is there a means of reconciliation? Father, Catelyn interjected, a desire to step forward igniting within her, yet Horst halted her with a wave of his hand. Dispatch an envoy to Riverrun. Instruct Lord Hoster to hold the crossing at all costs. The term shall be dictated by me. Horst felt his eyelids grow increasingly heavy, exclaiming hoarsely, "Return to your quarters. Disperse." The nobles of Riverlands knelt, awaiting in silence as the guards removed the Duke's chair from the great hall, then rose to depart. Catelyn followed her father's chair, witnessing him lean wearily against it, his eyes closing in exhaustion. Unable to bear the sight of her father's waning vitality, tears brimmed in her eyes, and her throat quivered as she wept openly, trailing behind him. At the frontline military camp of Golden Tooth, the Lannister scouts from the Westerlands were all confined within hastily erected cages. Petyr Tully smiled as he observed the captured Westerlands soldiers being escorted in and out. In just 3 days, he had led a cavalry contingent of fewer than 1,000 men to successive victories, even coming perilously close to the gates of Golden Tooth. Had it not been for his composure and willingness to heed the counsel of Lord Vance and Lord Piper, considering the fortress's fortifications and the overwhelming numbers of the Westerlands, he might have been tempted to lure out their cavalry for a decisive strike. The thought of applying the charge techniques he had learned in Riverrun in actual combat brought an uncontainable smile to his face. "My lord." A loyal guard rushed in from Riverrun, his expression a mixture of urgency and concern. Petyr furrowed his brow, glancing at the captured Westerlands soldiers, and instructed his guard. "We shall discuss this back at the camp." Upon entering the tent, he found the commanders of various forces assembled, including the tardy Lord Tully of the 3,000-strong Braavosi soldiers. "What has transpired?" Petyr inquired, casting his gaze over the military map where a blue flag had been planted in the lower reaches of the Red Fork River. "What is this?" Lord Tully remained silent, merely swallowing hard, seemingly reluctant to divulge the grim reality. "What is it, my lord?" Petyr pressed, an uneasy premonition welling within him. "Has something occurred at our rear?" Breaking the silence, Lord Vance revealed, "A number of Vale forces have appeared unexpectedly downstream of the Red Fork. According to the latest reports, over a dozen villages have been razed and several towns destroyed, with many noble houses' castles falling to ruin." Petyr clenched his fists. Realizing his elder sister's warnings had indeed been prescient, the Tully family had aligned itself with the Lannisters. Observing Petyr's grave demeanor, Lord Tully remarked, at this point, "King Robert must have been informed. The Iron Throne cannot stand idly by while 3 noble houses wage war. The cessation of hostilities cannot be far off." "Cessation?" Petyr echoed with disdain. "I too would welcome the end of this conflict, but I fear the Lion and the Eagle may have different intentions, fighting on 2 fronts." Lord Vance hesitated. "We have gathered over 10,000 troops at Golden Tooth, yet half of our main forces remain at Riverrun. If we disperse, neither side will be stronger than their adversaries. The situation we face at Golden Tooth is similarly precarious," Petyr acknowledged, "yet we have held this mountain pass for many days, repelling countless assaults from the Westerlands forces. Even those scouts attempting to flank us have been routed." He shifted the fish banner eastward towards the lower banks of the Red Fork River, noting its natural defenses. The crossing points were mere small ferries, incapable of accommodating large-scale troop movements from the valley. With proper command, it was indeed possible to overcome greater numbers. Lord Vance continued, "Our strategy must be executed with precision. Furthermore, we may not be fewer in number. Time is on our side." Count Tadas continued, "The main force of the city of Benliu is relocating eastward to the various ferry crossings of the Red Cross River, simultaneously hunting down the soldiers from the valley who have burned villages. The roads in the valley are narrow and rugged. The time and supplies required for our departure from the Bloodgate will undoubtedly be significant. As long as we secure the ferry, the valley's army will find it impossible to advance." "What about the people on the northern bank of the Red Cross River?" Petyr suddenly realized. "My father is the governor of the Riverlands, and I am the heir to their lordship. I cannot abandon the common folk." Furrowing his brow, Tadas reluctantly replied, "It is the duty of a lord to protect his people, yet when war breaks out, sacrifices must be made. As long as the valley people cannot cross the river, we hold the initiative in this conflict." "That will not do," Petyr countered. "The vassals swear fealty to their lord, and the lord vows to protect his vassals. This is the doctrine of the gods. As the heir, with my father in a state of unconsciousness, I have an obligation to safeguard them." Count Vance and Count Tadas exchanged glances, and Tadas remarked, "Young Master Petyr, we can certainly defend the western territories without issue. The western forces have enjoyed prolonged peace, and their combat proficiency is lacking. With 10,000 stationed here, we can adequately defend against any incursions. And you, young master, How do you propose to deploy against the Valley people of the Red Cross River? Count Vance inquired. After a long contemplation, Edmure ultimately provided his strategy. The main force of Benliu will spread along both banks of the Red Cross River, hunting down the Valley people who have encroached upon our lands, executing them all. He pointed towards the northern bank of the river and continued. There are 1,000 cavalry stationed there. The banditry plaguing the Red Cross River surely originates from this location. I shall lead an assault across the river, catching them by surprise. Cross the river? Tatas shook his head. To fight with the river at our backs is perilous. Should our forces be defeated, there will be no retreat. There will be no need to retreat, Edmure replied confidently. When an army fights with their backs against the water, they have no choice but to fight with all their might. Their homeland lies behind them. Who would not fight to the death? Count Tatas and Count Vance exchanged dubious glances at Edmure's demeanor. Edmure took hold of the fish banner, moving it beside the blue flag, then forcefully toppled the blue flag and planted the fish banner firmly into the sand table. Chapter 3. No more, no more. What a toil. Chapter 56. Layout of the city of Benliu. Tyrion observed the slender yet resolute figure of Duke Horst on the dais, quietly following Count Brecken. The Duke's unkempt golden hair trailed behind him like wild grass. Tyrion seemed to sense something, letting out a long sigh before turning to gaze at the elderly Duke of the Riverlands. In this attire, he gestured to his damp, foul-smelling clothes. I fear my father would not believe I am a guest in the city of Benliu. He smiled at Duke Horst. Duke Horst nodded in understanding, subtly expressing gratitude. Scholar. The old Duke spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the scholar immediately moved to Tyrion's side. Come with me, my lord Tyrion. Tyrion winked at the scholar and hummed a little tune about bears and beautiful maidens as they exited the main hall. Catelyn gazed at Tyrion as he exited the hall of Riverrun. The weight of weariness and disappointment etched upon her visage. Turning to her father, who had just awakened, she approached and clasped his right hand, exclaiming, 7 blessings, you have finally returned to us. Yes, Catelyn, Horst replied, his calm eyes meeting hers. A pang of sorrow pierced her heart. She recognized that look of disappointment all too well. With a faint sigh, Horst lamented, you have brought war to the Riverlands, Catelyn. He struggled to lift his hand, and she rushed to support him. Not a single inch of land will be defended, nor a grain of food left behind. I'm sorry. Catelyn choked back tears, but I cannot allow evil to slip away before my very eyes. At that moment, I had no choice. Horst gently patted her hand, encouragingly saying, Rise, Catelyn. A strained smile broke through his features. You are now the Duchess of Winterfell, he continued, observing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Yet you remain my daughter. When a daughter heirs, a father must bear the burden of her mistakes, regardless of honor or shame. No, Catelyn protested, her voice trembling. Father, you cannot go to Casterly Rock. Your health cannot endure it. A true lord, even in frailty or illness, does not perish in bed, Horst asserted, his hands grasping Catelyn's chin as their eyes locked. Yet, worry and disappointment clouded his brow once more. Catelyn shook her head. Tully. Horst released her and gasped for breath. Ignoring Catelyn's stunned silence, Horst turned to the gathered nobles. His previous display of weakness and humility vanished. The lords of the Riverlands regarded the aged duke with solemnity, as if he had returned to his prime, wielding the authority of the Triarch of the Trident once more. Jason Mallister narrowed his eyes, recalling how, during the Ironmen's invasion of the Riverlands, Duke Horst had displayed such commanding presence while inspecting troops at Seaguard. He sat rigid, his gaze fixed intently upon Horst. Military orders, Horst declared, consolidate the forces at the gates of Gold Tooth, tighten our defenses, and establish encampments in the Riverlands to support each other. Recall Edmure Tully. Command on the front lines shall be transferred to Lord Tydo's Blackwood. We must fall back to Riverrun, Horst stated with unwavering composure, as his scribe hastily recorded the Duke's commands. Send word to King's Landing. Horst glanced at Catelyn. Edmure Tully has been misled. His accusations are baseless. I shall personally go to King's Landing to confess to King Robert and seek forgiveness from Duke Edmure Arryn. Catelyn, her mind in a haze, listened to her father's orders. Unable to interject, merely observing as he commanded. Brandon Tully. Horst reluctantly uttered the name, and Catelyn discerned her father's unwillingness to speak of her uncle. Is he still at the Bloodgate? The surrounding nobles exchanged glances. The valley was sealed off, making information scarce. In truth, the Riverlands lords were uncertain even of the fate of Blackfish. Write a letter to him, requesting Horst to inquire about the sentiments of Duke Artys regarding the Huggian territory, whether it is friend or foe. If it is indeed an adversary, Horst glanced once more at Catelyn, as the nobles of Huggian exchanged knowing glances, silently opting for discretion. If they were foes, Was there any possibility of reconciliation? Horst, increasingly weary, gasped for breath, contemplating the potential for amends. Father, Catelyn began, eager to step forward, but Horst raised his hand to halt her. Send a messenger to Lwanna City, instructing Lord Follett to hold the crossing at all costs, and I shall dictate the terms. Horst felt his eyelids grow heavier, and he could only shout hoarsely, "Return to your quarters, disperse." The nobles of Hugin knelt on one knee, patiently awaiting the guards to remove Duke Horst's chair from the great hall before rising to depart. Catelyn followed her father's chair, witnessing him slumped wearily in his seat. His eyes closed in exhaustion. Unable to bear the sight of her father's waning vitality, tears brimmed in Catelyn's eyes, her throat quivering as she wept, trailing behind him. At the frontline camp of Gynya City, the Lannister scouts from the west were all confined within makeshift cages. Petyr Tully watched with a smile as Westland captives were paraded in and out before him. In merely 3 days, commanding a cavalry unit of less than 1,000 men, he had achieved consecutive victories, even drawing near the gates of Gynya City. Had he not maintained composure, heeding the counsel of Count Vance and Count Pabe, and considering the fortress's strength alongside the West's numerical superiority, he might have attempted to lure the West's cavalry into a trap. Reflecting on the combat techniques he had honed in Benstream City, Edmure could not suppress his smile. "My lord," Edmure's loyal guard rushed over, concern etched on his face. Bearing urgent military news, Edmure furrowed his brow, glancing at the Westland captives before instructing his guard, "Let us discuss it back at camp." Upon entering the tent, he found all the commanders present, including the tardy Count Tatus, who had brought 3,000 soldiers from Blaywood. "What has transpired?" Edmure asked, observing the military map before him. Noticing the blue flag planted in the lower reaches of the Red Cross River. "What is this?" he inquired. Count Tatus remained silent, swallowing hard, seemingly reluctant to disclose the grim truth. "What is it, my lord?" Edmure pressed, an ominous premonition swelling within him. "Has something occurred at our rear?" Count Vance broke the silence among the military colleagues, revealing that several forces had appeared in the lower valley of the Red Cross River. According to the latest reports, over a dozen villages had been razed and several towns decimated, with numerous noble families' castles meeting the same fate. Edmure clenched his fists tightly. My elder sister was indeed correct. The Eyrie family has colluded with the Lannisters. Count Tatus, observing Edmure's solemn demeanor, acknowledged the gravity of the situation. King Robert must have heard of these developments. The Iron Throne could not idly witness 3 noble houses igniting war. The day for a cessation of hostilities should not be far off. A cessation of hostilities? Edmund disdainfully reiterated. "I too am inclined to cease hostilities, yet I fear the lion and the eagle may not share this sentiment." Count Vansber, hesitating, remarked, "Our forces have amassed over 10,000 here in Golden Tooth City, while half of our main army remains at Flowing City. If we disperse, it is likely that neither side will possess a numerical advantage over their adversary. The situation we confront in Golden Tooth City is similarly precarious, nevertheless. We have steadfastly held the mountain pass for several days, repelling countless assaults from the armies of the West, including those scouts attempting to flank us from behind, all of whom we have successfully defeated," Edmund stated, positioning the banner of the Yu family downstream of the Red Cross River. "This location presents a natural defensive barrier, with only small fords that cannot accommodate the large-scale entry of troops from the valley. With proper command, it is indeed feasible to leverage fewer forces against a greater number." Count Vansberg continued, "Furthermore, we may not be outnumbered. Time is on our side." Baron Tatus added, 10,000 from Flowing City shall advance eastward to the various fords of the Red Cross River, simultaneously hunting down the valley soldiers who have burned our villages. The roads through the valley are narrow and treacherous, and the time and resources required to breach the Bloodgate will surely be substantial. As long as we secure the fords beforehand, the valley's army will be rendered immobile. What shall become of the populace on the northern bank of the Red Cross River? Edmund suddenly realized, "My father is the governor of the Riverlands, and I am the heir to their lordship. I cannot abandon the common folk." Tatus frowned, reluctantly responding, "It is the Lord's duty to protect the people, but once war is declared, sacrifices must be made. As long as the valley folk cannot cross the river, the initiative in this conflict remains in our hands." "That is unacceptable," Edmund countered. "The vassals swear fealty to their lord, and the lord vows to protect his vassals. This is the doctrine of the gods. As the heir, with my father in a state of unconsciousness, I am obligated to safeguard them." Count Vansber and Baron Tatus exchanged a glance, with Tatus saying, "Young Edmund, we have no issue defending the West. The armies of the West have long enjoyed peace, and their combat proficiency is not particularly high. With 10,000 stationed here, we can adequately defend against the Western forces. What strategy do you propose for the Valley folk by the Red Cross River? Edmund contemplated for a considerable time before finally articulating his plan. The main forces from Flowing City shall disperse along both banks of the Red Cross River, capturing and executing all Valley folk who trespass upon our territory. He pointed to the northern bank of the Red Cross River and continued. There are 1,000 cavalry stationed here. The banditry troubling the Red Cross River undoubtedly originates from this point. I shall lead a surprise assault across the river. Cross the river? Tatus shook his head. Fighting with our backs to the water leaves no avenue for retreat should our forces falter. There shall be no retreat. Edmund replied confidently. With our backs against the water, we must fight with abandon. Behind us lies our homeland. Who would not fight to the death? Tatus and Vansburgh exchanged doubtful glances at Edmund's fervor. Edmund grasped the banner of the U family, moved it alongside the blue banner, forcefully toppled the blue flag, and firmly planted his own into the sand table. Chapter 57. Return to the valley. Delicate wisps of smoke entwined around Artys' fingertips, as the brilliant orange sparks of fire danced in pursuit of the expanding charred marks, spreading across the entire envelope. Artys set down the letter, casting it into the hearth just before it was entirely consumed, observing as it danced within the flames. This missive, originating from the Riverlands, had been sent by none other than Petyr Tully, a figure who left him in a state of perplexity. Lady Catelyn's intent to enter the Eyrie under the guise of her elder sister Lysa was indeed a curious endeavor. The Tully family, having discreetly dispatched a letter of accusation to the Iron Throne, subsequently sought to have Brynden Tully safeguard her passage through the Bloody Gate to ascend to the Eyrie. The Tully siblings likely presumed that King Robert would acquiesce to such accusations, perhaps believing in the existence of some clandestine truths within the Red Keep. Was this a ploy to gauge his response, where a refusal would be interpreted as guilt, thereby validating the Tully's claims? Artys pondered as he caressed the silver and gold scabbard at his waist. Although absent from the Vale, Artys could sense the tumultuous reactions of the noble knights regarding the Tully family's machinations. In a bid to quell unrest and ensure protection, he had even sent a missive to Brynden, urging him to depart the Vale. In such a tense atmosphere, retaining a member of the Tully family was fraught with complications. Although Blackfish had altered his allegiances, dyeing his fish to black, this was a truth only he could acknowledge. As life in King's Landing began to stabilize, the clamor of the tournament seemed to bear little relevance to him. Despite numerous competitors calling for the Vale's Falcon to participate, Artys found himself devoid of interest. He recalled that his father had little involvement in tournaments, and as the Duke of the Eyrie, he had hosted but one notable event, commemorating Artys' first name day at Moongate, which had indeed made the name Artys Arryn resonate throughout the Mountains of the Moon, known to both friend and foe alike. Especially when his father observed King Robert's unrestrained hosting of tournaments, he had displayed a palpable disdain for such events, and historically, Artys had seldom witnessed the knights or lords of House Arryn participating frequently in tournaments. It seemed that the honor sought by the esteemed Arryns did not warrant the risks associated with pursuing such accolades. Perhaps Artys' current aversion was intertwined with the enigmatic legacy of his ancient lineage. Artys rose and gazed out the window. A soft knock echoed from the door, followed by the voice of Ongai. "My lord, the hand requests your presence." "I understand," Artys replied tersely. He had not stepped into the Red Keep for quite some time. As the powerful Duke of the Vale and the commander garbed in gold within King's Landing, distancing himself from political affairs was a conscious choice. Moreover, despite the banners of the dire wolf and crowned stag fluttering above, the castle never afforded him a sense of security. He exited his chamber, where steeds and blue-cloaked guards awaited in formation. Ongai approached with a horse, and Artys mounted, setting off towards the Red Keep. He issued a brief command before raising his whip, galloping forth. "Drive on." The resonant voices of the blue-cloaked cavalry echoed behind him as they all surged towards the Red Keep. Eddard Stark gazed helplessly at the common folk of the Riverlands gathered below the Iron Throne. The crowd of petitioners surged forward into the throne room, while Varys observed the scene with an air of intrigue, a mysterious smile that irked Eddard. The noble women of King's Landing and the lords serving as witnesses leaned against the sides of the hall, whispering and pointing, their expressions revealing their disdain for the disheveled and filthy petitioners. The clamor became unbearable for Eddard, prompting him to call out, "Enough!" Silence. Instantly, the hall fell quiet, all eyes turning towards Eddard, seated upon the Iron Throne. An elderly man at the forefront of the petitioners, startled, quickly knelt, fearful of meeting Eddard's gaze. "How do you know the Blue Falcon is the banner of House Arryn?" Varys inquired, taking advantage of the silence to address the petitioners. The old man gestured animatedly. Speaking of the blue falcon banner, the accents of the outsiders, and the blue shields they bore. A thin woman behind him added, they even brought a great eagle. This remark elicited laughter from those in the throne room. Rise, Eddard commanded, refusing to believe that those kneeling could speak the truth. Stand and speak. The petitioners hesitated. Did you not hear? The hand commands you to speak, Varys urged, waving his hand and offering Eddard an apologetic smile. What secrets lay hidden behind the smile of the spider? Eddard could not fathom. Who told you the blue falcon is the banner of House Arryn? He asked, posing what seemed an irrelevant question while locking eyes with the petitioner, convinced that only a sincere gaze could dispel deceit. The petitioner's expression remained unchanged as he looked back at Eddard, confused. My lord hand, have you never heard of the Vale's falcon? The old woman interjected. Bewildered, does the hand not know this? Impertinence. Do not be disrespectful to the hand. Sir Alys Karstark, a member of the Kingsguard, admonished, causing the petitioners to lower their heads, the old woman nearly stumbling in her fright. Eddard halted Sir Alys, saying, no need for such measures, Sir Alys. They burned our village, a tearful girl lamented, and they killed my mother, leaving no one. Varys sighed dramatically. Alas, poor child, why do the gods permit such cruelty? He seemed to attempt to comfort her. Do not fret, dear one, be strong. Is Benny your brother? I am truly sorry. The girl, weeping, looked at the rotund eunuch. Benny is my little dog, given to me by my father before he passed away. Varys, feigning sorrow, placed a hand on his heart and glanced at the hand. Duke Artys will arrive shortly, and I shall inquire personally, Eddard declared, standing. Everyone may leave. Sir Alys stepped forward, his golden cloak billowing as he brandished his spear, urging the petitioners to exit the throne room, while the onlookers gradually dispersed. It became apparent to all that this group of commoners had erred in their assumptions. Count Beric Dondarrion approached the hand, having been part of the crowd of spectators. The youthful Ser Loras Tyrell concurred, stating, Sir Artys is a noble knight. Incapable of committing such atrocities, I would stake my vow to the heavens. While the Duke Artys may not be implicated, one cannot be certain that his proud vassals would refrain from seeking vengeance, remarked the previously silent Master Pycelle. Ed glanced at the aged scholar and urged, please, continue. Master Pycelle. Clearing his throat, Pycelle initiated his customary preamble, which Ed had come to recognize during their time together. It was well known that the accusations from Storm's End had spread far and wide. He cast a sidelong glance at Varys. I am not implying anything, my lord Varys. But you must safeguard the secrets of the Red Keep. Varys shrugged. That would require King Robert to refrain from unleashing his wrath in front of the assembled company. Master Pycelle. Enough, Ed interjected impatiently, realizing that his intended inquiries were being overshadowed by the kingdom's tumultuous circumstances. Pycelle inclined his head slightly, stating, the allegations from Storm's End are universally acknowledged. I believe even the Knights of the Vale, who typically remain oblivious to affairs beyond their valleys, must have heard of these claims. That seems plausible, Varys concurred. However, Lord Beric frowned. If the men of the Vale were to take action, how would they exit the Vale? Would the Knights of the Bloody Gate simply allow their forces to pass without cause? Perhaps Lord Beric Dondarrion is unaware. Pycelle turned to the Earl. The Duke Artys had previously received a royal command from King Robert to dispatch troops to purge the Moon Mountains, aiming to eradicate the mountain clans, which led to 1,000 Vale Knights being stationed at the Bloody Gate. I suspect this is a fabrication, Varys interjected, shaking his head. Who would commit robbery under the banner of their lord? Pride, I surmise, Pycelle responded, glancing at the eunuch. My lord Varys may not be familiar with the history of the Vale. Their canyon knights possess a certain resemblance to the Wolves of the Storm. Wolves of the Storm? Ed furrowed his brow, perplexed by such a comparison. Pycelle said, somewhat awkwardly, in scholarly discourse. Historians describe the spirited and free-spirited knights of the canyons in such a manner, though it is uncertain how the isolated Vale could have birthed such knights. Before he could finish, the young Ser Loras Tyrell exclaimed joyfully, the Duke Artys has arrived. The assembly turned towards the Great Hall's entrance, where Artys Arryn strode in, not casting a glance at the conversing group, but instead fixating on the vacant iron throne. The metallic clanking of his armor resonated as the sword sheath brushed against Artys's silver chainmail. His helmet, adorned with the wings of a falcon, completed his fully armed appearance, a sight seldom seen in King's Landing. Even when Ed had observed Artys clad in armor, it had been amidst the ranks of the Vale cavalry, where plate and great helms obscured his identity within their midst. Artys, Ed called out to him. Artys approached Ed, inclining his head slightly. My lord Ed, Pycelle and Varys, along with the Earl of Barry at their side, maintained a conscious silence, while Ser Loras cast an excited glance towards Artys, his eyes glimmering with envy. Artys, Eddard spoke in a low tone, downstream of the Red Fork. Artys interrupted the Prime Minister resolutely. My lord Eddard, his gaze unwavering. I am already aware, the whole city knows. Damn it, Eddard cursed. There are indeed no secrets within the Red Keep. I intend to return to my lands and muster the troops, Artys stated plainly. The Earl of Barry furrowed his brow tightly. As a nobleman, he had not anticipated that Artys, a protector of the realm, would so brazenly declare his intent to assemble an army in the Red Keep, the very seat of power where the Iron Throne resides. Artys, Eddard frowned, his irritation palpable at Artys's choice. The conflict between the Westerlands and the Riverlands was already irreconcilable. If the Vale were to cross the river, it would only exacerbate the situation, my boy. Artys sighed at this, meeting Eddard's gaze directly. Eddard Stark. Eddard was taken aback. Artys had never referred to him by name before. The hand of King Robert, the Prime Minister, the Guardian of the North, Artys articulated deliberately. My duty is not to remain in the Red Keep, by your side. He pointed to the blue falcon emblazoned on his armor. I am the Duke of Eagle's Nest, the protector of the Vale. I shall not permit lies and baseless accusations to tarnish the honor of my family and the people of the Vale. I must respond. Duke Stark. Upon hearing these words, Eddard felt a torrent of words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. He gazed at Artys, who had previously been composed and focused on the greater good, feeling both helpless and at a loss for words. Were it himself, he would likely not remain indifferent. Otherwise, his vassals would perceive their lord as weak. The historical consequences of Tywin Lannister's father, the Laughing Lion, were vividly illustrated in the annals of history. Loras, hearing this, smiled even more brightly. Wise leaders throughout history have always acted decisively. Duke Artys is increasingly resembling a legendary knight. Perhaps, Paxil remarked, observing Artys with cautious curiosity. Varys shook his head in resignation. If the Duke insists, it is likely that no one in the world could deter him. Our dear King Robert will surely intervene upon hearing of this matter. King Robert has yet to issue any directives, Artys replied. The Knights of the Vale will first manage the security of the Riverlands and ensure that those impostors masquerading as Vale brigands are all hanged. Paxil frowned slightly. Artys was not, as anticipated, declaring war on the Riverlands. The situation regarding the Queen would be difficult to conceal, and if they could not draw the Vale's waters early, how would the Lions face the alliance of the Baratheons? If we are to hunt down the brigands, Loras suddenly exclaimed with excitement. If possible, Duke Artys, I would gladly accompany you. Heroes are born in youth, Varys mused, praising Loras Tyrell. Eddard took a deep breath. Artys, he probed, can you guarantee that the conflict will not escalate, that you will only act on behalf of the Iron Throne to punish the criminals? Not solely on behalf of the Iron Throne, Artys shook his head, but also representing myself and the Vale itself. Yet he did not acquiesce. Although he had no desire to stir trouble under King Robert's reign, the actions of House Tully, even if tolerable to himself, were utterly intolerable to the nobles of the Vale. May I go? Loras gazed at Artys with fervent longing. Artys raised an eyebrow slightly. He had yet to take note of the young Tyrell before him, having only observed Loras's remarkable prowess from a distance during the tournament and never scrutinized him closely. Loras, Ed said, I admire your bravery, but this matter pertains not to the dreams of knighthood, rather to the laws of the realm and the honor of the nobility. He glanced at Artys. Artys smiled faintly, understanding Ed's implication, yet turned his attention to Loras. Ser Loras, the journey to the Riverlands may consume considerable time. I harbor no doubts regarding your valor, but Lord Renly still resides in King's Landing. Would he truly permit your departure? Loras was about to retort upon hearing Ed's words, yet fell silent, frowning when Artys mentioned Renly. Lord Beric, Ed directed his gaze towards Beric Dondarrion. I would have you take 50 men to accompany Duke Artys, representing the Iron Throne to assist the Duke of the Vale in quelling the bandits in the Riverlands. Artys nodded in acknowledgement. The compromise and negotiations between the Iron Throne and the Vale reached their conclusion at this moment. Count Beric, akin to an overseer in a military camp, monitored the actions of the Vale, leading him to the Vale's encampment, simultaneously conveying the Iron Throne's stance to its vassals, mildly soothing the restless hearts eager to strike at the bustling city of Riverrun. Furthermore, the actions of the Vale were now fortified by legal legitimacy. King Robert had yet to pass, and the noble game remained in play, with each step requiring careful navigation. This preserved both their interests and the Vale's. Count Beric Dondarrion bowed his head in response. As you command, Lord Ed. Artys smiled at Beric. It is time to set forth. The wicked await their reckoning. My Lord Beric. The blue banners fluttered beneath the gates of King's Landing, and passers-by gazed upwards, witnessing the crescent hawk seemingly soaring through a sapphire canopy, gliding freely across the vast expanse. Artys rode at the forefront, countless eyes turning towards the celebrated knight, the accused of Riverrun misdeeds, the formidable guardian of the Eastern realms. Hearts filled with either admiration, suspicion, or a mix of wrath and envy, yet none dared to utter a word, merely casting sidelong glances, silently circumventing the fully armored cavalry of the Vale, while whispers could only be shared in hushed tones after the fact. "Words are like the wind, my lord," said Shifu, observing Artys, aware that tavern gossip regarding the Duke of the Vale had long reached Artys's ears. Anjou, seeing Artys remain unmoved, spoke up. "This is not your home, my lord." He gestured towards the northeast. "Dragonstone is your true home. The people there trust you, and it is under that sky that you may soar freely." However, Artys did not directly respond to these insinuations. Instead, he turned to Anjou with a smile. "When did you become one to quote poetry? I believe there is a passage from Bachelor Reuben's travels in the Vale that resembles your words." Anjou felt a blush creep across his face. "Do not jest, my lord. I am illiterate. You often visit the flea market of King's Landing, which maiden recites poetry for you," Artys remarked to those around him, provoking hearty laughter and teasing directed at Ange. "Anya? Which young lady? The one from the north?" Weimer asked, deliberately altering his tone, eliciting further amusement from the crowd. "Nonsense." Ange, having long been familiar with the young nobleman like Weimer, felt an uncharacteristic flush rise to his cheeks in response to the jest. "I am merely the lord's attendant. How could I possibly stray even a step away?" "I cannot agree with that," Artys echoed, imitating Weimer's peculiar intonation to the assembly. A joyful atmosphere enveloped Artys and his companions, while the Valley Knights, adorned with their imposing helmets, maintained smiles beneath their visors, though their customary silence kept their expressions hidden. "Duke Ed has arrived," Shofu announced. Artys and the others turned to see dozens of Northern Wolf Guards escorting Ed as they approached. "Artys," Ed called out. But Artys' gaze was drawn to the small hands and restless feet of a figure riding behind Ed. When her face emerged, Artys gasped, "Arya?" At that moment, Arya's dire wolf appeared in the distance, causing the horse Artys was mounted on to become restless. "Indeed," Ed chuckled, "King's Landing cannot accommodate my little daughter. I just discovered her in the sewer." Arya peered at Artys, her face alight with a broad smile, her dark garb splattered with filth from the sewer. "Artys, brother, I want to return to Winterfell," she exclaimed joyfully. Artys glanced at Ed, pondering. "If you deem King's Landing perilous, you ought to send both daughters out of the city." Ed shook his head in resignation. It was Robert's idea to bring them to the north. Reflecting on it now, he sighed. It was entirely misguided. Sansa spends all her time with Joffrey. She seems enchanted by Cersei, always trailing after the queen. I have long suggested sending them back home, but she has refused every time. Artys mused that indulging his daughters might not be wise. She has fallen under the spell of that one-handed prince, Joffrey. Arya shouted. Hearing this, Ed turned to Artys with a helpless expression. "Do you remember our proposal, Artys?" Artys met Ed's gaze as he continued, "In King's Landing, I cannot properly educate my daughter. Help Arya make acquaintances in the Vale. This child delights in swordplay. Lyanna mentioned that several daughters from the Wayward family resemble Arya. Let her experience the world of the Vale. I hope there she can embrace both the education of a lady and a warrior. As long as it is a warrior." "Father," Arya insisted, stroking the head of her dire wolf, "not a lady. King's Landing raises ladies. Sansa can remain here." Artys, recalling the Wayward family's daughters, furrowed his brow and spoke to Ed, but was interrupted by the latter. "I trust you, Artys," Ed declared. "Despite the rumors and accusations, my faith in you remains unwavering. I believe you have sacrificed much for the honor of our family, Artys." Ed leaned closer to Artys, guiding her away from this place. "I will take care of Sansa. Once the matters in King's Landing are resolved, I shall retrieve Arya from the Vale. The journey to the north is long, and conflicts in the Riverlands are frequent. The Vale shall provide safety, Artys." Artys gazed into Ed's sincere eyes, understanding that he spoke not in vain, but genuinely entrusted Arya to her care. "I am honored, Duke Ed," Artys acknowledged, aware of the weight of his words. "I shall ensure Arya is well looked after and safely return to the north when all is concluded." Ed smiled faintly. Sansa is receiving the most formal lady's education in King's Landing, while Arya yearns for freedom and knighthood. The Vale is both secure and under your watch. Artys, being the eldest son of Jon Arryn, was trusted unconditionally by Ed, despite any adverse whispers, including those from Catelyn. Ed believed wholeheartedly in the esteemed Arryn family. With winter approaching, he knew he must prepare. Sansa was betrothed to Joffrey, and with Jon's unresolved queen's case lingering, even if Joffrey's temperament was unpleasant, he could do nothing but adhere to his king's arrangements. Should the truth come to light, Sansa would be sent home early. Robert wished for her to remain in King's Landing, and thus he had to make such arrangements. "Thank you, Artys," Ed earnestly addressed her, "Lord Arryn. Allow Arya to experience some freedom. I trust the Moon Mountains are vast enough." Artys turned her gaze to the lovely Arya, recalling the towering spear of the giants that surely would delight her. 58. The Blackfish returns in the distance. The snowline became vividly apparent to Bryndon's eyes, as the Bloodgate scouts mimicked the calls of birds in a rhythmic pattern. Suddenly, Bryndon held his breath, his bow resting beneath him. His lips moved slightly, signaling the archers behind him, who understood the cue, their forms shifting silently among the trees, concealed behind grasses and rocks. With a deliberate motion, Bryndon slowly drew his short bow, listening intently to the distant sounds. Just over this mountain lies the Bloodgate, where the old eagle is ensnared. No one has approached that fortress. Those who have met their demise. They have not detected us. We remain hidden. Who would have thought we could assault the Bloodgate so directly? The archers at Bloodgate drew their short bows in layers, their arrows aimed at the gathering wildlings in the distance. Bryndon exhaled, directing his longbow forward. Suddenly, the scout's signal from the Bloodgate sounded urgently, akin to the chattering of excited parrots. "Loose," Bryndon commanded, and the archers behind him released their arrows, which fell like meteors upon the unsuspecting wildlings. The cries pierced the air, and Bryndon swiftly unsheathed his longsword, agilely maneuvering over the rocky terrain. The black chainmail stood resolute in the sight of the mountain clansmen, the black trout looming like a harbinger of death within the wildlings' view. "The Blackfish at the gate," exclaimed one of the wildlings in alarm. The archers behind Bryndon drew their short swords and round shields, pressing forward towards the poorly equipped savages. "Kill him." The leading savage, clad in leather armor, staggered as several arrows struck him, coughing blood as he gazed at the advancing soldiers of Bloodgate. The remaining savages huddled together, their shouts echoing like the fierce cries of a mountain lynx as they charged, brandishing stone axes and daggers that crashed violently against the shields of the Bloodgate soldiers. Bryndon plunged into the fray, his long sword meeting the savage's axe, swiftly drawing an arrow from his quiver and driving it into the savage's throat. He immediately shifted his stance, his sword now crossing the savage's chest, crimson blood splattering across the rugged rocks of the forest. "Kill!" The cacophony of battle erupted once more. As short swords glinted with silver light, metal clashed against metal, resonating through the valley and startling the creatures within. Birds took flight, and mountain mice scurried away. Bryndon deflected a savage's cleaver with a sweep of his sword, sending a kick to topple his foe. The sword spine struck hard against the savage's skull, sending him sprawling onto the unforgiving stone, blood soaking into the surface and creating dark red stains. The savage chief shouted, swinging his axe, his helmet fashioned from animal bones appearing particularly fearsome. Bryndon, breathing heavily, calmly regarded the approaching leader. An arrow flew, piercing the chief's wide-open eye, a cry of agony erupting from his lips. Without hesitation, Bryndon severed the chief's throat, ending his life. The tumult of battle subsided into silence. Bryndon gazed at the four lifeless bodies on the ground, sorrowfully approaching to touch the last warmth of life on the soldiers' bodies, gently closing the unblinking eyes of one who had not found peace. These 30 archers were his scouts, brought from the Riverlands after a falling out with his brother Horst. Having once commanded the vanguard scouts of that region, comprised of the finest reconnaissance troops, Bryndon had resolved never to serve as a knight of Bloodgate again. Thus he would not lead the soldiers of the valley. The loss of valley dwellers would weigh heavily on him. Feeling unworthy of the trust and care bestowed upon him by Jon Arryn, Blackfish would not accept such a fate. Perhaps accustomed to the silence of Bloodgate, or perhaps to the stillness of the valley, the 30 scouts he had brought from the Riverlands seemed to have melded into the valley's essence, even amidst battle. Their roars of fury were scarce. Bryndon observed his loyal soldiers, some already graying, like himself, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. How long had it been since he last returned to the Riverlands? His loyal guards had not seen their homeland for just as long. Even during the rule of Duke Jon Arryn, Bloodgate had seldom opened its doors, a closure that applied to both outsiders and the guards stationed at Bloodgate, with entry and exit being the norm. Moreover, since Duke Artys ascended to power, he had steadfastly enforced the valley restriction, prohibiting access to Bloodgate. Bryndon gazed at the fallen soldiers, knowing that these brave warriors could only return home in spirit, their bodies forever resting in the valley. "My lord," the scout spoke. "Where shall we go next?" As the words fell, the scouts turned their gazes towards him. They were now in close proximity to the Bloodgate, having traversed a circuitous route through the mountains only to return to their starting point. It was time to fulfill the promise made by Blackfish, who had led them into the valley, to return to the Riverlands. Brynden, observing the eager expressions of the scouts, smiled gently and said, "Out of the Bloodgate. We return home." An inexplicable emotion washed over the stunned scouts. They exchanged glances, many with tears welling in their eyes. Yet, they refrained from loud laughter and celebration. Aware that they were still within the valley, where the threat of the wild men of the moonlit mountains loomed, their instincts urged them to temper their emotions. Despite this, a blend of joy and sorrow was evident in the expressions of the veterans from the Riverlands. Brynden smiled, feeling a sense of relief. He thought to himself that with the war in the Riverlands intensifying, the discord between him and his brother Horst should also come to an end. He sheathed his sword and gazed into the distance, no longer hesitating. The immediate priority was to cross the Trident River and compel the elderly matriarch of the Haon family to surrender, thereby capturing Harrenburg. Count Eustace of the Longbow Hall pointed at the map and declared, "Crossing the river is fraught with peril. The waters downstream of the Trident River are fierce, making it impossible to send cavalry across." Count Leonor Cobury of the Starry City shook his head, asserting that the Trident River had many small ferry points, insufficient for a large army to embark. He gestured northward, recalling how the Fry family had been repeatedly mocked by the old trout, even being derisively called the late phrase. If they could persuade the Twin Rivers City to open a crossing, the entire Riverlands would tremble beneath the iron hooves of the valley's cavalry. Nestor Royce remained silent, contemplating the terrain of the Trident River. After hearing Leonor's remarks, he spoke up. "The king once battled Rhaegar Targaryen at Ruby Beach. This location is akin to a shallow crossing on the Green Fork, suitable for a large army to traverse. Still, the Duke of Edis has not returned. We cannot unilaterally decide to wage war in the Riverlands, nor can we select a crossing." Jon Gregor, the eldest son of Count Jellogarfson, interjected. "Heavens!" Count Leonor Cobury exclaimed. "Who among you from Seagull Town is clamoring for a resolution, waiting and waiting? Especially you, Gregor." Jon Gregor frowned, clarifying that he was not opposed to war, merely suggesting that the timing was not right. None could predict the situation in the west and the Riverlands regarding King's Landing. If it were merely a feud between the two houses, the crown could tolerate it. Yet should the valley's cavalry emerge from the Bloodgate and invade the Riverlands, whatever the justification, King Robert would undoubtedly intervene to mandate reconciliation. At that point, Duke Edis might very well hold you accountable for your ambition. "What nonsense are you uttering?" Leonor seethed, glaring at Gregor's heir. "Enough." Jorn Royce finally spoke, prompting the assembly to temporarily set aside their emotions and look to him. He had just received word that the Knight Blackfish Brynden Tully had abandoned his post and left the Bloodgate. "Excellent," Eustace exclaimed, pounding his fist on the map. "The spawn of House Tully has finally departed the valley. I have long wished to expel him." Indeed, voices of agreement and approval echoed. For the nobles of the valley had long harbored discontent towards House Tully's control over the gateway of the valley, the Bloodgate. Jorn, with a cold sneer, remarked that if memory served him right, those present had all previously challenged the Blackfish. The noblemen of the valley, who often held honor in high regard, felt their faces flush at this remark, particularly Count Eustace, who appeared especially agitated. "Gather your men and proceed to Bloodgate, awaiting Duke Artys's command," Jorn declared, his face a mask of stern resolve as he surveyed the assembly. Chapter 59. Lord Frey's conditions. The shimmering surface of the Green Fork River was graced by a grand stone arch bridge, connecting two majestic castles on either bank. On the bridge, soldiers of House Frey were scrutinizing the passers-by eager to cross, weighing their possessions and demanding exorbitant tolls. Those without golden dragons were compelled to barter their goods instead. Two opulent four-wheeled carriages moved in tandem through the throng of travelers, while 7 riders of House Frey led the way, barking orders at those daring to approach the carriages and forcing them back to the edge of the bridge. The lookout at the Tower of the Weir sounded the horn, heralding the return of the castle's lord. The mournful call echoed across the waters, rousing the revelers still indulging within the castle's walls. Innes Frey was roused from slumber by a servant's insistence. He rubbed his bleary eyes and glanced at the servant, inquiring, "What is it?" The mere utterance of this question sent the servant tumbling to his knees in fright. "My lord, that." Innes seized a glass goblet from his bedside and hurled it at the stammering servant. The glass shattered with a resounding crash, blood mingling with the unfinished wine, staining the young servant's crimson hair. Fear infused the servant's voice as he trembled on the ground, unable to respond. "Speak quickly," Innes commanded, his lips brushing the jagged edge of the broken goblet as he took a sip. My lord, He has returned, the red-haired servant sobbed. Innes, in a fit of rage, smashed the goblet to the floor, prompting the servant to press his head against the ground, fearing punishment. His apprehensions were confirmed as Innes unleashed a series of kicks upon the servant's frail frame. The dimly lit room echoed with the sounds of anguished whimpers and cries. Yet one could discern the victim's struggle to endure, pain and resilience artfully intertwined within those tormented wails. "Help me dress. I desire the purple one," Innes instructed. Pointing to the wardrobe, the servant complied, retrieving the garments and assisting Innes Fry into his attire. Just as Innes prepared to depart, he cast a glance at the slight figure of the red-haired servant. Blood streaked across the servant's face from the shards of glass, mingling with the crimson locks and even carrying a hint of wine's fragrance. "You look well," Innes remarked. "Wash yourself tonight and wait for me here, unclothed." With that, he turned and strode away. The servant's expression shifted from shock to a lingering smile that refused to fade. The soldiers of House Fry surged chaotically towards the city gates, a disordered mass. Innes mounted his steed, residing in the farthest castle on the western bank of the Twins River. He had no choice but to ride forth. Positioning himself before the gathered soldiers, and bellowed at the commanding officer, "The Marquis is merely returning home. There are no others pursuing him. What nonsense is this gathering?" Pointing at several soldiers ahead, he commanded, "You there, mount your horses and follow me to meet them. The rest of you, disperse." The murmur of complaints reached Innes's ears, and in his fury, he lashed the horse beneath him with his whip. The horse, stung by the pain, quickly leaped forward. All that could be heard among the crowd was the curses directed at that damned scoundrel, Blackwood. The cold wind slashed against Innes's face, biting sharply. He was unaware of Blackwood's whereabouts, who was likely indulging himself in the company of his dear niece, the lovely Wada Fry, known for her beauty. By the time Innes arrived at the entrance of the West Castle, he discovered that only the soldiers assigned to defense and the crowd crossing the bridge remained. He seized a soldier, demanding, "Where is the Marquis?" The soldier pointed towards the main hall, replying, "In the hall." Innes, seething with rage, turned his horse around and galloped towards the hall without pause. The music within the hall had already begun to play softly. Old Ward had seemingly completed his affairs and was now savoring his feast. Innes, filled with resentment, thought to himself that upon entering, he would find many relatives of the Fry family, including Blackwood, gazing at him with mocking eyes. He forced a strained smile and found a spot. Casting a discreet glance at Old Ward, who remained oblivious to his presence, allowing Innes to breathe a little easier. "Enough, enough," Old Ward declared from his elevated seat, casting a disdainful glance at the numerous descendants gathered in the hall. "Cease that damned music." He gestured towards the harpist and the minstrel, signaling for silence. Instantly, the hall fell quiet, and a satisfied smile spread across Old Ward's face as he rapped the table, looking at the eager faces of those seeking his guidance, the disdain returning to his gaze. "Scholar Bennett has received a letter from our unfortunate liege, Duke Horse Tully," Old Ward announced to the assembly, who reacted with laughter and surprise. Satisfied by their response, he continued, "He insists that I guard the crossing strictly, allowing no troops to pass through Lawn River City or Green Fork River." Leaning forward, he asked, "What do you think? Which side does this old trout wish for me to defend against?" Laughter erupted from the crowd, as they were well aware that the troops assembling in the bustling city could never traverse the Green Fork River to engage, unless perhaps the lion has sprouted wings, or grown gills like Horst, to swim over from the depths. A Fry quipped, prompting further mockery from the others. Yet they remained oblivious to the gradual withdrawal of Old Ward's smile, replaced by a seriousness that returned to his weasel-like visage. "A pack of fools." Old Ward struck the table with force once more. The laughter ceased abruptly, and silence enveloped the hall. The jest that had drawn such mirth, aimed at Horst in hopes of winning Old Ward's favor, left one of the Frays blushing in embarrassment, retreating into the shadows. "Does no one know from where the army might come?" Old Walder cast a glance at the assembled Frays, his face betraying visible ire. The group exchanged nervous glances, uncertain of how to respond to the enraged patriarch. "Incompetence," Old Walder exclaimed, pinching the leg of a nearby maid with force. "A pack of useless fools." A voice rang out from the crowd below, "The army of the Vale." Old Walder squinted in that direction, noticing Black Walder chewing on meat, his eyes fixed upon the elder Fry. "Walder Fry, Black Walder Fry?" A slight smile crept across Old Walder's face as he regarded his most accomplished great-grandson. "Speak up," he commanded. Black Walder wiped his hands on the fabric of his clothing and rose to address the assembly. "Did you not witness the extent to which that foolish fish, Edmure Tully, and his sister Caitlin have humiliated the Vale?" He then turned his gaze to Old Walder. I surmise the lords of the Vale will surely muster their forces to cross the Green Fork and march upon Riverrun. Nonsense, Innes Fry interjected, standing up to address old Walder. If the old trout wishes for our father to hold the crossing against the Vale's army, then surely his mind has been muddled by the waters. He continued, Duke Edmure Tully remains in King's Landing. Should the Vale lord stir, their liege lord will undoubtedly be controlled by King Eddard Stark's hand. It is well known that the wretched woman Catelyn is his wife. And with 300 Stark men in King's Landing, King Robert's trust in Eddard ensures he will not intervene. Are the Vale men truly so foolish as to overlook this? An uproar erupted below the high table, voices clashing in heated debate. Old Walder calmly sipped his wine, coldly observing the throng of fools bickering beneath him. Which armies come? Does it truly matter? One Fry stood, casting a disdainful glance at the quarrelsome assembly. Silence. Old Walder bellowed. Let us hear what my worthless son, Simon, has to say. Simon Fry, the seventh son of Old Walder, was tasked with managing the finances and intelligence of the twins. Like most Freys, he bore a striking resemblance to a weasel, his beady eyes glancing sideways at the crowd. The Marquis need not concern himself with who wishes to cross the Green Fork, be they winged lions or the ludicrous men of the Vale. Should we not consider imparting a lesson to the Tullys, who have disrespected us for so long? Now is the time to act like the Lannisters, to open our jaws wide and not look back until we see blood. Black Walder furrowed his brows and took a seat, while Innes, recognizing the merit in his brother's words, also sat down to observe Old Walder's reaction. Old Walder gently stroked the maid's back, laughter bubbling forth from his lips. Ah, Simon, how greedy and ruthless you are. Ha ha. As Old Walder's hearty laughter filled the air, the gathered Freys joined in the mirth. The pitiful Tullys now come seeking our favor, Old Walder declared, turning to his kin. That foolish fish, Edmure Tully, remains unmarried. Find a girl, let him marry a woman of House Fry. I desire the future heir of Riverrun to carry the long-overdue blood of House Fry. In the Grand Hall, a wave of cheers erupted, and Eyes Fry wore a subtle smile, realizing that his father was indeed a wretched old weasel. With a single condition, he could easily unsettle the proud Tully family. He raised his goblet, aimed it at the dais, and drank deeply, eagerly anticipating the moment he would reunite with his auburn-haired attendant in his chamber. Chapter 60. The hesitation of the Iron Throne. Only the roar of Robert echoed within the Red Keep. The Tullys and Lannisters had clashed. They disregarded me, their king. Robert had not seated himself upon the Iron Throne, a decision that Eddard deemed wise. Otherwise, given Robert's current fury, his clenched fists, and the desire to wield a hammer, he would surely leave the throne marred and bloodied. At that moment, Pycelle's gaze shifted from the drowsy impression Eddard had left on him, now focused and clear as he addressed Robert. Your Majesty, the Lannisters and Tullys are gathering their forces at Harrenhal. They merely stand in opposition for now. Any bloodshed would likely stem from the recklessness of the knights under their command. Several villages downstream of the Red Fork had been set ablaze, with villagers claiming that a host bearing the sigil of House Arryn had plundered their homes and towns. Renly looked down at a crumpled piece of white parchment, helplessly informing Robert. Robert, irritated, turned to his brother. Where has Stannis gone? Why have I not seen him? Does a duke not attend the council? Renly waved dismissively. Our esteemed Prime Minister has been dispatched to the Red Fork to quell the banditry, accompanied by Lord Beric Dondarrion representing the Iron Throne, to uncover the true instigator behind the Valley's accusations. 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 All baseless. Robert bellowed. I have denounced the Tullys time and again, and they dare to slander Jon's son? The king appeared as if he could wield a long sword, ready to cleave through the entire council. Yet, recalling his previous words, he inquired, is this a scheme orchestrated by the Tullys, or are the lords of the Vale intervening on behalf of their liege, seeking to chastise the Riverlands? Eddard was taken aback by Robert's line of thought and quickly replied, Robert, what capacity do the Tullys possess to orchestrate such a ruse against their own vassals? It is utterly implausible. Robert waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Ned. I am merely in the depths of despair, rambling foolishly. Perhaps the stranger has kissed my lips. Damn it. He turned to Eddard. Is there nothing else troubling you? Surely these matters are enough for me to raise my warhammer? Resorting to violence is not wise, Your Majesty. Varys interjected at that moment. Pycelle shook his head, addressing Robert. Your Majesty, the conflict at Harrenhal ultimately stems from two vassals fighting for their honor. The Tullys, in the absence of evidence, have accused and apprehended the heir to the west, which itself violates the laws of the Iron Throne. The Lannisters' mobilization is not without cause. It aligns with the laws of the realm and the tenets of the Seven. Should Your Majesty fail to provide a resolution to this dilemma and instead deploy forces to forcibly suppress the conflict, It may tarnish the Iron Throne's reputation for justice, especially when the current Prime Minister is known for his fairness, Duke Eddard Stark. Eddard opened his mouth in surprise. He had not anticipated that the typically taciturn Petyr would wield such acerbic words, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Observing this, Robert turned his face away and discreetly winked at Eddard, clearly having discerned the underlying truth in Petyr's remarks. The integrity of the Iron Throne must be preserved. Eddard uttered this sentiment dryly and fell silent thereafter. Renly, noticing the Prime Minister's discomfort, remarked to Robert, "A ceasefire is paramount." Alas, the enmity between the two houses constitutes a legal quandary. Given the current accusations, it would be prudent to summon Tyrion and Lady Catelyn to King's Landing for a trial to resolve these grievances. This was no small feat, and Petyr, unconvinced by such an idea, shook his head and hummed to himself. Robert snorted derisively, pacing among his chief advisors before abruptly halting and declaring, "First, send ravens to Storm's End and Casterly Rock. Instruct them to halt their advance. Whoever undermines the peace shall be the first to feel the Iron Throne's wrath. If we are to resolve this matter," he gestured towards Renly, "let it be as Renly suggests. Bring the instigators to King's Landing, and Renly, gather the evidence and testimonies. By the 7, we may even need to make a trip to Winterfell." "With all due respect, Your Grace," Varys interjected, "Lord Tywin may not acquiesce to such a resolution. The Lannisters have already erred, and the pride of the Lion must not be trifled with. He must accept it, or face the King's decree," Robert asserted. "Can he defy the command of the crown?" At this, Varys fell silent, lowering his head, while Petyr remained equally reticent. Renly cast a glance at Eddard, the implication unmistakable. Eddard realized that he was the only one capable of tempering Robert's fury, though he held no affection for the Lannisters. He understood that there was a critical matter that he, as the hand of the king, could not overlook. Thus, he spoke, "Master Petyr and I have calculated our debts. We owe House Lannister 300,000 golden dragons, in addition to the debts to the Iron Bank." "By the 7 hells," Robert exclaimed, throwing his hands up in exasperation. "Have you selected a successor for the Master of Coin?" "The most suitable candidate remains Lord Tywin," Petyr replied. Renly shook his head, stating, "Mace Tyrell of Highgarden is also a contender. If we secure the financial backing of the Reach, we could sustain ourselves for a time. Yet, the Iron Bank is likely to only trust Lord Tywin as a guarantor," Varys interjected. Renly, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by guarantor?" "The Master of Coin," Varys replied with a sycophantic smile. After all, Lord Renly has yet to visit Braavos, and thus may be unaware of how they refer to the Master of Coin there. Since Aegon departed, the Gold Cloaks have been reduced to merely 1,000 men. "Aside from guarding the gates, I fail to see what else they can accomplish," Eddard remarked. "Damn the Iron Bank, damn the Lannisters, damn the Tullys." Robert could no longer contain his frustration, unleashing a torrent of curses to vent his discontent. "It is an unfortunate situation," Renly shrugged. "The treasury is barren, and the last of it has been squandered by you, Your Grace." Robb appeared somewhat flushed. Yet he could not bear the taunts of Joffrey. He pointed at Joffrey and declared, "Leave at once. This is no concern of yours." Just as Robb was about to intervene, Joffrey strode out of the throne room without a moment's hesitation. "Ned, this matter is entirely in your hands. As for the Master of Coin and the absurdity of lions and fish, you shall decide, for it is your wife who has caused this trouble." After speaking to Eddard, Robb exited the throne room with a stride almost identical to Joffrey's. Eddard could not help but feel that Joffrey resembled a younger version of Robb. "The affairs of state now rest upon your shoulders, my lord," Varys murmured, drawing closer to Eddard with a melancholic tone. Eddard pursed his lips and sighed softly. Indeed, if only the piles of wealth left by the Mad King were still available. Maester Pycelle, seemingly waking from a previous stupor, lowered his gaze and lethargically commented. Eddard dismissed the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind and commanded, "First, send an inquiry to Lord Tywin. I shall also personally write to the Riverlands, ordering an immediate ceasefire. If a ceasefire can be achieved." Eddard paused and continued, "The position of Master of Coin at court may be assumed by Tywin if it can quell the anger of our creditor." "Damn it, the wisdom of the Prime Minister is commendable," Varys responded with a respectful bow. Maester Pycelle also inclined his head in agreement, slowly making his way out of the throne room. "Pycelle, that is not the direction of your quarters," the voice of the spider echoed from behind. Pycelle paused, then turned to Varys with a forced smile. "I have books left there. You are far too concerned for my well-being, my lord." Varys chuckled lightly. "I thought you might have taken a wrong turn." With that, he smiled and turned away, leaving Pycelle's sight. The spider tapped his chest, feeling a twinge of fear. He had intended to report the decisions of the court to Queen Cersei, but was startled by Varys's remark, truly a false alarm. He resumed his steps toward the Queen's chambers. Chapter 61. The Last Stand. Andalor surveyed the neatly arranged cavalry of the Vale before him. Ever since he had been summoned by his father to lead 1,000 horsemen beyond the Blood Gate, his days had been consumed solely by training, leaving little else to occupy his time. Though supplies for 1,000 cavalrymen were continuously flowing from the Eyrie, ensuring their morale remained intact, the aimless assembly of troops and endless drills had become exceedingly tedious, not only for the common soldiers, but for him as well. However, a missive from Artys brought an end to the monotony. Clad in the bronze armor gifted by his father, Andalor stood solemnly at the forefront, observing the suppressed excitement of the Vale cavalry, who gazed at their commander with fervent anticipation. A band of brigands has disguised themselves as us, burning, pillaging, and wreaking havoc in the Riverlands. Andalor proclaimed loudly to the cavalry, "We are the Knights of the Vale. We are knights bathed in the sacred light of the Seven. We do not bully the weak or prey upon women and children. Kill." The Canyon Knights raised their weapons, be they long spears, steel swords, or even iron hammers. Their fervor ignited by the impassioned words of Andar, the knightly spokesperson. With a fierce shout, they expressed their anger. Andar surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Not a single one of these 1,000 cavalrymen was a mere conscript from the valley. Each was a seasoned squire, having fought alongside knights, and all were native Canyon Knights, boasting an organizational and combat awareness rivaled only by the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. When slander is hurled at us like stones by the wild men of the valley, what shall we do? Andar called out again, brandishing his longsword. Let loose the arrows. The knights echoed in unison. When rumors stab at us like daggers in the dark, what shall we do? Andar twirled his sword, baring his teeth as he gazed fiercely at the Canyon Knights. To the helm, they shouted once more. Draw your longswords. Grip your spears tightly, don your helmets, and follow me across the Green Fork River to root out the bandits plaguing the trout. To vanquish evil and prove that we are the true followers of the Seven Gods. With that, Andar reined in his horse and galloped forward. Dust billowed into the air as the knight steeds thundered down the slope, stones and dirt flying in their wake. The sight of 1,000 Canyon cavalry advancing in unison would surely leave an indelible impression on any ordinary observer. Once, the Scholar Call Inn of Eagle's Nest City chronicled numerous expeditions of the Canyon Knights against the clans of the high mountains. But those were typically small bands of 10 or so, navigating the treacherous terrain of the Moonlight Mountains, where the wild men were scattered and well hidden, necessitating the knights to split into smaller groups. Such a grand spectacle had only been documented once, yet it was monumental enough to be considered epic. That occasion was during the Blackfire Rebellion, when the then Duke of Eagle's Nest City, Jon Arryn, summoned tens of thousands of Valley soldiers in Ellen Valley. The sight of thousands of Canyon Knights standing solemnly for inspection left a profound impression on Scholar Call Inn. The azure gleam of their armor formed a unified expanse, reminiscent of fertile blue fields nourishing the valley. The golden trim at the joints of their armor shone with a sanctity under the holy light of the canyon, as if the Father bestowed upon them the might of righteous judgment, while the Mother smiled upon them, granting love and life. The spirit of warriors infused each knight. Courage and strength intertwined, as maidens prayed behind them, beseeching for the purity of their faith in the Seven Gods to remain untainted. The blacksmith forged their armor and swords to be unbreakable, and wise elders lit lamps before the knights, guiding them towards the right path. Strangers fled at a distance. Death avoided the victorious Canyon Knights, who advanced with fervent zeal as though summoned by their ancestors. Amidst this, the rubies of Prince Rhaegar scattered across the ground, and Petyr Tully gazed upon the shimmering fragments of coral in the ruby-strewn earth, a kaleidoscope of colors, the red intermingling. Uncertain if these were remnants of the ruby that once adorned Rhaegar's breast, the valley folk could only enter the riverside in small groups. Crossing the Green Fork River at this singular point, the attendant nodded in agreement, having studied military tactics alongside Petyr since his youth, covering various subjects essential for nobility, such as polearm techniques, swordsmanship, archery, as well as the etiquette of guests and the rituals of the church. He was well aware that Edmure's assertions were accurate. The lengthy stretch of the Trident River from Ruby Beach northward had no ferry point aside from Twin River City, while to the south, numerous small ferries existed, most constructed by the inhabitants of the Three Rivers region and the Lord's domain, with some barely accommodating a single boat for the exchange of goods between the banks. If the Valley cavalry sought to venture west of the Trident River in large numbers, there were, apart from Twin River City, no superior alternatives. The advance forces had already gathered at Saltfield Town, in addition to the 2,000 men here. 500 infantry from the Eyrie, and he and families would take over our defensive positions, the attendant informed Edmure. Edmure nodded and promptly declared, "Once I lead the troops across the river, I shall set fire to the floating bridge and notify Saltfield Town to secure the ferry point, ensuring they hold until we can join them there." He unsheathed his longsword, pointing toward the opposite bank. "Cross the river. Protect the people of the land between the rivers." The makeshift floating bridge had been erected. Although Ruby Beach was a shallow bank, the tumultuous waters of the Green Fork River were still formidable. Viciously gnawing at the bridge Edmure had previously arranged, the soldiers of the land between the rivers formed an orderly line as they stepped onto the floating bridge, the cold water splashing against their faces. Most were clad in soaked fabric armor, and the frigid river water was beyond imagination. Some soldiers shivered and dropped their longswords, raising their shields against the backs of those in front of them, surging onto the shore like a swarm. Edmure shouted angrily at the front, directing the soldiers. Just as the vanguard had crossed the river, the floating bridge gave way with a resounding crack. Edmure observed this scene with resignation. However, instead of expressing his frustration, he ordered the soldiers behind him to continue constructing the bridge, urging the 2,000 men to cross as swiftly as possible. He cast a worried glance toward the east. Should the Vale cavalry arrive suddenly at this moment, striking mid-crossing, any person with military knowledge would recognize that their forces would face inevitable doom. As the skyline gradually dimmed, the river's tumult began to subside, revealing wooden beams strewn haphazardly overhead, adorned with the soaked fabric armor of soldiers. Edmure sat anxiously in his tent, seeking warmth by the campfire, observing the soldiers of the land between the rivers, curled up for warmth against the chill of the night. "How long must we rest?" the attendant inquired. "Some are frozen and lying in the camp. I must lead a group to burn their excrement," the attendant continued without waiting for Edmure's reply. Edmure nodded, his patience waning, and closed his eyes. Once the attendant departed the tent, he rose, clad only in a long robe, having left his chainmail and fabric armor hanging at the entrance. He had been jostled into the river by the soldiers during the crossing, the cold water soaking him to the bone, the chill gnawing at his very marrow. As dusk enveloped the land, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, tormented by the biting of specters. The warmth of the bonfire barely upheld his noble demeanor, allowing him to maintain some semblance of dignity before his attendants, especially after his own soldiers had shamefully pushed him into the river. "My lord," the attendant announced upon returning to the tent, "the Vale cavalry has clearly set their sights on the Ruby shore. Our scouts have confirmed their movements. The Valley folk have departed from the Mingwa Mountains and have established their camp in the Riverlands." Edmund stifled the tremors that threatened to betray him, biting down on his lip as he spoke in a low voice. "The entire army shall rest for a day. We will advance eastward by 10 miles. The Valley folk will never anticipate that we would cross the river to strike. We must act swiftly." Rising to his feet, he commanded the Eyrie clan to encircle from Saltfield Town, cutting off the Valley folk's southern passage and severing their retreat. "Summon all cavalry. We shall launch a night raid against these wild men of the valley." The scout nodded in agreement with Edmund's decision, having no reason to question his judgment. Edmund's performance in Goldtooth City had astonished all the realms, particularly the soldiers, knights, and nobles of the Riverlands who had fought alongside him. They were left in awe as he expertly identified and eliminated the probing scouts from the Westlands, not to mention his steadfast defense against multiple incursions from the defenders of Goldtooth City. Such feats were rarely seen in the annals of history concerning the Tully family. The Riverland cavalry, typically unskilled in horsemanship, seemed to exhibit newfound vigor under Sir Edmund's command. The maneuvers of infiltration, encirclement, and extermination, often found solely in the pages of tomes, were brought to life on the battlefield by Edmund. Each encounter with his cavalry left the Westland soldiers in disarray. Even now, faced with the renowned knights of Westeros, they would not flinch or retreat. Edmund was their steadfast pillar. "Cavalry, charge!" The commanders of the cavalry units galloped through the camp, rallying their troops, who, despite their evident fatigue, retained their fervor as a battle-hardened force. Edmund, enduring the chill, donned his chainmail and mounted his steed, racing to the forefront of the cavalry. It is well known that as Edmund raised his sword, the Riverlands are a battleground, where the first to suffer in war are always those of the Trident River Basin. But now, we shall cross the river and strike, to protect our people, safeguard the Trident behind us, and defend our castles, fields, and families. Witnessing the fervent spirit of the Riverland cavalry, Edmund felt a surge of determination within him. He roared, "For Riverrun! For Riverrun!" The sound echoed along the banks of the Green Fork, merging with the tumultuous waters of the river. as if encapsulating a millennium of pain and anguish from the Riverlands. Chapter 62. The complete annihilation. A spectral blue sound swept past, with the clarion call of charge and the clamor of battle now drowned out by an endless wail of despair. Lord Edmure's soldier was dragged across the ground by his own steed, a gaping wound in his chest smeared with gravel and sand, flesh embedded in jagged stone. He let out a tormented roar, calling for his commander. In Edmure's mind, only the resounding whistle of arrows slicing through the air remained. His warhorse lay incapacitated, moaning in agony. Kill! The soldiers from the Riverlands charged forward, their rallying cries swiftly drowned by the torrent of blue-clad heavy cavalry. Forced from their mounts, the soldiers raised their shields in a desperate attempt at resistance, but fate conspired against them. The relentless probing of pikes pierced through their defenses, embedding in an arm. Screams of anguish echoed from the opposing ranks. Lord Edmure! A voice called from afar. Edmure turned to see his squire. The formation has collapsed. The light cavalry from the valley has encircled us. Our men have lost the will to advance. It's all archers. The heavy cavalry of the valley stands before us. This battle cannot be won. We are clad in mere cloth armor, while they are encased in full plate. We stand no chance in a charge. We must flee. Edmure raised his blood-soaked eyes. What of my cavalry? Your cavalry is no more. The garrison at Saltpans has been led away from the crossing by the knights of House Riverrun, all retreated to the southern bank of the Red Cross River. Only the knights of House Tully remain in Saltpans, commanding the remnants of a few hundred infantry. They never intended to coordinate with us in this fight, the squire exclaimed, recognizing the terror that had rendered Edmure speechless. Impossible. Edmure staggered to his feet. The cavalry I led were seasoned warriors. How could we falter so swiftly? The squire grasped Edmure's arm, urging him to leave. We previously faced the infantry of the West. We lack experience against cavalry. Defeat is to be expected, my lord. Arrows coated in pitch ignited, soaring through the sky like meteors descending upon the earth. The horses of the Riverland soldiers were instantly startled, bolting in panic. Some riders were thrown from their steeds, crashing heavily onto the unforgiving stone, rendered unconscious. With the support of his squire, Edmure mounted a horse and glanced at his aide. You must come with me. Someone must remain to cover our retreat, my lord. The squire unsheathed his sword, calling to Edmure's guards, come with me. The sound of chaos surrounded them as the blue crescent falcon banner seemed to flicker within the flames. Edmure swallowed hard. The cavalry from the valley finally revealed themselves. Their pikes poised ahead, the call to charge echoing throughout the land. There was nowhere to escape. Edmure cracked the reins, the horse bolting in pain, fleeing. Kill! The squire and Edmure's guards formed a protective circle, determined to eliminate the valley's men. The cavalry charged, their pikes overwhelming the squad led by the squire, leaving behind only bloodied remnants. Fabric armor trampled beneath the hoofs. Androis rode past the strewn bodies of Edmure's guards. He pointed at the emblem on the squire's chest. Isn't that Edmure Tully? A knight beside Andar queried. No, Andar frowned. It is indeed troublesome. The knight observed the disheveled warhorses of the Hudgian territory. These locals were not accustomed to raising horses, and they had not even mastered the most basic desensitization training. This glaring deficiency would expose the Hudgian forces to a devastating assault from the enemy. It is a massacre, Andar replied, just as it is now. These cavalrymen do not resemble the noble knights of Hudgian. They are likely conscripted commoners. The knight nodded in agreement and inquired, Sir, shall we pursue them now? Pursue? Pursue Edmure? Andar furrowed his brow. We were initially on the defensive. Would pursuing them not place us in the role of aggressors? To press the advantage. Even if Duke Artys were to arrive, he would not reproach us, the knight urged. Andar shook his head. First, we must report this matter to Duke Artys and my father. For the moment, there is no prospect of peace with Hudgian. We can discuss other matters later. The knight nodded, gazing at the chaotic battlefield before him. The valley cavalry had dismounted, dragging the bodies of the Hudgian soldiers together, preparing them for cremation. Sparks erupted from the pile of corpses, and within moments, the flames spread, filling the air with the scent of roasting flesh. The valley knights, having dismounted, encircled the heap of bodies, silently witnessing the grim scene as the flames claimed the lives of fallen warriors. I recall the rumors that Edmure excels in cavalry warfare in Jinya City, Andar remarked, his eyes fixed upon the rising flames. The knights exchanged glances. The news of Hudgian's continuous victories had already reached them, yet they remained perplexed as to why Edmure was proving so inept. Order the light cavalry to tidy up and head toward Salt Town. We must occupy it before they destroy the crossing, Andar commanded, visibly agitated. What was meant to be a task of bandit eradication had turned into an encounter with a regular Hudgian army, led by the recently renowned Lysa Tully. The night was deep, the flames flickered intensely, but as they departed from the corpse pile, a chilling stillness enveloped the area. The Vale cavalry had lingered here too long, feeling the encroaching cold seep into the land. On the King's Road, a scout cavalry unit arrived at Artys's encampment. Artys listened coldly as the scout relayed Andar's message. Count Baelish, visibly anxious, inquired, "Is everything you said true? Not a shred of falsehood?" The scout placed his hand upon his chest. "I swear by the 7 gods." Count Baelish, helpless, gazed at the silent figure of Artys Arryn. He understood that no words could sway the young Duke of the Valley from his resolve to punish Jon and avenge Tully's provocations. According to the scout's report, Andar had led 1,000 Vale cavalrymen who were unexpectedly ambushed at night by the Jon forces commanded by Petyr Tully, suffering significant losses. Although they had repelled Tully's troops, the Vale Knights could no longer tolerate the provocations from the Tully family, and the call to seize Flowing City grew louder among them. This was the very message conveyed by Sir Andar Royce. Under the watchful gaze of the scouts, the companions of Artys, apart from the perpetually silent guardians of House Island, Wymar Royce and Sir Shuff impatiently looked upon Artys, their anxiousness tinged with ire. Guy, being a foreigner to the Vale, quietly observed Artys's demeanor. Discerning the simmering rage concealed beneath his seemingly tranquil facade, Artys seldom revealed his emotions openly before others. Count Baelish gazed anxiously at the reactions of those present, fearing that the original intent of Duke Ed's assignment might falter. "Withdraw," Artys finally spoke. The scouts dispatched by Andar comprehended the command and silently retreated. "Your Grace," Count Baelish promptly interjected, "this is likely a misunderstanding, considering the bandits are flying your banner." "The misunderstanding is of little consequence now," Count Baelish, Wymar interjected directly. "The crux of the matter lies in the continuous provocations by House Tully against the Vale. We cannot refrain from teaching Riverrun a lesson. The kingdom has only just achieved a semblance of peace, which is also the desire of the Iron Throne and the aspiration of Duke Ed," Count Baelish continued. Wymar, somewhat impatiently, remarked, "Forgive my interruption, Count Baelish, but as you are not from the Vale, you may not fully grasp the nature of this issue." Artys listened intently to the discourse until all eyes converged upon him. Out the bloodgates, straight to Riverrun, Artys rose and proclaimed with authority, "Summon the armies." Chapter 63. The swordsmanship of Silio like still water. Silio's wooden sword suddenly halted in mid-air, reminiscent of a placid surface of a deep ravine. Arya, caught off balance by Silio's unpredictable rhythm, stumbled and fell to the ground. "Damn it," she muttered softly, uttering words her parents would rather not hear. In Winterfell, she had cultivated the habit of speaking such phrases in a hushed tone. "Oh, little Arya," Silio taunted, saying things a lady ought not to. His wooden sword tapped gently upon Arya's head, a smile gracing his face. Arya looked up, feeling wronged. "Aren't you a water dancer? I thought the Septon was beside me." "I am no Septon," Silio replied, swiftly striking Arya's supporting arm, sending her tumbling once more. "I am the chief swordsman of Bravos, entrusted by little Arya's father." He raised his wooden sword, declaring, "Stand up, girl." Arya scrambled to her feet, reaching for the fallen wooden sword. "Too slow," Silio exclaimed as his wooden sword struck her arm with a resounding thwack, though she bore the pain and retrieved the sword. Silio moved like a slithering serpent, chanting, "Swift as the deer, quick as the snake." Arya echoed, "Swift as the deer, quick as the snake." The wooden sword struck Arya's head again, down, left, up, right. Arya attempted to counter with her wooden sword, but misjudged Silio's strikes each time, exclaiming, "You're cheating. You clearly said right. I did say it." And little Arya believed me. With a smile gracing his lips, Silio once more struck Arya's leg with his wooden sword, causing her to stumble and fall. The amber eyes of her dire wolf, Nymelia, sparkled nearby, accustomed as she was to the playful interactions between Arya and Silio, even in the face of Arya's misfortune. She remained unperturbed, lying on the ground. "Such disrespect towards the Prime Minister's daughter is unacceptable," Bravosian, Sir Shuv approached, clad in his knightly armor. Arya noticed a plume of blue silk adorning Sir Shuv's helmet, paired exquisitely with his blue-gold canyon knight armor, giving him an air of gallantry. "Sir Shuv, Silio is my dance instructor," Arya exclaimed loudly. Nymelia rose to her feet, eyeing Sir Shuv with a vigilant gaze, a low growl emanating from her throat. Sir Shuv regarded the dire wolf with a hint of trepidation. The beast had grown to an imposing size, comparable to that of a small pony. By the gods, this brute. Sir Shuv's complexion paled as Nymelia approached him, his hand inching toward his sword sheath. "Nymelia," Arya shouted, "do not frighten the overzealous Sir Shuv." Nemelia huffed through her nostrils before turning away. What? Overzealous Sir Shove? Who gave me such a ridiculous moniker? Sir Shove inquired, his curiosity piqued. Silio inclined his head slightly. Perhaps it was Knight Ongui, who finds you overly frivolous and too eager to assert yourself. Damn it, Sir Shove muttered under his breath. He cast a glance at the Bravosian before him. Ever since the Prime Minister's youngest daughter had joined Lord Artys's party returning to the Valley, this so-called chief swordsman of the Sea King had been imparting peculiar foreign swordplay to Alia. Were it not for Lord Artys's insistence on his safeguarding the Prime Minister's spirited daughter, he would have preferred to distance himself from the exotic Silio Frel and the fearsome dire wolf. Ongui is not a knight, merely a squire, Sir Shove remarked with a hint of disdain, but he is the Lord's squire and will inevitably become a canyon knight in due course, just like me. Miss Alia, Sir Shove continued, I must remind you, do not let Lord Artys catch sight of you dancing on one leg atop the cliffs. Should you fall, no one would discover your remains, and this wolf would be unable to track you. This is hardly the highest point in the valley. The consequences of a fall would be dire. What am I saying? He turned to leave. In any case, save your dance games for Eagle's Nest. Alia looked up at her dance instructor Silio. It seems Lord Artys is unwilling to allow me to continue practicing the water danceress art. Silio shrugged. The choice is yours, dear girl. He lifted his wooden sword. Alia, understanding his cue, smiled, rose to her feet, and with a spirited shout, stood on one leg, wooden sword in hand. In the makeshift camp not far away, Artys stood against the dawn sky, gazing at the endless expanse of the moonlight mountains in the distance, behind which lay the Blood Gate. He was already aware that Blackfish Brindinduri had departed the valley, taking with him the 30 elite scouts he had once brought from the Riverlands to the city of Flowing. Now, I have commanded the Canyon Knights to breach the gates and engage in battle with the city of Flowing River. It is likely that my encounter with an old friend of my father will transpire upon the battlefield of the Riverlands. In the distance, the crowd surged once more, and Artys understood that Arya's dire wolf, Nemelia, had returned to the camp with her. Only the combination of the Bravosian foreigner, the dire wolf, and the Prime Minister's daughter would capture the attention of the Valley Knights. Artys stepped out of the tent, observing that the Prime Minister's daughter was drenched in sweat, which was hardly a favorable condition in the unpredictable weather of the valley. I recall there are hot springs here, Shufu? Artys inquired. Shufu chuckled and replied, indeed. They should be just a few miles away. Artys nodded and declared, let everyone indulge in a soak. Splendid. Shufu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He turned to Arya, saying, rest assured, my lady, the springs are ample, providing you with plenty of private space. Arya responded with a playful grimace, eliciting laughter from the crowd. As Silio prepared to return to his own tent, he heard someone call from behind, Bravosian. Turning, he saw Artys gazing at him, prompting him to bow respectfully. Esteemed Duke Artys, how may I serve you? Your swordsmanship from Bravos is quite nimble, Artys noted, glancing at the wary and disdainful gazes of the valley folk directed at the Bravosian. The knights of the valley wish to seek your counsel. Waymar stood up, and Shufu eagerly watched Artys, while the blue-robed guards accompanying him bore curious expressions. The Bravo's sword is too light. I fear he will be swiftly toppled by our heavy blades, remarked one of the blue-robed guards. Silio smiled gracefully, bowing like a cat. I suspect the iron cans of Westeros will be quietly overturned. He shot a slightly provocative glance at his opponent. Very well, Artys said, a brief contest, if you please. Topple this foreigner. Sir Shufu shouted. What weapon shall the Bravosian choose? Will he wear armor? Inquired a blue-robed guard. Silio maintained his smile. No need for armor. I request you don your armor against my slender blade. He then drew a delicate sword from his cloak, its hilt circular, resembling a snake's tongue as it extended before him. Damn it! The blue-robed guard quickly shed his armor, leaving only light fabric, even discarding his helmet onto the ground. By the gods, this is a fair duel. Silio crouched gracefully, half squatting as he regarded the blue-robed guard. Still as a shadow, Arya whispered. The guard swung his longsword, aiming at Silio, but missed entirely. He then horizontally slashed towards Silio's chest, yet failed to connect again, instead finding his left shoulder pierced by the slender blade, which slipped through the fabric. Startled, the guard hastily drew back his long sword to defend, but Silio's blade recoiled like a serpent, striking at his right shoulder and once more breaching the fabric. Huh! The guard shouted in anger, thrusting his longsword forward, but Silio deftly evaded, gazing seriously at the guard. Swift as a serpent, still as water, Arya chanted softly. The loyal guard gasped for breath, feeling as though the Bravosi before him wriggled like an eel, slipping through his grasp with relentless agility. Come on, SHYFF shouted in frustration. Damn it, why don't you strike? The guard cursed inwardly, yet he swung his long sword. Employing the heavy, sweeping technique customary among the knights of Westeros, inching closer to Syrio. "You hesitate," Syrio swiftly countered, his slender blade darting to the guard's throat before retracting sharply. In a sudden leap, he darted behind the guard, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Even the dullest observer could see that Syrio had shown restraint. His blade had nearly reached the guard's throat. And were it not for his mastery over his own strength, the scene might have been one of the guard clutching his throat, blood gushing as he fell. "Hesitation leads to defeat," Syrio remarked, gazing at the fallen guard. After a brief silence, the guard lowered his long sword, nodding in acknowledgement. "I concede." The Vale Knights exchanged glances, admiration evident in their eyes as they watched Syrio bow to their duke and retreat. Even Shyff murmured, "Excellent swordsmanship." Syrio emerged victorious. Arya, indifferent to the guard's plight, rose and cheered aloud. Artys, observing the knight's respect for Syrio, turned with satisfaction and commanded, "Pack up the camp, prepare to depart." Yes. Chapter 64. Upon the trident the pale green algae floated with the current of the green fork, brushing against Edmure's face, his damp hair clinging to one side of his forehead as he spat forth dark water. Ugh! Edmure was jolted awake by the sudden rise of the river, collapsing to the ground to expel the vile water and filth from his mouth, clutching his abdomen where a dull ache persisted. Memories of the recent defeat flooded back, flames and arrows illuminating his terrified gaze. The blue-clad cavalry, brandishing the blue and white entwined crescent falcon banner, charged forth, scattering the ranks of their own cavalry, horses fleeing in disarray, infantry abandoning their armor, cries echoing in the chaos. Servants called his name, repeating the Tully family's motto: family, honor, duty. Damn it! What significance does it hold when you utter our family motto? Does he not know it already? He needs no reminders. Ugh! He expelled a stream of pale yellow bile, and in that fleeting moment of turning, he realized that the warhorse he had been riding during his aimless flight lay exhausted by the riverbank, its mouth and nostrils submerged in the water, its weary eyes gazing at the prostrate Edmure. "Brother," Edmure grunted, straining to lift himself, mud encasing his hands as the water surged once more, the earth yielding beneath him. With a sudden thud, Edmure tumbled into the shallow waters, the current lapping at his chest. Coughing, he struggled to stand, bewildered and disoriented as he surveyed his surroundings. A low growl emanated from beside him, prompting Edmure to instinctively place a hand at his waist, only to realize with dismay that his sword was nowhere to be found. In a frenzy of panic, he felt like a headless fly flitting about aimlessly. A glance at the water revealed his dagger resting at the bottom. The growl resounded again. The weary warhorse groaned softly, its hind legs pushing forcefully against the earth as it struggled to rise. Suddenly, a shadow darted from behind the horse, revealing rows of menacing fangs before Edmure's eyes. A lizard lion. Damn it! Edmure seized his dagger with fervor, exerting all his strength to climb ashore, his gaze fixed warily on the creature lurking in the water. The lizard lion lunged with a splash, its teeth biting into the horse's hooves, leaving behind gruesome trails of blood. The horse, in agony, bolted several meters away, vanishing into the overgrown grass that towered like men. The lizard lion flicked out its long, crimson tongue, fixating its gaze on Edmure. He felt his legs weaken, the dagger clutched in his hand, yet his mind blanked on the motions of thrusting or slashing. Days of relentless flight had drained his energy. He understood that if he were to make the first move, the fleeting moment would not allow him to outrun the lizard lion's final strike in pursuit. He could only mirror the creature, staring intently at it, unsure whether it was the chill of fear or the cold that made his hands tremble. His lips quivering in unison. The sound of the waters of the Trident River stilled, and the gentle rustle of the reeds in the breeze faded into oblivion. Edmure remained motionless, his left leg braced against the rocky edge of the water, poised to flee, though exhaustion had rendered him nearly immobile, his calves aching painfully. As the lizard lion propelled itself forward, Edmure summoned his strength, hurling the dagger at the beast's gaping maw, the tip directed forward. He recalled the words of his uncle Blinton Tully from his childhood, who once, in playful enthusiasm, had taught him the art of throwing knives. The dagger found its mark, piercing the soft, crimson mouth of the lizard lion, blood gushing forth as it writhed in pain, thrashing its tail as it plunged back into the river, tainting the water with its essence. At that moment, Edmure darted several meters away, stumbling as he distanced himself from the scene, though his heart urged him to run. The pain and fatigue coursing through his body thwarted his intentions, the uneven terrain tripping him up until he fell to the ground. Edmure awkwardly lifted his head, his face smeared with mud, the Tully family crest embroidered on his chest, sullied beyond recognition. Unlike his uncle, who would lead troops with valor, he found no relief in surviving the jaws of the lizard lion. Instead, he was struck by thoughts of the panicked soldiers. The agony of his guards struck down by arrows, and once again, the image of his own flight in disgrace after defeat. I should have perished alongside them. Edmure struck the ground with a clenched fist. If only his uncle and father were present, they would have managed the situation far more adeptly. Edmund, a familiar yet foreign voice resonated, causing him to look up in confusion. Before him stood the aged visage of Lysa Tully. Uncle Edmund collapsed to the ground, his racing heart and foggy mind assuring him of his safety. The waters of Green Fork rose and fell in a seemingly erratic manner. Once, a scholar had attempted to discern the seasonal changes by observing the fluctuations of the Trident's flow. However, the Trident did not exhibit a gradual change visible to the naked eye, but rather surged and receded abruptly at the turning of summer and winter. Thus, the most reliable method for determining the shift between these seasons remained the observation of the stars. Lysa Tully silently regarded the 5 small boats that rode ahead, while Edmund Tully lay at his feet, even able to hear his nephew's gentle snoring. Truly ungrateful, Lysa muttered, giving Edmund's face a gentle kick. Edmund shook his head, struggling to open his eyes in his haze, and upon doing so, beheld the stern countenance of his uncle Lysa. Rising with effort, Uncle Edmund surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the 5 boats were manned by seasoned soldiers clad in chainmail, adorned with circular shields and short swords, their ages appearing considerably advanced, roughly akin to his uncle's. Only one young man at the bow, rowing, appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly just in his teens. "Who is he?" Edmund inquired, gesturing toward the youth. "Davin, Sir Edmund," the young rower replied before Lysa could speak. "I am the squire of Sir Lysa, the squire of the Knight of the Bloodgate." "The Knight of the Bloodgate is no more," Lysa mumbled, lifting a wineskin and taking a swig, muttering indistinctly. "Only the Blackfish remains, the black sheep of House Tully." Edmund wished to offer comfort to his uncle, but was interrupted by Lysa. "Let us talk about you, my damned nephew. Your valor in protecting the folk of the Riverlands has spread throughout the Trident. Because of you, the common people have fled west." Edmund lowered his head in silence, unable to respond. "You and Caitlin, old trout, my dear brother, are fortunate to have both of you as allies," Lysa retorted with sarcasm. "I must muster the troops. The Vale men are pillaging and burning along the Trident. I cannot stand idly by. Moreover, uncle, you should know that my sister, Lysa, is unlawfully imprisoned by Petyr Baelish. I possess her handwritten letter, smuggled out of the Eyrie at great peril." Edmund's agitation grew. In his eye,